temporary dock now, and you have a section that is larger than this, now it's a temporary structure, so they have to get a permit every year to put that dock in? Or is it a one-time?
It's,
I hope not.
the thought is it goes in the same every year.
Yeah,
If you're gonna move it, I think that we'd like
Well, and-
information regarding that, but
Right, when we go get a permit for those, we apply and we say what we're gonna do with the dock itself, so, I mean, if it was approved in the past, then how can we go back and say, now you can't do that?
Well, how do you document that, though, I guess is the question. Everybody's got to come up with a new,
Right,
they're going to have docks that have been out for 15 years and come in with a new one that's
Right.
bigger, just because they know it's one and done.
or transfer of ownership between houses.
Right.
That person doesn't like that dock anymore, and they throw a new dock in.
I think we just need to go back. I think it'd be good to get, I don't know, maybe reach out to a couple of the dock people and just get some information on what is a nominal size. I don't know. I mean, I've seen so many different sizes on these things in and around the lakes and everything.
oh, yeah, that,
So what's a fair for somebody new coming along?
Right.
You see them with canopies on them and
Yeah, I
plenty of
mean, well,
space
you've
for
got,
sitting.
yeah, I mean, a lot of them, like Bob says, some of them have lifts, right?
I was
on the
gonna
side.
say, a little boathouse that's on the water, I mean, those are still legal in the state of Maine.
Mhm.
Some places don't allow.
Right,
but-
but I mean, the lifts are, right? They don't really, that's not part of the dock, right? The actual crank
some
lifts?
are.
Yeah, it's part of the
Yeah.
dock kit, but they come in and out.
But do
just
we
like the
count
dock.
that as,
As
Does-
the width,
yeah,
I don't think so, because it's not really.
It's
part-
submerged,
It's
yeah.
lifting something out, it's kind
yeah,
of
it's not like
over
a,
the boat, not something somebody's standing on.
did this, I guess I should have researched, does this come from a neighbor's complaint, or did this come from somebody asking for a
I
permit?
was gonna ask the same thing.
Board of Appeals, I think.
Yeah.
I know it came to the Board of Appeals.
Oh,
I was just wondering, Sandy might know. Sandy, did you know how this came to the Board of Appeals?
They had a couple of administrative appeals about docks, and they realized that they wanted to have a better understanding of what was allowed
Complaints from neighbors or just?
from
from
neighbors.
Okay.
it's only gonna be a growing concern as the population.
And one was
Yeah.
from a violation.
Okay.
Wonder if there's any state guidelines out there, or DEP recommendations,
I
or
don't think so.
anything we can
I
lean
think
on?
this is a
No?
nightmare for every code enforcement officer on a lake.
We could spend all summer just dealing with the docks.
I bet.
I mean, how many docks are in town? I bet you half of them don't conform. So,
I guess we could approach it by square footage and not worry about the design.
Well, you could have maximum width
Maximum width.
and
And
then
square
and then
footage.
square footage.
Yeah.
Let them figure out their orientation.
Right.
And then a ratio for the orientation, like if you want to have one sideways, then it's the ratio of, it can't be, it could be twice as wide as the platform, as the initial gang, if you will. Maybe a ratio. That way, if you have 4 feet or 6 feet, you can have a 4 feet or 6 feet this way.
Right.
And so it doesn't matter what the size is, to your point, I don't know, there's gonna be a standard, but if it's custom, if you have an 8 foot wide, then you can only be 8 foot this way at the end.
I think
Maybe.
that makes a lot of sense. The only thing is that if you're on a lot where you have to reach navigable water, you're gonna have to go out pretty far. You might exceed.
But that section would still be the same, no matter what it is. If it's a 6x10 section.
Well, but
and
the
you have
area is what
12,
Bob's getting at.
10
But
of
the
them.
area.
Sure, the area, right,
The
the
area,
maximum
square-
area,
maximum
right.
area
Yep.
would,
Right.
would. Yeah, but on a deeper section, if you have a maximum area, people aren't gonna build a dock further out than they really
Right,
need to.
right.
I mean, it's,
Depends on the shoreline, really.
yeah, it depends on the shoreline.
It's a tricky one.
I like the ratio and the square footage. What do you guys think?
I do too.
Yep.
Well, we
I
could,
mean, we don't have to worry about design. What do you think? Is it-
I like it, but it's gonna be tough for people who have shallow water.
Well, not if we give it a long enough square footage, right?
Yeah.
I mean, assuming that, if we're okay for people at shallow, we're gonna be okay for people with deeper sections, but if it's a deeper lake, people aren't gonna build way out on a
Right.
deep lake. I mean, they just
Right.
wouldn't pay.
Right.
It'd be too expensive.
And we're not putting a cap on the length, we're more or less putting a cap on the width.
On the width,
What you
right.
could build at the end of it.
Yep, with a
So
ratio.
either way, you can get to manageable water.
Yep,
Well, that's the other way you could do it. You could just let them go as long as they want to navigable waters, and then just put a area cap on the end, on the end.
yep,
That might be the easier.
yeah,
way.
easier.
Yeah, when you start getting in deeper water, it's really a pain to
Right.
install the dock and remove it every
Mhm.
year, and you don't, there's not gonna be a lot of demand for that, I don't think.
All right, what do you think, Brett? Can you work something up for us?
Sure can.
Will it make sense? Will it be easy?
Does that sound good, everybody?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. And then our fire department, which is done on here. I think that's it for our
Yep.
discussion today. I didn't think that'd be too hard. All
Just to
right,
let you know, I think the other one that Chris, you and Sandy may have a conversation is with Phil, our attorney, about ADUs, and where we stand with compliance to the state.
okay,
It's still, it's messy all over the place. It's not an easy ordinance. The state ADU ordinance, yeah. So I think we need guidance from Phil to make sure that we're in compliance with the state ordinance.
okay.
Because if we aren't, then the state ordinance could supersede local.
Oh,
All
Nobody,
right, but before we get by that, can we, what I hope to be able to do is to get all these ordinances done into the smooth, get them to the attorney, and then get them back for public hearing. And while we're still in the process of the other ordinance revisions. So we don't have one day of a whole series of ordinances to have public hearings on. So we have so it's, instead of, what we normally would do is, Jay, we want normally, or actually historically, we would work on all of these ordinances, get them all to the lawyer at the same time. They would all come back to us. We would have the public hearing of 10, 15, whatever, 5, whatever ordinance changes that we would have all at one day. What I'm proposing, and you guys cut me off if you don't like it, but what I'm proposing is that we do this as a series of events, so that these now get turned into the ordinance revisions. We get them to the lawyer gives them back to us. We hold the public hearing, we pass them, so we vote for approval or disapproval, and then they'll go into the holding pattern until the selectmen want to take it up.
so you just want to do it earlier, is what you're basically saying.
I want to do it earlier and more often. So we approach them in a series of events instead of one big event.
Basically, looking at your ordinances, I think the dock, and if we get into ADUs, those are the only two that are going to take any kind of time. The rest of these are pretty.
Right, that's why I think I'd like to do it. I like to move these along
Yeah.
and get them over
And if you
with.
do get one that does drag out, it still buys you some time to do it right.
Right, exactly.
So you could punch 4 or 5 of the, basically the first 7 of these out in one shot.
Yeah, yep, yeah. And I think that we're close enough in agreement that as long as you can put something together on the dock, I don't think that's gonna be a problem. Is that right? Everyone pretty
Until you
happy?
have that public hearing.
I'm sorry?
Right.
Until you have that public
Yeah,
hearing.
yeah. Well, I mean, you have to start somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so next round then of ordinances. I was hoping Greg would tell us more about his small lot proposal. The other thing is, we need to go back to solar, for a review. So,
Oh, because you wanted to, well, it changed, right?
Right.
It's not allowed, the only zone it's allowed in is in the R.
yes,
So the question would be then, even in the R, we wanted to come back to buffers?
you're right, yeah. So what I think I'd like to do, or I think what we should do, and you guys kind of tell me, is that I think that the ordinance that is in effect right now should go to the town's attorney to make sure that the town attorney finds no conflicts with our ordinance. And then also to you guys as well to review, to make sure there's no conflict with any of those any of the existing ordinances, which includes you, Jay, you and Chris, to go through that and find out if there's any difference. Then the next meeting, we can look at that,
Right.
and decide whether or not, what we need to change, what we don't need to change, or whether or not, we need to do anything. Is that,
Because what came up was, right, a buffer was only the same as the side set, or the rear setback.
yes,
And in that particular zone that we were dealing with, it was relatively small.
it was very small.
And then the question was, did we want to match what a commercial use would be up against a residential neighborhood, or do we want to go something different?
Right.
Do you have a preference? Or do you want us to propose kind of an option of two?
Yeah, I think we should look at the options and see what,
I mean, in the rural district, obviously, you usually have more land to deal with, so.
right. Now, will you guys have time to do that for the next meeting?
When's the next meeting? December 11th?
I think the big push will be, can we get it through the attorney?
So Jay, can you get it to the attorney?
It's not so much getting it to the attorney, it's getting it
I know.
back from the attorney.
Yeah.
That may be one that we have to,
So-
put in January, I don't know.
We might have to. Could you get it to the attorney? I should have started this last week. Can you get it to the attorney and just get a feel from him, and then just let Sandy know
Yeah,
as to whether or not we can put it on to the next agenda or not?
yeah, we'll see.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Other than that, we've got the fire department's sign size. We've got, if we want to tackle a noise limit or a quiet zone. Does the town have an ordinance? Kevin, does the town have an ordinance on noise?
No, we don't. Well, only for animals.
Only for animals. All right.
Typically, what
And-
we've done in the past is we relied on the DEP standards.
I was gonna say, there's just state law already. a noise-
There's gotta be a state law,
There is a
right?
state law already, so if that's.
You can make it.
The state follows the national
Yep.
codes for
So
those.
we're gonna make a
Um,
law for a law.
The only
We're not
thing
gonna
is
do
you've
that.
got,
It's already a
under the
state law.
DEP, you've got quiet zone and a non-quiet zone. It depends
All right.
on the-
So can we cross that one off?
Or do you-
Well,
or do you
I
want
think
to?
in order for us to post something, we have to have an ordinance.
If you
Whether or
can't
not we
enforce it.
enforce it,
Right.
we can't post it unless we have an ordinance.
So we need an ordinance that says we're going to be the same as the state ordinance.
We can't enforce a state law in our own.
It's.
How does that work?
You're allowed to enforce it if you want to enforce it, but you can't post it unless you have an ordinance to go by. Once you have an ordinance, you can then enforce it and post it.
What are you gonna post, quiet zone, or what will?
Right, I mean, if you're on Casco, is it 121? There's a
Route
pit, a
11.
gravel pit up there. They post a quiet zone and no engine braking.
Yeah.
That Casco has posted there. I looked, and they don't have an ordinance for that, but
I think
unless they
that's
don't have it
because that
online.
pit was a contract zone, Kevin. So I think the town had the right under the contract zone to do, Sandy and I were in, we were in Casco at the time. That's a contract zone, and they were allowed to put other standards in place as part of the contract zone. So that's why that got put in place.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I've noticed those, and as I've been looking for those around other places too, so it's,
Yeah, it usually comes into play with operations of loud noises. You know, I face it a lot with quarry operations, things like that. But he's right, you do see it with this high truck traffic or industrial.
we have,
uses.
yes, we are, Egypt Road is a high truck traffic going over the pit in Gray and coming back through is, and not only, gravel, but it's concrete trucks too, so it's,
It's a little bit more difficult for vehicles on public roads than it is for private property. And I think noise ordinances, I'm wrong, usually get enforced with private property uses, right? More than over public way uses. So it's the operation that's going on a private property.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing to enforce. You gotta.
Well, somebody's gotta have a
spend lot
decimal
of money,
meter and, and
Yeah.
it's a whole,
It's
but
medical.
I do think that we could mimic the state DEP ordinance, at least get some standard in place.
All right, we'll put it on for the next meeting. We won't
Other
discuss it
towns
tonight.
typically use that DEP standard.
We'll
well,
say,
it's like enforcing the speed limit, on a state road. We can't do that, but we can, try to at least put some signs up and some monitoring and gather some data. I mean, if we don't do anything, it just doesn't get any better. And it may not get better if we do this, but we have to try at least.
Right, it's just like if somebody has a gas station or marina and there's engine noise, there's a certain decibel that you're not supposed to, somebody can't be out there revving their engine, you know.
Okay. So Sandy, next one, we'll do solar if Jay gets back to you that says the lawyer can do it. And we'll do quiet zones.
Back to the solar, are we gonna talk more about that, or?
Next
We're
meeting.
gonna wait?
Yeah, we're gonna wait until we get all the data back, all the reviews back from both Jim and Brett, Jay and Chris. And
So but at this next meeting, we'll be able to propose some changes, possibly, or additions?
oh yeah, it'll be the workshop for solar.
Okay.
Yeah, because the only change was commercial, right?
Yes.
Changing the private
Yep.
uses, right?
What I don't have anything else on my list of changes. It seems like we're missing some. I'm missing some, but
On the fire number, the 911, section 6, I just wanted to make a note that it says on E, interior location, all residents and other occupants are requested to post the assigned number and road name next to their telephone for emergency reference. I don't think there's too many landlines, and I don't know if there should be an ordinance.
Carry it around your.
carry it around your pocket.
No,
Yeah, no, you have to have a magnet, back your cell phone.
so I don't know.
Where's Wayne? He didn't join us.
No, Wayne is not here.
Now, we all used to have stickers on our phones. We don't
Yeah.
remember that, but
Mark, you think that's antiquated?
yeah, I remember having the sticker as a kid on the phone, 911 or whatever. But I don't think we have.
No, I don't know if it deals with
Yeah, it's kind of caught me off guard. I'm like, oh wow, look at that.
it. Yeah, so.
Post it next to our.
So Brett also brought up a good point, under the back of that, there's enforcement, but typically if you have enforcement, usually you've got,
some kind of appeal process. It talks about notice of violation, but there's no way to appeal that decision.
What are we talking about right now?
In the fire addressing,
Oh, that's next week. That's next month.
okay.
Next month.
I got you.
We got that next month, we got solar next month, and we got quiet zone next month. Sandy, those are three for the announcement.
Got it.
Do we have any, this one won't, the pre-app probably won't be back, right?
Filing deadline is next week, the 13th. I don't know if they're going to turn it around quick enough or not. I have to wait to see.
Okay. No other app?
That's good. I mean, that'll be fine. We'll still knock these out.
Yeah.
And then, because solar may take us a while.
And then Christmas party, just
And then Christmas party, yeah.
Need
You
a
guys
motion?
happy?
Need a motion, chief.
Always.
Need a motion, chief.
We do.
Pass these on for review to the.
No, for us
That's not the motion.
Unless you want to stay.
Already? Motion to.
Is there a second?
Second.
You'll second that? All in favor?
Aye.
Good evening and welcome to the Wednesday, December 11th, 2024 Planning Board meeting for the town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum. Start with roll call.
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Mark Childs.
And from Zoom, Kevin Woodbury.
Clark.
Both of you. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that's being said and to look at all the exhibits that are present. Please notify the chair if you're unable to see or hear. Since we are only doing ordinance reviews, I'm going to dispense with the rest of that reading. So our agenda items tonight are the approval of minutes for the November 4th meeting. We have no old business. Our new business is a series of public hearings for some administrative changes to the ordinance, and then a workshop discussion on addressing the fire department's addressing ordinances, a noise quiet zones, and a review of the current solar ordinance, excuse me. And that is it. So first up is the approval of minutes of November 4th. Is there any changes or deletions? Recommendations? Everybody happy? Is there a motion? You were done. You weren't here? You weren't here. Yes, you are.
Was I? Yeah, you were here.
Yeah, you were here.
Oh.
Yeah.
You moved, I'll second.
Steve? Oh, no, you weren't here. I'm sorry, you weren't here. All right, so I will move that we accept the minutes as
missed
written. From one of you guys, is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
And one abstention. 401, minutes are accepted. Next is the public hearing. Just as a quick review of those, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 proposed changes to the ordinances. All of those changes are admin changes to our present ordinance or changes to clean up some of the verbiage or definitions in the ordinances. It is a public hearing. I am going to open the floor to public hearing. The phone number is up on the screen. If you are home and don't want to challenge the fog this evening, please call in. I'm not going to go through each of them individually because I'm not really anticipating that there's going to be much interest in these administrative changes. So I will open the public hearing. There is nobody here. I'll leave the public hearing open while we move on for a little while in case there are someone that does want to look at it. All the proposed changes are on the planning board site on the town's website if you wanted to look through those changes. And you can then bounce them off of tonight's agenda, which is also on the website. So I will leave that open in case anybody does have a question and wants to call in. Otherwise, these ordinances will move on to the lawyers to get them finalized, to send them to the selectmen. We'll hold them, though, so there really is no rush. We will hold them and send them in as a group with all of them.
As long as the board has no changes, I think it's perfect to send them along and get the legal review on it.
Yep. Is that all right with everybody?
Sounds good to me.
Can I ask one question?
No, you weren't here. You weren't
I
allowed.
didn't think so.
What's up, Greg?
The definition of a dock, the last statement says, this definition does not include floating platforms. The only thing about that is, aren't sometimes docks floating platforms? Should it be,
I guess it should be free floating or.
Free-floating platforms.
Yeah.
maybe free,
Unattached.
yeah,
Yep.
Yeah.
Good catch.
Yeah. that was it.
Yeah.
Even though you're not here.
Yeah. Maybe I was watching.
Maybe. Kevin and Steve, you okay with sending them on to the lawyers?
I'm good.
Okay.
Yep, also good.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, from the floor, the ZBA's got a couple of questions. If this is David Mert speaking.
Oh, hi, David.
Hi there. I'm looking online on the website. I don't see the actual changes that were being reviewed specifically for tonight. I see the proposed changes, but I don't see the actual worded changes, which is okay. But I do have a question regarding what specifically was the modification. It's for the minimum lot standards and setbacks.
Yep.
I know from our end, we needed to have a definition of what the shoreline footage was when we were looking at, whether or not you have multiple docks. I listened to the meeting that you last had. It sounded like there was going to be a change made that said when reviewing for docks, it's going to be shoreline 225, and then it was going to be left the same otherwise. But my only concern is in the state of Maine, it says shoreline specifically is a minimum of 200, whereas our ordinance doesn't say specifically a minimum of 200. It says 225 combined shore and road, but what if they had a road of 100 and shoreline of 125? Doesn't that go against the requirements of Maine for 200? That make sense?
We can always be more restrictive than the state.
Yeah, we can be more restrictive, but I see what he's saying, though. I mean, you could divide that up in a number of different ways.
Well, it's supposed to be 225 feet of frontage of shoreland and 225 of road frontage for a lot.
For a lot, right.
Right, so you can only put one dock per lot. So you need 450 of each,
And then all,
and you
and,
could have 2 docks.
yeah, but I think, so, I think, but I think that one of David's points is going to be that what happened, we've had a lot of camps that don't meet that requirement.
Right, they're
Grandfathered in.
non-conforming, right,
Yeah.
Okay, non-conforming lots.
of record, though they grandfathered, right, so they can have it.
All right.
So part of the concern is not even when it looks at the docks, it's just in general, there's a requirement of 225 combined shore and road.
Right.
But the state of Maine requires minimum 200 just shore. So it just seems like if they have 125 of road and then 100 of shore, we're not being more restrictive, we're being lenient in the sense that now they've only had 100 of shore.
No.
Whereas state of Maine requires at least 200. Does that part make sense? This is kind of different from the dock part of it.
Yeah,
Dock,
yeah.
the dock is great. If you say 225 shore for dock, that works great for me.
Okay.
Would
It
it
just seems
be,
like there's a little bit of a loophole just in general if it's combined 225 shore and road.
Yeah, well, that's easy. We
Yeah.
do, yeah.
I was gonna say, would it be helpful where it says like shore and road frontage, just including a little bit of verbiage behind that saying like the shore must be 225 feet and the road must be.
Yes.
That way, it's not up to any interpretation to combine the two of them together to get to 225. They both must separately equal that number. Okay, I'll add that.
Okay. Does that sound good, David?
Yeah, the more clarity for us, the better. So,
Yep.
yes, thank you.
And David, we're going to, we've still got your dock, configurations on the agenda. We're not going to get to it this evening, but we'll get to it in January. We're if you got any, we're not exactly sure how to approach that in making it conforming to what the town wants and getting it into verbiage or getting it into pictures with the description. Because we worked on it, if you caught last meeting, we worked on it, the verbiage, and we couldn't really kind of nail that down.
Yep. And that's fine. We had a couple of administrative appeals specific to docks, so we had to evaluate docks from a code enforcement perspective, and that was one that was questionable to us as to how to interpret. So, yeah, anything you can do to help with that one would be great.
Okay. Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, from the fire department.
Yes.
Just
Wayne.
on the number of copies for submissions, we're spelling out how many full-size submissions to 3, and I wanted to make sure for the fire department that we were one to get a full-size document. We can print off the 11 by 17 at the station, but we can't print off full-size, so that's kind of important for us.
Well, I don't know where they go. Who do we?
Yes, one full size is for the fire department, one is for codes, and one is for the file.
Thanks, Sandy.
Yep.
Should we specify that?
No, I don't think we need to
know
specify.
that, Wayne. It's just a matter of they land on my desk and I know where they go.
No, I know that, but if I'm not here and you're not here, moving forward, would we want to have that specified so everybody's clear on that? Just a thought.
All right. I think we'll trust the disbursement, Wayne.
Okay, I needed to speak on our behalf, that's all.
All right. Anything else on that? We're all set. All right. All right, Wayne, actually, you're next up on the addressing ordinance. The amended the size of the numbers to a 4-inch in height.
Minimum of 4.
Yeah, minimum of 4. Do you want to talk about that? And
So just from going out and doing, especially a lot of new home constructions, or not even home constructions, business licenses, or business construction, it's real important the size of the numbers for the emergency responders to be able to see that en route. And then the other, one of the other items was to make sure that it's the numbers are facing from both directions, because you never know which direction the emergency responders will be coming from. I think that's pretty much it. I mean, there's a lot of words to describe those two things, just in the different scenarios. It's wording to describe those two things.
just for the board, and for Brett, in the past, we normally have just kind of passed the fire department's ordinances along and let the fire department deal with them to the selectmen, which.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, when we're just gonna send it off for the legal, get it put into legalese, do the public hearing for it next meeting, and then move it on.
I do have one comment.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that this might need is a section for appeals. I know it talks about enforcement where a violation could be issued. I know typically, though, if you're able to issue a violation, you need to have a section for appeals for it. So I imagine that there's pretty standard language within the ordinance we could just pull to add that process in there. But
Trying to understand the appeals. And just from being an emergency responder, if we can't read the numbers, that's mission critical for us to get there in a timely fashion. But
I think
right,
just,
it's just a typical process. I mean, it's standard that anytime you can issue a violation at the town level, they have the right to appeal it since it's an administrative decision. I agree with you. They should be able to read it, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a matter of safety that if someone wants to fight it, then
Yes, that's the right.
Oh, yeah, that's always an option. If you don't want to put it on your building, you shouldn't have to. But then your building burns down, it's on you.
Yeah.
But there's got to be an appeal process. But you shouldn't have to put it on. So that's my opinion of that.
Okay, next up is the noise and quiet zones. Kevin, you want to take this one?
Well, I'm not really sure what we're going to do about that.
Me too.
I was hoping that code enforcement might have, been able to research that and see if there's anybody else they can pull from in our area or in other areas.
Where did this
Yeah,
come from?
Kevin.
Well,
No.
what I asked for, we get a lot of people, on the comprehensive plan, and matter of fact, I guess the meeting last night, there was a lot of talk about road safety, and I think it would go into the road safety having some sort of noise levels that at least that we're concerned that we follow because we can't even post anything saying this is a quiet zone, whatever. Unless we have some sort of something in a ordinance that references that references maybe the state, and the state references the federal noise compliance for cars, motorcycles, diesel trucks and things like that. But just as a way to get this started, because personal experience on Egypt Road, it's especially if you're on the beginning part of a road, there's a lot of acceleration and extreme noise that goes on. So,
Well, I meant, did you get this, did you write it yourself, or did you find an ordinance that someone else had?
I looked at the state ordinances, and they said they follow the federal guidelines, But in order to post a sign, you must have a town ordinance to be able to post a sign for like a quiet zone or no diesel braking, engine braking. So I think it would be a start just to put some sort of language saying that we do follow the state ordinances. It does not, I don't know how we'd write that, but and where we'd work it into, whether it has to be a separate ordinance or maybe we're gonna have a road safety ordinance at some point, because there's been a lot of discussion of the road safety, especially last night's meeting, and in the comprehensive plan committee.
Greg, I think I might be able to answer your question. The stuff that's in the packet, that came from me. It was from the city of Ellsworth, I believe, where I kind of looked up some sample ordinances. And this one is fairly straightforward, just to kind of about the different defining levels. There was a couple typos in there that we had caught, but
The PM?
yeah, the timing, yeah, PM, yeah. But from my understanding, though, the proposed ordinances kind of come through the planning board and then go to the select board for something like this. It's not part of the planning review, so.
Right.
But are there certain zones that we're looking for to enforce this ordinance, or is it a blanket ordinance, or how? I'm just confused about
Blanket.
if we want this ordinance, what's it for? When you enter Raymond out of any town, it's still going to be a sign everywhere? Is it it's a blanket? So that's just my struggle with this. Is it sounds like to me it's one location, but if it's an ordinance, is it enforced the entire
town?
Everywhere we go in Raymond, we're going to have signs that say quiet zone. I don't understand where it's being enforced.
Well, I agree.
That's the only question I have, and I don't know how it's. It sounds like it's an isolated location, not the entire town. And in that case, then if it's a state law, then you can post it in one location. If we're asking it to be a town ordinance, then it's going to have to be posted everywhere.
Yeah, I mean,
So
I agree.
I'm just confused on what we're trying to do here. I'm not sure what it's.
I think if there's several citizens in an area that are complaining about, again, it's usually in the area where people are accelerating at the beginning of a road, that coming off another road. Or in our case, when you're coming down Egypt Road and stopping at 85, we have a lot of trucks that are using diesel braking. And you know how loud that is. So there's only going to be like 5 or 6 houses that are affected by that. And I think we can't post it even in one place unless we have an ordinance that allows that. I mean, maybe the ordinance will say, only postable in areas where there's been issues or something. I don't know. It doesn't have to be posted everywhere. But according to the state, if you don't have an ordinance that addresses it, you're not allowed to post on a state road.
On a state road, right.
Then there's also the question of what's the thresholds,
And who's
how
going
much
to,
time, and what's and
90
trying to catch that at the right time.
yeah, and who's going to enforce it?
Well, and that's why I left the insert law enforcement agency highlighted in red, because the town doesn't have a services agreement or anything with the Cumberland County Sheriff or Highway Patrol or anything
Right.
like that. Yeah,
And I'm told the sheriff don't carry decibel meters.
Well, no, you'd have to do a study, and you'd have to, get the video and catch the people who are doing it if there was a complaint. And then again, you said there's no way to enforce it, but it does help, and it's proven. And that's the same thing that people are saying with these speed limits in the road safety. Oh, well, it doesn't do any good to post a speed limit sign because people are just going to ignore it anyway. So you really do. If we don't care about it at all, then that's fine. I mean, I guess that's up to the town. But I just feel that if you care about some of these things, you have, a limit.
I mean, could we identify certain zones where maybe we could put something? I mean, that might, if they're problem zones, maybe, but a sign.
Well, it's like Casco has one on, it's what, 121 or Route 11 or whatever it is that goes over to Poland. There's a gravel pit or something there, and they posted one there because it's really noisy with the diesel engines coming in and out of there and braking. And I don't think they can enforce anything, but it just does help you know, unless somebody's being obnoxious, say, I'm not gonna, you know, do that, then you can't do anything about those people, but I think it does help. Same way of having the speed limit signs and the speed limit, you know, one that's, the talk last night was, you know, we'll have those signs that say, here's the speed limit, and right on the sign, there's a, you know, here's how fast you're going, and they're putting those all over the state.
Right.
So it's, it does help, it's shown to help. It's not the complete solution, but it makes people think about it.
I still have my bottom question, Kevin, is, I mean, all the ordinances do come through the planning board. And remember, we used to get an ordinance up from the cemetery committee, you know, that had some specific stuff that we would just, as we did with the fire department, we would just pass those on because they are not they're not under the planning board umbrella. I question whether or not coming up with noise zones falls under a planning board umbrella. I mean, I don't think it does. Personally, I don't think it does, but that's only me.
Well, does road safety?
No. I mean, sight distance for development, for a driveway, yes, but how fast the cars are going past that driveway, no. Right? I mean...
So you're saying those should be submitted through, I mean, I thought we handled, at least looked at ordinances.
We do. We look at all the ordinances, but it would come from, I mean, in my opinion, this would come from some sort of safety committee that the selectmen would set up that would come through and recommend, you know, an ordinance and do the groundwork for that ordinance, and then it would come to the planning board. We kind of look at it to make sure it doesn't conflict with anything that we have, and then we pass it to the selectmen for a public hearing as to whether or not the selectmen want to implement it. But, you know, it's not like, we're not changing lot sizes, we're not changing anything to do with a planning board function. And that's my problem.
Well, yeah, I guess, I mean, safety, well, you know, it can be argued both ways, but I see your point, and I guess we can take it through another. Like I said, it probably should be with the road safety, and I think they're going to have a committee that's going to study that, make recommendations.
Perfect. That's the perfect place for it.
Yeah.
I don't want to steer. I mean, if you guys want to go through with it, I don't want to turn it around.
No. I mean, if you don't think it fits into our purview, then that's fine.
But what I mean, I don't want to steer it. Greg, where are you?
I'm with you.
You're with me, all right? And Steve, we can't see you, but what do you have any thoughts on it?
Yeah, no, I feel the same way you do, Robert. I don't feel like there's a good way to enforce it anyway.
Okay. We're in agreement. Brett, strike it.
Can do.
Well, hang on to what you found, and then we can give that to the road safety people.
Can do.
Thank you.
I could suggest someone for you to email it to.
Kevin?
No, not me.
Well, you're on that committee, aren't you?
Oh, no, it hasn't been formed yet. They were talking about that last night at the select board meeting.
I heard you were chairing it.
Yeah, I should be. If you were sitting here, the speeds and the sound is, you know, 20 years ago or 30 years ago when we moved here, it wasn't even anything, but now it's just constant.
Okay, the last up is the solar. We said we would review what has been in place, make sure there's no conflicts with our ordinances as they exist, and we have done that. And it does not seem to be.
Yeah, essentially, I think the only thing that I think from prior discussion would be adding the rural zoning district to it because it's excluded from that. If the board was interested in having that discussion, I guess. But
add rural as an acceptable use.
Or as banned.
Or an unacceptable use. It is acceptable now.
Correct. It is acceptable now. So if the board was interested in either.
Making it unacceptable in the rural as well.
Correct.
That's interesting.
We had some discussion on buffers as to whether or not we wanted to increase the buffers in the rural district.
I guess you could look at lot size, you have to have a certain lot size, you can only cover so much with solar, something like that, percentage.
In the rural section.
Yeah, just so that, like you said, not encroaching too much, but if somebody, had a large chunk of land and needed some money to save it, and they could put some solar on it, as long as it's not, maybe they have to come to the planning board to make sure so that, abutters are notified, and, the public has a chance to speak on it, just in case there's concerns.
The one project we approved, was that in the rural? That was not, I can't remember
I
that.
don't think we've had anything in a while, right?
It's been a while.
It's been a while. I was just, I can't remember the
The one
district.
right up the street.
Yeah, was that rural? No, I don't think so.
I don't know.
It could be,
Might have
actually.
been rural residential. We have a map.
Yeah, it's in there
There's a
somewhere.
map.
It's all right.
I had a couple of
Kevin?
things I want, so in there, it's, if you dig deep enough, you can find the difference between commercial for sale and a business, which is commercial, generating from for their own use. And it's really not super clear, and I think that should be, specified that, right up front, that if you are a business, you could, and you want to put in, a megawatt for your own usage, which there are businesses that can use that much, that's fine. But if it's commercial to sell that generation, then I would say, we're on track for that. But you really have to look to find the difference between those two.
Let's see.
Did anybody have that issue when they were looking at it?
No, but I understand what you're saying. So the difference between just a business putting solar panels up for themselves rather than a commercial scale business that's looking to tie into the grid and make money.
So even in rural residential, the business is approved to be there, and they want to put in a large solar farm and batteries for their own usage, I think we should allow that. I think we could make that distinction really clear, or not allow it. I mean, that's.
Yeah, I think we do allow it now, even with the ordinance.
I'd say so.
Right, we do, but it's not clear to the average person. You have to look in a couple different places to find out the difference between a business using a large farm for themselves or using it to sell.
Because of the word commercial in there?
Yeah.
Well, that would be pretty easy to do.
But if it was for personal use, then it wouldn't be commercial solar energy system.
Well, when they say a commercial, that's a business, right?
I think
They're
it's
making something
commerce, yeah,
else.
it's business. So if this is for regulating commercial, and if it was for personal use, then it's not for commercial.
I think what Kevin's saying, correct me if I'm wrong.
It's for the
Kevin,
business use.
Yeah, saying if
Powering the business.
the business is a commercial business,
Sure, yeah.
do they get to use?
That's a great point then, yeah.
Yeah.
To sell, to have that farm, to sell it back to the grid is I think that's the size of the footprint of the project, and I think that's really what drives this whole discussion. So
Right.
I agree.
Yeah.
You have to put something in there that
Yeah.
it's for personal use, absolutely. It's your land, you can do what you want with it.
It would have to do a lot with net metering.
Right,
We'd
for
have to
profit.
figure out some type of net metering and measuring what kind of electrical use they're going to use per year.
Well, we probably could do that just by a determination of the maximum output of the solar panels.
Right.
Right? That would, we would have, or the company would have CMP documentation of how much they're using, and panels can't exceed.
Yeah, and they can
Right.
over project, but
Yeah.
as long as they're not selling back, then that's all we would be concerned about.
That's right.
Right, I agree with that.
Okay.
Yep,
Yeah.
I agree.
That's fine.
Okay, Brett, can you,
Yep. I got it.
okay, back to rural. Do you want to change anything in the rural section? Anybody?
I don't, that's good.
It's what about the buffers?
Oh,
I always,
yeah.
right now, the buffer is just the commercial buffering. Do you know off the top of your head what the buffer is in the rural district?
Rural?
Yeah.
Might be.
That's what I was,
Just the setbacks you're talking?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 20 on the sides.
It's pretty
20, yeah, it's
30 on
pretty
the front and
close.
back. Yeah,
30 on the back, you said?
yeah,
That's probably right.
I believe so.
So we do have, we do have the visual impact statement already in the solar ordinance. Man, right? I don't know, we want to increase buffer?
Just
For it?
solar panels?
Just for the solar panels? Yeah, no?
That's-
But if we increase a buffer, is that just for ground mounted systems? Because, I mean, most residential systems are on a roof, so.
Good point.
Well, I think it would definitely be for a commercial, just a commercial.
Just commercial, right?
Yeah.
Oh, just commercial?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about commercial on a roof?
Most commercial roofs are flat roofs for the most part, so you actually don't end up seeing them unless it's a pitched roof.
I think it gets back to if CMP is buying the electricity back from, because I believe net metering on a residential, you can't get a check back. You can only zero out, from my understanding.
That's correct, yeah.
So if you're receiving a check from CMP, at that point, I think that can be the distinction right there.
Right.
Okay. So leave as is with the change for the commercial.
Yep, the commercial.
Everything else looks good.
So, well, I got one more thing about
Yeah,
the
no, go ahead,
solar.
Kevin.
So you've got a business and they want to put in, a field of panels, but they are going to exceed the amount of trees they can cut by ordinance. I think we need to put in something that allows solar generation to have some sort of leeway in the amount of trees that can be cut.
Mean like a waiver to cut more?
Yeah,
You're talking about the 25% clearing area limit?
right,
Yeah.
right.
I thought we addressed that to some degree.
Did we?
I thought we had two.
We had,
I thought we talked about it. I don't remember doing anything about it.
oh, maybe we didn't. I don't know how to find it in here.
Well, we must have done something with it for the one solar project that we approved. And it's in place.
Did they exceed?
They exceed,
Yeah, the 25%. I must have.
they must have.
It's like an individual waiver, like on a case-by-case
Case
basis.
basis.
So that's.
It's waivable.
Keep that the way it is.
So is that somewhere in our? I don't remember seeing where that would in the ordinances. But
The
It's under
25%?
It's under the law.
no, the that you could get a waiver for it. We established that we could do that, so it's kind of.
Well, Kevin, I don't really remember, but we must have to some degree. You guys weren't here.
Mr. Chairman, I thought on that project you approved, the trees were already cut
cut.
before they came with the project.
Is this the last one we're talking about here? The last
No, this is the one that's right down the
Okay,
road.
Okay, because I think, yeah, we're thinking the same, wait, I'm thinking the same one, the last one
Yeah,
was already cut. They were like,
right.
what happened here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's all right. That's not, the point.
But
of this.
even the one down the street, the
Oh, this
trees
one
were
was-
cut.
Were they already cut, Wayne?
Yeah, when we were
Yeah,
doing
they-
the
they
site walk,
cut
I
that
won't
one.
say they were all gone, but that lot had been cut off.
Yeah, I remember the sidewalk same way. It was.
It was all cut.
But how did they cut? How did they get a waiver to cut those trees when it exceeds the?
Right, that's,
Did it on the forestry rules prior to doing any development.
Oh, okay.
Denny did that.
So what did the forestry rules?
Well,
How can you
the-
cut?
The clear cut rules, you can't exceed, you have to meet certain regeneration standards. I rarely work with that, but I don't clear cut wood
how
lots.
can you meet a regeneration standard when you have solar panels?
Well, no, I think what
Oh, okay, I thought
happens
you
is
meant
they
the
cut
actual
it,
property. It was
they
like-
cut it under forestry rules, and then they sell it.
You know, if they keep the basal area above 30, they're not gonna create a clear cut, and I don't think Denny's was below 30.
Okay.
30 square feet of basal area.
All right, well, let's put that off into the research. Brett,
Yep.
you got it?
So keeping it as a permitted use in the rural district, keeping the same buffers
Right.
existing, and just making sure that it's clearly spelled out that commercial versus like the for sale, for profit kind of use.
Yeah, and we also want to, I think we need to look into the cutting.
Yeah.
The amount of trees of cutting, whether that 25% rule, whether or not, how that applies. Okay. I think that's it, right? Is there anything on the back? Nope, staff communications. Okay.
Public hearing is still open.
Yeah, thank you. I do want to, do you have, ladies, do you have any?
Just gonna
do you have
say
any-
that.
Do you have any questions on the ordinance? I left the public,
I asked you to clarify what you just said, because you jumped around a lot and it was a little confusing. So, because you were talking about rural and commercial.
Oh, yeah,
So
Yeah, it
you
is.
were kind of all over.
we do that on purpose, so that people, you know.
So the ordinance, the existing ordinance.
She needs to go to this
Oh,
podium.
sorry. And I don't even have a broken leg anymore, no excuse. Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. So I'm just asking you to just summarize what you just did, because it was a bit confusing. You were talking about rural and
Sure.
commercial.
So the ordinance basically that was approved through the Citizens Initiative is not, is standing as is. Nobody had any changes to it, as there was no conflicts with that, with any of our other ordinances. The solar ordinance that is in existence right now is for the rural section, which is going to stay a permitted use.
Okay.
We're going to look at how we handle the cutting of the trees in that section, in that ordinance, and we're going to look at possible changing setbacks in that rural district. Those are the only things we've, right? Did I?
And to clarify what commercial.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Commercial
Yeah.
business can
Right.
put solar panels on, but they can't build something to sell back to the grid on like a commercial scale.
Yeah, so that will be a change to the Citizens Initiative ordinance.
Oh, wait, say that again then?
It's just to clarify that a commercial business can still put solar panels on to produce power for themselves,
Right.
but not commercial scale, as opposed to a commercial scale, which I think is the intent of the ordinance to prevent the commercial scale of solar farms.
So the commercial for the power for themselves, though, that would not be happening in rural residential or shoreland zones?
Yes, for
Yes.
their own,
Well,
on their own property.
like a home business, I think it's just a concern.
Oh, I see
something
what you're
like
saying, a
that.
home-based business, like
Right,
a
right.
farm
Yeah,
or-
right,
or
exactly,
something like
exactly.
that.
Right,
Okay.
right, right,
Or
right.
a home-based business. So like, and you're talking about them putting it on their roofs.
Right, or a
Right.
ground
Well,
mounted system, but only
I'd like
produce
to
for
clarify that.
themselves.
Let's say Sabre Yacht wanted to put in, because they use a lot of energy,
Yeah.
and they wanted to put in a large field, 1 megawatt, 2 megawatts, I'm sure their electric bill is in that range, to save money. I would say that that is something, and I don't know if they're rural residential or rural there, but I think we have businesses that are large enough that may be in rural residential, that they could put in large fields. That was the whole thing I brought this up for. If some business wants to put in more than a rooftop thing, like a resident, I just think we need to make that really clear.
Well, I think we have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think like the planning term, probably how I'll reword it is like the difference between a principal use, the primary use of the lot being like for
Good idea.
sale back to the grid, producing, the energy back to the grid, versus like an accessory use.
Yep.
Or just producing it on their own for their business to kind of help offset their electrical costs.
Okay. And I'm thinking Sabre Yachts is not rural residential. I mean, I would think that would be, like,
Well, I just,
might be alarm.
Jennifer is bringing up a point where you could still get a big field of panels for just a commercial approved in the rural residential area, the way the ordinance is written. And I just want to make sure that she's understanding that and that we understand that.
I'm not understanding that. So say that again. Sorry.
If you have a business
Yes.
that's approved business
Yes.
in the rural residential area.
Yes.
They decide they want to, and it takes a megawatt of power generation on a daily basis or whatever, it's possible. They could put in a large field. And per the ordinances.
Per the ordinances that you guys are now changing.
Well, we're trying to clarify it, because right now you can actually do that if you read all through the ordinances. It's not really super clear. But
It's
I'm pretty sure they could do that.
Correct. So we're not changing anything. We're
Right,
just
we're just
clarifying.
clarifying.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
I think that's what we're not changing, all we're doing is defining what a commercial, a commercial solar project would be, as opposed to solar generation for internal use. That's all we're doing.
Yeah. Right.
Right, okay.
Okay.
All right. Actually, what I was asking you guys is that, do you have any questions on the administrative changes? That's what the public hearing is for. And I'm
Oh,
guessing-
sorry.
That's all right. That's okay.
The administrative, so what was that, the docs and
Yeah.
how many copies of this,
Yeah.
that, and the other? No, I don't have
Okay.
anything.
So I am closing the public hearing. We will plan on next meeting, docs. We're deleting our solar. We're going to pass on the fire department's ordinance, and we will look at the changes, proposed changes to the solar. What else we got working? There's my notes. Do we have anything else for us? Where's my notes? Oh, we got,
Gotta send the
go ahead.
ordinance changes to the select board, right? Are we gonna do that later?
We can do that later.
Okay.
We got the small house lot size.
Oh, yeah.
So, next agenda. Sandy, next agenda. We've got, hopefully we'll get the docks. We'll get the solar changes. We'll get lot size. And that's it. Conservation forest property, what do I have that written down for? Is that something you brought up?
It was my argument about why I think house lots are too big and
Oh,
consuming.
okay.
What was the lot size one again? I'm sorry.
I suggested that we make the minimum house lot sizes smaller. Like maybe 2 acres in the rural zone instead of 3. Create developments that you ultimately consume a lot of forest property. When you have a large house lot and then you minimize you can only cut 25% of your area, clear it. Ultimately, you end up with these forested developments, and to me, it's just a waste of resource. That's my argument.
It'll be a fun discussion.
Yeah.
Next up.
Well, I know I'm in the minority.
I don't know how it works.
That will be spirited.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they did address that in the comprehensive plan, and they said that's not what the town wants.
Oh,
All right.
I know. I
So
brought
the
it up.
next
I
meeting,
brought it up
Bob,
there,
everything
too.
is gonna be a workshop.
I'm sorry?
The next meeting, everything will be another workshop.
Yes. Yeah, unless we have a project out there, don't we? A development?
Nothing that's come back to us yet.
Oh, we had oh no, that's staff level review back.
Yeah, that was, what came in today was a staff review.
That's right.
So nothing's come back on, that's odd.
Nope.
Yeah,
Not yet.
we're waiting on the Brandon Chase.
Brandon Chase development, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep,
Yeah, we had sketch plan on it. And they're
haven't gotten anything back yet from him or Andy Morrell.
Okay, then yes, Andy, a workshop. Just a workshop.
Okay.
So Bob, we're not supposed to speak at the workshops, like, because I just got confused again. So you.
Oh, no, no.
Public for the administrative, but not for,
No.
I just want to know what to expect for the next one. Am I speaking, am I not speaking? Am I allowed to speak?
Yes.
Okay.
It was just that it was the public, you guys weren't here. I mean, the roads, I'm sure like everybody else, right? Those roads are horrible.
Yeah.
I had opened the public hearing. Oh, let me get the meeting closed here
Oh,
first.
sure.
Is anybody have anything left? All right, the motion?
Move to adjourn.
Second?
There's a second, all those in favor? All right, we're clear, we're done.
Welcome to the November 7th Select Board meeting. Just for point of interest here, we're going to take a couple, something out of order. We'll take item 3A out of order, then we'll go back into the agenda as it's printed. So we'll start on 3A. Because of what's going to be discussed there, I'm going to abstain from discussion and voting on anything on that. So Teresa will take over for that, then I'll pick it back up.
Consideration of Sherry Gagnon Courts update. Joe Crocker, Parks and Rec.
Joe Crocker, Parks and Recreation.
Joe, 1 second.
Yep.
He's just recusing himself from any kind of voting on that at all, but I asked him not to leave the room though, so that's why. Okay.
So I'm gonna just read what I wrote because it's gonna be easiest for me, and then Roger, one of our pickleball leaders, is gonna come up and say something. To the Raymond Select Board, I am honored to formally propose naming the tennis and pickleball courts at Sherry Gagnon Memorial Park as the Brenda Olson Tennis and Pickleball Facility. This suggestion comes with the full support of our pickleball community, who feel Brenda deserves this recognition for her unwavering dedication, volunteerism, and commitment to create a vibrant pickleball network in the town of Raymond. Through her efforts, players of all ages and skill levels have been able to enjoy the sport, from beginners to seasoned veterans. When Brenda Olson, alongside Donna Morton, initially proposed that pickleball group be incorporated under the Raymond Parks and Recreation Department, after taking over from their predecessor Lisa Smith, I anticipated a challenging organizational task for a small department. However, Brenda presented a clear and structured plan, laying a foundation for the program's success. Since then, we've witnessed remarkable growth in community engagement and program participation. Brenda also initiated beginner skill lessons, allowing newcomers to experience the sport without pressure, fostering a welcoming and enthusiastic environment. Under Brenda's coordination, the pickleball program has grown from 68 to 156 active participants, with over 400 members in our Team Reach app, with additional outdoor opportunities provided at Sherry Gagnon Memorial Park basketball court. Brenda's use of the Team Reach app has connected over 400 members, a testament to her leadership and organizational skills. The feedback from those who had worked with Brenda has been overwhelmingly positive, highlighting her impact on the community and the program's success. I personally have benefited greatly from Brenda's insights and collaborative approach, which have made decision-making more efficient and effective. Her dedication has been entirely selfless, never seeking personal gain or recognition. For all these reasons, it would be a privilege to honor Brenda Olson by dedicating the new courts as a Brenda Olson Tennis and Pickleball Facility on behalf of the town of Raymond. Thank you for consideration of this proposal. If Roger would like to say some words.
Good job. Thank you, Board. I'm Roger Bennett. I've lived on Deep Cove Road for the last 30 years. Wow, it's been a while. Growing up in town, I had a son that I raised. Teresa knows because Ben's the same age as my son. As parents, we get to see and interact with our kids as they're growing up. But once the kids grow up and get out of the house, us parents are pretty much homebound. We really had nothing to do. So I saw a sign down at the public safety building that they were starting pickleball. I thought, oh, I was a dialysis patient at the time. I was doing dialysis for 6 years. I now have a transplant, but I had no life. I had work and I had dialysis, and that was it. And other than that, I was a shut-in. So pickleball gave me the option to go do stuff. I came here, I knew nothing about pickleball. And if it wasn't for the tutelage of Donna and Brenda, I'd still be a shut-in right now, to be honest with you. So when the new courts are being built, which I thank you all for sponsoring and getting that in place, it's going to be phenomenal. You know, I think that Brenda deserves the credit for bringing pickleball to so many of us. I could have filled this room times 2 with pickleball people, but I knew you had limited space. So, but I mean, all these people are all on the same page. We're all glad that we have our friendship, that we have a place to go to do things together, and it was because of Brenda. So I think she deserves, I'm not trying to take anything away from Sherry Gadigan. It still should be Sherry Gadigan's field. I'm just saying that the particular courts, I think it'd be really nice if you could, you know, have some kind of plaque or something that said, you know, in honor of Brenda Olson for all her hard work and dedication to getting us, people like me, out of the house. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Roger. Does anybody else have anything to say on this? All right. Rolf, do you want to stay in the room, or do you want to get out of the room while we vote? Told him I was going to boot him after that. All right.
Make a motion that we name the pickleball tennis court facility after Brenda Olson, as requested. The only thing I'm wondering about is whether you add memorial in there or not. That's the only thing I was thinking when I read it. That was the only other thing. I think it's a great thing.
Okay. I wouldn't be opposed to that verbiage.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Thank you very
Great.
much.
Thank you, guys. Yes. Thank you guys for all coming out tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can tell Rolf he can come back in now too. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Come on
down and play pickleball sometime.
Yes. Yeah.
And play pickleball. We get a shirt?
You gotta play 5 games with them.
Okay.
I don't even know how to play pickleball.
No, I don't either.
Maybe they could add-
But
maybe they
you
could
have
add
somebody
dodgeball
teaching
or
down there too? Yeah, good.
I know, exactly. It'd be good.
I want to try it one of these days. I still haven't.
So we voted to do the plaque, and Dennis mentioned about having a memorial at the end. So we said, yeah. All right.
You're strong. I couldn't have held myself.
No.
Hey,
All right, I'm going to hand it back to Rolf now.
next item, is there a motion to go into executive session?
A motion to go in executive session, discussion of personnel matters pursuant to MRSA 1, Section 405-6A.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Motion is carried, we'll go into executive session. We're going to make it easier, we're gonna go into the back room so you people can stay out here instead of having to go stand. Motion to come out of executive session?
Second.
All those in favor? We're back into regular meeting. Next item is consideration of Sebago Lakes Rotary Club Ice Fishing Derby. Ingo, you're on.
Good evening. My name is Ingo Hartig. I reside on Oakledge Road in Raymond, and I'm representing the Wyndham Rotary, Sebago Lake Rotary, and we're requesting another fishing derby next year on February 15 and 16.
Are you going to do the ice dance?
You're going to do the ice dance ahead of time so you can have ice?
It's in order. We're working on it.
I'm going to make a motion to approve the Sebago Lake Rotary Club's Ice Fishing Derby, February 15th and 16th, hoping for lots of ice.
Second.
Yes, thank you.
There's a second? Discussion? All those in favor? Motion is
Looking
carried.
forward to it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Look forward to some ice.
Yeah.
Okay. Next item is consideration of issuing a new business license to Elegant Spa.
And I don't see anyone here that looks like they are the owners, but you do have the application. They did send an update. I'm not sure if you all saw it. I did send it out late this afternoon, but it, evidently they're going to have a massage therapist there, and they send along a copy of that license.
Right.
Her license expires 12/31/24 too, so it's not gonna be, it's gonna be soon that she's gonna have to redo it. But I'm also seeing a lot of things that have to be fixed there too, and I'm guessing, Wayne, that a lot of people, not a lot of people, that building hasn't been occupied on that side for a while.
That side of the building hasn't been occupied at all.
Okay, so on the back of that building, because I know they're gonna be using the upstairs and downstairs, they have double doors that go out to a drop-off, and the only thing that's there is like a black bar or whatever. Isn't that, I guess, illegal? I guess one would say probably maybe not the right word, to have that, not have steps or something?
Right, they're gonna need to correct that, so that nobody can open up those doors and fall outside. And then, they've had a barricade in the past, on the outside of those doors, so that, if somebody went through the window, they wouldn't fall to the ground. So there's two things that they need to do there.
Okay, I just saw it on the back of the pictures that we got, and it was, yeah. And you think a deadbolt would be sufficient enough?
That and that barricade that they had previously.
Okay,
They had an outside metal,
it's like a black iron type thing?
Yeah,
Like a
yes.
fence railing type thing, okay.
yeah.
And where is this again?
You know the new marijuana store that was switched over? It's on the right-hand side of it. It's in the same building, but it's on the right side.
Oh,
It says-
front of Sebago Storage?
It's attached to it?
It's attached to it. Yeah. If they had, he had sent Mel, maybe they'd sent pictures. One of you guys
I
sent-
didn't get any.
Well, it came out, there was.
Oh, was
emailed
that
out
when the
this
name
afternoon.
changed?
Oh, did it?
Yeah, that got emailed out.
Just, I think, today maybe, but it's,
Oh, I read it, I didn't see
yeah.
that.
Okay, so it's it's the same building, but there's the smaller on the right, and there's 2 stories on it, so it's still attached to it.
So that's the green spa is now the new, okay, never mind.
Yep. And parking and everything like that's fine. Wayne? Sorry.
Yes, parking seems appropriate to me anyways. You know, that's really not one of the things I check, other than, emergency vehicle access, and that's good.
Okay,
Asian
all right.
Markets, next strip mall.
But just to follow that up, there are, like you said, there's a list of items that need to be completed before that business can open, because we gotta do another inspection there.
Have you established a timeline on those yet with them?
No, I haven't heard from them on any of these being completed, so that we can do that, set up that appointment. I believe that they're working on the place from, you know, passing by and seeing activity inside the building. You know, they had to build out walls. They had to add more smoke alarms for the fire alarm system. So I've seen work happening there. I just haven't been contacted to do a follow-up inspection.
So the alarm system, is that going to be like, I guess, like the same one? Is it required in the other half of the building also?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay.
It's actually a part of that. It's all one system for that building.
Okay. I make a motion to approve the business license application for Elegant Spa, contingent upon all of these things getting done and
reinspection.
And reinspect it, passing reinspection.
Is there a second? Discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried.
That is.
The next item, consideration of change to the East Shore Tavern's liquor license.
Evening. Kyle Bancroft, East Shore Tavern.
Hi, sorry.
How are you?
Good. So you want to switch from a restaurant lounge to a lounge?
Yeah, so the classification within the state allows for some variables between the licenses. What we're finding right now, and I'm sure that every time you turn the TV on or a news article, there's a lot of pressure within the industry. A lot of places, both new and old, been around decades now, are feeling the pressure of the economy kind of expanding and contracting. And what we're trying to do is just have some wiggle room in our establishment. Right now, we currently run our Class A restaurant lounge, and we're seeking to move to a Class A lounge. The difference between that is just full meals, essentially. Right now, we're offering more of a pub-style pub fare, what we'd like to offer. My issue has been staffing in the kitchen. I think that you're seeing a lot of that across the board. Staffing's hard to come by. The people that are willing to staff the kitchen are, asking huge money. And we've just been going at it for 4.5 years now. And we've really tried to, keep the food program and keep a full-size menu and really keep that, that restaurant style. But what we're finding is that no matter which angle that we take and which approach that we approach it at, the margins, even when done right, are very low. But in order to do them right, you need appropriate staff. You need people that are coming in and doing a good job for you. But you also need to balance on what you're paying these people. And I think that's the big disconnect between the people that hire these people and the people that want to be hired. At one point, I was paying my head chef $1,350 a week to run that small operation. I always paid well. I'm always willing to pay for good quality help, but that's just increasingly getting harder and harder to do. So what we're looking to do is still offer food. We're still a restaurant. We're still licensed to the state of Maine with a Tier 3 eatery license. We're just looking to be able to have some wiggle room in what we can do. So when we go into times like this that you're seeing now with other places that are closing, they're having a difficult time, we can retract and spend a little bit less on our overhead in the kitchen and be able to get through these low to be able to get back. Eventually, we'd like to get back to a full menu. It's just really out of my control at this point. It's how people are spending. It's where they're spending. The other issue is, the wholesale side of food is, still a very expensive aspect of the operation. And because of that, a lot of your local bar and restaurants are kind of forced into this box. You'll see that if you go to my place or any other places in Wyndham, similar items, maybe a small variation, but the problem is that we're boxed into that because of the amount that it costs to run a commercial kitchen. Behind just the labor that it costs, the wholesale food supply, there's a lot of just random things that have to go into a commercial kitchen to make it viable, and we're just finding it just increasingly tougher day by day to keep up with a high quality standard that you need to have the income from that kitchen, and then staffing and just trying to keep up with what's going on with the economy. We've seen less spending across the board, and again, you can't go a day without opening up a media outlet and seeing that another place is closing, and it's a tough time for the industry as a whole right now. So what we're trying to do, long and short, is this will still allow us to serve food. Chris and I had a conversation, Chris Hansen, about kind of the wording, the way it was. There was concern, is this allowed? In the state of Maine, you can run a restaurant without possessing a liquor license, but you cannot have a liquor license without having a restaurant license. So the wording within the code and the land use ordinance, there was some confusion there. But by default, everybody that has a liquor license is a restaurant first. you have to have that restaurant license, you have to have the commercial kitchen, you have to have that in place before we could even apply for a liquor license. So we would still be a restaurant, we're still licensed as a restaurant, we'll still be serving food. The one thing that, or a couple things that changed with the classification with the state of Maine is that it allows us to keep a little bit less stock on hand as far as what we have in our freezers and our coolers. And then it allows us to, right now we're currently only serve food till 9 p.m. We're allowed to be open till 1 a.m. That goes away, so we'll be serving food the whole time that we're open. So if there's any concerns about, food availability with the consumption of alcohol, that risk actually goes down and the availability of food actually goes up. So that's the main component about seeking the classification change. It's not that we haven't tried. I mean, 4.5 years, we have thrown a lot of money into that operation. We have tried different angles. We've adjusted our menu to try to meet up with what our income and what our sales are saying, and we're just having a very difficult time keeping a full menu, keeping a full staff in the kitchen, and still being able to make ends meet on a monthly basis. So that's really what's pushing this, is that it's not that we're just trying to, serve alcohol and get rid of food, because that's not what happens here. We're just trying to make a decision as a business to be able to deal with the new economic kind of landscape that we're in as a whole in the industry.
Yeah, I hear you on that. Everybody's getting hit on that. I guess what you just said, though, I have a question on, because you're going from a Class A restaurant/lounge, taking out the restaurant and going to a Class A lounge. I think that's what I saw on the paperwork. Yeah. Yes. So what technically then is different between a bar and a lounge?
So the big difference is instead of coming in and seeing a steak on the menu, seeing some, what we consider like a full sit-down meal, you're going to find hot dogs, chicken wings, onion rings, more of just a fast, casual type offering on our menu. So that's really the big difference. The difference is more or less on the state side and how they classify the license. One, the cost, and then the couple stipulations that I have told you, we can keep a little bit less stock on hand per seat. And then the requirements are a little bit less for the overall food sales. But essentially, we're the same operation. We're still going to be able to serve food much later than we have in the past. You're still going to be able to come in and enjoy a social atmosphere. So from like walking in standpoint, the only thing that'll be different is, the menu will be a little bit more on the lighter side, pub style, versus, a steak and potato type dinner or a chicken and, with some sides and stuff like that.
Mayor, I read the literature. I don't know who provided it, whether the town manager did or Chris or you, but it was very good reading. And I thought the key that I picked up on was that minors wouldn't be allowed in there without supervision. In other words, a restaurant, a minor could go and get a soda and fries or whatever. So that was a big change that I thought was important. And I, for one, don't want to see any business forced out. There's enough of them going out of business in restaurant work everywhere. So I liked the change. But as I was reading it, I was wondering if the town had say in this as far as the business goes, or whether the state would decide that. And so that's the only clarification I would want.
Yeah, I've talked to the Bureau of Alcohol, and they went as soon as, and I'm not quite sure the exact sequence of events, so if I get it wrong, Kyle, please correct me. But he brought his liquor license renewal in here. You folks considered it, approved it, contingent upon the fire inspection probably. Yes. And then that was complete, and then you sent it up to the state. And sometime just shortly after that, you requested of the state to change from a restaurant to a restaurant lounge to a lounge. So, and the state had said that because the select board approved that license renewal, that they should also approve the change to the license.
Okay.
There isn't another form there. There wasn't any application for you to see, but for them to make that change, it has to come back to the select board.
Chris, from the ordinance standpoint, at what point do we go, or where does it, how close does it get us to just a bar, which is not allowed under the ordinance?
Well, that's a great question, Rolf. We do not have a definition of a restaurant or a lounge in our ordinance. So I had a long conversation with the state. I think that because we don't define it, that it's still an allowed use as long as they serve food, as Kyle described. The big difference to me is right now, if it was a Class A restaurant, they could, with a liquor license, a family can go in there and get served and go in there anytime. With this change, it'll be only people that are over 21 unless they're accompanied by an adult, and they cannot be served alcohol. So it is a difference, but I think it's an allowed use. I don't see anything that would disqualify it, and that's what the state wanted to know, is if it was allowed by our ordinance. In the future, if we want to clarify this, then we've got to put some definitions into the ordinance that describe a lounge or a restaurant. The materials that you were provided by Sue from the state gave the definitions according to the state. That's not in our ordinance. We have in our ordinance that you can have a restaurant is a permitted use, but it doesn't say lounge. So that's why I think it's a good discussion, but in my opinion, there's nothing that would disqualify Kyle from having this license as far as codes and zoning goes.
I guess hearing that, I would make a motion.
Yeah.
And
What do you guys serve right now?
Right now, we serve some burgers, hot dogs, chicken tenders, fried foods essentially, and that's what we're looking to kind of transition to, is just ease the staffing in the kitchen. Right now, I have it so one person can run the front and back, and that's what we're trying to get to, is just look at our staffing and our overhead and what we're paying out, because it's a slow time within the sector.
So you're already doing it.
I mean, to a certain extent, yes. But I mean, we're also meeting with, like I said, we have burgers, we have hot dogs. We're meeting that right now, but we'd like to, change up a few things. One of the things was it's a fork and knife type deal, is what they describe within the state. We want to try to get away from that.
So you have one person on the bar and cooking hamburgers in the back while the bar is still going?
Yeah. We have to do what we have to do. We're a small operation, and that's what we're just fighting to be able to get through this lull. We know that this isn't going to last forever, and that this isn't, an end all be all. But at this time, we're just forced into, making decisions. How can we bring this organization down to a lower overhead and then weather the storm? I think that this winter is going to bring a lot more closures, and we've seen the writing on the wall for a little while now. This summer was not a blockbuster summer for us or across the board. I mean, I speak with a lot of people within the industry, and then my bartenders that, have different jobs elsewhere, and it's been tough. It wasn't what people hoped it was going to be for the summer, and then we're not even in the winter. I mean, we've had a really mild fall, and we're still seeing a lot of trouble across the board. So yeah, we're running it with one person. I'm there. If it increases, I'm 1.2 miles away most of the time. So I, run down and I fill the voids wherever I can. But yeah, we're running a skeleton crew down there to try to just maintain and keep pushing on to greener pastures.
Sorry.
Yeah. Will this require you have to do any signage changes or?
No, we're going to maintain the same name. The only difference, like I said, is it's in the state. It's how we're classified with our license. That really is the.
Well, I'm just thinking from the standpoint of someone driving by thinking it's a restaurant now, and it wouldn't be.
Well, we had gone through that, and that's why we went with the name and rebranded about a year ago, East Shore Tavern. So it doesn't kind of, the cafe would be into, food, and that's what it's always, what I mean, like more of a just restaurant and not the other side, the social, the stuff that we bring in, the karaoke. So no, I don't think so. I think we maintain the same name, same brand, and just kind of weather the storm.
I know Dennis did a motion, but.
Please get a motion. It hasn't been seconded yet.
Right, I guess I just discuss a little bit more.
Okay. I thought we discussed.
Well, I mean, you can discuss once the motion's on the table anyway.
Well, right.
I have no problem with keeping discussion because I found it very interesting reading, trying to find the fine line.
Well, here's where I'm at on it, and unfortunately, every time somebody brings us something new, it's that person that's there. So we did the same thing with the solar panels. We did the same thing with the recreational marijuana thing. And now the latest on the agenda is the Airbnbs. So who's to say, since we don't have it in our ordinances now about bars, lounges, and whatever, what's to stop you from changing it to a bar, I guess? So, and what do we do as a board to say, what do we want in our town about allowing that and not, is where I'm getting at.
That makes sense, except, doesn't the state check with food?
It does, yes, and there's a food requirement. So by default, and that's what the problem is, that with the way that it's written in your land use is restaurant, and that's why I brought up, is that before I'm allowed, or anybody in the state of Maine is allowed to apply for a liquor license, we need to be licensed as a restaurant. So first and foremost, we're a restaurant. And then from there, you can apply for a liquor license to be able to serve that. It's an add-on to the restaurant. So at the end of the day, regardless if we serve alcohol or not, we're licensed as a restaurant. So that's where I think that, me being on the planning board even, I think that it covers everything. If you wanted to question, it's more or less two separate issues. It's how the state classifies the license and then the fee for it, and then how you have it in your land use. But I think from my standpoint, in the way that it reads and the way I understand it, is that restaurant will cover anything, and then you can have your debate. If you want to switch, obviously that's up to the planning board to add some more, but we are technically a restaurant first before, and there's no such thing as a bar in the state of Maine. You cannot get a license to serve alcohol without a restaurant license. It's forbidden.
So those bars down on Commercial Street and whatever else in Old Port are
The
not
way you can
bars?
circumvent that is if you run underneath my license, which is a Class A restaurant, Class A lounge, you can pay extra to just serve food until 9 p.m. So you just open at 9 p.m. Now down in the Old Port, that's not a problem. So you go 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. If you want to just serve alcohol, you've now circumvented that. So that's how you get. But otherwise, no, there is no other way to be licensed for alcohol in the state of Maine without having a restaurant license first. It's
Right.
impossible.
So again, but with that being the case, is there something that we would want to discuss more on about that?
We're going to review the license in a year, aren't we?
His?
Yes.
Are always,
Isn't it an annual review?
Yeah.
And we're not extending it. We're just going to allow the change until, were you in here 2 months ago?
Yeah, roughly. Yep.
So 10 months from now, we'll be able to talk about it again. My thought is, and I know this sounds awful, but if you can't survive and you're doing everything you can to survive, a slight change like this may not keep you alive, but it may help you to go a little bit longer. So my thought is, the food menu changed. I stopped going in there. That's the truth. I mean, I go in and have a beer, but I'm not a big drinker.
Sure.
And so I think with changes, whether they survive or not, it's not going to be because of this. So I don't want to be part of a.
And we're also not
hindrance for
looking
business.
to, we're not looking to have this bar. I mean, our atmosphere is a social atmosphere. We have the pool tables. We bring in the karaoke. We're still going to have we're not looking to switch this up so we can just serve alcohol and be, this is just a necessary move as a business owner.
I mean,
that we need to be able to
if
expand.
I'm reading it, the biggest difference that you get into is if it's classed as the restaurant, a Class A restaurant, at least 10% has, you're at a certain percentage, which you don't have if it's just the lounge.
Sure.
So, I mean, it really comes down to what percentage of food has to be served with the one license versus the other.
And what does DHHS have to do with this?
They're licensed through the restaurant.
Yeah.
So when I license for a restaurant, that's who inspects my facility.
Really?
Yep. Department of Health and Human Services is responsible for all of that. So
Wow.
the inspector actually works with DHS. When he comes in, he does his yearly inspection, which we did. I think he was in for a no-knock, inspection a month and a half ago or so. We did well on that. So yeah, that's who we deal with. And that's who we license, like I said, from the get-go is before we can get to alcohol, we have to be a restaurant, we have to be inspected, and we have to pass through all those requirements before I can even apply.
I'm seeing Mel's eyes, and she's just like, all you can see is her eyes and the top of her head. She's sitting there going like this. The whole thing.
I have a question for Chris. Chris, I mean, this is obviously new. It's new territory, and as I said, I don't want to be responsible for closing a business premature to whatever happens. But if a year from now, or the planning board or the the ordinances were to look at the percentage of food. Could the town put in a minimum of 5% or a minimum of 7% on food sales, even if it was fingers or hamburgers or whatever? Or is that a state? Do you know if that's a state?
I believe
sorry?
that, I
I don't know.
believe
I
that's
don't know.
state.
Well,
So that'd be state, okay.
It's a state, but it all, you know, to do what you just suggested brings in a whole another level, because
We'd be monitoring.
then you need monitoring
Okay.
enforcement.
Thanks for that. Forget it.
Which is a whole different
Yeah, all
level.
right. I'm not into it. I just was curious if that was available, because, I mean, one thing I've read a lot is to try to support the businesses in the community, and that's how we feel. I mean, if this is going to be necessary to keep you afloat.
So, I mean, there's a motion, it hasn't been seconded. Is there a second to the?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Could I
Yeah.
clarify just one thing that Dennis just asked?
Yeah.
On the whole, with statutes, the town can be slightly more stringent than the state. We can never be more lenient. So that's where we could potentially do that, but then, like Ralph said, it gets down to the enforcement.
Right.
Wayne has something.
Wayne has something, and then I just have a question on the hours. So the hours changing, or are they staying the same?
Right now, we operate from 3 to 1, and that will continue to operate within that time frame. We might open back up at noontime. Again, it's really about the staffing. Staffing's just tough right now. So if we can do that, what I was doing was I was running 2.
You're not looking to do 9 to 1?
No, I mean, we were running 12 to 1, and what it did was it broke up.
No, I mean 9 p.m. 1.
Yeah, no, we can't, because we get a lot of the locals. I mean, they're coming in after work, they're unwinding, they're seeing their friends, they're playing pool. It's that social environment, even at that time of day. So we were running from 12 to 1, but what we did was we had to split the shifts with staff. So we'd have somebody work 12 to 5, and then 5 to 1, because that's a very long shift. So with our shortage, we said, how do we bring this down to one single shift that makes sense? And it's still a 10-hour shift for our, whoever's working, but I need one person per day versus 2, or I'm not trying to get that one person to work 13 hours in a day, which is, impossible, and I wouldn't want to do it either,
Other
Wayne.
discussion?
Wayne Wayne had his hand up.
Wayne?
Yes. Yes, to the board. I just wanted to make a point of clarification. When we were before the board previously, there were some items that needed to be corrected, and since that time, those items have been corrected, and I just wanted to make sure you had that on the record for fire and life safety.
Thank you, Wayne.
I guess the only other cautionary thing I'd say, with the change of the menu that you're looking at, you may want to consider doing your grease hood cleaning more often.
Yeah. Well, we're honest. We got a new company that has done very well. I mean, the trouble that we had in the past. This company has been good. So we're hoping to maintain that relationship with them and just keep it on par. So Mr. Jones keeps happy, and it keeps the rest of you guys happy.
Because the thing that's always in the back of my mind was all the Mexicana.
Yeah. No, I think Wayne probably thinks about that a lot too.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded, and no further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Congratulations on your win also.
Thanks.
Have a good night.
Okay, next item is an update on the marijuana growth complaint. Sue has had some discussions with the town, so she just wants to update us on what she's learned.
I have been digging into the state, or actually I've talked to the state. There's an Office of Cannabis Policy is the name of the office. I believe it used to be the Office of Marijuana Policy, but they've expanded a bit. There have been some recent law changes, and the state office sent me the memo that I included in your e-packet that talks about this, and I just saw actually a piece on the news about it as well.
I saw that too.
Yeah, with caregivers, there is a lot of confidentiality around what they're doing and how many plants and all that sort of thing. There's a lot of their data is confidential. So we do have to be very careful about that, and I think that was outlined in the memo as well. And there isn't a lot of regulation around that. There are things that I've found that the town can do if we want to have an ordinance that would, for instance, some towns have said there would be no open grows, there would only be grows in buildings, and that they would have to have air filters for exhaust and things of that nature. So there's things like that that the town could potentially look into. And I'm still gathering information, so I haven't, this is a beginning, but I did want to give an update because the gentleman came last meeting to chat.
Biango. But if we were to make some ordinance changes and do that, would the people that already have them, would they be grandfathered?
Yeah. Well, I think that's,
Pretty sure
that
that would be.
legal would have to weigh in on things like that.
Yes.
Because,
Well, don't they get licensed every? They have to get they have to
Well,
renew their license, correct?
I mean, you know,
Oh, that's
and
a good
these
point.
are also questions that, you know, I mean, we're still trying to get someone from the state to come in
Yes.
to
They
a
didn't-
meeting
they
so we can, you know,
haven't
so,
come back to
I mean, these are questions that are best posed to them because they're in the position to look at it from, because if they were to impose some rules that flowed down, then that
different.
carries a little different
They're looking
weighting.
too after that big fire. It looks like the state's trying to
So, I
change the
mean,
rules.
You know, if you try and do something retroactively, that opens up all kinds of issues.
Yes, it
And
does.
that is very problematic. But the state has more leeway on some of the things that they can do than we mere mortals do.
Yes.
But this was interesting reading, and obviously I'd love to have someone come in for the state to clarify some of it. One thing that I found interesting is it said that in this new change, August 9th of this year, says this new definition encompasses more kinds of retail locations than the previous definitions, includes offices used by registered caregivers. And they put that in parentheses, so I assume they're calling people's offices in their home where they come in and they give the marijuana or sell the marijuana. And then they go down a little bit further and it talks about the only exception to this local authorization requirement is grandfather provision for registered caregivers who were operating a retail store. So I do think,
Yeah, but we don't have retail in.
I know,
in Raymond.
that's what I'm saying, that the only thing that is in here is that office sales, which is probably one of the biggest concerns that people roll in.
I think that was on retail too, wasn't it?
Well, it called it office rather than retail stores, and I think when they emphasized it, it was people who are selling from their home. So I do think there's going to be some, I'm not saying right now, but I think once they start enforcing some of this stuff, I think the town would be wise to look at, even though it's inconvenient to wade into this sort of thing, it's also very inconvenient to have to smell this every fall. And so.
It's more than just fall. I mean, those crops.
Yeah, they're every 3 months.
Really? It's getting that much?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm not attached. I grew up there in those years.
Yeah, I mean, they'll crop those out every 3 or 4 months.
Wow.
Other towns have ordinances.
So, I mean, it's.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to weigh in on this.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is Chris. I'm quite familiar with this marijuana ordinance. I dealt with it quite a bit in Wyndham and also here in Raymond. What the state says is, you know, for anybody to have a retail marijuana store, which caregivers are allowed to do by the state statute, the town has to have an ordinance that allows and has opted in to the marijuana ordinance part of the state statute. So if we have not opted in, so everything that we have in Raymond is grandfathered. We only have 2 or 3, I think it's only 2 retail medical marijuana stores. We have no adult use medical marijuana stores. So what the state says is if you're a medical marijuana caregiver, you have the right to have a retail store to sell your product. But because we haven't opted in, we can't allow that.
Right.
So the 2 medical marijuana dispensaries or retail stores that we have, they have to get a local authorization form signed by the town, which we've done for the grandfathered facilities. So if you don't do anything, we're not going to have any more. if you want to explore having a marijuana ordinance in the future that would address the retail stores, whether it's medical or adult use, or you want to address the conditions of approval for a medical marijuana grow or an adult use medical grow, then you can have stipulations as to meeting setbacks, odor control, and a multitude of other issues that can be addressed by having an ordinance. To do that, you're going to have enforcement. And the hardest thing to do is like noise or odors. How do you truly enforce that? You can smell it one day, you go up the next, you can't. It's just like noise. By the time you get up there for a loud party, it's gone. So this is something we can discuss further, but right now we don't need to do anything. And the businesses continue to operate the way they are. But I think Dennis's question, I think what you were asking is, if we do enact an ordinance, is it going to be retroactive? Well, not necessarily. But if you have, if you adopt odor control, that any of the outdoor grows have to be in an enclosed, even if it's a hoop house, and you control the ordinance with carbon scrubbers or whatever they do to control the odor, you can have a stipulation that says to get that local authorization, you have to have those in place. So you could address odor and by enacting an ordinance, but it's going to take time. So that's it's a discussion for later on, but I just want to throw it out there that it's a big task to try to wrap your head around, because not only do you have to enact the ordinance, then you have to enforce it.
I'm not looking to wade into that, Chris. I was really asking if they can sell from their home.
Yeah, this one is not one of the grandfathered ones. This one is on the Tenny Hill.
And if they're selling it from home, which is one of the gentlemen complained about.
It is a grandfathered one. They have a medical marijuana license. They've been in business before 2018. They are grandfathered.
But not for retail.
But they cannot sell. They can sell from their home.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
That's what he was asking.
But they don't have what you call a retail store. This is where you get into the weeds of the definitions by the state. Anybody can have a medical marijuana license and sell wherever they want. But they're allowed to have an office where they sell, like in downtown Raymond, they could have a retail store, but they can't because we never opted in. In Wyndham, they can because Wyndham opted in, and there are conditions with those facilities.
Right, and that's something we had talked about a couple years ago, and the town have voted to opt in. But what it is saying on here is the new definition they have on here is offices. So everybody that has a so-called office and that is a caregiver, they are registered with the town of Raymond. So you have every caregiver registered through the code?
Absolutely not.
No, they're registered.
No, through the
They're
state.
registered through the state.
That they're only registered through the state.
Okay, so
And we can't, and this is a recent law change, Chris, that I don't know if you've heard of, but I haven't had a chance to talk with you, but the location of caregivers is completely protected information right now, completely confidential. No municipal employee can talk about the exact location of a caregiver.
Well, I thought they just said on here that they're going to start having a list. Did you read that? They're going to have a list
They do have a
of
list,
every person?
but it doesn't include their addresses. Is what the Office of Cannabis Policy told me.
So what you're talking about is confidentiality.
Yes, exactly.
That's not talking about their ability to sell.
That's
or not
correct.
sell.
It's just that we have to be careful as how we're talking about
Because
it.
they're, what they're doing is they're invoking parts of AHIP, not
The HIPAA.
HIPAA into there.
Yeah, HIPAA,
Because it's classed as medical.
That's correct.
Okay, so it says here, the new law makes public most information regarding registered caregivers, dispensaries, manufacturing facilities, or testing facilities operating in the medical cannabis program, and creates specific exceptions for certain kinds of information. Specifically, the new law exempts from disclosure the personal contact information of registered caregivers. It also makes confidential the home address of it. Okay.
Well, what I heard clearly from Chris is we don't want to wade into it, and you already have. I was
We
just
did.
asking questions
We
about.
did, we're not, yeah.
Could they be selling from their home legally? And it sounds like Chris said yes, and when isn't something we have authority to get into, whether it's 2 o'clock in the morning or 10 o'clock at night. So with that, I'm ready to move on.
All right.
Yeah, Dennis, this is a big bite of an apple. It's a lot of work.
That apple
But I mean,
has sour.
it's not, I'm not saying that we shouldn't do it. It's just tread lightly until you decide you want to.
But I mean, at the end of the day, we're trying to get to, we're still trying to get someone from the state that can come in here so we can
Help this
put these
gentleman or whoever
questions
else,
out
yeah.
there so that people can get a better idea of what's allowable, what's not allowable, and make sure, so that people have a better idea of what's going on. Okay. Next item, public comment. Peter.
DJ.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So I just heard the operative word, which is enforcement. So what I'll do is speak to you from the perspective of the comprehensive plan. I'm just looking up at the board here. I see my wife is on. She told me to check first because she wants to also say something on this. But I'm going to, excuse me, talk on the perspective of the comprehensive plan. It was identified early on, over 2 years of data collection, that one of the top 4 concerns of the community is some sort of traffic calming efforts. I know everyone must be aware of the tragedy that took place on October 30th. There were 2 Raymond residents, an elderly couple, that were killed in a head-on collision on Egypt Road. What I'm speaking basically of as far as traffic calming is concerned is this. I've tried my best to speak to as many empowered individuals in the town as possible, from this body, the Budget Finance Committee, also spoke to the Planning Board. It always comes down to the same thing, which is, well, it's enforcement. And so just in response to a couple of those things, I know I'm preaching to the choir, and I understand that. But we're talking about now, and I also heard the term earlier from the fire personnel, it's life safety is what we're talking about. So yeah, we need to be careful about not getting into a situation where there are bars open 24/7 and casinos and all that other sort of stuff in town. And the fact that that there could be an automobile accident associated with that. But the bottom line is what we do know from the community is that it's grown more and more intolerable. And I have heard from individuals in these different committees say such things as, and this confuses me a little bit when I speak about it, well, signs aren't going to change things. Well, I don't necessarily agree with that. And what the data shows is that signs will change things. Will signs solve all of the problems? No. Will putting a different type of road construction in town, that especially in areas where there's transitions from high speed to low speed, like school zones or the village area, will narrowing streets or widening shoulders, will they solve the problem? No. But will they have an effect? Yes, they will. Obviously, all of these things cost money. The ultimate would be, what everybody seems to agree with, is that if there was more of a police presence on our roads, that would go a long way to solving the issues. I spoke maybe a week and a half ago to the town manager and expressed my concern and asked, what can a municipality do in order to get more in the way of police presence on our roads. And basically what we did is commiserated a little bit, but said that, it would be up to the town to reach out to the sheriff, Cumberland County, and see about a contract officer. Some communities have already done that. Knowing full well that there are limited resources through the sheriff's office to provide those contract deputies. What I have knowledge of is several surrounding communities that have done that, so it's not impossible. Obviously, that's going to cost money. I don't know really what the appetite of the town is. I know that decades back we talked about a police department, and the appetite of the town at that time was no. We don't want to have that cost. I think what we're talking about is life safety. I believe anybody that knew the Harmons or a relative of the Harmons would say any amount of money would have been better than that outcome. Also, I've had individuals say, well, you know, Peter, we don't know. You know, it could have been a medical emergency behind the wheel. You know, it could have been the little rainfall that we had brought enough oil onto the surface of the road to cause a careful driver to just lose control. Anyway, what's the resolution process? The resolution process is this. I spent about an hour and a half today, spoke to 7 individuals at Cumberland County about how can I get this information, what's the deal, what's the status of the investigation, and I got basically transferred from one individual to another, to another, to another. 6 individuals. The last individual I got a hold of was actually the most helpful, and she's a detective with Cumberland County, and she was referred to me as being the detective that is on the investigation of the Egypt Road tragedy. What she told me was, well, you know, actually, I'm no longer on that case. But she did give me the number of the detective that is on the case now. And what I got was, I got the case number, that it's under investigation, no surprise, 6 to 8 weeks for them to reconstruct the accident and come down with a determination of what the causality was. And so that was helpful. So at least I have that information, and knowing that that's going forward. What I did come across was an interesting number. From 2022 to date, there have been 40 accidents on Egypt Road recorded by Cumberland County sheriffs. 40. I went a little further and looked and found that Maine DOT identifies that 8 accidents or more over a 3-year period is considered a high-risk road. So I guess my question would be, Cumberland County are well aware that Egypt Road is a high-risk road. You know, I mean, tell us something we didn't know. But the numbers there, they meet that definition multiple times over. And so my question, I guess, would be to anyone that would listen is, and I pose this question to the Cumberland County, what's being done about that? Well, you know, it's the same everywhere. You know, everyone's experiencing, although the number of traffic incidents are down, fatalities are up. I'm not saying that all 40 of these accidents, and what I was told is, you know, the majority of those are people just skidding off that road. There's no shoulder. It's dark. It's a major thoroughfare between Raymond and Gray and the Turnpike and all of that. And we know all of that stuff, but they're aware of it. But there really is no plan of action. You know, they couldn't give me any information. I've heard some speculation from basically secondhand individuals that knew the person that actually witnessed the accident, that describes an accident that leaves, if it's true, leaves nothing in my mind that this was totally negligence. But once again, Cumberland County is going to be very careful in not saying anything like that, because this could be huge liability with vehicular manslaughter and the like down the road, insurance companies, $1 million lawsuits for loss of life and all that other good stuff. So I appreciate all of that. I'm saying even if the determination comes back that this was a medical emergency, and let's say that hypothetically this individual didn't drive recklessly, pass a car on Egypt Road, lose control, go off onto the shoulder on the other side, regain enough control to get back onto the road on Egypt Road. Unfortunately, it was just at that time that the Harmons were traveling towards Raymond from Gray. that they came head on with this driver. But that's all speculation. We'll find out. But regardless of how it happened, the bottom line is we see every day violations with larger vehicles and higher speed on our roads. So I know my wife wants to ask some other questions, and she's actually been talking to everybody that she can. So I'll definitely let her have an opportunity here. But I just tell you that in the chapter on transportation, in the current draft comprehensive plan, it has been identified by the consultants and the committee on the high-risk roads in Raymond. You know, take that for what it's worth. I think when you read it, you'll say, yeah, tell me something I didn't know. The bottom line is, right now, in my opinion, all the roads in Raymond are high risk. And we really need to move on doing something about it. It will cost money. I would definitely recommend that we start at the lower level of interventions and then work our way up. And I think that is about it for me. So thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Peter.
Grace?
Thank you. Peter said some of the things that certainly I would have brought up, so I'll try to be brief. I'll just say that in the space of fewer than 5 days last week, I was passed twice when I'm going the speed limit and someone's going over a double yellow line. One of the times was in the afternoon when I was going to pick up my granddaughter, so that certainly startled me. Another time was an evening that we were going out, it's dark, and the car that passed us must have been going 70 miles an hour on Raven Hill Road, and we were going the speed limit. And there's just no way that had a deer stepped out in the road in front of them, there's just no way that that wouldn't have also ended up in another tragedy. I'm hearing from more and more people that they are really concerned about the speeding. You've heard it a number of times. I've spoken about this a number of times at your meetings. I'll keep coming to the meetings and I'll keep bringing it up until some actions start to be taken to help. Nothing's going to solve it entirely, I understand that, but anything that might help to prevent yet another tragedy would certainly be worth the effort. I know we heard at least 2 months ago, maybe it was 3 months ago, that we had one of those signs that would show that you're speeding and slow down, but it needed a part to be fixed. I don't know what's happened with that. We also had heard, again, it was either 2 or 3 months ago, that we could possibly borrow those signs. I don't know if anything's been done on that front. I would certainly hope that something has and that we start to see those around the town a little bit to help with this. It's just incredibly, incredibly concerning. I had noticed that the lines had not been painted, but they just today I was out on Egypt Road again, and they have been recently. So that's because that does help, because they really were in need of that. I hope that's true in other roads in the town. I haven't been on all roads by any stretch, but I know that 85 also had a lot of spots where the lines were not very visible and needed to be repainted. A lot of places have those, it's kind of a triangular sign that it says when you were able to be passing and now you've got a double yellow line again, it says no passing. You know, maybe we need more signs like that as well. I'm glad to reach out to the Department of Transportation and help nag them as well, but I think it has to also start from our select board, that we start seeing something being done to help prevent any more tragedies. Certainly we don't want anything like what just happened that Peter spoke about earlier. And last but not least, when the school bus was stopped in front of our house, granddaughter got off, and somebody went right past the school bus with the lights flashing. So they have the camera, but again, if they were going slow enough to begin with, notice the flashing lights, maybe they would have stopped. And fortunately, nothing horrific happened, but it just seems like it's a matter of time before we're talking about children being hurt, other drivers being hurt, and it's just so unnecessary. Hopefully we can start to really increase awareness about how this is really become a problem, and we can start seeing the problem reduced. So again, I hope that those signs that we could either borrow or get repaired start showing up around the town and help to just remind people to obey the speed limits, to be careful, to watch out for school buses, certainly. And we can start enjoying the town again. It's a beautiful town. You want to be able to go out where there's enough space on the shoulder to maybe even take a walk. That'd be great. I know a lot of people have stopped doing that because they are so concerned with the traffic. But again, the fact that I was passed twice in less than a week, there's just no need to be going that fast. I mean, please, let's just be careful. Thank you for listening to me ramble on. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Grace.
Actually, they have brought it up quite a few times. Would it be appropriate to make a motion to have that?
Not under public comment, it's not.
Okay, yes, yes.
We can put it on, we can put it on as an agenda.
Yeah, I think that's probably the way to go.
Yeah.
Other public comment? Okay. Selectman comment?
I'd just like to add one thing to Grace Levitt's discussion there. I hate to outdo you, Grace, but I was passed twice in front of the school when it was 15 miles an hour during the school day. Twice. So.
Well,
I see a cop up there every time I go through, though.
I'm going to add to Grace, too, on this one, because we just had it. We had 2 kids on the side of the road that just stepped down off the bus, and this just happened 2 days ago. And a red car flew right through. So what happens is I talked to the bus driver and call the school. Anybody that has that, call the school, call the bus garage, 892-1809, and complain and tell them that you want the cameras, because once the buses are stopped and the stop sign is out, they have a camera coming, getting it in the front of the bus and on the back. And we think we have the person's license plate number of this one. So what they're doing, as I said, and I was a pain at it, Grace. I said, I want to know what you guys are doing about this, because it happens a lot. We stand right down on the side of the road, and I think if Colleen was in the road too, as she stares them down, she would have gotten hit on this one, because this guy was not, or female was not paying attention. So I hear you on that one. Totally hear you. And congratulations to Rolf. And Craig Messenger, you guys did a great job. You really did. Yes.
Other selectman comment?
Yes, I think, I think we all feel the same way as both Peter and his wife. I get passed on Raymond Cape Road, and there is no straightaway on Raymond Cape Road, and it is crazy. And I used to remember the public works director saying all the time, I don't work there in the summer. One of my crew would get killed. And I always thought that was kind of a cop-out, and I said that to him. Well, all the roads are dangerous. Well, I understand it more and more now, because there's usually a line of people, and we call it the Fry Island Express, that come down, and you see quite a change. But without being critical, I have driven on this road right here. I have a friend down at the bottom of the hill, down where you live. And when they pass you on that hill, when you're trying to, before you put your blinker on to turn into someone's driveway, it is scary. I mean, I'm telling you, they have blown me away as fast as they drive on that road compared to even 302. Is if there's one place that I would start with the signs, it would either be there or Main Street. And I think we've heard it enough that I hope it does go on the agenda the next time around.
One wonders whether signs would do any good.
No, it's just a matter of, as I said, it starts to make people aware that you're doing 55 as opposed to 25.
Only 55? I think you go a lot faster.
I'm talking about Main Street.
You ought to live there, down there on Saturday night. Oh, my God.
Oh, it's crazy.
Spooky.
Anyway, that's my opinion.
Any other selectman comment? The only other comment that I would make is I did stand out in front of the school all day on Tuesday, and I will say that it was great to see so many people show up to vote. And it was great to see how efficiently they were moved through there. So the election people did a great job in there. So
Everybody was complaining in the state of going
I mean, when you look at some of the problems they had in Wyndham and other places, we had no problems there, and things just moved through smoothly. So great job.
Right.
I agree.
Yep.
Yeah. Nice going.
Town
Yeah.
managers report.
Really nice scarves.
Be good.
Scarves? Never mind.
Yeah, you'd have to see the back of my office door to get that one. So one thing I want to mention is that I want to send thanks out to the fire department personnel that dealt with that accident last week. That's a huge undertaking. It was a lot of time, a lot of anguish, and but they did it very professionally, did a wonderful job, and I really thank them for that type of service as well. That's difficult. And Mel has something she wants to share about the election.
Yeah, I just wanted to take the time to echo your comment about the election. So it is impossible to run an election without a giant crew of people, including over here mine. So I wanted to call out some people that definitely helped in big and small ways, because I'm very appreciative. So we had 35 different Raymond residents who helped on either Monday and or Tuesday to help pull this off, and like I said, it's impossible to do that without that help. So thank you to all 35 of those people. The Public Works crew did setup and breakdown on Monday afternoon and then Tuesday night, and then also even more on Wednesday morning before school started. I want to specifically thank Nathan White. I've already thanked him about 100 times in person. He worked a full 18-hour day with me, starting the day by helping to bring over the last-minute stuff first thing in the morning, and stayed with us at the town office after. While we worked to get the results out. He refused to leave until we all left, to make sure that everybody left okay. He checked in several times. He was the one who kept in touch with the sheriff and dispatch when the swatting calls started coming in. He called me immediately and made sure that everything was okay and that we were safe. And then he called them to make sure that they knew that we were safe and that to try to find out what they knew. So grateful for that. One less thing for me to have to worry about. Sue Carr, our warden, pulled a full day on Tuesday also. She's amazing. She knows exactly what she's doing and couldn't do it without her. The IT crew set up and took down all the tech that I needed for the day. The fire chief and the deputy chief, between the two of them, they were there on site the entire day as kind of some added security, so to speak. They answered the call literally at the last minute. Some election workers had expressed their concern about safety for the day, because it's just worldwide threats or nationwide threats to the system on election day, and they, like I said, stepped up last minute, and between the two of them were there all day. Sue Look, thank you, providing moral support through the whole process, and guidance for my very tired brain at the end of the night to help keep me on track. Teresa, thank you. Yeah, you.
For what?
You checked in with me several times throughout the day, making sure that everything was running smoothly. You offered to jump in and help if needed. Very much appreciated. Melissa, Jason, and Joe, they offered and or physically did deliver things back and forth, because it's really hard to leave once I'm set up over there. Jenny and Cindy held down the fort at the town office for the entire day without any support from myself and Sue Carr, because we were tied up at the election. They spent the entire day sending voters to the right place. People kept trying to go there to register, and they said that was the most that they did all day, was send people up the street. And like I said, I literally cannot run an election without all of that kind of help, and I am eternally grateful. It was a record high for turnout. There were actually exactly 100 more voters that showed up for this election, between absentee and in person, than voted in the 2020 presidential election here in town. We did 200 at least new voter registrations on the day of.
Wow.
And I helped with that. And I, in addition to holding down the fort at the town office, the clerk's office staff issued 1,338 absentee ballots.
Wow.
Most of those were done in person, and it was bananas. And they handled it very well, and I am impressed and grateful and very tired.
I bet. Wow. Wow. Thanks.
Excellent.
Seriously, thanks for
Thank
all the
you.
work.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness.
And I will say Mel did leave one person out. Mel did a fantastic
yourself, yes.
job. She's been involved with elections, and she's been a clerk for a long time, or deputy clerk for a long time. To go in to, you're the first time you are completely responsible for everything for a presidential election is huge. And Mel did it with a smile on her face. Sometimes it was one of these smiles on her face, but still, she did it with a smile on her face. She's met every deadline that the state has had. She has a lot more to do. She is nowhere near done. It takes about 2 months after the election for a clerk to finish with all of the statutory requirements after an election. So Mel will still be very, very busy, and that's one of the reasons you didn't have minutes to approve on your agenda. I told her, no, don't do those yet. You've got more than enough to do with the presidential election. So, but she did a bang-up job and jumped right in. She didn't know any of the people here. She didn't know any of it, and she has done fantastic, and I thank her for that.
You look very, very held together when I saw you afterwards. I mean, you were kind of like ducking underneath, and then you grab the tape, and then you grab another box, and at one moment you're like, okay, back under the wires, yes. So you looked very, very held together, so yes, thank you.
Oh, other than that, you have meetings coming up.
Right.
December 10th is the next, and then January 14th, 2025. We're almost there.
December what?
December 10th.
December 10th.
Would be the normal second
Do we have
Tuesday.
anything big going on that would maybe take a month off?
We'll see.
We'll see.
Okay.
I might not be here.
And we will be closed for Thanksgiving. That's also on your agenda. And the day after.
Actually, no, I'll be here for that.
And that's all I have.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Welcome to the December 10th Select Board meeting. Call the meeting to order. All
Motion.
members are present. Sam is present through Zoom. All the other members are present in person. First order of business is to approve the minutes of October 15th.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Motion to approve the minutes of November 7th.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Both minutes are approved. Next item of business was 3A is questions and answers with the officer on the cannabis policy. He originally was scheduled to be here tonight, but had a conflict, so we're going to table that discussion and reschedule that for when we can get him back in here to have that, so he can answer questions for us. Any objection? Next topic is discussion of the municipal fiber contract. Sue?
Well, in your packet, and I apologize for the lateness of getting the full one to you this afternoon, but there is the municipal fiber contract as well as the fiber agreement. And and a map of the ring, etc. One caveat to this is that our attorney hasn't reviewed it as yet. So as I would make any changes that you folks have, would request tonight, and then send it to the attorneys, and then it would be ready to be signed, but it's not ready to be signed tonight. And I believe Andrew Davis is here, and he is, and is here to answer any questions or give you information if you need.
Questions?
I wouldn't mind having an explanation of the layout off in Main Street on, you have solar panels there, and
Sure.
so just there wasn't a whole lot to
Yep.
describe what was going
Why
on.
don't I give you guys a quick update on the site plan? Thank you for the opportunity to present this evening. 1 second to hit share so you guys can see the screen and the public can see the screen. Are you guys all able to see? Okay. So since we met last, we worked extensively with the fire chief and your code enforcement officer to design the location for facilities and where that equipment would be located. We had discussed with the board before co-locating some equipment at the Raymond Fire Station to allow the best reliable service on the ring. So if it's okay, I'll show where that is, and then I think you had a question. You said about Main Street. Were you referring to the fire stations?
Yes.
Okay. So on here, the primary facility is equipment that's located here. We've done our best to sort of try to tuck this into the natural aesthetics of the property. There's an existing clearing, no major deciduous trees here. We would tuck the equipment, the propane tank, the generator in here. There's an underground conduit to the first new private utility pole that's placed here at the intersection coming from Main Street, which is fiber from 2 directions. And then at the pole 508 going north on Roosevelt Trail, there's another utility pole placed with a utility conduit coming back. In discussing with the fire chief the various options for reliable power, we always prefer to provide what's called a 2N redundant power system. So we obviously can't get 2 power grids in this location. So we both have a power grid, and then, for example, in Sebago, we actually placed 2 generator systems, completely independent of each other. To reduce that impact here, there's actually a good location for solar. So we worked with the chief to look at placing solar panels in a small area here in the future that would go through the full planning board. I believe discussions with the code enforcement would be a planning board staff level site plan review, which is still pending. You are not in any way approving that. That's still under the review of the permitting. But that's what the second box you see on the property is, proposals to place a small amount of solar there, so that along with the batteries that go with that would provide one of the 2 backup power systems, the other being a small generator.
And the small generator being that small square again, down towards the end of the driveway?
This is the detail engineering of
okay.
that. So there's a 1,000-gallon tank. There's a small, we reduced the size of this building to be a 6x6 building. There are also, as we went through, which turned out to be very good in the end, what we found in the last week, and I should apologize for the delays in you getting the materials actually on our fault. We were later getting them to sue than planned. Our surveyors, Sebago Technics, last week found that the town does not actually own all of the land directly down here. If you see on the site plan drawing, it shows the apparent former limit of right-of-way. The road, the state right-of-way used to go through here like this, and then their review of the property records so far shows that the state has handed over sort of the chunk that's down here, but there's a small slither right here, right near where we're going to build, where it's not clear if the state handed that property over to Raymond or not. To be safe, working with your code enforcement officer, Mr. Hanson, and discussing this, we worked to make sure that everything was set back a full 25 feet from the front of the setback. We actually took the whole design here. We initially had done this as like a 20 feet by 25 feet deep. We ended up rotating that whole area, relaying everything out this week, and then having to actually go from what we'd already marked in the field after we did on the plans. We sent the surveyors back to reestablish markers in the field to replace the ones we had previously done after adjusting all of this. So my apologies for Sue receiving that late. That was on us. After we found this and in consultation with the code enforcement officer, it was going to be much cleaner for us to make the changes on our side to make sure it's 100% on the town's property and nothing is placed on the the former state right-of-way, which may still be a state right-of-way in some areas.
I have a question on the solar. That's your redundancy for your backup in case the generator fails, or
One of two, yes. So the benefit of the solar being that it can run for a much longer period of time, but we have two systems, a pure battery-based solar system, and then parallel to that is a generator.
Okay, so there are banks there. It's not just.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. You can see that here on this drawing, which there's a separate outside battery cabinet for the solar system, which is isolated from the building. We reviewed this with the fire chief as well, because the goal is we don't want to have batteries inside of the building with equipment. That's the only real fire risk. So both the batteries and the generator set back the appropriate distances from the building and the appropriate distance from the propane tank as well.
And if the solar panel doesn't go through, you just put in a secondary generator?
Yes. That is the layout as you see it, sir.
And when this is all said and done, who will own this equipment, the town of Raymond?
No, Sebago Fiber does. So in the structure of the fiber agreement, the town is purchasing an IRU, or irreversible right of use, of the 12 fibers within the fiber network connecting your buildings. Sebago Fiber owns the overall network, and we own this equipment.
Yeah, I was trying to figure that out when I was reading. It was kind of Greek.
Yeah, the IRU is a sort of standard practice in the telecom industry that you guys have the right to use that fiber. You don't have to use it with us. You own that fiber, and if you decide you want Charter, Consolidated, First Light, or another company to use it in some way for you, you have the right to do that. Or you can, as planned right now, the town's IT department can light it up themselves.
Would you, one more question. I'm really intrigued by the whole circuit. I listened to Kevin present it a couple times. Is this going to be enough if you start to tie in neighborhoods and you actually start to expand it within our town?
Yes.
Or will you have to add to it?
Nope. So the core, so this is the ring that we're
down the streets.
Yes. Yeah,
so the core ring here, this is one of the fiber cables we put in this area. The town will own about 12 fibers in this bundle. This cable we put in will probably actually be much larger, at least 144 to 216. And as we've done the high-level design for the whole town, as we build this portion, it's sized for support the whole town. And then we'll plan to build it in the phases. We've seen continued interest in Raymond. We'll give you an update at a future meeting as to where our phase plan looks like. But right now, the phase one is definitive we'd be building. And then we've been looking at, based on the responses, we'd be accelerating the phase two pretty aggressively. We are actually ahead. We've moved very quickly in building in Sebago. That project was going to go till July. We've accelerated that build up and are hoping to finish it, the main construction in February. So then we'd like to move into here very quickly.
And I really wasn't referring to the cables. I was talking about these buildings and solar panels or generators.
Yeah, so
that'll be enough for whatever you do in our community.
Yes, it's sized to support Raymond and Casco, and a portion down to the south of you, and a portion extending outside your community. So so it's the building is smaller than we placed in the town of Sebago, but there's enough space in the racks there to support what we need to support for basically the 12 mile radius around here where we'll be serving for GPON and further.
That's what the questions I had after looking at it. Thank you.
Yep.
Another question? So what I would suggest is we authorize Sue to finalize the contract and sign the contract.
I'll make a motion to do just that.
After the attorney review.
Yep.
Yes.
Moved and seconded. Other discussion? All those in favor?
Oops. Sam, we can't see you. Would you mind saying aye instead of or nay?
Sam?
You're muted.
Can you take that off the screen? We're all done
Yeah,
with
if you unshare, then it'll probably, there we go.
We lost Sam.
We lost.
Oh, yeah.
No,
He's up in the corner, but
top left.
But it looks different than it did.
Yeah.
So I think we lost it, but you have a quorum anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
there he
The motion is carried. Okay. Next item, consideration of issuance of tax abatements. Kurt.
Thank you.
Hello, Kurt LaBelle, Assessor's Agent for the Town of Raymond. I have a couple of administrative items I'm asking the board to act on to correct some errors that were made by us involving a couple of tax assessments. First tax abatement is personal property account to Elevon Incorporated in the amount of $6.88. The company had reported to us that their assets were disposed of prior to the assessment date, and we made a mistake and didn't deactivate the account and made the assessment anyway. And they followed up and let me know that that had happened, and I told them that we would take care of that. The second abatement is an abatement to Orbit Properties LLC. This involves the property that's down on 302. It's the muffler shop and the brake. The two commercial auto repair shops.
Tire warehouse.
And, tire warehouse. And in behind that, there's a residential home. And the owner of the property, Flanagan Properties, divided the lot, divided out the residential home from the commercial properties by conveying it to another LLC that he's involved in called Orbit Properties. And we made a mistake and processed the entire transfer as a sale for the entire property. So the remedy for that is to back out the assessment in full to Orbit Properties on the entire lot because it's the incorrect person, and then issue two new tax assessments, one to Flanagan for the commercial lot and one to Orbit for the residential lot.
Do you want two separate
Well,
motions?
there'll be, so the first motion is going to be on Avalon.
Right, for $6.88.
So you're making that motion?
Yes, so motion to approve the tax amount of the abatement, $6.88 to Avalon.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Motion's carried.
Motion to approve the second abatement to Orbit Properties in the amount of $10,380.20.
Second?
And that one, I think I
Discussion?
signed.
All those in favor?
Yep, I do.
Motion is carried. Then you need the two motions on the supplemental tax.
A motion to approve the supplemental tax warrant on it's $10,536.72 on Title 36, Section 113, but I'm not seeing a name. Sorry.
Landon Flanagan's Properties and Orbit Properties still, isn't it?
Yeah, Flanagan Properties in the amount of $8,677.40, and Orbit Properties in the amount of $1,859.32.
That's not what I have on here on these. This one has 10,536.
That was one before.
That was
Right.
the abatement.
The previous one.
Yeah.
No, I know that. I gave that to you, but he says the supplemental
The
ones.
supplementals are,
Yeah, that's this one.
Yeah, but what it's saying, it's not saying on here who
gotta
it's
go-
for.
It's on this, is what I'm saying.
no,
No,
I can
it's
make a
different one.
motion.
Oh, my minute.
no, that was,
No, that's the right one.
Yep, 688 on this one.
10,536.
Okay, so that's a supplement on this one. The
Yep.
688 then is not on this one then.
Right.
No, it's,
It's on a different.
Right.
we made a motion for that
What's
just
the,
previous.
No, I know. What
What's
happens
the-
is there's one paper here that we vote, but then there's another one that we have
Oh.
to sign.
you have the supplemental.
Oh,
Yes, that's what,
Wow.
yes. So that's what I'm trying to make sure on that one. So, all right, so then this supplemental tax warrant then would still be on, no, that's,
They're all under one, there's two listed, but it's under one warrant.
Yep.
right.
So the warrants should have the total
Yeah.
amount.
okay, so you just
but
need
the
a,
certificate has the listed,
It's
has them listed out individually.
okay, so then you need a motion to approve the supplemental tax warrant for the $10,536.72.
Right.
Yep.
But then what would be this one then? That doesn't have, just as what
Does that one
page?
say certificate?
Yep,
That goes with it. So the warrant is a warrant to the collector to go get the tax, and the certificate is an amendment to the valuation book which
Okay.
says that on X page, which is the third page, that those are ones that are to be added to the book. So you get two forms.
Okay, so I've already got a motion, so I need a second on that.
Second.
Okay.
Discussion?
We have it.
All those in favor?
You already figured that one out. Sorry. All right, and then the other one is a motion to approve the supplemental tax certificate on the same abatements.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried.
So now you guys can, oh, you guys didn't sign that.
Next.
All right, that's yours.
That one's done.
Next item is consideration of Parks and Rec's renting of the Raymond Village Community Church.
Did you want to skip the update on the?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, sorry. Update on the revaluation project. Kurt.
Just put it until the end, it'll be fine.
So KRT, the company that we've contracted with to conduct the revaluation, they're ready to begin the project. Most of the next 6 months will be data collection. It'll be fairly steady and slow through the winter months, and then I expect it will pick up. They'll add staff in the spring. So they're going to be starting up, I would say, sometime this month. They haven't told me where they plan to start, but in my discussions with them, what I'm expecting is they'll probably start in the north end of town and save the waterfront and more seasonal areas for summertime, when they're more likely to actually see the people when they're there. Prior to moving into a particular area of town, residents will receive a postcard in the mail from KRT letting them know that some point in the next month or so they will be coming to their property. Because there are so many properties to be visited, they're not able to schedule advance appointments on this first pass, so they'll be going right down the street, going to every home. If someone is home, they will, knock on the door and they will identify themselves, and they'll have an identification from KRT and from the town. They'll ask to do an interior inspection. We ask that, homeowners allow them to do that if it's reasonable at that time for them. It'll allow the data to be collected to be more accurate. They'll get a more accurate appraisal in the end. If there is no one home, they'll remeasure all the exterior buildings, make note that there was no one home, and later on in the project, in likely the spring of next year, those folks will get a letter asking them to make an appointment, and they will conduct appointments on, they'll do it on an appointment basis. We are going to have a press release for the Roadrunner this month, which will let people know. We're going to activate a revaluation page on our own website that will also link to KRT's site. We have already we have information on the 3 data collectors that KRT will likely have here initially. So we have their photo and their vehicle information, which will be available on the website. We've also provided that to the sheriff's office. And we're going to let residents know that if they have any doubt when someone arrives that, they are who they say they are, they're welcome to call Town Hall or the sheriff's office, and they can validate that information. But they will be starting. One of the things I've noticed quite a bit in other towns is most towns have a Facebook community, an informal Facebook community page. A lot of people have cameras around their homes, and they're not necessarily used to somebody driving in and kind of poking around their house when they're not there. And so I've seen in other towns there's been a lot of traffic on those Facebook sites where people, who is this? Who's going around my house? So, we'll do our best to get the word out. We'll put something out on our Facebook page. This part of the process will go on for several months. I expect I'll probably start out giving the board quarterly updates, let you know where we're at in terms of progress on the project. When we reach milestones, such as finishing data collection, starting to look at valuation modeling, or the field appraisals, we'll have meetings where we'll bring a KRT in who can give better updates on that and where we're at. I think that is pretty much it.
How are they handling no trespassing properties?
If a property's marked no trespassing, they won't enter the property. They will mark that down and follow up with a letter later on in the process. So some people, I believe, have, when you get your postcard, there'll be phone number on there to contact KRT. They won't make an appointment, but if you're someone who's adamant that you do not even want anybody on the property, the residents are welcome to contact KRT directly. They'll make note of that, so that they will do their best not to go into a situation where they're definitely not wanted.
Yeah. I'm thinking of their safety too. So.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, is there a provision at all that they have as a fallback to drone in?
Oh, that's a good point.
We haven't addressed droning. We do have, they're going to be using the data that we already have, so they're not going in blind.
Right.
If they aren't able to access a property initially, and then in the spring of 26, they're unable to gain an appointment, the appraisal will be done based on the best information that they have, whether they derive that information from the internet or however they derive it. I don't think droning is something that we're going to be looking to do. There's probably some privacy concerns there as well in terms of flying over people's properties and things like that. Ultimately, the third thing that could happen is we make an estimate. There will be a hearing period, and if someone still, for whatever reason, has not had their property inspected, looks at their property card and realizes that there's errors, they will have an opportunity before taxes are issued to get those remedied with KRT. So there'll be multiple points along the way where property owners can make sure that the information that KRT has is correct.
Questions?
Seems to me that when I read your literature that it would be, looks like about 18 months, maybe even longer before the double checking and all the questions and answers are done before a person would know what their house is now appraised at.
Yeah, I expect probably around June of 2026. So data collection will probably be the primary thing that's getting done through fall of 25. And then in the fall of 25, they'll have a year, 15 months of sales data. They'll start to compile models. In the winter of 25 into 26, the field appraisers will go out and visit every property again. They won't be knocking on doors. They'll be using the information that the data collectors have provided. They'll already have a model in place that works with the properties that have actually sold, and then they'll be looking to apply that model to each property as they revisit each property. So it'll be spring of 26 when that happens. We'll have an opportunity to review all the values, give a final yay or nay, address any issues that the town has, and then around June 26, preliminary values to go out. We'll have hearings probably through the month of August, and if all goes well, we'll make a timely commitment in September, mid-September of 26.
Yeah, I think you answered the second question, which is they'll get a notice right after that, which would be in the June period, and then they'd get a letter saying this is what we found.
Yep.
And then there's an appeals process that will be in that letter, dating when you'll start to have the hearings.
Yeah, I think typically what happens is the letter itself is just going to have the valuation. This is where we believe your property is valued at. But the information on each property will be available either at the town office or through our website. So when someone receives their value, they can then go on and look at the property card and see how that value was derived. If they see errors or they have issues or questions about the valuation, that's when they go to the informal hearings. Those are done before commitment. It's a chance to clean up a lot of things that, lot size, or I have wetlands on my property, did you account for that? Or this measurement's not right. These things more of that we can clean up before tax bills go out, the better. Because once we issue the tax bills, then we're into a formal appeal process.
And that brings me to the last question, which is probably not the last question, but the bill in October will reflect it, or the bill that goes out in October will say what to expect in April? You understand where I'm going?
The tax bill in September of 2026 will have the new value and whatever the new tax rate is.
Okay, that's where I was going with it.
That's when you get the surprise.
I've had it before.
Yep.
It's very similar to when Vision did it.
Yeah.
Vision, I think it was.
Yeah, I mean, right now, the things could change. Right now, our assessments are running 45% of market value.
Wow.
So it's not going to be unreasonable to expect the overall valuation of the town to double, depending on where the budgets are at that time. If it were the same budget and it was flat and you have twice as much value, you're going to have a tax rate that's going to basically go in half. That's going to be applied onto the new value. And what ends up happening is if our average is 45%, if your assessment under the old system was lower than 45%, you have further to go to get to full value. You're probably going to see a tax increase out of that. If it was right around the same ratio as our average, you may not be impacted at all by the revaluation. And then if your current assessment is higher than our average, those folks tend to see reductions. It's a reshuffle of the apportionment of the tax. And the sales, we'll have to see what happens over the next few years, what we get for market activity.
Thank you. I think we've seen what's going on with sales.
Yeah.
But thank you. You did a great job.
Sean McKillop, Budget Finance Committee. Interior evaluation sounds highly irregular. Is this something new? I've never heard of an appraiser going in and looking at the interior. And what are they looking for? Granite counters versus, carpets and wood flooring? Like, what is it? 'Cause I couldn't imagine them doing an in-depth thing to really nail down a value.
Yeah, so the data collectors themselves are not going to be applying the value to your home. They're basically taking down information such as what's your bedroom, bathroom count, what kind of heat do you have, what kind of flooring do you have, any unique components of the property. Interior inspections are pretty much standard with property revaluations. We attempt to get a full inspection in, anytime we can, because otherwise we have to guess.
They did that last time, Sean. They went through everything, and I went, they lowered my land value, but they went inside the house, and I had done some custom trim, and they marked down custom trim, and it's a way to get the quality of your house, if you will.
Hi, Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. If memory serves me, Kurt, the last time my house was revalued, the interior inspection was optional.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, the interior inspection is always optional because if you're a homeowner, you have the right to deny access if you wish to do so. So there's always the option of the homeowner to say no. There's a couple things though that could happen. Obviously, the assessment has to be made, whether they get access to the property or not. So they're going to make the best estimate that they can. If the homeowner is unhappy with the results of or wants to challenge their appraisal, at some point, if it becomes a formal appeal, a request is going to be made by the town to inspect the property. It's hard to imagine the town reducing the value of a property without having actually done a full inspection on it. So that, taxpayers can expect that at some point, if they intend to challenge their assessment, the town's going to want to see the full property. But you can do what you want, it's your property.
Thank you.
Good point.
Other questions? Thanks, Kurt. Next item is consideration of Parks and Recreation renting the Raymond Village Community Church. So,
hello, everyone. Joe Crocker, Raymond Parks and Rec Director. I'll briefly just kind of go over the proposal for use of the Raymond Village Community Church for Parks and Recreation and age-friendly Raymond programs. First initial assessment is the space and the facilities. This will allow us 3 office spaces, one for age-friendly Raymond coordinator, the Parks and Recreation Director, and the Assistant Parks and Recreation Director. It also has 3 activity rooms that probably can house probably comfortably 10 to 20 people. Those can also be called like breakout rooms. The vestry, which is the main area when you walk in the bottom of the church, it's probably like the main function area as a kitchen. You can comfortably fit probably 40, 50 people with tables, and have dinners and potlucks and stuff like that. A few of the things with the assessment is probably some compliance needs. Right now it's under the church, so they don't have to allow for ADA standards right now, but a couple of the bathrooms are pretty small. You would not be able to get a walker in there. Definitely, if this ever changes hands, we would have to address that issue right away for Parks and Recreation use. This is our soft timeline as of right now, December, January. We've launched a few programs already. We've done an age-friendly event where we have all-age bingo, so grandparents can bring their children, their grandchildren. Parents and children also have gone. Huge success. We had probably about 30 the first time and 20, 25 the second time. We also are going to, we're launching currently some special events for winter. Kids Night Out, an elf workshop, and gingerbread making. Probably by February, we'd want a long-standing MOU signed by RVCC, the church. They are currently looking to merge with North Windham, so they'll probably know a little bit more in the next couple months. Probably by March, we'd like to fully be operating out of that church before we hit spring and summer, which is our busiest time for Parks and Rec. Some of the other spaces would be kind of the outside. When touring the facility, Public Works Director Nathan White had a good idea of possibly putting the playground where the parking is set back near the retaining wall. If we move that back, we could probably get a playground in there, with some wood chips and a nice little breakout space for outdoor. That could also be used for after-school programming, or in the summer maybe a teen camp or another home base. So definitely a lot of potential for that building. I'd say kind of run through the budget of this. This is just ideas flowing. This isn't necessarily what I need right away, but some of the costs that could be associated with this move into this location. Right now, I think we have some Wi-Fi access. If we want to have 3 office spaces in there and move Debbie Tarr, the age-friendly coordinator, in there, we probably want to set up some phone system or computers from Kevin's IT department. I think for the short term, we could just access Wi-Fi, but I know if we move there permanently, that's the projected cost that Kevin has given us. The other piece of this is the office equipment probably needs some update with the painting. There's some brightly colored rooms. Not my first choice, but definitely was there for different uses, but we probably want to get a nice neutral paint coordination in there. There's probably some other facility upgrades, renovations that we like to do inside. Some equipment, if the tables and chairs are taken to North Wyndham or are used elsewhere, we'd probably want to get our own set, a nice portable set, sturdy set, so we can have functions in there and have them stored away. So roughly the annual operating cost, this is negotiable, but originally probably want to cover the utilities there. It's really takes a lot of heating to heat that building. So we definitely want to pay rent while RVCC is letting us rent out this place to help with the cost of it. So roughly, I think we started negotiation at $1,500 per month. Another one, this could be pushed to the budget cycle, but moving Debbie Tarr, the age-friendly coordinator under Parks and Recreation. I think that would better set us up to streamline some of our policies, procedures, and staff to help better support her and the seniors in town. So that's something that we would want to look to move into RVCC with. Also, given some supplies for age-friendly in our Parks and Rec budget. There's also, we would probably want to increase our projects and maintenance line under Parks and Rec. The biggest part of this would be, part that needs to be discussed is we've allocated, with Public Works, $100,000 for a upgrade at District 1 right now. That's off 47 Main Street, where my office and Riley are currently housed. Continuously, that project's gotten, we've made some cuts, and it continues to, with the cost of everything, kind of be exorbitant and not logical to really build a office in one of those bays and take up storage, truck storage for Public Works and everything like that. So the thought would be to reallocate a portion of that towards
Check 1, 2.
Good evening and welcome to the special town meeting for the town of Raymond. In the name of the state of Maine, I am required by law to notify and warn the inhabitants of the town of Raymond, qualified by law to vote in town affairs, to meet at the broadcast studio at 423 Webbs Mills Road in said town on Tuesday, February 11th, 2025 at 6 p.m., then and there to act on Articles 1 through 2 as set out below. Article 1. To elect a moderator to preside at said meeting. I will entertain nominations for moderator.
I make a motion to nominate Joe Bruno.
Okay. Need a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further nominations?
Motion to close the nominations.
Okay, and a second on that.
Second.
Okay. You have ballots in front of you. If anybody in the audience wants to also vote, that's fine.
There's some if anybody needs anything. You have to write.
I thought they couldn't vote.
Well, it would be the whole town. It would be the whole town if we were at a meeting.
They can online.
All right, Joe.
Oh, you mean
it
these
is
guys.
unanimous.
Yeah, anyone in the audience can vote if they so
Yeah.
choose.
I thought you meant that audience. I was like,
Oh,
I thought that was a rule. You can't do that.
Joe, you have been elected moderator. I will swear you in. Raise your right hand. I'll say it. You just say I do at the end. I, Joe Bruno, do swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and of this state, so long as I shall continue a citizen thereof, so help me God. I do swear that I will faithfully discharge to the best of my abilities the duties incumbent on me as a moderator for the town of Raymond for the February 11th, 2025 special town meeting according to the Constitution and laws of the state, so help me God.
I do.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna sign right there.
All right.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. In the name of the state of Maine, you are hereby required to meet, to notify and warn the inhabitants of the town of Raymond, qualified by law to vote in town affairs, to meet at the broadcast studio. Article 1, to elect a moderator. Article 2, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to grant to Sebago Fiber and Wi-Fi LLC a perpetual easement over and under a portion of town-owned real property identified as tax assessor's map 04, lot 106A, support the installation of a fiber optic network ring connecting all municipal buildings and public safety radio towers, and for the purpose of erecting, installing, and maintaining 1, a structure of approximately 400 square feet to be used as a central office, 2 new utility poles and underground conduit, and 3 solar panels. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve Article 2.
Do I have a second? Second. Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
The only question I have, and I don't know if anyone's here, and that is this a particular location? I mean, was it because of 302, or could they put it right here but beside this building? or Town Hall?
It's because it's right on the ring. It was the most convenient place, and there is a spot there. And it actually, the fire building benefits from it because they're going to put up 2 utility poles that will include lights for that side of the driveway. So it ended up being a win-win. It had good exposure for the solar panels they want as a backup for the broadband ring. So it ended up being a very, very good spot.
I'm not opposed to it. I just was curious why that spot in particular.
Yeah, because it really, they looked at it and it was one of the best spots in town for it that was on the ring.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions, comments?
Is this going to cover all of Raymond? I mean, finish the coverage?
I think you might want to use the microphone there, Louise, and introduce yourself, please. We all know who you are, but.
Louise Lester, 10 Hartley Lane. This will finish all of our connection for whatever it's going to be doing, its intended purposes, which I imagine is internet. Is this the last that's going to have to happen to Raymond, or will be
Would you like me
complete?
to answer, sir? It won't finish, it will begin. They'll be putting the fiber ring in as the basis to put all other fiber out to the different neighborhoods and buildings. And the original fiber ring will initially support all of and connect all of the town buildings, is the first piece, which is why the town is getting involved in it. And then from there, it will branch out into the neighborhoods based on the surveys that Sebago Fiber did to get people to pre-sign up basically and say they wanted it. Where the greatest density pockets are near the ring is where they'll begin to branch it out. So this is the beginning of the project.
At this point in time, do the people around Raymond Pond have good connection? I know back in my day, they did not.
That I don't know. I wasn't that intimate with that part of the project.
Thank you.
Cliff Small, Route 85. How big a solar panel area? How many acres or square feet is this going to take up on that site? I see nothing that says the site's going to be X number of square feet in total.
Yeah. No, I believe the solar panels are going on the roof of the building. It isn't? Then maybe Chief can talk about that.
I actually think Andrew's on, even though Andrew Davis is on.
Oh, he is. Oh, yes. Andrew, could you answer that question?
Yep, the solar panels are going on the ground.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You have a drawing attached that shows the dimensions. It's a very small number of panels on the ground to support the immediate needs.
Thank you.
I'm curious what a small number is. What is it?
It's less, I refer to the drawings when I misspeak. I'm unfortunately driving right now. I could not be there in person. It's my son's birthday. It's the area on the ground is, also going to pull up the drawing, you'll find it's number for less than 12 kilowatts. Very tiny. Now smaller than most home installations would be.
Okay.
She's going to pull it up.
We did our best to sort of tuck it into a spot and minimize any need to remove trees, aim it to the south, and just try to be as minimalistic as possible. That's also the site that was chosen, is to be as minimalistic and tucking it in amongst the trees while still providing the reliable connection to both 302 and Main Street and out of the way. I don't know if Sue or a member can actually see the drawing.
Bruce, do you have an answer?
I can assist a little bit. I can't comment to the size of the panels setup though. I know that changed a little bit since the last time I've looked at it. I could tell you about where it sits, and you're familiar with the property, you know where the Christmas tree is and the hydrants on the other side. It's on the 302 side of the Christmas tree, if you will. Kind of tucked down into that opening, so you've got you get a group of trees on the side and that side, and it kind of fits in there and it will aim south.
So you're saying the solar panels will be up towards the building and the building will be down by the road? The Christmas tree is up by the hydrant, right?
Christmas tree by the hydrant, yes, not the one up by the building at all. There we go, we're getting it now.
Oh, good. He's got it.
Perfect. Yeah, that shows it there better than I can describe it, but you see where the building is, and then you look towards 302. So it would be north of the retention pond and south of the hydrant, if that makes sense.
So
And
it
then
looks
the
like it's
building is
pretty good
off to the
size.
side.
Any further questions or comments?
That's a pretty big lot.
All those in favor? Opposed? It passes. Have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
Second?
All in favor? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
Sure.
There you go.
Good evening and welcome to the Select Board. It's February 11th. Rolf cannot make it here tonight. We do have a quorum. Sam is on Zoom. We're going to do, can I have a motion to approve just the minutes of January 14th?
I think there's a correction that needs to be made.
Yep.
Page 8, I think, let's see. 8 of 9, just in a name. I think it's Dave Brown, not Peter Brown, the gentleman who spoke.
Do you have that, Mel?
That's all.
Okay.
Other than that, I make a motion to accept
With the change.
with the change.
Can I have a second?
I second it if that's his name, Peter.
Any questions? All in favor? All right, so January 31st, we don't have enough people here to vote for that because it was an emergency meeting and it was Rolf, Sam, and I. So we're going to move on to old business. Consideration of voting method of the town meeting warrants via secret ballot or at open town meeting. Sam is here tonight for that too. So last month, we had 2 in favor of a open town meeting and 2 against it. And Sam had to leave early for that meeting. So we pushed it ahead to this meeting. And what do you guys, I mean, I can make a motion, but I was gonna see if someone else wants to do a motion.
Do it up.
Do it up. All right. I make a motion to go with a secret ballot town meeting. And the reason why I am doing this is because one, I wrote down a bunch of notes on it. People cannot do a town meeting by Zoom. You cannot do a town meeting by absentee ballot. Also, the people get divided, family members get divided because one has to be home with the kids if we have it during the week. And on the weekend, especially in June, you people have dance, they have pictures, they have all
Excuse me, I don't know if anyone
kinds
can hear us, but the sound's muted.
Point of order. Yeah, you made the motion. You can't talk on it until after it's seconded and then it's discussed.
Okay, I'm sorry. The audio's
Sorry.
up.
Well, and I can put that all in my motion.
That's a long,
Did you get all those notes?
That's a long motion.
This is gonna be the longest one
Let's
ever.
make the simple motion and then.
All right, okay.
Darryl will
Thank
second
you.
and we can discuss.
Therese, can you repeat it? The audio was shut off on Zoom.
That works.
Oh, look at that.
All right, motion to have a secret town meeting for the secret ballot vote for the town meeting.
A second.
Okay, so Derek seconds. Open for discussion. Sorry. Go ahead.
But everyone heard you.
I was practicing.
Louise Lester, 10 Hartley Lane. I just noticed this coming up, not that I'm not that good about keeping track of what's happening in the town of Raymond. And I'm disappointed and a little disgruntled that this would come up without more and maybe it's my mistake for not being appraised of what's going on with this. I think that having a live town meeting is a drawing point for the citizens and a place for them to express what they feel that the town is going to be voting on. I don't think having a secret ballot vote will make it any more public, have people that's going to respond to it. It will be a cost to the town of Raymond because obviously this is going to have to be done through the mail at some point, whether it's mailing out ballots or having people mail them back in. It's a tradition. It's a place for people to come together. And I realize, having been town clerk, that they are dwindling in numbers. People are not attending. But I think it's got to be an open forum for people to express their feelings on the warrant articles that are coming up. You're not going to get that with a ballot vote. There's no way to tell the selectmen and the other people that make the business of the town of Raymond as to how they feel about a certain issue or not. And I'm probably going to start repeating myself, so I'll make it short. I encourage you not to vote for this, to keep it the traditional open town meeting so that people have a place to come and tell how they feel about what's happening in the town of Raymond. Thank you.
Go ahead, Grace.
Grace Levitt, Levitt Road. I know that the people at the front of the room have heard me speak on this before, and I know you know how I feel. So I'm in total agreement with the previous speaker. Thank you, Louise, for speaking up. To me, it's not just a matter of tradition. It's a matter of community and a sense of community. And if there were ever a time that we needed to be building a stronger sense of community in Raymond, across our state, across our nation, it is now. It is a time for people to come together. It is a time to voice opinions. It's a time to ask questions and get clear answers and a good understanding of what's happening, to meet one another, to get to know one another again. The only reason that it started off with the secret ballot was because COVID prevented us from being in person. And that continued, but there's no need for that to continue now. It is time to come together. And so, yes, there are some difficulties for people to be there in person. The sooner the date is set, the better people can plan around it, can make provisions for childcare if needed. I hate to sound like the good old days. I guess I am getting old if I say the good old days, but it wasn't that long ago that we met in person. But when we did have a full day meeting and, there was some childcare maybe provided by scouts or groups like that. The Lions Club, I think, sold sandwiches at lunch and had a fundraiser. And there were a lot of different activities that brought people together. And so there's still time to work and make that type of a thing happen, should this be voted down. And instead we have a vote for an in-person town meeting that brings people together in this town to work together and make progress for us all. So again, to try to stimulate that interest in what's going on in the town so people are aware, so that people are doing more than maybe just catching something here and there on their screen at home, and really having conversations and understanding one another. That's what it's about, coming together. So I hope that this will be defeated. I am very sorry to see that one of the select board members that had voted in favor of trying in person again is unable to be here this evening. That's disappointing to me, so I don't know what the outcome will be here. To have had a tie vote the last time this was voted on, because there was a fifth person missing. Now there's a fifth person missing again. So maybe this just gets put off again, I don't know. But I am very, very much interested in seeing this town do things together again in person, and I commit to doing what I can to help to get people out there as well. So thank you.
Brian?
Brian Walker, Rolfe Road. This is an easy setup because I would agree with both of the prior speakers. But independently, you're going to hear a lot of, I think, maybe some echoes here. I think the importance of an in-person town meeting couldn't be more important these days. It's a way of engaging people with each other with the town of Raymond and making what you guys do and lead that much more elevated in terms of visibility. It creates an opportunity for residents to become actively involved and engaged in the town, and to be involved in the decisions that shape the community. It strengthens the bonds between neighbors, and I think it helps build a more cohesive town. And I think one of the things that I look back, my first experience with a town meeting was before I lived in Raymond. We were looking at houses in town, and we happened to go by with the real estate broker, and there was all these cars at the school. And I said, "What's going on?" And she said, I don't know. I said, "Well, let's stop, because this will give us a chance to kind of see one of the most important places." I had 2 kids before school, but the schools were really important to us. And we came in, and I asked if we could, peek our head in. They said, "Yeah, as long as you stand over there, you're not a resident." And I watched the most amazing thing. I watched this group of people, young people, old people, all walks of life, debating the issues of the day, and there was debate. I can still remember Ernie Allen's voice, "Mr. Moderator," So, and it was such a moving experience. It was one of the things that sold us on Raymond, because that's what we were looking for, that kind of cohesiveness. So I think about that, and I know times are changing, but I still think it's an extremely important thing to get together. Town meetings are a testament to how democracies work, where every voice can be heard, every opinion matters, it's equal. It's a platform where residents can discuss, debate, and be vocal on local issues. It's a direct form of democracy. There's very few these days where you actually have that ability to be one-on-one in the democratic process. And I think that's a really important part. I know there's been some concerns expressed about the potential of having, people rally a group of people to come and they're kind of overweight or overload. But I think it can also be argued it could happen with a secret ballot as well, to kind of say, here, vote this way or that way. At a town meeting, both sides have an equal opportunity to present their case and to make that case and to educate residents on what it is. It really does provide voters the ability to be better informed when making a decision. It's a time right now that I think there are some people that are feeling disconnected to government. This is an opportunity to bring that back and to have it be something that we can do. You can't do this in Portland. You can't probably even do it in Wyndham anymore. But Raymond is of the size that allows that to happen. Thank you.
Go ahead, Jen.
Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. I probably won't be as eloquent as the three before me, but I also agree that we should have an open town meeting. And I guess what I just sort of echoing a recent, I've been to all the select board, planning board, zoning board of appeals for the better part of a year now and sort of re-engaging. And it's been, really interesting to see how I followed government before, after we dismantled the town meeting to, when an issue came up that I didn't understand what it was, and didn't have the opportunity to ask the questions and thought that an ordinance meant one thing when it meant something else because of the legal speak, and voted against my own interests, and then had to get a citizen's petition and go out and talk to a bunch of people in Raymond in order to change the law to what I thought I was voting for originally. So that being said, I like the open town meeting, and having been to the last zoning board of appeals meeting that lasted 5 hours, I couldn't have been more impressed with small d democracy in terms of how that board handled their business. They gave both sides every opportunity to speak multiple times, the people on Zoom multiple times. They sat down, they discussed it, they really walked through everything. It was a master class in how government should run and local government should run. And I thought, what a beautiful example of sort of what town meeting allows us to do as well, is to come and express our different ideas and our different interests, and then come to some sort of consensus together, realizing not everybody always walks away happy, but at least everybody had the opportunity to speak and to be heard. Lastly, I'll just say anecdotally, having worked on the solar for the better part of the last year, and being at multiple elections and having a booth and, talking with people about the issues, there are a lot of people that are uninformed for a variety of reasons. I stated what one of mine was just because I didn't understand the legal jargon. And so I thought I was voting for one thing versus another. But also remembering when I had 3 small children and was running to sports and doing this and that, that not everybody has the opportunity to watch all of your meetings every single month and be aware of the issues and aware of the conversations. And there have been a lot of times in the last year where I didn't have a dog in the fight, but you guys were talking about something and I didn't understand what you were saying, or I didn't understand the history, but I was here to ask the question to clarify. And if one person who was watching was like, oh, hey, like now I'm aware of that, or like, yeah, I would have asked that question too. That's a beautiful thing. So again, in the interest of, I think, the town, and as we move forward and we're growing, but we all sort of came to Raymond because we love small town. I remember going to library with my little one, story hour, and then scouts, and on and on, these connections. And now my kids are college age, and priorities change and life changes, and it's lovely to have a way to have the whole town come together if you're in different pockets of your life, and you're in different smaller microcosms of your life. It's the one chance to come together and talk with your neighbors and speak and be heard and educate yourself as well as educate others, and move forward with a vision of the town that we all love so much. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak here today. Appreciate all that you guys do, and I'll turn it over to whoever wants to speak next. Thank you.
Up here.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I'm opposed to this motion. I have never been accused of being eloquent, so I don't think I will now. I'll make it brief. Two things. Number one, there are in 2024, the following surrounding communities had an open town meeting: Wyndham, New Gloucester, Casco, Naples, Freiburg, and Sebago. I think that pretty much says everything as far as what the general attitude in the area is. They were open meetings, not secret ballot. The second thing is, I know that there's been expressed at the vote before a selectman or two's opinion that people are inhibited sometimes from not having the opportunity of a secret ballot. They don't want their neighbors to know what they're thinking, and that's a privacy issue, and I understand it. Process-wise, and we have a couple of voting experts here, my understanding is at a town meeting in the state of Maine, any motion from the floor can be made that a written ballot on any one of the items that's basically being discussed. If that motion is seconded, then there is a vote by the people in the room. And if the majority of the people in the room say, we'd like this as a written ballot because we don't want to know what he did, that he knows what I know, then so be it. So that's not an issue as far as an open meeting versus a secret ballot. And that's all
Is
I
it
have
done? I have a question on that. Is it done right then?
It's done right then. Motion from the floor.
So you have to
seconded.
be present. Yeah, you have to be present
And
there.
you
write
have to
it.
be present at a town meeting in order to vote. That's correct, right?
That's correct.
That's right. So that's the deal. And I wouldn't emphasize that more than as opposed to a checkoff box that takes me 15, 20 minutes that you're really present at that vote. Thank you.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Louise.
Louise Lester, 10 Hartley Lane. Since we have no one here that's for this in our gallery, can you explain why this came up at all? What is the reason for wanting a secret ballot vote?
Well, right now, I guess I just want to hear your side of it, and that's one of the reasons why I was voting in favor of an in-town ballot, was from me talking to people in town and what I see, and what I've seen over the last couple years. There's a lot more people that can come out. Trying to find a time that parents can get out and both husband and wife can go to it, because usually what happens is, I know, like talking to my daycare parents and stuff like that, one parent will hurry up and say, hey, I'm going to go up and vote after I drop the kids off, and then you're going to swing in later to do it. Then they can do it during a different time. But what happens too is, you know, I am trying to get, and I know the board has talked about this, I am trying to get as many people in town to be able to vote. And there's many comments, there's many versions of what people think as far as like, okay, people aren't as educated. We are actually holding 2 public hearings this year for the town meetings for people to be able to do it. Life is kind of changing in Raymond with, you got 3 kids. A lot of my parents have multiple kids. And in June, when you have it, they're either getting ready for dance class, a dance recital, they're taking pictures, they've got sports, they've got family gatherings, there's all kinds of things that they've got to split their ways. And you know, like one of the comments on here was what Jen said about priorities. I think you said the priorities. Priorities is their family and stuff like that, so they don't get to vote. Another thing too is it's where the whole town can come together and make their vote. People get more of a chance to vote in a secret ballot than they do an in-person meeting. And to me, it's they can pick the time to come all day to do it. They're not sitting in a room as far as, you know, 7 o'clock on a Tuesday night, Saturday morning at 9 o'clock. Well, I can't make it because I know we've got soccer, we got baseball games going on out there, and everybody has to be to ABCD. You know what I mean? So the way I look at it is this gives people an opportunity to have all day to vote. The other thing is people that are on Zoom right now, they can't vote at a live meeting. You know it? And the other thing is they cannot do absentee ballots.
That's right.
like they can. So guess what? That knocks out people that can't make it to do it on a Zoom. It knocks out people as far as sending in absentee ballots on that. And that's why, again, we added in a second hearing to ask any kind of questions and stuff like that. So to me, I am trying to get as many people in town. And when you're looking back at the records, it shows that there's at least a good couple hundred compared to, under 100 usually at these meetings. So that's why I'm pushing for it, but I am one person of 5. So that's where this is coming from.
Louise, if I could just say, I don't know, your question, I believe, was how did this come about as far as in the process? Why
Yes.
are we
I think she
talking about it
just
now?
explained that.
But
Yeah.
I believe it's the selectmen, at least in me following selectmen meetings for the last 5-6 years, is that every year you have a vote on whether it's going to be an open meeting or it's going to be a secret ballot.
Yeah.
And that's every year you do.
Yeah.
Right.
And I believe that's statute.
Yep.
No,
No.
That's
No,
not
it's not.
sta- It's not statute.
no. No, state law says we'll have an annual public meeting unless there's a good reason not to. And I looked it up. And COVID was a good reason not to, and the governor started that.
I stand corrected.
I would suggest that years ago, wasn't horse and buggy, but it was close to it, that town meetings were a public affair. Families came, they had lunch, they chatted with each other at their noon break. It was something that was looked forward to. Now, I don't recall why it used to be in March. And I can't recall how it went to June.
It was moved from March to May at one point, and then moved to June going back in the town meeting minutes. I don't have the dates right here, but the town had to vote at town meeting to do that. And the town also voted at town meeting, and I was trying to find it, but this computer won't let me use Word for some unknown reason. But there was a vote at town meeting a number of years ago that gave the selectmen the ability to set whether or not to use open town meeting or secret ballot.
Thank you. I didn't recall that. And I really think that.
No, that's a town meeting vote.
But it was the state of Maine that made that accessible to municipalities to be able to make that decision and to vote either secret ballot or
It was
in-person.
a number of years before COVID when the town voted for that. So yes, that is allowed, and the town did vote for that.
And I'd just like to add, as far as bringing kids and things, it's possible to have a room with people in it that are taking care of children while their parents are in town meeting. These things can be overcome if we know what the problems are. I think we can resolve them to a great deal of success.
Well, and Louise, I guess on that too is you also have, I remember at some of those meetings a long time ago, which were great. But then what happens is too, you've also got liability issues of people watching other people's kids, and should something happen, do you know what I mean? They can always come get the parents, but sorry, it's just my opinion. Sorry.
No. Well, I think a lot of the problems that you're seeing, including getting people to come to town meeting, can be resolved. And one thing is just publicity, so that people know that it happens. We have so many people that have come from away that haven't a clue what town meeting is. They don't understand what it's meant to be and the decisions that are made there. And I think if publicity went out and some adult education out there somehow, that people would know that they have a voice. They can come and they can say what they feel and try and sway the rest of the people in the room to think they're like-minded. Thank you.
Thanks.
Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. Just 2 points. One clarification, just because you said I brought up priorities. I had 3 small children, and they were all 2 years apart. and we brought them to town meeting. So, and all of my children played travel soccer, travel lacrosse. They played Premier League, where we had to go to New Jersey, we had to go to Connecticut. So I think that there is an element of deciding what is a priority for you. And for me and my family, the priority that day was going to town meeting because I cared about the town that my children were living in. I wanted to have a say in it. I wanted to have a voice in it. Other parents were there with their children. We did not have babysitters. Our kids were off doing a little play date in the corner like we did when we used to go to Raymond Library, or when we went to the park on Mill Street or whatever, and the kids just sort of did their thing and the parents did their thing. We did have food and snacks, etc. So priorities is like, yeah, you can go to the soccer game, or you can say, I want, to have my voice heard because I care about this issue in my town where my children are being raised. And again, that's up to each individual to decide what their priorities are. But to say we're going to do a secret ballot versus an open town meeting because we're now going to set what the priorities are for each individual, I don't think is fair to do that, because given the choice, everyone has the choice whether they choose to come or whether they choose not to come. And I had a second point, and I don't recall what it was. It was something that Luis said that I was going to piggyback off of. And it was actually quite brilliant, but I don't recall it right now because I wanted to address my priorities.
Well, while she's thinking about it, could you clarify what you just said? Because you spoke quite quickly, and did you say that you went through the minutes as a town manager and you found minutes where the town people voted for the select board to be able to vote annually, whether they wanted to have a vote or open a town meeting?
Yes.
Can you tell me the date of that?
I can't because the computer won't let me get into my Word document that has it in it.
I've got it right here.
Okay.
Saturday, May 19th, 2007.
Thank you.
Article 3 was to see whether the town will vote to permit the Board of Selectmen to order a referendum, in parentheses, secret ballot election at their discretion.
Oh, that's different than a public meeting, isn't it? That's
No,
a referendum vote.
A referendum vote is what the warrant is.
What was that talking about that year, or because it's May before the meeting in '07? Or is that permanently? That's what I'm asking. There's got to be
We've
minutes.
been voting on it every year, whether we want to do it. So.
Well, the state law says that it's town form of government, town manager form of government. You will have an annual public meeting.
And this is technically considered a public meeting.
The secret ballot vote is
a
considered
town meeting.
I didn't see anything in that state law, and I read a ton of it before I even ran for the board, saying that a secret ballot is the same. So I'd like clarification of that too.
Okay, let's keep going.
Well, I think it's important.
Well, I know, but let's let the board. We'll talk about this more. I'm going to let these guys
Okay.
finish, and then we'll talk more with that. Go ahead, Kayla.
Kayla Gonzalez, 518 Webbs Mills Road. I see the benefits of both sides. I really don't have a dog in this fight, but I would like to mention that sticker shock may be avoided if town staff and the select board members can advocate for funding.
I'm sorry, advocate for funding for?
Meaning things might not get shot down as easily because we have sticker shock. You can actually explain to the voters what they're voting on.
Okay, thanks.
Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. I remember what I was saying. It had to do with, Luis said something, and then Sue, you were talking about numbers and historical numbers and how numbers have been dwindling. And, the past where you had a lot of in-person people and now people are coming to the secret ballot. And what I would say is probably from now going forward, just because of what's happening in the national discourse, you may have different feelings about people wanting to show up and have their voices heard, just as we've become so polarized on the national level, and there's been a lot in the news the last few weeks. You might actually have a bunch of people that decide, you know what, this is a priority, and I have an opportunity to actually speak and be heard, and I'm not talking to an answering machine, and it's not a busy signal, and I'm not getting form letters from my representatives. I can actually go to the town meeting and speak and be heard. So you may start to see record numbers of people coming in person as they get more engaged, just because of what's happening on the national level. They might want to start at the local level and really be more involved now more than ever. Thank you.
Cliff Small, 84 Webbs Mills Road. Traditionally, in the state of Maine, town meetings were held in the month of March. There was a reason for that. It was mud season. No, it was.
That's why.
People couldn't plant. It was a chance for everybody to get together and discuss what was going on in the town. And it was a social outlet and probably did away with some cabin fever. I very strongly believe in an in-person town meeting. I believe it should be on a Saturday, not a weeknight. The date you talked about was a Monday night. Who the hell can get out at 6 o'clock a Monday night? Peters, excuse me.
No, you're good. I like that.
Peters work on the comprehensive plan says 82% of the people in the town of Raymond work outside of town. We had a town meeting tonight at 6 o'clock. You're having 2 hearings at 6 o'clock. What does that do to the person that commutes? And why aren't they here? I mean, this is a special town meeting. You got 12 people here, 14 people here. I'm a firm believer we should go back to a in-person town meeting. I read the warrants. I read that warrant last year. And when I was done, I knew very less than when I started. The warrants today, you don't have the school board on them. You know, they used to be 150 plus articles because we voted the school board line by line by line. We voted streetlights line by line by line. You got a good turnout. Things have changed, I know that, but if you set the date in advance, I think you'll be amazed at how many people show up, voice their opinion, and actually get some feedback on what's going on and what the rationale is behind some of the things that the town's trying to do. That's
Thanks,
all
Cliff.
I've got.
No, I liked how direct you were.
I try to be that way.
Thanks for the details.
Grace Levitt, Levitt Road. Sorry to get up again, but I just wanted to clarify. First of all, as far as Wyndham and a town meeting, it was corrected that yes, they do hold an in-person town meeting. I asked somebody in Wyndham, I mentioned that, you know, this was up for debate here again in Raymond, and the person was absolutely shocked. What do you mean you don't have an in-person town meeting in Raymond anymore? So that's one clarification. As far as what was talked about is about voting to have a secret ballot at the town meeting, I just wanted to clarify that's after having debate on the item and discussion. And so if that's a particularly controversial item and people are concerned about publicly voting on something, that particular item, you could say, you know, we want to have a secret ballot for that one warrant article. I think I recall it happening maybe once in the number of times that I've attended an in-person town meeting, but it still allows for that debate and that discussion on all of the items, including that item. And again, I would hope that we wouldn't be hesitant to show our thoughts and share our thoughts in front of our neighbors. They're our neighbors. We want to be talking and having different points of view and sharing them. Not doing so has gotten us in a really difficult place. So again, I appreciate there are a couple of public hearings that you've scheduled. You actually had those on an agenda a few months ago. So I suspect that was in preparation for this type of a discussion on this item, because I don't recall that that's happened in the past. So I do appreciate that. But even those public hearings, as the previous person said, you know, they're starting at 6 o'clock. That's not easy for everyone to get to, and what that won't allow for is me hearing the next person's perspective. So they may attend one of those hearings, and I'll miss out on that. Maybe I can catch it later on TV or on the computer or not, but it doesn't allow for the back and forth and the learning from one another that we have going on right here with the small group that we have this evening. So that was one thing. And let's see. When I did already check back and saw that in 2007 that was the vote. I don't recall that vote, but I'm not sure we understood what we were voting for, that in perpetuity we were saying hold a town meeting in person or just have a warrant. Because I don't recall that ever being a discussion prior to COVID, and that was 2020. So 13 years prior to that, we were saying that. I suspect that was maybe had a different meaning to it, but I don't know that for sure. So I really don't recall that meant, you know, forevermore, if the select board were going to decide whether we would have an in-person town meeting or not. I don't think there were votes every year on that since then. It's really started with COVID. But again, I might not be fully correct on that, but I do think that may be what happened. And as far as kids, bring the kids. No better education for them on all sorts of things going on in their town. And hopefully they'll be the future voters in our town and remain in Raymond, or at least come back to it, like some do, fortunately for my family. So, bring them along. And yeah, if they're off in the corner and they're making a little bit of a distraction now and then, so be it. So, lots of people bring their kids along to all sorts of things, and that would be fine. I'll take my turn over in the corner with a few kids as well, if that will help, but and can still pay attention to what's going on and be able to be there to vote. So thank you for listening yet again.
Sean McKillop, 84 Main Street. I don't have an opinion one way or the other, but if we're talking about bringing them in, let's get rec involved, or the library. We want to kind of grow those departments, and that would be a good way to grow those departments for sure.
Thanks.
Jackie Sawyer, 5 Ball Road, Ball Drive. I would support an in-person town meeting as well. I've lived here since 2018 and never had the opportunity to attend one. I think especially this year where we have the comprehensive plan coming up for a vote, that it's a great time for the community to come together. I was part of the comprehensive plan committee, and we had a lot of public interest and input in the plan. And I think if people are going to be voting on what they want the future to look like, that it's great for them to be able to come and discuss that together and get clarification. We had really, like I said, a good amount of public input in the process, and we have, I think, a lot of people that feel invested in this plan and either feel strongly in support of it, or there are parts, I think, that some people don't support. So hearing a good comprehensive voice from people that will show up, I think, is important. Yeah.
Thanks. Okay. All right, I'm gonna ask the board over here.
Well, I've been in back and forth on it, because I like the fact that the open town meeting has discussion, has people that want to show up that want to discuss it. That's a great part of that. For me, it's the numbers, and to get a good and representative number for the town, the numbers that are in the 300 to 700 range versus 30 to 80 range, I think you get a better representation of the town when those numbers are that high and those numbers are at the secret ballot voting. I'm in favor of a hybrid system where we have the open town meeting to do the discussion, to meet, to do whatever, to go back and forth, to have all our stuff, and then to do the vote later at a secret town meeting where you have all day and everybody can go in or send their ballot in if they're not around. To not be able to vote on Zoom, or if your kids have practice, or I have 3 kids. My wife is at the high school right now because we have an 8th grader going to the high school. So she's there with them. I'm here at a select board meeting. I have 2 kids. Probably shouldn't say this a lot out there, but I have 2 kids home alone. So I can't have them sitting in the back room. I mean, I have before brought them here, and it's a nightmare if the meeting lasts. If I know the time frame, it's fine, but you can't, like we had one the other day that was 5 hours for our appeals board. If I bring them here thinking it's going to be an hour or 2 and it turns into 5, and then I have to leave before the vote is there, that's a big drawback for me. I got voted in by probably the younger crowd, I would say, people with kids. I did a straw poll between the last time we voted and now, just random people I've been asking on the street. I got a 23-1 vote of having it be secret ballot. And I think probably because I've been asking younger people that I've asked them at basketball games or wherever I've been around, and that aspect of it. So I don't know. I think that vote is probably more from the younger side than the older side. But that's why I'm up here. That's the people who voted me in. So I kind of got to lean towards what they say. Also, the recorded meetings, I think there's a huge cop-out for people that don't understand and don't know what they're voting on. And if we think they're going to we're going to wave a wand and have an open meeting, and now all of a sudden they're just going to be, those people are going to show up and they're going to know what they're talking about. I think they can come to any of these meetings, any of these select board meetings, any of these planning board meetings, ask questions. We have public comment. We have this. We have how many people that showed up here? 15 to show up to this. We put it in the papers. We've had it out there. We got 15 people here to vote on a very big topic for the town. And still some people showed up, not a ton of people. Everybody in the audience, there's one kid. It's tough for them to do it because of where everybody is right now and how busy they are. But if they want to be involved, they need to step up and do it. They need to watch the meetings. They need to come to the meetings would be even better, but if they can't, they can at least watch them, come up with some questions, make a meeting they can make. We have a lot of these before we make a final decision. And it's really, the problem is that people just aren't showing up to get involved, and they need to. They can volunteer, they can show up, they can ask questions way before the vote. It's not like, especially with like these big things, with big sticker shock items like public works and stuff, it's not just one meeting and all of a sudden here, vote on this. There's quite a few meetings before we actually have that vote. There shouldn't be any shock to anyone if they're paying attention and want to be involved with the town and with their vote. That's my 2 cents on why I voted that way last time, and then we'll see how I vote this time, I guess.
Okay, go ahead, Dennis.
I'll tell you what the change from last January to tonight. Last January, I was the only one who spoke on the open town meeting. And the reason I spoke, and I knew it was on the agenda and came in, is I was on the budget committee. And I was told several times, as a budget committee member, the only thing I could do was vote what the select board said, up or down. I couldn't change anything. I couldn't even get the recreation vote on the bond split from the the public works building. I couldn't even accomplish that as an elected official on the budget committee. So I showed up in January and I said, it's time we have an open town meeting so people know what's going on. And when I was campaigning, I heard from so many people saying, I'm sorry, I've lost touch. The select board's pretty much been making the decisions when the town manager, it's my own fault for not being active. So at that meeting, I said, we went from 7 o'clock to 5 or 5:30, from 2 meetings to the select board, from 2 meetings a month to 1. I think the least we could do for the people, the citizens, is have this open public town meeting. That said, for 3 years I enjoyed the secret ballot. I was, like Derek, busy. It was easy for me to vote. And until I got active on the Budget and Finance Committee, I really didn't see the real depth of what the town meeting was, except when I was the chief of the fire department, and I had the majority of the select board not want that building to go through, and it was the citizens that showed up, and believe me, there was more than 60 or 80 people. I was nervous. I looked around and there was people in the bleachers, people in front of me, and I'm like, oh, this isn't good. They're all showing up. They don't want to spend the money. It was just the opposite. And so I think it's good with large expenditures, like that public safety building. That said, if it's something that people prefer to split out, there's nothing to say we couldn't put a large item, whether it's a school, when we bond out the school, or what are we going to do with the election of the select board, so that those large ticket items can be secret ballot with the election, because selectmen have to be secret ballot. So there's a way to do the large ticket items. So after saying this, that I went both ways, I was happy with the secret ballot until I started to see some things that I thought would be discussed in public instead of a full-page ad. But it's the purest sense of the word of democracy. Local town meetings are the basic principle of a democracy. And that's why I was there in January, and that's why I'm still in favor of open public meeting.
Sam, can you come back on? Hi.
Yes.
Do you want to say anything about the in-town versus secret ballot?
Well, they both have good things behind them, but I think that if we promote our open meetings more and let everybody know what's on the agenda and what's behind what's on the agenda. And we do it at a time that people can prepare for it. I have changed my mind from the secret ballot to the open town meeting, I must say.
Okay.
That's my 2 cents.
Okay. All right. And again, I mean, I've listened to all you guys, and the same thing with what Derek is saying on this too is, you can't, like Sam right now, I'm getting his opinion on Zoom. You can't do that during public meetings when we're sitting there. You are forcing people, again, to pick.
So I just still have a question. Is there a reason we can't do both? Is there a reason we can't do?
It's not legal.
It's not legal to do an open town meeting and then vote?
Because if something gets changed.
You can call it whatever you want, but is there a way to have an open meeting?
That's called a public hearing.
Sure, public hearing where we talk about the certain warrants that are coming up and discuss them openly back and forth, and then do the secret ballot later without calling it whatever. So it's not illegal. Can we do it that way?
And we do have public hearings.
I agree with that.
Yes.
Right. So what?
Well,
that's why I just don't understand why we can't have the best of both worlds.
Well, so like right now, Sam, what we did this time on the agenda is we have added 2 public hearings. So people can come, not once, twice, in case somebody misses the first meeting, to be able to come and ask questions and debate it out, if we can get people out to do this. Last year we had 1. This time we would post it all out there too, correct? As far as like when the meetings are and stuff like that. And hold on, sorry. And so we would do that, so where people can come ask questions. And the other thing that the boards can do is have somebody here from the planning board regarding any questions as far as on the ballots, on the warrants, I'm sorry.
On the articles, yes.
I just think you can get a discussion better. You can have the sense of community, you can have all that, but then you get the numbers by doing it the other way so that you can have the best of both worlds.
And we do get a lot more people in a secret ballot, a lot more people.
10 times more on
Hundreds
average.
compared to, yeah.
We've already went over the numbers in previous meetings and it was astonishing.
Those are 6 o'clock meetings though.
What's that?
Those open town meetings you're talking about.
I realize, but
6 a.m.
somebody mentioned Saturday meetings, those are 10 times
Tuesdays.
worse for me.
They are,
Tuesday,
they are.
6
10
o'clock.
times worse.
Sorry, okay.
I don't have
Kayla,
a
go.
Saturday that's open for me.
Kayla Gonzalez, 518 Webbs Mills Road. I just would like to make a suggestion based on your upcoming budget meetings. Both of those public hearings are on a Tuesday at 6 p.m. May I suggest that you offer it on different days? If we're talking about practices, that seems to be the big concern. Most children have practices on the same day every week. So if you could alternate it, that would be wonderful.
I agree with that because I have select board meetings on Tuesdays and then they did a field trip meeting for the school and they had to be every Tuesday. So not only are the field trip meetings on every select board Tuesday, but we have select board meetings. So they just randomly have it on the day and they keep doing it on the same day and we keep doing it on the same day and I keep missing them.
Well, I also thought too, we were moving meetings to 7 for people to be able to get here for during budget meetings instead of 6. Did we?
We didn't, but we could.
Okay, I thought, for some reason, I know we talked about it or something where more people. Go ahead, Jen.
Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. So Derek, I absolutely adore you, but I have to disagree when you're sort of being somewhat hypocritical in the sense that you're like, well, we have all these meetings, you have the opportunity to come to these meetings, blah, 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 blah. And then in the same token, you're saying, well, parents are busy and we can't get here. And like all the meetings are Tuesday at 6 o'clock, Thursday at 6 o'clock. Like if parents can't make it there.
Oven 425.
Sam,
We would, Sam, if we were there.
Yeah, Sam, we're not cooking class.
Versus a Saturday. I mean, again, all of these things are, if you have a big event, right? It's not just like, oh, it's a humdrum select board meeting, it's a planning board meeting, it's a this, it's a that. The other issue that I have is, you're saying we have all these public hearings, which I'm very grateful for, and thank you, and I am making it a priority to come. But the reality is the warrant is not written yet. So we're coming to these meetings, but we don't know what's going to end up actually being on the warrant. And so we would need that public meeting closer if you wanted to do the hybrid thing like that. So to say, well, we're having 2 public meetings and one's in January or February and one's in April. Well, if the vote is not until June, you don't have the warrant, we don't have the wording in front of us. Like, what questions are we asking?
Well, if it's an ordinance, you're gonna have planning board meetings about it. You're gonna have select board meetings.
But again, you're talking about all of these issues are spread out because I am going to every planning board meeting and every ordinance open house and, discussing it before it goes to the attorney, before it gets to you, before it gets on the ballot. But again, you guys are talking about these young families, which I was one. I had 3 children. They were all 2 years apart. They all played 3 sports. They were all captains of their teams. They played, travel teams. We went to school in Portland. We traveled all over. Like, we are all very busy, and I will acknowledge that. We are all very busy. But any more than we commute and this and that. We're busy on Tuesday night at 6 o'clock. We're busy on this. We schedule things in advance and we do make choices. Like, we did used to have the meeting on a Saturday and you have soccer, you have this, but you make that choice. I mean, I have to make that choice every day for my children. Like, we have 3 things going on at the same time on the same day. We can't be in 3 places. You have to choose one. And that's where
you don't
that's where people's priorities come into play.
No.
If they care enough about coming to the town meeting to vote, then they will come. They will make it a priority to come and to have the conversation and to be part of that part of community and to maybe not go to soccer that day, but have their kids play soccer in the corner with their little friends who are also there during town meeting. So I guess I just wanted a little bit of pushback because I'm hearing the arguments that you're making and I agree with them, but those same arguments argue against people being informed throughout the year when all of these issues are happening and being discussed on a Tuesday night at 6 o'clock when they have practice or scouts or are coming home from work, and they don't have time to set aside 12 nights to get educated about what's happening in the town. They might have time to set aside 1 day to go and get educated about the town. So I love the idea of open town meeting, but I also love the idea of your hybrid. But if you were going to do that, then you would need to advertise it like crazy, and it would have to be the discussion after your warrant articles are written so that we actually know what we're talking about before we go in and vote on the wording.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think
Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
but in all defense of him, that's just his opinion, and we're respecting everybody's opinion here. So
I'm not.
Well, I
Eric
know.
knows I love him.
I know that.
No, he
but,
does.
But
I
what
mean,
happens to the
We're
gas?
friends. We're friendly.
My thing is the hybrid works the best for doing both of those things, educating the people and getting a good vote. The other thing about having an open town meeting is you're learning, then you're thinking and trying to decide, and you're voting very quickly. Like, you don't have time where if you had the first meeting and you're kind of even discussing the ordinances and how they come about or whatever we're voting on, the public or every little thing, you're discussing it at the beginning on maybe how to even form that warrant. So we get opinions before people even form those. And then if you have an open town meeting after it's written, but before the vote, you have a chance to look at it, read about it, talk about it, then go home, sleep on it, and then come back out in a week or 3 weeks or however long it is and put pen to paper and actually give a vote. And the numbers are tenfold on what they would have been that one night that you spent 5, 6, 7, 8 hours that day, whatever.
No, I agree.
Okay,
and
I'm gonna.
that's what I'm
Madam
saying.
Chair.
I am agreeing.
Wait, I'm
with you
gonna
on
cut the
that
conversation.
point.
She wants.
and disagreeing
No,
with
she
a
wants
different
to
point.
clarify the whole voting, all that stuff, and I'm gonna give it to her. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to read from the schedule that we have for the budget, and that's on March 11th, no, I'm sorry. On March 14th, I will be submitting a draft warrant article, the draft warrant articles to both the Budget Finance Committee and the Select Board. March 25th, the Select Board will review them and make recommendations.
What?
April 1st, Budget Finance will make their recommendations. April 3rd, the select board will approve the final warrant. And then the proposal is to have 2 public hearings, one at the select board meeting on April 8th and one at the select board meeting at May 13th. At both of those meetings, the full warrant will be there. It will
Okay.
already be approved.
That's, I just wanted to make sure that that was
I
the
wanna make sure that
case,
was clear.
'cause
Yep.
when we were talking about public meetings, like right now, we don't know what we're even discussing, because
All right.
things could be changing in real time.
Right,
I
and we haven't even done the
appreciate
budget. All right,
that
I'm sorry,
clarification.
Dennis,
Thank you.
go ahead.
Madam Chair, I call for the vote. I think everyone's discussed it.
An hour of it, yeah. Yeah. All right, so we have a motion on the table that I did as far as to do it in person. Discussion has been,
No, do a secret ballot.
Secret
The
ballot.
motion is to do a secret ballot.
right, what did I say?
To do it in person.
You're like, you should have gone with me on that.
Said the right thing.
Oh my God, I know, really.
I think we almost had her.
All right, I made a motion to do an secret ballot, not in person. I was going to do it again. Okay, all in favor? All opposed? Sam, are you in favor or opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, so it's still 2-2. Goes to next month.
Bring all those ideas again. We're trying.
When is the date of that meeting?
March 11th.
Yeah.
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
Just for the record, it's a referendum by secret ballot, I believe.
That's correct.
All right, moving on to new business. Discussion of 2025 comprehensive plan draft. Peter Levitt, Kayla Gonzalez, co-chairs of the Comprehensive Plan Committee.
Kayla Gonzalez, 518 Mills Road.
Kayla, could you move the mic?
I'm sorry.
Move the mic up so you can hear.
Thank
Is
you.
that better?
That's good.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna just, I think, say a few things. I'm sure Peter will follow up with maybe a lot more, maybe, I don't know. So Peter and I are proud to report that the draft comprehensive plan has been deemed complete and consistent with the state's Growth Management Act under the direction of North Star Planning and several years of data collection and public outreach. Peter and I ask that you review the plan and submit any questions and suggested edits prior to March. I have 18th on this paper, but you said a different date?
Yes,
But
you did.
I did.
that, you did.
I think yours was
But
edited.
whenever the Warren Article Review and Recommendations meeting is, we also just want you to understand that there are many components that are required by the state, such as the inventory and analysis chapters, goals and policies, designated growth areas, and land use patterns. Thus, no major changes are recommended. After your review, the plan can be brought to the voters for formal adoption if approved. We would like to thank the committee members and North Star Planning for their dedication and meaningful input.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi, Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I'd echo all of that, obviously. I guess what I would just say is that I did have a conversation last week with the chair of this board. My concerns were these, that what Kayla and I get in advance of the next discussion or the selectmen's recommendations for any edits or changes to the plan is that the select board submit questions to us or issues to us or comments to us or recommendations to us in advance of that meeting, because I believe it would expedite things. It's a rather lengthy document. Also, I recommended to the chair that the department heads of the town, as well as the town manager and the planning board, and code enforcement also submit recommendations, questions, comments, and whatever, and send that to Kayla and I in advance of the meeting, because that would be most helpful for us in basically expediting any recommendations or questions or changes you have. And as Kayla was stating, and I'm sure you're all intimately aware of the state requirements in the plan, which cannot be changed. So you would really only be making recommendations, as well as those other individuals that I mentioned, on Raymond-specific components in the plan. And I'd also echo Kayla as far as the cooperation and the like that we've had from the town and North Star Planning in helping, and then obviously the committee that's almost 3 years in the works. And quite honestly, if you decide on major changes, we'll probably be back at work again on it. But
like, don't do
the state really didn't find much of a problem, at least with the requirements there. So I just put that plug in. Interesting to note, just a fact, is that two things in the plan that I'm proud of was, number one, the emphasis on young families and how consideration as far as community, as far as recreation, as far as acknowledging those individuals' affordability of housing, especially for families starting out, is all mentioned in that plan, as I'm sure you have or will read. And the second thing is the demographics, which, along with supporting all of those younger families, indicating in the last census that only one area of population in Raymond grew, and that was for individuals over 65. So if I look around this room, I guess I would say there may be some representation here. And so, as far as the last question or agenda item was concerned, I just thought I'd bring those highlights of the plan up to your attention. Thank you.
Peter, on the, if you want the stuff in advance, is that something we can meet in person, or do you need that?
I'd be happy to set it up any way you
I think it'd
want.
be way faster to just meet, because question back and forth, a lot of stuff get answered. If I sit down and write an email and you go, page 15-1,
Sure.
third of the way down the page where it says this,
Sure.
and it's like a page per question, and not that I have a ton of questions. I have a ton of simple questions,
Sure.
really, but I just think that's 10 times easier than me trying to email it out, but that's up to you guys, I guess.
Well, I guess what I'd like to say is, you guys, again, sitting there reading through it, you did a lot of work, and thank you. Thank you for the time, the energy, all of it. There is a lot of work in this. And I like the idea about sending stuff back to, but some of the stuff I like to ask questions on now. And it could be just something like a change of wording. Because Peter, I remember when you had came to the select board meeting, that this is pretty much our guidebook. This is our law as far as moving forward, making sure we move forward. And I guess there's a couple of things in here that I would question how they came about. If Rolf was here right now, he would bring this up. Like when you guys say make plans like with Loon Echo, or when you use name specifics, like the regional transit bus, if they were to go away in our comprehensive plan, it's literally saying, can we change that wording to say someone like Loon Echo, so we're not zooming in on those specific names if they were to leave. Because I know one of the things that he does for a signature for a representative of the town, he puts the town manager or fire chief or whatever. He doesn't put the name in it just in case it was to ever change. Can you guys do that to make it like an example of Loon Echo, but that kind of thing? Does that make sense?
Peter and I may have differing opinions on this. I hate to speak for him, so I'll speak for myself. I don't believe that is necessary. But okay.
And likewise, if you read that component where we mentioned Loon Echo, number one, it's because the town already has a relationship with Loon Echo, and I believe what we inserted in it as well as, or other environmental agencies. So we kind of used the language in such a way.
I did see one spot where, and it did say or. I think it was the Loon Echo one, and then right after it said or.
There's a lot, so I'm trying, and I know that he would be one that would be bringing that up. Yeah.
I guess no one's going to take us to court if we use someone else.
That works.
I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Is that I don't believe that is necessary to cover ourselves like that.
Okay.
Nope. Sense. And I would also just like to point out that this plan has been available for any sort of comment or input for many months. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yep.
That it has been out for a long time. So I think Peter and I are just hoping, because any changes will have to be taken back to North Star, who will then have to take it back to the state.
Oh, these are not,
I'm just saying,
Right.
Like, just as far as time, and then as far as us getting together and meeting, I think we'd have to be just careful on how we do that.
Sure,
To
yeah.
meet
Well,
our-
I would say that as far as addressing comments or concerns or stuff like that, either a pre-meeting would be helpful. But once again, in order for it to not end up being a 5-hour meeting, it would be that you would get in advance your questions and your comments or your changes, so that it would all be expedited. And if we could look at it in advance, we could then be formulating ideas or opinions or acceptance of the changes that are Raymond specific.
Well, right, and I guess that's why some of the stuff I just wanted to bring up publicly in case anybody else was looking and just didn't ask. And I have to say, one of the priority action ones is sidewalks on Raymond Cape Road.
I was surprised. I was expecting to hear that. I will tell you that was one that there was a lot of discussion, I believe, at the comprehensive plan, and we'd be very happy to discuss it with the select board at the time if you have that concern, because I believe the discussion and what the minutes of that discussion reflect is that there were some of us that were uncomfortable with assigning that as a priority, and that the consultants kind of were taking comments from the public, and it seemed to them that there were significant comments as far as the limited number that we had. So maybe there was a half a dozen comments, but that was significant. And that at that meeting, what we discussed is what we would say is not make that a priority. Make a priority making all of the roads safer for travel, bicycles, walking paths, and the like. So that's something like that is something that we certainly can discuss.
Yes, and and you guys talked throughout about connecting the school to be able to go down to, the village or to get to Mill Street, and you mentioned it so many different ways as far as trails go and stuff like that. And I know you can't add it in. Maybe this is something the select board or somebody or a committee or something about using the land up at
Patricia Ave.
No, behind Portland Glass, all the way to the top. That maybe we can. Sorry, that we can use that. But no, I was just kind of looking at, because I remember what you said is some of this stuff is kind of law, and so that's why. And I get what you're saying on that, but
and what I also, in the conversation I had with your chair, was the fact that along with encouraging feedback from not just the selectmen, but the fire department, from the perspective of safety and rescue, to the planning and the zoning board, all of those individuals having input would be helpful as well if we could hear that all at once. And lastly, what I failed to say, but I did say to the chair, was simply all of this is going to be reviewed legally.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean that's always the safety net, right?
Yes, exactly. So Sue, could we get an email out to like all the department heads and groups and stuff like that? So when do you guys want that in by?
What would you say? We have a week before a meeting.
So if it's March 11th is our meeting. Before our meeting?
Yeah.
Okay. You got that? All right, good. All right, you guys all good with that? All right, cool. Thank you, guys. And again, thank you for all the hard work you guys.
Also, there are a couple of our community members in the audience. Special thank you to them as well.
All right, thank you. All right, moving on. Consideration of accepting a resignation from the planning board. Sue, go ahead.
You have in your packet a resignation from Mike Richmond, who gives his reasons in his resignation. And this is it's the selectman's duty to accept or deny a resignation. So.
Right. I'd like to say thank you to him, to Mike, for putting the time in that he could. And yeah.
Make a motion to accept Jackie Sawyer as a...
Oh, no.
Oh.
We have to accept the resignation.
Accept the resignation first.
Yes.
And then.
Can't have two people at once.
What if we say no?
I know.
Well, we've laughed at that before, doing it, yeah.
Yeah, then we drag him in here.
Yeah.
I guess we'll make a motion to accept his resignation then.
Again, with prejudice, yes.
Yeah.
All right, can I have a second? All right.
That's interesting. I didn't know
Any
that.
discussion? All in favor? And I think we lost Sam
We
too.
lost Sam?
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay. Consideration of appointing a new member to the planning board.
And we did have an applicant, Jackie Sawyer, and she is still here.
Yes.
Would you mind popping up to the podium, please, Jackie? Mhm.
Hi, I'm Jackie Sawyer, 5 Ball Drive.
And the planning board has recommended to put Jackie forth as a member.
Does anybody want to ask her anything?
I just like the fact that we didn't have to go with a vacancy. And I've seen you work on the comp.
I have a pulse.
You also spent a lot of time on that comp committee, so I think it's a great transition.
Okay, you want to make a motion?
I want to make a motion to accept her for the planning board.
Second.
Go ahead. I was going to do it since it was so good. Yes.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, as co-chair of the comprehensive plan, I would tell you that the planning board's going to get an excellent individual in Jackie. She was a very active member and contributed some very valuable stuff to the committee.
Cool. Thank you for that.
I echo that.
I was thinking, oh no, we don't want to interrupt her. We can get that voted, but that's a good one. All right, all in favor? Thank you. Thank you for stepping up. Don't they get a bunch of big notebooks and everything else?
Yeah, Sandy will be getting you more paper than you even know about.
All right, consideration of granting a tax abatement.
And Kurt wasn't able to be here tonight.
Okay.
This was a oops that he's corrected. He's met with the owner and looked at the surrounding properties, and you have several pages in there that explains it all. But what it amounts to is there was a wrong code put on the one house, and it caused it to be overvalued. So Kurt's correcting that here.
It's the most comprehensive abatement
I know.
I've ever seen. I mean,
know.
I read through it with complete interest, saying if they're all like this, we'd be in trouble. So with that in mind, I make a motion, we accept.
You got to read it out. On the map
Oh.
number on it's on your
Oh.
it's on your thing. Do you need it?
Yeah, I've been flipping through, reading this stuff.
It would be on your agenda. Which
Map,
they made it.
I already moved ahead.
map 6,
Go
lot
ahead, you've got it right in front of
56.
you.
Let's see.
Lot 056-22
22 Brackenwood Road.
for 45,500.
No, because hold on, I don't have that part. Oh, there we go. Yes.
Which equals 782.60 in taxes. He's done that.
Oh.
I'll second that then.
Well, the three of us got it together.
Yeah, it took how many select?
There's not much left.
I was still looking through the paperwork. It was very impressive, I'm telling you.
All right, so there we go. All in favor? All right. Okay, consideration of acceptance of a volunteer fire assistance grant. Bruce Tupper.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Oh yeah, I do it all the time.
Good evening. This is a grant that was written by one of our firefighter EMTs who took a vested interest in trying to improve our department, firefighter Anthony Harriet, who took the time to put this together. This is a 50-50 grant. In other words, we get 50% and we pay 50%. The object of the grant was to provide the full-time staff with properly fitting Nomex shirt, helmet, and pants for forestry firefighting so that we do not use our structural fire gear in those applications, number one, and two, that we have safe gear that is actually sized and fit for that person rather than a generic gear. For being a 50-50 grant, I believe the total amount was, I'm trying to find it exactly here, but it's close to 5,000, and so it's
2490.
490, yeah.
So-
Would be what we would have to come up with out of our budget.
The 2490?
Yeah, and it's also what we would get from the state as well, same amount.
And that gets you how many?
10 shirts, 10 pants, 15 fire helmets.
And I know, where did mine go?
I'm ahead of you, so you can use mine.
I have to go back. I went all the way to the end. That's all I had to know. That's all I was trying to remember.
All right, can I have a motion?
I move that we match the grant and
Accept it.
accept it.
Second.
Second, sorry, I'm still looking for
Any
it.
discussion? All in favor? All right,
Thank you.
thanks.
Start ordering stuff.
Consideration of accepting a donation to the Raymond Village Library.
Yeah.
And
We have a
Richard's
lot-
online.
I was
Oh, there
gonna
he
do
is,
one of my
yes.
questions.
Hi.
We've had
Hi.
4, well, let's see.
Go ahead.
Hey.
Hey.
Yep, I'm here. So we got a couple of big donations recently. Paul Martin has been giving to the Board of Trustees for a while now, and this check went to the library specifically, so that's pretty nice. We bought some nice new chairs. We're going to have a community reads program this spring, summer, and fall. We already have Tess Gerritsen, who's somewhat of a big shot author from Maine, coming in the summer, so that'll be great. And we're also, me and Brenda work together a little bit to create kind of a endowment situation. It's very small right now, only about like half of it's like $5,000 went in there, but the goal is to eventually be able to kind of fund the library more with this endowment and also have a bit of a small scholarship for a library student from Maine. So I think that's a nice idea. But that's like kind of far down the road.
That is cool.
Yeah.
Any questions?
Another excellent, nothing but positive.
All right.
Make a motion that we accept the donation
Of 8,500?
on behalf of the library, yes, 8,500.
All in favor? All right. You want to do the next one?
On to the next one. Similar. We kind of grouped them together. At first, they went into an escrow account, and now they're either still in the escrow account or in the endowment account.
Okay. All right. So it's the $2,000 from Acorn Hill Foundation. All right. You want another one?
You want to give them an acknowledgement before we vote on it?
I'm very happy about that. Thank you.
Close enough. I make a motion, we accept the 2,000 on behalf of
Acorn Hill Foundation.
The library.
Just to set the record, I do send very nice thank you notes to everyone. And that one specifically, I just had to send an email to their acknowledgement team. I don't actually know who it was, if it's an individual or just the foundation.
Cool.
You're
Right,
great,
all in
man.
favor?
Oh, second it?
Second.
Second it.
All in favor? All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, while Richard's still on
yep.
on the call, if I could pop in for a second, if I would encourage everybody here and anyone that's watching it anywhere to go into the library. I had a meeting with Richard and Rachel about a month ago, I guess, and it had been a while since I'd been in. That is the most welcoming, warm, organized place. It just feels nice when you walk in it, and I would really encourage anyone to pop
this
in
guy's
and
welcoming?
check it out.
This guy right here is welcoming.
Yeah.
That is very nice. And actually, we're before we got the cute new chairs, so there's a nice lounge area.
Cigar
That's how
room.
weird. Everyone should go to the bathroom when they're there, because I redid the bathroom and it looks, let's just say, flower.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for all your hard work down there.
Yes, thank you, Richard.
All right.
See you guys.
Bye. All right, moving on. Public comment.
Keeping with tradition, Grace Levitt, Levitt Road, I have a public comment. But seriously, just wanted to point out, as far as numbers of people voting on warrant articles, when it's held in June as a secret ballot referendum, whatever the correct phrase is, there are other elections that are happening that day as well, which draw people in, and that may be, something that is tilting those numbers a bit. So an in-person meeting does not necessarily mean that there wouldn't be significant numbers given where we are, and a lot of important things coming up for a vote, such as the comprehensive plan. And I did want to ask, although I guess you can't answer, but I'll just raise the question anyway, where things stand with applicants for the committee that's being formed to take a look at the Jordan Small School and future use of that, potential future uses of that. Just curious if that's getting underway sometime soon, because I think that's quite a, large task that we want to be sure folks are having a chance to give input in. And I will just express dismay that we still had a tie vote on an issue that originally was brought up back in, I believe it was your December meeting, when you started talking about what type of town meeting this town would have going forward, and to be missing someone who had voted a certain way last time and they weren't able to be here this evening, then He might have been done with it if he could have been here. So I'm just quite dismayed with that, but I guess I'll be seeing you again at some point. Thanks.
Thanks. Anybody else public comment? We don't answer them during public comment. Nope, I did put down,
But
usually.
the town
it's-
manager has a spot later.
And that's for the public yeah. All right, nobody on that? All right, selectman comment?
I was, I always have a comment. I kind of was surprised at the way the town manager or the chair put together the scheduling of the budget and finance committee with the select board. It said it will be a select board meeting and the budget and finance committee are invited to attend. And I'm curious, when we get to the town manager speaking, how that came about. It's usually
That was by the choice of the chairman of the select board.
Okay, so you answered that.
That's right.
All right, thank you. Just was curious how come it changed.
Yep. I was instructed by the chair of the select board.
Anything else? I just want to say thank you to the road crew. I know that they've had guys out that are sick right now, and we're gonna get another snowstorm tomorrow. So they are really out there cleaning the roads, and thank you for that. All right, town manager's report.
Okay. The first thing I want to do is congratulate our town clerk, Melanie Fernald, because she is now an internationally certified clerk.
Nice job, congratulations.
Yeah, it takes a lot of work to get to that point.
We're not going to lose her overseas, are we?
Well, we were thinking maybe Sudan or something, she would. Or Italy might be a nice place.
You don't see that weight stuck to her foot underneath it.
Yeah, she's been duct taped to her chair. I will answer Grace's question. Right now, I've only had, I think it's 5 applications in, and it feels like a big enough project that we're going to put it back in the Roadrunner and do some more advertising, and hopefully I'll be bringing a recommendation for the candidates in March, is my aim. But I'd like to see more participation. So that's where that is. The next proposed selectmen's meetings are March 11th and April 8th, if that fits into all of your current calendars. And
those are Tuesday nights?
Those are Tuesday nights. It's always the first Tuesday of the month, or second Tuesday of the month, I'm sorry.
I didn't know if the chair might have a conflict or something.
I don't know. He sent me this meeting, he sent me a text, later.
No,
that's
why I asked if
Well,
it's
no, that's
Tuesday.
why, yeah. Not sure. But I guess on your thing there, I know people are talking about Tuesday night being rough for people too, so, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, we may want to relook at the budget schedule for those public hearings. We, for convenience, put it at the same night as a select board meeting, but you may want to move that.
Maybe do it Tuesday, Thursday,
And
Tuesday,
we
Wednesday.
could add that to the agenda for March if you want.
Okay.
And then I've put in the agenda, the full upcoming budget meeting, but that's gonna get rocking and rolling here by the end of the month.
Not just Tuesday, okay. I'm just putting agenda items.
Oh, okay, then I do have a question on that. So I was looking at this going, this is really compressed. So what you're saying is these are the select board meetings, and the budget committee will have budget committee meetings, and we'll be invited to those
No.
in between?
No, that the budget meetings are, the select board will be leading the meeting and the budget finance will be also there participating.
It'll be the same thing where we're all together, but the select board is just the ones that are gonna be running it.
But you just said there's more dates coming out.
No. Remember, because a
no.
couple people spoke
It's-
up about the
Yeah,
public
and-
hearing
Yeah,
nights.
okay.
Instead of not doing it on
Oh.
a Tuesday, maybe we could do
Those
like
dates,
a, yeah,
okay.
Wednesday or
I'm sorry.
Thursday or
Well,
whatever, yeah.
and I realized I didn't change the March 18th Or
You
was
said
it?
25th, yeah.
It's the original one, yeah.
Yeah,
We have the
I-
18th on here.
I have okay, I do have
Yeah,
it
you
right
crossed
there.
it out on this one.
Yeah, I probably looked, or I obviously looked at the wrong one before.
Thanks for clarifying.
So, and that's all I have.
It's a change to the
18th.
18th from the. yeah.
18th is the right day, yep.
Yeah, the 11th, the 18th, yep. All right, can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor? All right, thank you all for coming.
Or what was said was not quite what I'm reading here for the new rules. And I'm just hoping you'll take another look at that, because I am just, very quickly, I am just reading. It says employers with 15 or more covered employees shall remit 100% of the premium, but may deduct up to 50% of the premium from the employee's wages. So it's not an automatic. I just was pointing that out. Sorry I didn't do it sooner, and I'm sorry to delay this any further.
Thanks. January 1st.
What number is she dealing with?
Now you can make your motion.
Okay, so since we were really good, and thank you guys for all talking this through, I'd like to make a motion to approve the Town of Raymond personnel policy. And one of the reasons why I guess I too as improvement is because we are in December and January 1st is coming around really quick. So I make that motion to approve it. With all the changes that, yes, that we agreed on together as a group.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried.
Okay, so this one here is, you guys are going to sign the tag.
Or would you rather I wait and sign it after I have it completely done? That's up
So
to
you can
you.
put it on, you can put it on the.
I can put it on the back table when it's all done.
Yeah.
Because it might not end up on that back page.
Yep.
That's right. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not signing that one.
Next item.
Such a dirty.
I'm not signing that one.
No.
But it's passed.
Discussion of traffic issues in Raymond.
In your packet, whoops, I've got to get down to said packet. I went through the data that we did collect. It was put on 3 different roads, Egypt, Plains, and Main Street. It was just for a short time.
Do we have this
Whoops.
in the packet or not?
Yes.
Yes.
You have what I'm telling you.
Page
And what
175.
page? Okay.
What page was that? I'm sorry.
175.
Yeah, because
That's why.
my scroll here won't
Yeah,
work.
there's
We
a
jumped
lot.
from 120 to like,
Yeah, it's 158 pages, so it's a little
Oh, it's
confusing.
179.
It's 179.
Catch up, Dennis.
thanks.
You're missing some pages.
Oh, yeah, got down to there we go. Traffic data thus far.
It was interesting that Plains Road had one that must have gone 24 hours because it said it had a speeder in at 2 o'clock in the morning or whatever.
Yeah.
And I would have loved to have seen that set up on Main Street. I know that they had an extreme number there too. Are we just doing a test now and doing it when
Yeah.
snow melts and we start again?
That's correct. This was to see, one, what will a little bugger get us? And what it will get us is the minimum speed, the maximum speed, the mean speed, and the total number of vehicles per hour. So it doesn't show every single car that goes through. These samples aren't statistically significant, so we can't really draw conclusions from this, but we can get some anecdotal pieces out of that. Nathan did actually see the one on Egypt Road that managed to hit 68 miles an hour, which is a pretty good trick on that road. And he found that at that time there was an emergency that an officer was going to.
Oh, was it a
that's-
police officer?
Yeah, it was a police officer. So I think that's a learning that I've taken out of this, that when we actually look at data next spring, I'll need to talk with Cumberland County to see when were officers going through and see if that had any bearing on our data.
2 different nights in the last couple nights, I saw the Cumberland County Sheriff sitting down on Main Street at our fire building down there. Not at the fire station, but at the other one. So they were sitting there, which was really cool.
seen more radar since we've been talking about it. We have had an impact. It's got out that we're concerned. The highest speed, I don't have my paperwork here. You know, that Main Street hit was like 59.
Yeah.
And there was talk, you know, from Sean and from the comprehensive board. When you think of 60 miles an hour on that road, I don't even know where you can get up that fast.
Yeah, around midnight.
It was midnight.
Yeah.
What it is some kid sees it and goes, ooh, I wonder how fast I can get the thing to go off on.
Oh, yeah.
We had a rollover on Main Street and 121 when I was chief and went up into the house. So all I'm saying is the concerns have been heard. 60 is fast. And if it's 60 on Main Street, you can bet it's 75 or 80 on some of the other places that I've been on, you know. So I'm glad that we're going to start this. I think it starts the process.
We know what we can get out of that particular sign right now.
And is that just one, or do we have two?
We have one sign.
One.
Are we getting a second one?
Put it in the budget.
That's that discussion.
Yeah, that's a discussion to be had.
In the budget process?
Or we could, I mean, we could, you know, it's a discussion item now. We can have that. I mean, what was the price on that?
The post one, the one that was recommended by people.
Well, this one's a mobile one.
Yes.
Rather than being static. And I think Nathan said it was about $3,000.
I mean, you want a mobile one because
Okay.
Move them are in different areas, so it's not the same.
I just think it's time.
you know, because if you know, by moving it around, you know, number one, you know, people don't, you know, if they know it's a static one in one place.
I would make a motion.
Be careful there, but not someplace, you know. So I mean, if, you know, I mean, I would entertain saying, you know, to buy another one, we'll take that out of Selectmen.
I think it'd be great because we've got so many streets. I make a motion that we buy another sign, a mobile sign for speed awareness and data collecting. Thus enable the town to set up two in two different locations and start to collect data in the spring.
I would even say add another one in there, because then you can keep moving around,
Well,
but yeah.
I mean, that gives you two, you know.
'Cause you got quite a few, we got quite a big area to cover.
Yeah, but we also have to store them.
Okay.
Dennis, say 3.
Well, we're going to see what Peter has to say. That was my motion. I didn't hear a second yet.
It hasn't been
Second.
seconded.
No, on the 3.
It's been moved and seconded on buying additional.
We're just open for discussion now.
Pete?
Okay, so Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I believe that what was posted on the agenda is at the last meeting under public comment, both my wife and I spoke to this issue. It was right on the heels of the tragedy on Egypt Road on October 30th. Just for your knowledge, that case is still under investigation, and there has not been a final determination of causality, and they will not release that for liability reasons until they've completed their reconstruction of the accident. I did send to the attention of everyone on the select board the Lakes Region Weekly article of November 29th. That basically describes Lakes Region towns to test traffic calming measures. I think what might be getting lost in this conversation a little bit is, first of all, just as a clarification, there are for around $6,000 or $7,000 a piece. What you get versus the $15,000 to $20,000 for a trailered solar-powered device similar to what we have now. What we've all seen is on post road signs that basically have solar-powered displays that give feedback to the driver as to what their speed is. Right above that is the posted speed, so they have that reference. And that these are brackets mounted on poles. So you can move them around anywhere. You can use them 12 months out of the year versus the trailered type, which obviously end up being a risk by planting them during the winter and there's plowing. So that's why these studies, traffic studies, are usually done in the non-snow months. I think also what's lost is the fact that if you were to read this article, what you'd see is that collecting data through those signs is only one of the many things that the Lake Region town of Gray, Casco, and Sebago will be installing from June until October next year to collect data. I am kind of a data guy. I don't have a problem collecting data. From the comprehensive plan experience, it was that the data that the town collects with these devices can be useful in determining if you have an issue. What I will tell you is that the Greater Portland Council of Government funded through a grant this study for these 3 surrounding towns. So they're going to start acquiring data on different strategies. And if I could just quote the article, what it says is that these measures make travel safer for cyclists and pedestrians, but also for everyone just by slowing down the traffic. And the fact that the data could be used as temporary measures to provide low-cost opportunities to test out different treatments as opposed to the more expensive prospects of immediately installing permanent infrastructure. But I guess my main point is this one. If I was to ask the people in this room or in the community in general, if they believe that there is a road safety issue in the town of Raymond, there is. And there is not going to be any one fix. That's why all of these efforts are called traffic calming. And as I've mentioned before, that could be everything to increased sheriff's presence on our roads, to re-engineering some of the roads, especially in our very sensitive areas, like the school district, like the village area, and like any area where we're seeing a higher incidence of traffic crashes and the like. But in my opinion, and as I've heard other citizens in this town say, we really don't need that data. The anecdotal information that Sue refers to, I would challenge that half of the people in this room have an anecdotal story recently about an unsafe condition on the roads in the town of Raymond. So I guess first and foremost, I would discourage the town going out and purchasing more of these, I guess for lack of a better term, they're relics. They're going away. What we do see is in communities that have perceived that there is a problem with road safety, and that's many in this state, are going more to these solar-powered radar display feedback to the driver to let him know. It's posted, the sign above says speed limit, 40 miles an hour. And then they look and they see what's blinking on that sign, and it's 55. And sure, we can collect that data, and we can show over time. But I will tell you, I've talked with Cumberland County. Egypt Road is considered a dangerous road. And as I mentioned, I believe in public comment at the last meeting, there have been 40 incidents, traffic incidents on Egypt Road in the last 2 years. And that what the DOT describes as a criteria for identifying dangerous roads, it's more like a half a dozen incidents over 3 years. So I don't know. The data that we collect with one of the devices might be helpful in persuading DOT to do more. It's great to see that there is a sign that went out there, and at least we collected some data. It's great to hear that, yeah, we've seen more speed traps, or we've seen more presence of the sheriff in the town. But I can tell you that that wasn't data that provoked that. It was the death of 2 of our citizens.
Peter, are you saying that the posted ones, first of all, I react to it when I get in my head and I'm driving and I see a flashing sign that says I'm doing 40 and a 35 or 25, and I'm a human. I slow down and I've seen a sign that says thank you, and I think that's really cool. You know, is that the sign you're talking about as opposed to the data? Something that just brings people into the moment?
That you can purchase those. Yes, you're right, Dennis.
How much are
The
those?
big ones.
What's that?
Instead of the big ones.
Yeah, and how much are those? Are you saying they're cheaper than this?
It depends. There's a variety. So you can get some for $5,000–6,000. You can pay up to $9,000 if you want them to collect data and be Bluetooth enabled. But you can purchase these signs that have adjustable or removable brackets. So you can put them on a pole on Egypt Road for 3 months, and then you can move them down to the village if you want. But the bottom line is, what I'm seeing is that there's multiple ones placed in many of the communities around us.
I agree.
And obviously, I'm not seeing as many of these big trailered signs anymore. It's kind of gone past that. It's not surprising that, I don't know if it was the Maine DOT or if it was the county that donated one to us. It was one or the other that donated the one we have. You know, I'm always suspicious when anybody's donating things to you, you know? And so it wasn't surprising for me to find out that, they were looking for a part for it forever. Because, they're probably not making as many parts anymore because people aren't going there. But I guess the crux of what I'm saying is this is just the feedback signs, the display feedback signs are just one of the many traffic calming measures that communities have taken or are studying. What I'll tell you just to finish up, because I know the hour's getting late and others want to talk, but the issue with road safety, not just speeding, but road safety in general, was identified in the survey by the comprehensive plan conducted in the summer of 2023. So if you're looking for anecdotal information, go to the website, look at those numbers, and see how many people that we surveyed were saying we've got a problem in Raymond. And it's not isolated to Raymond. It's everywhere, and I think everybody in this room knows that. So the Vision Zero, which is a proposal that's been adopted by many communities, is mentioned in our comprehensive plan as well. And basically, it's a plan to get, in the next 20 years, a massive increase in road safety through traffic calming throughout the country. And its Vision Zero is endorsed by the comprehensive plan. And so I guess I'd end it with the fact that, as I mentioned before, it's more than just the feedback signs. And no one thing's going to solve it. If you happen to be someone who subscribes to the fact that the climate is changing, then what do we hear? We hear that it's not going to be solar energy that's going to solve the problem. It's not going to be getting rid of coal plants that solves the problem. It's not going to be getting more efficient gasoline automobiles that's going to solve the problem. It's a combination of all those things that will help to limit the issue.
I think we know that. I think we've heard it enough. We're trying to find a solution. I think the fact that we're willing to spend $3,000 out of the selectmen's $75,000 may be the first for this, and it's a step in the right direction. If what I'm encapsulating from what you just said is it's a waste of our money to buy a mobile one because it's outdated, that's a different scenario altogether than us trying to do, I guess, how would I say this? We're trying to take the first step within our budget process.
Dennis, there's newer technology that is mobile, so don't conflate that. So these signs that have brackets can be mounted on a pole for 1 month here, another month there, another month there. So they have the same advantages of the trailered devices that are the antiques.
It was a year round.
Yeah, and those trailer devices are, my investigation showed $15,000. $5,000 is for the trailer.
I get it.
So I think you kind of jumped. Dennis was just, and I think Nathan would have probably come back and said to us, look, I can get these for cheaper, or they're better, whatever. And I don't think we were fully done discussing the whole
traffic warming at all. I think that was just like the first step that Dennis says, okay, since that we got information on this one, let's get another one so we can get more information. And I don't believe, we hear everybody, and we don't know what the answer is, and that's why we're sitting here talking. And I think what happens is the discussion was still going on as far as what are some other steps we can do, because we didn't end our discussion on that.
So I would recommend or propose the fact that there be an ad hoc committee established in the town of Raymond, comprising leadership and citizens to study the traffic safety in the town and make a recommendation to the selectmen.
To the budget committee, because we're starting the process, right?
No, it would come to the select board. Let's go to the budget.
No, I'm saying that when the budget process, I meant to say, not the budget committee, because we're headed into a budget process.
Right.
And we're going to be spending, don't get defensive here. I'm just finding the right word here.
No, we're listening.
You're trying to appropriate something to a department that doesn't go to.
The budget process, we're 6 months into this budget. So we're not going to buy 3 or 4 $9,000 signs that we haven't even talked about out of a treasure or I don't think we are anyway.
No, because we're still working on that.
The reality is we're not going to have radar police stopping people. I've seen 2 different things, and you mentioned one of them. This mobile sign I've seen where it's set up underneath a speed limit sign and 3 cruisers on a quarter of a mile down the road saying, you saw the sign, you're still speeding. That's pretty effective. Really effective when you start doing it every day. But we're not going to have that. So we've got to take the first thing, and I'm not opposed to a committee getting together and bringing it into our budget process saying we need speed bumps or 5 of these signs or whatever. But we're trying to use some funds to fix sick leave, to fix vacation time, and maybe get a sign. So is the sign not $3,000? Is it $9,000 no matter what we spend, or 15? I'd rather spend 9 on one we put on a post than 15 on wheels, if that's what you're saying. And I think that's what you're alluding to, that the other ones that you just hook up to the post, you're not paying for the trailer. Is that correct?
Yeah, Dennis, that's part of it. I guess I don't want to take up too much more time. I just tell you this: I'm heartsick over the deaths.
So as am I.
And it seems like the only time there seems to be real action taken is after a disaster. And all I'm saying is it would make more sense to be proactive than to be reactive.
I agree.
And when it's life safety, I don't think there's any wiggle room there.
Then I'll change my motion. I'll ask and make a motion that, I guess it's going to have to be Nathan. He's traffic. He's the road guy to investigate and recommend which sign we should have up there, unless there's a better solution here.
I think that's what you were trying to say.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to motion it, though. I mean, it's
You already have a
it's in
motion
the works.
seconded on the floor.
Go ahead.
I withdraw the second.
I'm sorry.
If the motion's been withdrawn, I mean,
Withdraw your
it's
motion.
kind of.
Well, you're the chair. How do we proceed?
Well, it really, what you'd have to,
We can
the
vote.
clean way, you have to vote the motion down.
Yeah.
Because you no longer own the motion. The motion is on the table. Once the motion's on the table, it's not owned by you. You can't retract it.
Oh my God.
So you have to
Okay.
defeat the motion, then you can make a new motion.
Thanks, parliamentarian.
Well, I thought if she withdrew the
That's what
second,
you said, right?
that was the same
Yeah,
thing.
exactly. That's what I put that in his ear. Okay, so
Can't. Same thing.
no. Okay, so what's
If it
happening
hadn't been
is
seconded-
he's going to say all
She
in,
already seconded.
So what
She
you're
can't
going to do...
withdraw.
He's gonna say all in favor, and we're gonna vote
You're
no.
going to defeat the motion.
ahead.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, so the motion is defeated. Now you can make it, now if your
We're gonna give her the
intent
direction.
is, that doesn't require a motion, it's a direction, we can direct the town manager to have the,
Yeah, we don't need a
have the public works director
Okay.
do the investigation.
Okay.
There.
There you go. I think.
Very, very cool.
That does not require a motion.
Okay.
Sean McKill, Budget Finance. I live on Main Street, and last Wednesday, I was in a Zoom meeting, and within 1 hour, 3 people got pulled over in front of my house. So,
So they're there, which is
the
great.
combination, exactly what you're talking about, is what we need. And I just real quick just want to say, I was driving through Yarmouth today, and I saw the signs that we're talking about, and those are very, very effective. Then, they can be up there all year. They're up high enough where they weren't destroyed by the plows. So
I like that idea.
yeah, so Budget Finance Committee, I know that we're interested in spending money on this coming up. So I appreciate you throwing some money at it, but I think that we really want to look at this to throw, a lot more into it to make sure that this is the right thing.
Okay. Well, That was good.
Okay. Next item, discussion of formulation of a visioning committee to look at the potential uses for the Jordan Small Middle School. So the intent here is to put out an advertisement so people can apply to go onto this committee. The committee's task would be to do conceptual ideas on what could be done using the school. I don't envision that committee looking at costs or feasibility. That would be a second committee. This is the pie in the sky people that are going to say, here's things that could be done. And let's, and for that we want a broad swath. We want age-friendly, we want youth, we want public works, public safety, we want as many stakeholders as we can get there to look at the building, say, here are things that could be done there as far as overall looking at where the town's going. From that committee, then it can go to, okay, from those ideas, what are practical and what are not practical, and what are the costs going to be? Because at some point, we're going to come down to the fact that we're going to have to spend some bucks up there, and we need to have a plan first that says here's what we want to do, so we then can say, okay, it's going to cost us $2 million, it's going to cost us $10 million, it's going to cost us $20 million, whatever that figure is going to be, because that is what the people are going to have to buy into.
I like that idea.
Sean McHope, Comprehensive Plan Committee. We've already kind of did that. My recommendation would just be jump into it a little bit more harder than that. We already have some good data collection on what could be used for. My recommendation is to, because of our time crunch and everything, I think that you should go full board instead of just doing a soft committee.
Well, I'm not sure that you had every stakeholder in there. I mean, when I look at all the various departments and stakeholders that could come in there, I'm not sure that everyone was at the table. And I think that, I appreciate and applaud the work that the comprehensive plan did on there, but we're talking about a major event here, and we're not, this isn't something we want to, push through on the fast track. It's something we want to take a look at. What is the 10, 15-year use of that building?
Well, and I've had a couple people approach me and say, what are we going to do? Are we going to put together a committee as the board? And that building has been projected for so many uses. So that's one of the reasons why, too, is getting the church might be an addition to that, too, because of how many things people are looking to put in that building, is what it is. So I fully agree with that and getting more people involved in it.
Fair. I'll let you guys handle it the way you want to handle it, but it just seems to me that having two separate committees, the soft committee and then the harder committee, just seems to me like get the hard committee going on first. Like, doesn't that make a little bit more sense than to get all the ideas together? And sure, the stakeholders can still come to the full committee's meetings and stuff and say, hey, we want to put our representation here, but it seems like
I think that on the second committee you have a different set of talents that are required there. You need the engineering side, you need things like that are going to be required on that, because you're looking at HVAC issues, you're looking at various issues, physical plant issues. The first committee isn't as concerned with that as the second would be, because that gets into, okay, here's the pie in the sky, we could do this and that and the other. The other one looks at it and says, no, you can't do that, because you'd have to, you're now destroying the building doing that. So I mean, the one feeds into the one feeds into the other.
Sean, but I have to laugh too. And this isn't anything meant to sound sarcastic or anything. It's almost like sometimes when you were telling us before, we were always rushing things. Now I feel like you are telling us to skip that first step and go into the next step.
Well, no, the rushing, no, I don't feel like this is a rush. If, like I said, you guys handle it the way you want. My recommendation is that, that we're coming up very quickly on that. I mean, we are. I appreciate that now we're actually looking at this, because when I first started on budget finance, it was not that was so far away. We weren't interested in looking at it. Now I think you guys are taking it very seriously. That was just my recommendation. If you have the experience with it to say, though, this is the way it should be done, then I'm okay with it. I just kind of felt like, to have two committees, I don't know, it just seemed like a waste of time. So is the first committee going to be 6 months, a year? Like, what would your vision be for the first committee?
It's not a long cycle. It's probably
like a 6 months.
So they're only meeting once.
Ideally, you'd be 6 months. Ideally, 6 months.
So
the problem you get into with committees is you first have your organization, and that a lot of the work doesn't get you got to kind of be a little bit flexible, have some flexibility in there, because if we can get people started and they can work together and come up with the good plans and whatnot, then that should be a short-lived committee. Then that hands off. Now they can take a lot of the work that you guys have already done, and that helps on that starting phase too.
Well, another thing we had to remember too is we cannot predict what any board members that are on that school board may want to do with the school, because they have to vote to turn it back over to the town. Even though it's so close, it's there, you cannot predict and say what someone else is going to vote, because in another year, it may be half of a new board. So that's another thing we didn't want to get too far ahead. You know what I mean? And that type of thing.
Well, like I said, I'm good with it the way you're doing it. That's, I'm fine with it. That was just my recommendation. But
And Sean, I can answer the question. I think there'll be a member or two from the comprehensive board. I think there'll be library there, so there'll be a member from the library. You've got a lady right now that's active with the older group. I'd like to find another word than
age-friendly.
Age-friendly.
But I mean, so
and rec.
Yeah, or age-friendly. Friendly about the age. So if you take the people that are the stakeholders already that are in existence, and you combine them with what recommendations are coming out of the comp plan, those things will all be part of it. You know what I mean? You won't talk about the library without bringing a library person in. So if you start off with that rounded committee, it's quite a process. I mean, I did the public safety building, and it took some time, but I don't think anyone's going to skip the recommendation of the comprehensive board. That was some great stuff, and we're going to have members of that board on the committee, probably the first committee and the second.
Well, like I said, I'm good with it. Wanted to bring it up.
Grace Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I agree with both, if I could say that. And so I'm wondering if you could broaden the charge a bit from what Rolf stated, so that they could start getting into some more specifics. If you have the library director on the committee, they know what they might need for a library and whether or not there's a suitable space already without much, if any, renovation needed, things like that. So I'm just hoping that could happen and move forward. I would also just add, there's a beautiful relatively new community center in North Yarmouth where I've been having some meetings and looking at some of the area community centers and how they're using spaces that were former schools, in that case, would be part of what I would hope such a group would take on. And just on a long drive back through New England, I did notice in the tiniest of little towns, they had a community center. And so, again, that's my hope, that there will be a community center in at least part of those spaces. And maybe, again, the charge could be broadened to look, as I mentioned before, at all of the buildings that the town owns and how they're being used, and if there's a better way to be using them in an overall plan. Thank you.
Can I ask Joe, just to get up there, he's talking to a friend that's technically going through this too?
As far as, there's, off the top of my head, there's, Westbrook Community Center, that's an old school that was converted. There's one in Gorham, that was old middle school, that's been converted to community center and town hall. So there's definitely some out there. I know a bunch of people have actually put children, so kids like middle school age or high school aged in those visionary development plans because they have a good feeling of what they want as well. So that's one recommendation too, is to have a student involved in kind of that visionary plan as well.
That middle age, that's kind of hard, that the teens don't know what to do and they don't want to be staying home. They don't, yeah. So that would be.
That's also
cool.
Something that's been done.
Thanks, Joe.
So, Mr. Chair, we're talking about January, having a notice go up saying anyone interested could apply with their resume or whatever?
It'll go out as soon as we can get, soon I can get a.
Oh, okay.
So can we, do you want a motion on this?
No, we don't.
Nope, okay, good.
We don't need a motion on that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
We'll need a motion when we go to form.
Yes.
When you form the committee.
Okay, so you guys are going to deal with that.
Okay.
Good.
That's why I had a question.
Yep. Okay, next item is consideration of voting method for town meeting warrants. So we're at that time again where we need to make the decision on whether we're going to go to an in-person town meeting or go to a referendum town meeting.
Keeps coming back and forth.
And is there a reason it has to be decided in December or January? It can't be decided in May or April when the...
Yes, because if we're going to vote by secret ballot, we have to make the ballots, and they have to go to the printer by May, or actually by April.
It's also on the schedule too, as far as hearings and.
Yeah, and that's what sets the budget schedule. That's why we moved it back.
I think I've been publicly straight up that I want to see an annual meeting, and if they decide to vote to stay with the secret ballot vote, then that's what we'll do for the rest of it, I guess. But that's my feeling.
Thanks, Deb.
Grace?
All set? Yep, Grace, 2 Levitt Road, Grace Levitt, sorry. I strongly encourage that we at least try an in-person, open forum town meeting again. So I've watched back to several select board meetings from the last few years. I know that we went to the ballot type of a voting on the warrant town meeting form. The words are not going to come out quite right. I want to be sure I'm clear about what I'm saying, though. We had to do that because of COVID. And looking through and listening to some of the discussion in previous years when it's remained voting on a warrant, I heard remarks such as people had questions on Election Day about items on the warrant. And yes, they could be attending these meetings. I would encourage people to do that. They might not if I keep coming up to the microphone, however. But just at least listen in to the Budget Committee deliberations, to all of those things. It's really important, I think, for people to be informed on what they're voting on. I know that the numbers of people voting in June at an election day, they have other things they're voting on, so they're coming out for that. And yes, if we're voting on the warrant, that is a convenient way for some folks. We don't know if they're voting on all of the items in the warrant, however. If they don't understand something, they might not be voting on it. And so you may not really be getting the participation that you think you're getting just because of the numbers of people that are showing up to vote or taking out absentee ballots. So I would encourage us to try that again, to have in-person discussion. We've talked about connecting with the community and building that sense of community and rebuilding that sense of community. There's a lot going on towards that, but I think this is a really key step. And so again, there could be lots of ways to use that day, to have other groups coming in. They used to have, I don't know if it was Lions Club or some other organization that had the lunches that you could purchase, and there were groups of kids that did babysitting and really encouraged people to attend and have the discussion that is needed to really understand what they're voting on when they're voting on different warrant items. I think I've left a key point out, but if I had, I think I know somebody that might be heading something in, but hopefully that's the direction that we could go in and see what we can do to help encourage people to come out and attend a town meeting. When I asked somebody in Wyndham just yesterday, do you still do the in-person forum town meeting? And they looked at me like, well, of course we do. That's a pretty large town. So again, they're still doing that, as are many other towns in the state, and I'm hoping that we could do that once again and encourage participation in the town in that respect. I think there's a lot of benefits to being in person. You form relationships, you make friends, you have those side conversations, which some of us are having. I apologize for that. But you get to meet people, you get to know your town, and you get connected to your town. And I think that's really important that we start doing that more in Raymond. Thank you.
Grace, can I ask you something? I guess my concern is we're only going to get those 15, 20 people out there. I know when they go down to the school to vote on the school budget, there is maybe 35 people there for those. You know what I mean? So there's not a lot, but my concern is we get more people coming out, and I understand what you're saying as far as getting people out, getting them involved and explaining things. But even with the comprehensive plan, when you had Peter there, I mean, we had that big setup and hoping 4 people, and I was sitting next to Karen, 4 people came to that, which that's the plan of the town. So that's why I always push for the secret ballot, because we're getting more people out, because we're giving them a longer time. I would rather have many open hearings. I would get information out any other way we can, but my concern is, do I want 15 or maybe 20 people voting on everything when you can get a lot more of the town involved?
So I do believe it was more than 15 and 20 when even the last few times there were town meetings. I recall we used to do it on a Saturday. Yes, it used to, long ago, include the school budget, and that drew people out as well. But when that was no longer the case, the numbers did drop off. But what were we doing to encourage people to attend? What were the communications about it? Then it switched to a Tuesday evening. And it was at such a time that, again, if you commuted elsewhere, as many people in Raymond do, you wouldn't even get back in time to be there for the town meeting. It was a struggle for many. And so, again, it's what could we do? The problem was low numbers of people attending. Let's address that problem and get people to attend and have that discussion and that debate and really understand what the town is all about and what they're voting on. That would be what I would push for, and find all sorts of ways to have multiple ways to communicate about it, have the date set well in advance, have other things that draw people in, and again, build that sense of community back. I think it's really been something that a lot of people are looking for. And again, the comprehensive plan has a ton of information in there and talks about that as well. So I encourage anyone who's listening to this, if you haven't read that draft plan yet, please do. There's a lot of good information there, with a lot of good work that went into that. And I do want to thank you for having all of these items on the agenda. I really appreciate that as well. Thank you.
I have a hot.
We get Jennifer. Jennifer?
I have something about this.
The same thing.
No, you're muted.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Got it?
Yeah.
Hi, Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. So yeah, I want to speak to the open town meeting, just following up on what Grace said and also what Teresa said with respect to the comprehensive plan. I will say the one at the Raymond Fire Safety Building was standing room only. And I will also say with comprehensive plan, there were multiple things happening. So you could go online, you could go in person, there were multiple in-persons, and there was various attendance at both. So I'm not sure that citing that one meeting where there was 4 of us there is an appropriate analogy, just in that respect with comprehensive plan. Also, I will say that in my experience doing the solar, as you know, I got about 500 signatures, talked to everybody all over town, knocking on doors, and anecdotally what came up was that people don't understand the issues. And the reason that we got into solar was I didn't understand what I was voting for. You know, I've never been anti-solar, as I said in previous meetings, and on our solar ordinance, I thought that what I was voting on, right, was different than what it actually was. And part of that could be the fact that the legalese, you know, when we're reading through these documents, it's not always easy. And even going through the policy and procedure manual that we've just done the last couple of hours, you know, people need clarifications on things because they're like, does that say what I think it says, or does that say what I think it says? The other thing that came up is I was at 2 elections, you know, at my little booth getting signatures or informing people about solar. And what came up there was that people didn't know that once they got into the voting booth, if they didn't understand what was on the warrant, that the information was there available, that they could read it then. So if people didn't know that they had to research all the detail prior to voting at the election, if they didn't know that once they got there they could access that, or even if they did read it and the legalese was so confusing that they didn't really understand what it was, and there was nobody available to sort of clarify what it actually meant. You know, most of us are not attorneys, so we don't know what that means. So I would say from that perspective, and from the perspective, again, talking with over 500 people with the signatures, talking to even more at both of those elections where I was sitting and had a table, that people really do want information. They're just really busy. And I'm not sure that they have the space and time to be able to attend everything, right? You know, there was a period I was very involved in Raymond, and then there was a period that I was raising my family. And now I'm about to become an empty nester, and the solar sort of brought me back into Raymond. And that could be partially a compliment to you guys as well, because you do such a great job. We sort of go on autopilot until we find out something's upsetting to us, and then we need to react. But having the open town meeting would alleviate all of that, because we would get sort of back to, I remember when we were a caucus state, you know, for politics, and I've always been an independent, but to caucus I had to declare, right, who I wanted to caucus with. And I just remember that so clearly, that the fun of caucusing or the fun of town meeting is getting to know your neighbors, and is getting to know what they think and how they feel and different ideas, and getting clarification and building community, and then coming together on a community vision, kind of like we did with the comprehensive plan. So again, all anecdotal, personal experience, etc. But I think, you know, we're done with COVID. We're all craving community. We're talking about a community center. We all care about what's happening in our government, whether it's national or local. Our involvement may not highlight how much we care about that, but I think that it's time to try and give open town meetings a try again. So that's just my 2 cents. Thanks so much.
Yeah. So I guess I'm more asking maybe the logistics of it, but why can we not do a hybrid of that, as have a town meeting prior to, so we can discuss, do everything that we need to do, community, all that, and then actually have the vote like we normally do at secret ballot? Because there's a bunch of different reasons I think that, you know, if you can't make that, or if you're raising your hand and your neighbor's so hard against it and you have your little yellow card and maybe you're not going to vote or you don't show up because of that, at least secret ballot gets the people that don't want to be out there in the front of it to actually vote and show up and do something. But you also get the community sense of discussion and people can figure it out. The third part about that is I think it's a little bit of a cop-out when we say we go there and we don't know what we're voting on or don't know where to go. We can easily help that aspect of it by telling the people when you get your card that there is, if you have any questions on that. I don't know if they do that now, but I know that's how I figured it out when I first moved to Raymond, is that Sue Carr had a spot that had all the stuff that you could research right there. It had all the pages and pages of ordinance changes and things like that, so you could research it if you showed up there and didn't do your due diligence. There was a place to do that. So I think you could kind of kill both of these issues with one if you can. I don't know if it's feasible, but why can we not have the town meeting but actually vote at secret ballot? Is that?
That's the public hearing that we had
That's what I mean, public
beforehand.
hearing.
We always have one. And,
I realize,
yeah.
but we got to show up if we.
Well, exactly.
So
it's like we're going to show up to the. We're not going to show up to the public meeting that we have now, but we're going to show
Yes.
up to have a public meeting that we're going to vote.
Well, there's
in front on. I just don't know how that's going to actually happen.
From a logistics standpoint, that can't work. And the reason it can't work is in an open town meeting, an article can be changed. If it's changed, then it does not match what's on the ballot. And therefore, people are voting on two different things.
Right, but they can be changed at the meeting, at the open town meeting?
Yes.
So
You
it's a
can-
good idea, but it's not
Within
legal.
certain limitations. you can-
Yeah, and that happens often?
But I would add this, if we put on the
That's even
warrant,
scarier, in my opinion.
if we put on the warrants, that it would be there would be a warrant to decide once and for all, are we going to do secret ballot or open town meetings? Some of those 600 people that came in to vote would also show up to vote to go to secret ballot. It wouldn't be 5 of us deciding, it would be the town deciding. And that's what I've said from the very beginning. And at that stage, we would truly know if the energy, how many showed up. Because I got to tell you, when I tried to get the public safety building built, there were hundreds of people there. And you could tell the difference with...
What do you mean by us 5 people deciding? We're not, we take it to vote.
So I'm saying if we went to an annual town meeting and in there was a warrant to discuss on going to a secret ballot vote from that point on,
okay.
instead of us deciding tonight, that would be the citizens deciding, not us 5. Anyway, Peter's probably going to give me more information than I just gave you.
Yeah, Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. What I'd basically say is this, in a nutshell. This is a microcosm of town meeting. And by that I mean there are maybe a dozen people here at this select board meeting. And but what I've heard is at least 1 selectman and at least 3 concerned citizens advocating for an open town meeting. I would ask, where are the proponents of the ballot? Can I just have a show of hands? So what I'm hearing is that like previous select board meetings, it's the selectmen that are deciding this. And if there's representation and it's only 4 people, the concern is that, well, that's not really democracy, because you could just get 4 friends together and you could pass all sorts of things. But my guess would be that those 4 individuals would be very knowledgeable and informed about what's going on and the warrant articles. Just like my sense is everyone here is pretty well informed about what's going on in the town. And what is better, to have a smaller participation of informed voters in the community, or to just have what is, in my sense, my experience, a ballot in which someone comes out to vote primarily because they have 1 or maybe 2 agenda items on the ballot and feel compelled to exercise their democratic right, and so they just check off the boxes. And I don't know that that's really democracy. I believe that Thomas Jefferson said that the town meeting is the purest form of democracy that you can have. We're talking about community and establishing community. Nothing establishes community more than having neighbors come together, ask questions, give their various thoughts, and have an exchange, and then vote on it. Up or down, one way or the other, the majority of the votes there carry it. I know that state law requires that if you have the open meeting format, you must be present. So we're leaving people out. If someone's housebound, and correct me if I'm wrong, register of voters, but I believe there is no absentee ballot in an open meeting.
That's correct.
Thank you. So I guess the question is, are we leaving those individuals out? So I will make this very brief, and I think my wife touched on a few of them, but what could we do to increase attendance? We could offer childcare on the site. We could provide transportation for elderly and mobility challenged individuals that are so inclined to attend because they're knowledgeable or they have questions. We could schedule the meeting on weekends. We could hold regularly scheduled special town meetings like some towns do. And what they do is they narrow the focus of the meetings, such that special town meeting, we're going to talk about the budget items. 3 months later, special town meeting, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about ordinance changes. Narrow the focus, shorten the meeting, but concentrate on getting information focused just on that particular special town meeting in place. Increase communications. Get it out early and often in as many sources of media as possible to encourage people to attend. And lastly, what gets people to attend anything, whether it was the comprehensive plan in which the Zoom speaker was saying, oh yeah, we got a room full of people. Well, you know why? Because it was a controversial issue. So are there controversial issues in town? Well, I hate to sound like a broken record, but I'd say not feeling safe to walk outside my house and down my country road with my grandchild, that should get a few people out. Thank you.
So that was just my opinion, and Peter definitely does not agree with it, but you know what, and again, Stu has the statistics here on public meetings and public hearings and...
Or on elections and town meetings. The last time I have statistics on having a Saturday town meeting, 237 people came out. That's 5.5% of the population at that point in time.
And when was that?
That was in 2003.
2003.
And then we went to the Tuesday night ones.
Yeah. And the last...
Up to about 50.
Well, because there's soccer, there's baseball, there's dance.
2019 was the last open town meeting we had. 77 came out. That was less than 2% of the voters on the voter list and 1.74% of the population at the time. The prior in 2018, 50 people came. In 2017, 60. In 2016, 72. 15. Whoops, there it is, I went by it, was a Wednesday night, and that was 63.
What was the meeting where there was 15?
I think what Teresa was referring to were the RSU meetings at the school.
At the school.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
thank you. I was wondering what the issue was that no one wanted to show up for. That's why.
No, and their budget, I know before, and I haven't been to, one of the meetings in a while.
Pardon?
Do you have the poll numbers too?
I do.
Sorry, keep on.
So,
Just letting her multitask while you do that. I mean, it's 9 o'clock.
No, I'm just saying that there's not a lot of people there, and people comment on that too. Like, you only have so many people that show up for a huge budget, but again, it's got to get people out to it.
So, in June of '24, for the ballot that was done for the annual town meeting, 799 ballots were cast for that, for our warrant.
Wow.
And of that, let me skip down past the candidates. At the beginning of the ballot, only 32 left them blank, but generally it tends to widen as we go down to the bottom.
I remember seeing a lot of blanks left on the warrants.
And by the time you get down to the ordinance changes, 122 were left blank.
Yeah.
Out of that. But still, that's still 500 people as opposed to 70 people. And that's the argument. I can argue this one on both sides without any problem. There are merits to having more people see the information and be able to decide. There are also merits on having discussion, and there's nothing I like better than community and drawing anything into a community setting. I think we're missing that in our society.
I agree with that 100%.
I would say.
I just think that people really need to do a little bit of the work too. They need to, either way we do it, they need to show up or they need to research it. Because like Peter said, if you go and vote and you have zero clue and you're filling in dots, you're doing just as bad as if you don't show up. But you can, and then if you stack a room because you want something to go past, you just call up a bunch of people and nobody else really cares, it's not that big a deal, and then nobody shows up, then you get stuff passed that way. It's like, there's good and bad to both of them.
Yes,
there is. It's just, when the turnout is 10 times, it's usually better percentages of how the community and the people feel when it's that big of a difference, I think. It's just beforehand we got to do a better job of being able to communicate, have open dialogue, clear communication on what's going on to the ballot.
More
that they're
public
actually voting
hearings.
for.
And have
Whatever
maybe
it is, I
have,
don't know.
Bob O'Neill. Is it Bob O'Neill? Yeah.
I haven't done both either, so.
Well, Bob O'Neill, I mean, have him come and explain during the public hearings to be able to, oh, I'm sorry.
For the ordinance change.
For the ordinance changes, and we can have 2 public hearings. I mean, we can.
Well, and I did add an extra public hearing because it was requested at one of your meetings to the schedule.
I don't see the harm in letting, if it's 75 people who would rather be secret ballot voting than an annual town meeting, that would be 70 people deciding. If 50, and certainly if people knew they were going to have an opportunity to end the annual town meeting and have this secret ballot vote without a lot of information, in my opinion, there was a lot of blanks, and we heard standing out there at the polls, people coming out saying those were some of the most confusing ordinance or articles I've seen.
But they could have showed up.
Yeah.
That's a little bit of a cop-out for those people that say that.
Well, I'm not telling you they can or can't. I'm saying let that group of people decide, and they'll show up to vote to go secret ballot instead of 4 or 5 people deciding that. That's all I'm saying. Before you guys decided over COVID, people showed up. No one stood up and said, can we have secret ballot vote? We hate the annual meeting. And I'm saying, if you do it and you say, we're going to look at this, come in if you want to have secret ballot vote, you're going to decide it. Like it says in the ordinance that in fact, the state law says, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sue, but I read the ordinance, the state law that says that if the select board doesn't have a legitimate reason for an annual town meeting in a town meeting forum, you can do a petition of 10% of the gubernatorial vote and petition them, and they would put that in there because people decided for the group, whether it's 75 or 200. Why don't you let the town people decide once and for all at a town meeting to stop it?
I think it's dangerous to do once and for all.
Yes.
I mean,
yeah.
that's the whole, you can't do that either because you're going to have another COVID or you're going to have another, you have to be able to, you can't once and for all stuff.
Okay, let me take that word out.
Well,
why don't we let them decide?
I don't agree with that. That's an assumption that people don't know what's going on in some of this. And there may be a handful, like there's a certain percentage of people that did not answer questions, on and stuff like that. But there's also could be a big majority that do know the answers to it. And to me, I know I deal with a lot of people in and day out because what happens is they've got to make their family a priority. And when they're doing that, they're going to dance. They're splitting between, soccer and on the road, sports, and they have family matters and stuff like that. So they're going to pick the family issues. So here, if someone
over an ordinance change. 100%.
Yeah, I literally had a parent come in at 7 o'clock, drop off her kids, and turn around and say, "I got to go vote because the rest of the day I'm not going to be able to make it." So to me, again, it's an assumption of people not knowing the stuff compared to.
Sounds like we made up our mind.
No, I'm not. I'm just giving you my opinion, and we're debating it just like we did everything else. But to me, I am so open to any kind of hearing. I'm open to any kind of public meeting and getting it out. But the data shows that we get more people on secret ballots because there's more time all day. And we can put big notes up and say, if you don't understand something, here you go. Or if, people need something, as far as, that.
I think this community is just dying to have a community, and I bet you there'd be a great turnout at the annual meeting.
So secret ballot just kills community?
No, I'm saying that for the first time, we're talking about a school that's going to need bonding money. We're definitely going to want more people on that. I know it's not that long, but all I'm saying is,
and we're going to vote on it.
Then we ought to.
You can
just
tell
vote.
us to shut up. Sorry, go ahead.
I just think that we're missing something. I think we're missing something in a small town. I think Thomas Jefferson was right about it. I think that we stopped it as a selectman, not the town meetings, not the people that have been coming in for 100 years.
I don't believe that, and because of that, and people are going to hate me, and whatever, I'm going to make a motion to go with the secret ballot, and we can still have debate,
Okay.
but
So I'm making a motion to stick with that because more people can come and we can educate them as much
It's not
as
a
we
secret
can.
ballot, it's called a referendum.
Referendum, so sorry. Everybody else has been calling it a secret ballot.
Well, it's a referendum vote on a secret ballot.
There you go, yes.
To be, if you want to be completely
Right.
technical.
But, I mean, let me just say this before, it's been moved, it hasn't been seconded yet, so I can
Yep, you
still
still
speak
say,
to it. But
yep.
I don't have a big objection to doing an open town meeting this year. And let's see where we are. But let me ask a rhetorical question to Peter. Will you be satisfied if 20 people bounce the comprehensive plan?
Oh, that's interesting.
Ooh. He's going to say yeah.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, great question, Ralph. What I'd tell you is this. I haven't been satisfied with the turnout since I started on the comprehensive. This experience has taught me is this. Those few people in the community that chose to get engaged in the plan, to me, they're worth their weight in gold as far as where they see this town going, and they are informed. And my question once again would be, does numbers, which equates to participation, really exemplify or negate the fact that there are a small minority, 5%, 2% of the electorate, that actually care enough to come out and vote? And I would say that the numbers are a little skewed because there's a lot of other things going on the ballot on any given election that cause people to come out. And so trying to equate a general election number with a town meeting, open town meeting, isn't really a fair comparison. And I guess lastly, what I just say is this. I think Selectman Sadak is right. I think I'm making a lot of assumptions as far as the knowledge of the electorate on the town warrant. I think she's also making an assumption.
I am.
And
You're right.
that's that a lot of individuals are very informed, that it's just that our lives are so busy that we just can't get away.
Right, I think that's the point on the other side as well. That's why the numbers are different.
Because we're just so busy.
We have a full day on one to be able to vote on something.
And
we have a small time frame on the
But
other.
I would tell you that what Jefferson would probably say if he was standing here is, or actually John Adams asked it back during the Continental.
Yeah, but women couldn't even vote then. I mean, you're going back a little too far.
What John Adams asked the Continental Congress was, are you sure you want everybody to vote? Think about that.
Okay.
You definitely have lines.
One more to my thing, though, is you get people out, maybe because they have 1 or 2 issues that they know they want to vote on. But because they're there, they're taking a look at other things on the ballots to see more. So they're saying, oh, that interests me, boom. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, Sam's on
I mean, if we decide to go to the town meeting, then we have to make a second decision, which we don't have to make, that doesn't have to be made tonight, of what day do we want to have it? Do we want to have it a weekday? Do we want to have it on a weekend? But that's a secondary issue. The first issue is which way do we want to go? And as I say, I don't have a big problem with
dates,
going back and doing it this year as an open town meeting, seeing what we get, and then we have to reevaluate it from there. Because if we end up with next to nobody there, then, in my opinion, at that point, we're doing a disservice by doing that.
I would agree.
I think we have those numbers, though.
Yeah.
Well, I think
We have quite a bit of data that does both ways.
Yeah.
The other problem is you don't have any, I don't see anyone at many of these meetings that's under 45. And there's a big reason is because they are slammed busy either with kids, with, school if they're in college or whatever. And they don't have time to come out to pick a small time frame. It's just, they're never here for that.
So we've got, it was moved, but it was not seconded. Do you want to stay with that?
I do want to stay with it. I'm sorry.
Is there a second on Teresa's motion to have that as a referendum vote?
I'll second that.
Discussion on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, that motion fails. Is there a second motion?
I make a motion that we try an annual public open meeting this year, please.
Is there a second? All right, I'll second that. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed?
We need Sam.
Sam's not there.
Sam's not here.
In that case, both motions fail on the table, which there is no.
So no what?
No, there is
Oh.
there is no decision at this point, so we'll have to move that decision to the next select board meeting.
I like debating this out. And I hear what you're saying. I do.
Okay, next item, let's see if we can move things along. Next item is update the finance director account status. Sue, are you-
She had to leave.
She had to leave.
She had to leave. So, other than Brenda is continuing to get things updated, we did have a lady start today that's a temp that is going to be working on the reconciliations. And Brenda and I have already started working on the budget worksheets. We've gone over them with the department heads. I still have a few more to update, but we're making good progress. But Brenda has found a lot of things that needed to be tidied up, and she's done just a phenomenal job so far. I wish she was here to hear that.
She's been
But I've told her that.
Okay, next item is consideration of budget goals and schedule.
And all I did in the proposal was just simply change the years and put in this last year's date. I just wanted to show you what you had said last year and let you tweak from there, if you feel so led. Last year, you had that first one of maintaining or lowering the tax rate, and because of circumstances beyond the town's control, it went up by almost 2 points anyway.
Bye, Joe. Thanks.
Discussion on the goals?
I think they're pretty straightforward.
How about the schedule? Any known conflicts at this point? I'm sure we'll end up having to do a modification at some point. But
Yeah, because I'll be
we
sending
always
it.
do.
Once I put any of your changes in, I'll be sending it to the Budget Finance Committee, and they meet next week.
But
I think it's straightforward.
any dates that jump out at anybody that are a problem right now? So
Somewhere,
move that along then to
To Budget Finance.
see if they have any conflicts on it. Okay. Biennial appointment of voter registrar.
That is required by statute by January of each odd-numbered year, so we have to do it in December. And I nominate Mel, for sure.
So I make a motion to appoint of the Register of Voters. Mel?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Motion's carried.
I do have a question. Wasn't Sukar registered for years?
No, she
Okay.
never was.
Okay.
She's been the warden for years.
Ah,
Yeah.
that's what it is.
She's been the warden.
I was just wondering, that's all. I certainly was in favor.
Yeah, I was the registrar, and before that was Louise Murray.
Yeah.
Okay, so, next item, public comment. Public comment, limited to 27 seconds. Speak quickly.
Oh my God, this is like a 5-hour meeting, yeah.
Well, this is
It's
a
good.
huge agenda.
I will try to be fairly brief in my comments tonight. Bruce Tucker, Fire Rescue Chief, 118 Valley Road. We have a couple of vacancies. I haven't had to say that in a long time, but we are working to fill these vacancies. Both of them are paramedic firefighters. Lieutenant Roger Belton has left us to go to other opportunities in another department. And paramedic firefighter Robert Orr is leaving us after 15 years for retirement. Chief Morse asked him to come aboard 15 years ago. He promised he'd give us a year.
Yeah.
After I chatted with him for a while, he said he would give us 3 years. And here we are 15 years later, and the reason why he said he stayed so long is he really liked the progressiveness of our department and how things were run here. But he's reached the end. Doesn't want to set foot in another ambulance again, and Saturday will be his last shift. So we are struggling now to fill those very hard to fill positions. Ads have been out, and we've got very few interested at this point in time at current pay rates and et cetera. It just seems to be the way things are. And past that, Engine 31, which is our ladder and a pumper, et cetera, and our front run truck out of Central Station has been out of service probably 9 months out of the last 14 if I add it up. And now we're at the point where we need some considerable ladder work. The pump needs to be torn down and rebuilt. It is a 22-year-old truck. A lot of valves and a lot of sensors and things like that are all of a sudden breaking. The truck is really showing its age and such. So we'll be working on a proposal to take care of that very issue here shortly. We're very fortunate, and I need to mention the town of Naples has given us a loaner truck to run in its place. It is not an optimal truck for our needs. However, it is covering what we need at the moment, I guess, because our other front run truck, if you will, Engine 32, is also out of service. And so thank you to Naples, and we're working with them to try to keep that and maybe budget a little bit of money so we can keep it as a regional truck and plug it in wherever it is needed so that no one's really down an apparatus. But that was the very quick and brief update that I had for you for tonight, and wanted to mention particularly those personnel issues and that we have 2 people leaving us that are very highly qualified, and it will be hard to fill those positions. So.
Thank you.
Grace Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. Just a couple of really quick things. Coming to you soon is the Wyndham Raymond Adult Education Catalog offerings for the winter and spring. I had an advance copy. I just want to highlight it and encourage people to really take a look at the incredible number of offerings in this program, all sorts of types of offerings, enrichment, academic, adult ed. And also, if you have ideas for other offerings, to contact the director, Tom Nash. If you know of other instructors, if you yourself would like to offer something, contact him and let him be aware of that. It really is amazing all that our school district offers, the folks in both of our towns. Let's see, I also wanted to encourage folks to attend school board meetings as well as the public budget hearing. I believe it's May 14th, but I'll double check on that date, and if I'm wrong, I'll correct it. But the link is right on the town website to the RSU 14 website for dates for school board meetings and where they're located. I would hope that people do get involved and be informed when they are voting. And I just want to thank you for some great discussions this evening. Apologize for having added to the length of time, and hope that everybody gets home very safely, and look forward to further involvement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So in reviewing that article on traffic calming that I referred to earlier, I was surprised to come across the information about the Greater Portland Council of Government facilitating those 3 area communities on the traffic study. And they actually were the ones that facilitated, GPCOG facilitated the $100,000 grant from the feds in order to fund that study. It occurs to me that the taxpayer paid a little over $100,000 for the comprehensive plan committee consultants, which is, it's not a small chunk of change. When we did the 2004 comprehensive plan, we belonged to GPCOG. They bore the brunt of the majority of the data collection, and between them and the town leadership, the plan was formulated at a very nominal fee because we were members. So as I'm reminded that public comment is really a format where future agenda items for leadership at these select board meetings are made. What I would request is that a discussion on Raymond rejoining GPCOG, maybe some history and background as to why we left, and what are the benefits that would, on an annual basis, offset the $50,000 dues required to be a member, of which most of the surrounding communities are. So I just put that out there as the potential for a discussion at a select board meeting. Thanks.
Other public comment? Yeah, great. Selectman comment.
I'd just like to take a moment to tell one little story, and that is Bobby Orr, I worked with in Portland. He was one of the first firefighters that took the paramedic course and rode the ambulance back and forth with a different group of people. And he was a different type of person. But he fell in love with Raymond, like many of us do. And his commitment, and I don't know how much sick leave he used. I'm not going to talk about that sort of thing because I have no idea. But he's one of those guys that no matter what happened, he was calm, collective, and professional. And I don't know why firefighters and EMS people do their best work at night, at dark, when no one knows. But he's a gentleman who is a gentleman. And I would be remiss if I didn't say it was a pleasure to hire him, and much more of a pleasure to know he lasted 15 years, and this is the last place he'll be doing fire and EMS. So to him, I say thank you.
Other comment? Okay, town manager report.
Oh, shoot.
I was going to say,
I've done so much. I accidentally, or not, it was on purpose, restarted my PC and it's updating.
Oh.
So I don't recall the dates, but there's some date in January, some date in February. January 14th, February 11th, I'm so sorry. Thursday, December 19th, we're going to be closing at noon for the town office to have our annual Christmas party. Tuesday, December 24th, we'll be closing at 1 for our Christmas holiday, for people to start a bit early. Other than that, I don't have an update, other than my thanks definitely go out to the Public Works crews who have put in so many long nights, the way the storms are falling right now. If you see them on the road, please give them a good wide berth, make their job easy.
Well, they're going to win, so you pretty much should.
Yeah, you really should anyway.
I hope everybody has a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, too.
Well said.
Safe.
Thank you.
If there's nothing
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All those in favor? Meeting's adjourned. Thank you all.
Okay, good evening. I'd like to call the Town of Raymond Budget Finance Committee meeting to order. First on the agenda is the approval of the minutes for the October 16th meeting, and they are not available due to the election and all the administration of that work entailed. They will be available for our next meeting. Next, we have the update on the progress of the bank statement reconciliation for June, July, and August.
So where I am at with that is June is complete. July is in process. There was a lot that I needed to do with that particular statement, but you should have an update of all the expenditures and revenues up through at the minimum, the end of July, possibly August, by the time you have your next meeting.
Okay. Brenda, do you have an update on the progress of the audit?
Yes, so they took like a hiatus after receiving most of the documentation from the finance office. And I was just recently contacted again this week for some additional information. And they told me they were gonna continue, possibly, get additional information from me next week. Probably pertaining to some of the information that they just asked for this week. It's ongoing. So they have everything they need from me. I'm just waiting basically for them.
Who's they?
The auditors?
Next, we have a staff update on the Budget Finance Committee recommendation for an updated purchasing policy.
Is that you, Sue? You're muted.
Sorry about that. I have reviewed your recommendations and copies of policies from other municipalities. And right now, though, my focus is really on the audit and helping Brenda get ready for the next budget season. So once that's more in hand, I'll turn my attention to policies. And once I have some proposed changes, I'll be submitting those to the select board for their consideration.
Thank you, Sue. Next, we have the tabled item from the October 16th meeting, the discussion of financing the new dump truck and excavator. Is Public Works Director White with us today? I think you're muted.
During the budget process last year, I had discussed financing the dump truck and the excavator, and that's why I brought it to the Board of Selectmen at that time. And after the meeting, we decided to go a different direction. The truck is going to be built and put together by Allegiance Truck, and that should be sometime late summer next year. We'll have the 140-ish thousand for carryover, and the 225 that's normally budgeted for that, giving us plenty of money to pay for it and not have to finance it. And the excavator will be through this next budget process. We'll look at that.
Nate, has the new truck been delivered yet?
No, we won't see that until, I don't expect them to get that truck until
25, sometime in 25?
Yes, yeah, it'll be, they haven't even processed the order yet, I don't believe, so you're probably looking.
I think we're frozen here.
Oh.
Is Zoom frozen or is everything's frozen?
It looks as though it is.
Okay.
Let me reboot.
Maybe this should have been taken up. under the banks.
Recording in progress.
We've taken this up under number 3.
Let's go back and revisit it, because, yeah, we should. Can we go back to it? Or?
I think we should go back to it. Do you want to request to go back to this number 3?
Because she's got some questions.
Dina, do you want to, when we finish?
All right, we should be working.
Want to request that we go back to number 3?
Bill, did this sound mess up again? We don't hear anything from the meeting.
You don't hear anything?
Are you can't hear us?
I'll call Bill.
Can you hear us?
Karen, can you talk to Sue?
Yeah.
Sue, can you hear us? Doesn't seem like they can.
No, I think she's trying to call you.
Nathan, can you hear us?
Don, Teresa? I think we're on mute.
Oh.
Oh, we're on mute, yeah. I don't think he can hear us, but you're right, audio is down.
I think we were on mute. I don't know if you can hear us back there.
Well, Nathan definitely froze up.
Yeah.
Oh, he froze.
Recording in progress.
Unless it's only his screen that we're looking at.
Don, Teresa, can you guys hear us?
Should we tell him? I don't know if he
Bill,
can hear
right?
us. It is Bill, but I don't know if he can.
Okay, we should have audio now, Sue.
Don, Teresa?
Oh, perfect.
Yes?
Yes, we do.
Thank
Yay.
you.
Okay.
Karen, you all set?
Okay.
Nathan, right?
Yeah.
Right, we're going back to the Public Works Director, Nathan White.
Nathan, I don't know how much you know, but you got cut off pretty good there
Yeah.
in the middle of.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything after dawn.
Are you guys still there?
We're here.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, the last thing I heard was the conversation with Dawn. That's all.
We didn't hear
Yeah,
a conversation with Dawn either.
Can you kind
He
of
asked if,
go back a little bit and tell us where you, I think the last thing we heard was that you brought it up to the selectmen.
Oh, yeah, I asked what year the truck was gonna be delivered. That was the last thing.
Okay.
And then he
oh,
froze.
yeah, it's in the fall of, in the late summer of '25.
Okay, that's where everything died.
Don, did you have a
No.
question, Don? We didn't hear what it was.
Dawn had asked if there was a no compete, basically if we don't have the funding, do we have to take the truck, and we don't.
A non-appropriation clause.
Non-appropriation, yep.
So the idea there is that a good deal of the proceeds are coming from next year's budget. Next year's budget's not approved, so you have a contract that, is not fully funded. And so in the unlikely event that it doesn't pass town meeting, you could have a problem if you didn't have a non-appropriation clause. And it's typical to do that, and Nathan said that they've done that, so that's a good thing.
Okay.
Me to say something?
I think we lost him again.
Oh, no, we're here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we're just being very quiet. I was hoping that we could potentially, if I can make a motion to go back to number 3, which was an update on the progress of the bank statements, if that's at all possible.
Yes, are we all set with the Public Works Director on item number 6? Is everybody okay with that? Are there any more comments with number 6 before we go back?
No, not number 6, but Nathan, if you would stick around for number 7 after we go back to number 3, that'd be great.
Okay. Yep. All right. So let's go back to item number 3 on the agenda so that we can talk about the expense and revenue summary report that was included with our package with the agenda.
Yes.
We have some questions about some of the items on here. Deanna, would you like to address those?
Yeah, now, Brenda, is it easier for me to go by page and just ask questions regarding what I just saw and just getting clarification, or what?
Yeah, and I unfortunately did not realize there were going to be multiple questions on that particular item because it wasn't on the agenda, so I don't have a copy of it in front of me. So if you could just refresh me on what you're looking at.
Oh gosh, absolutely. So I'm just looking, I'm just going to go right through order and I'll explain everything that I just saw because I just have questions that sort of stuck out. So just going under expenses, under admin, I noticed that for the salaries, I noticed that it's up $120,000 already, and I just didn't know if, just a little bit further clarification on that from where we were to budget. Budget is $421,817, and we're at $541,854.
And I can speak to that, Brenda, if you prefer.
Thank you.
Sure.
We had a couple of employees who left employment. One retired and one found another opportunity. And a lot of that was paying out what they were owed to leave.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. And then, I was looking under, again, for this, it was for the broadcasting. We're still under the admin expenses under broadcasting. I just happened to notice, and probably you guys will have a quick and easy one for this. The budget was $13,000 and we're currently at $28,000.
I'm sorry, I was answering a question elsewhere, so.
Sure.
The broadcasting budget.
I'm so sorry.
No, yeah, it was in regards to the broadcasting budget. The budget is $13,000 and we're currently at $28,000.
I'm not sure. I can look into that one.
Okay.
Just as a guess, we have had more meetings since doing this. And I do know one piece we did is we did increase the salary a bit of that. So that could be, but that's from last year. So I'm not completely sure. I'll have to look into that one.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Sorry.
I'll look into that.
Beautiful. And then I know, having to do with, we don't have anyone here from the fire department, and I know that we didn't, ask them to be here. So there was a question regarding some of their vehicles as well, which I know that's something that I'm sure that would be more addressed to them. Let's see.
There was a question on the contract.
On contracts, but would you know anything about like contracts for fire department, or would that be more, we'd have to directly speak to them?
Yeah, that's more their bit, yes.
Perfect. Okay, beautiful. And then I do have a question for Public Works. Just there's something with equipment maintenance. I know we had a budget of $75,000, and currently we're at $103,000. So I didn't know what might be going on with that.
Can I speak on that? I'm going to jump in on that one.
Oh, perfect. Yay.
So when you're looking at the equipment, are you talking about capital? Is that where you're?
I am
not on just the
under
regular equipment line.
the Public Works expenses, and it says in item 4015, equipment maintenance. I'm assuming it's maintenance, M-A-I-N. Yeah.
Equipment maintenance.
Perfect. Yeah, so it's over 28,000, and I was just wondering.
Stuff was broke that normally doesn't break, and prices went up. We missed that on the budgeting process. Some of the items that we purchased took a pretty good increase in pricing.
Okay.
I don't know exactly, we had some breakdowns. I wasn't prepared for the question, so I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
What went wrong.
Okay. Should I talk about the safety stuff? Or? Well, I might be able to ask you, when under the safety, I understand street signs, that's pretty self-explanatory, but under the line item for safety, what would that entail?
Safety is anything to do with PPE, safety vests, safety equipment to do with that.
Perfect. Okay.
So that's PPE.
Beautiful. Okay, so that makes sense of why you're not hitting that budget and you're actually below. Okay, I was just wondering because I'm looking at what like the differences between like if you're not spending enough or spending over. So that makes sense. Beautiful. Thank you so much. I know you did an excellent job. I'm done with Public Works. You didn't expect it. Thank you. Surprise. And then under Public Services, under expenses, the phone was up from $934 budget to over $1,900, sorry, and $81. So I thought that was a pretty significant jump. So I didn't know what that might be, if anyone knows on that one.
I don't. I would have to go back and look.
Okay. All right.
I don't know if there were new purchases for cell phones or something.
Okay.
For departments. I don't know.
Okay. I promise I'm almost over. Let's see here.
No, that's okay. You're good.
I know. I never really speak much, and I'm like, wow, I've got a whole bunch today.
And you know, in the next time, like just as a point of reference, if you folks need information about things like that after you get the report, I'm more than happy to like bring it to the table. Because then I can be more accurate and helpful and move along. I can give you the information you need.
I promise I'll do much better next time. And then I just only have a couple more. Milfoil removal. I noticed that it went from, did we find a lot more?
Yeah.
We did?
Now
Okay.
That's Nathan's department, so.
Yeah.
Oh,
We took over the milfoil from Raymond Waterways this year, and that's been subcontracted out. Don't have a lot of information on it. I gave it to Melissa to manage. And again, I can get you some answers if you want it, but I'm just not prepared for any.
oh yeah, no, yeah, if we can just get it for next time, that's great, because I noticed that went from 8,000 to almost 25,000, so.
Yeah,
awesome.
just want to mention.
I can speak on the milfoil from the prior year. I know that you folks had budgeted $8,000 last year and spent $24,000. There was supposed to be some sort of revenue sharing, cost sharing that went on, and we never got that.
It did happen because I'm involved in one of the cost-sharing board of directors, and I do know we sent a check to Raymond for whatever our share was. It did go up, and there may be a grant from the state that's buried, didn't get credited to the right place too. Because the money that comes from like 4 different sites that pays for that total bill.
And I think what happened though is the folks, the milfoil folks that do that remediation, I think they went an extra week as well. So
They
I think
did.
that added to that. Yeah.
Yes, that they
So-
did do.
Yeah, yeah. So, and there was a grant amount that did come in, I found that. But it still made you guys go over in that area.
Yeah, I think for the last 2 budget cycles, I asked for more money to go for milfoil, and it was shot down. So just for the next coming up, I will be asking for that again because there's clearly 2 years in a row, $20,000. It makes sense that it needs to go up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the last thing that, and I know this is an expense too, and I know no one was prepared for it, the playground, which I know we had talked a lot about, and so glad that we were able to get that budget in for $35,000. It's currently at $62,000. And I know.
That's in the carryover account, CIP carryover account. I know Joe's got some plans for that coming up. That's been turned over to him 2-3 years ago.
All right.
He's got quite a bit of plans for Mill Street coming up, and I'm not sure of all what his plans are.
Perfect.
Maybe we can ask him to come next
Yeah.
Okay.
month. I think we need it.
Right.
I think so
Yes.
too. Yeah. Great. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
And I'm not trying to get after anyone at all, but we send out a monthly report and you were to email us those questions, we could have full answers for you for the meeting. So that would be nice to, if you have a chance to look at it ahead of time.
Yep.
That would give us that opportunity and be able to get the information to you faster.
Absolutely. I'll have that ready for next month. Thank you.
Yes.
There's the $8,000 income from no flow right there, so it doesn't go back and forth in balance right. What I see it, I just, no, $8,000 that came in from outside. Well, that adds to whatever you.
Page 7. Total expenses. Right, okay.
Just so you know, I know we paid it, 'cause I had to.
You did.
We're all learning how this process works. We haven't done these meetings on a regular basis before, so we're all learning.
Oh, no, that's only reason why I brought it up, to reiterate what Brenda said. It just, that way you can get the answers you need. And we can email them out to you as well and go over them at the meeting so that it's understood all the way around.
Sounds good, Sue. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, are we ready to move on to the next item? I believe that's item 7, the discussion of the traffic calming solutions in Raymond. Peters.
Nathan, would you mind give us an update on the sign that you were hoping to borrow from the county?
We've got, county's not loaning them out until spring. They're all done loaning them out for the year. Our sign's all up and working. Kevin finished it up today. Should see that setting out on Egypt Road, hopefully the first of the week.
So the sign is working. Can you remind, so the part that you needed, was that to get it working right then, which is, you said something about one speed limit. Now it's multiple, it can do any speed limit now?
This sign will record top speed, traffic counting. It'll flash like the other ones do. When you go over the speed limit, you can set it for whatever speed you want. You can set it for whatever overage you want it to start flashing, and it will record traffic counting and high speed and low speed.
Do you have an idea where you want to deploy it first?
Egypt Road's where it's going first.
Okay.
And unfortunately, like the same with the county, once it starts to snow, we're going to pull it in.
Sure.
And we'll park it till spring.
Yeah. So everyone's aware of the accident that had happened last week. Without getting into all the details, 'cause I believe Peter spoke at it on the select meeting yesterday. He said he had contacted people, kind of got bounced around, and he says it's under investigation. Yeah, just the 2 citizens' lives who were lost that day. I think that, like, I'm ready to get after this thing, and I don't quite know what the right thing to make happen first. I think the sign is going to be helpful, but the issue isn't that people are just speeding. The issue is that people are driving recklessly. And I was talking to Peter Levitt, and I said that flashing sign that Nathan's talking about probably wouldn't have prevented what happened, but police presence may have. And I'm not saying that the sign isn't a good thing. I'm just thinking that it's probably not enough. So I know that Peter brought it to the selectmen yesterday at their meeting, and I hope that's going to get on their agenda, but I really would like to see some more action, more than just a sign if possible, and just kind of my thoughts is I'm ready to budget it if possible. The driving is just terrible.
Yeah,
You know, it's everywhere. And unfortunately, it affected, I think Peter had also mentioned one time, he said that it's coming from our own citizens, people in town and out of town. And I mean, that's very obvious. We lost 2 of our citizens and somebody from the neighboring town, so this wasn't out-of-state people.
And Peter's wife even mentioned seeing numerous times people passing stop school buses and just flying past them while the kids are coming off the bus.
Yep. Grace had also mentioned, you know, a no passing sign on Egypt Road, but the issue is people are only thinking about themselves right now. They're ignoring, you know, posted speed limits. They're passing on double lines. Putting up signs isn't going to be the solution. People are only thinking about themselves, and it's affecting our community. It's really unfair.
There seems to be an awful lot out there on social media about speeding in Raymond. I've come across posts on many occasions over the last month of people who are very concerned. So the people who are concerned, maybe we should be getting a petition up to take to the select board for hiring a sheriff to patrol our roads. Maybe that's the way to go.
Don, how would you go about that? Is petition before the selectmen a good way to start this? I don't quite know what the right solution is, other than, I think, you know, police presence, but what are your thoughts? Don, I don't know if you're there.
here.
You might be unmuted.
Yes.
Don's on mute.
Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yep.
Yep.
Yes.
I was actually looking up something for a citizen. I apologize. And so I had another screen up, and I'm not, these days in retirement, I'm not doing a lot of Zooming. So the question is, what's the best way to go about moving forward with this? And the best way is to make a request of the Board of Selectmen. I don't think there's any need to, you know, do a petition. The Board of Selectmen can act on this.
Yeah, I agree. I know we were talking about collecting evidence, but not I collected, but all the evidence that I needed was collected last week, in my opinion.
I think just looking outside of your door is also.
So
Was there an accident on the corner of Raymond Hill Road? Ledge Hill Road and North Raymond last week?
Yeah, I think there was one.
Yes.
I think there was one on
I think
302.
somebody got T-boned up there in the past week or so.
Yes.
I think there was one on 302 as well, a day after. I think there was.
Guy had a motorcycle on 302. There was one on 11 the next day. It was been a series of them.
Yeah.
Right.
And unfortunately, signs and police presence, they were already looking for this guy that was involved in the Egypt Road. They already had to try to find him because he'd been reported erratic driving. But what it requires is stronger police enforcement across the board, not just, get the guy with a stick along with it. But my point is, it's stronger enforcement all the time on everything, and because they can't be everywhere. But that'll smarten, maybe wake some people up a little bit.
Yeah, and just think it back to about what Nathan said too. I mean, it's the safety of our employees too. So your suggestion is to make a motion to have the selectmen, Teresa?
Yeah, one of the things I want to remind you guys of, I don't know how many of you know, I know Dawn would remember this. Quite a few years ago, probably a couple years after I got on the board, we invited Sheriff Joyce to come to one of our select board meetings. And we had talked about a police presence at that time. And one of the things that they did say is, if we were to get our own police department here, any sheriffs at all would be pulled out of Raymond because they would take their sheriffs and put them somewhere else where they're needed. And back then they had more of them. And now they are very spread out. They're covering a big area. So I think what happens is to just go and say that we need to hire a police presence. It's hard only because that police can't be anywhere. I know Dennis was concerned about not Hawthorne Road, the Cape Road is what it is, how they're speeding out there, Egypt Road, 302, 85. I reported somebody to the school that went right through the school bus there. Even if we had 7 police officers here, which would be a big number, but one life is worth that big number. I get that. But I also know that I believe we have 4 sheriffs that live in town now, for the Cumberland County. But we would lose. So I lose them. But I think what it needs to take is not just a matter of saying, come to the select board to do it. I think there needs to be a plan, to see what exactly we want. And if the town wants it enough, yeah, we budget it or whatever. But I think people need to get their face out of their phones and stuff and pay attention. It really does. And unfortunately, we're having a lot of reckless driving, speeding. People are not paying attention. But again, I don't know if I want to lose that Cumberland County either. So it's a process. It has to be a plan to put it together.
I don't think people are talking about our own police force. I think people are talking about a contracted sheriff.
That's what we were talking about,
The
comprehensive
sheriff's
plan.
department, not a Raymond police force.
Yeah, we were talking about, and I understand that even contracted police, though, I think Harrison, Bridgeton contracts with the sheriffs.
Standish does, Gray does.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this then. How would a contracted, and I'm being absolute serious on this, how would a contracted sheriff, like 1 or 2, be able to make that difference? Because anything that we can do, yes, but even having 1 contracted sheriff, that if we have them on all the time, how do we fix that? How do we spread him out or her out so thin? I don't know.
My thoughts is, even if we had 1, if we were only able to get 1, and he's throughout the town in different places randomly, like you put a parked police car somewhere with nobody in it, the speed gets reduced. I was talking to Peter Levitt, and he was talking about the traffic control signs, which is awesome. But I said, my thoughts are having a sign that flashes. Even Grace Levitt was talking yesterday, like the sign says no passing. People are being selfish. They're only thinking about themselves. Those signs wouldn't have done anything to prevent last week's accident. But a sheriff would have, I think, on that road. So you're right. They're going to be spread thin, and they're not going to be able to be everywhere at once. But having a sheriff somewhere throughout the town randomly throughout the day, people are like, okay, I remember that cop was on Main Street the other day. There was a cop on Main Street, I think, by the Public Works building, and everybody changed their tune. Because I live on Main Street, and I was like, everybody slowed down. And I don't even think that he was in the car. And if he was just texting. So I think that having some kind of presence is a good start. It's not going to, like you said, it's not going to solve everything. But I mean, if we had somebody there that could respond, even just response is what, having somebody respond quickly is, I think it's going to be helpful.
I would think that if we had a sheriff who was here 40 hours a week, it would vary hours between day and night, that it wouldn't take long before he would be ticketing 3, 4, 5 people a day for speeding, reckless driving, whatever you have going. It wouldn't take long for the word to spread. It's just
Well,
like
don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking the idea by no means. I'm even thinking, is it possible to get Kevin Joyce in to talk to him about ideas?
Well, that's where you ought to start.
That's the real
We
answer
really
right
need-
there.
Maybe you ought to set up a committee to study this. Maybe the select board should set up a study to look at what the options are. I know that when that sheriff's car is down here at the bus garage, people come up over that hill, and all of them go down to 35 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Because
That's a
they're
safer spot.
anticipating there's a sheriff sitting there.
Yep.
And so basically, if you have one sheriff working the town, and they're going to do it at specific times that people are speeding, when people are going to work, getting out of work, there are certain hours in certain places. I think it would have a great effect on what happens on the roads in Raymond.
Yeah, Wednesday, I don't know if it was post-election kind of thing, but Wednesday, I left my house on Main Street. I went down Main Street. Somebody was pulled over on Main Street. I was driving through Gorham.
somebody was pulled over in Gorham, and then I was the third person to get pulled over that day, not for speeding, but just to let you know, like, I mean, there was a police presence on Wednesday. It was probably to make sure that things were kind of quiet, but the fact that there was that many police, I've never seen that many police. I've been here for 5.5 years. I've never been pulled over in Maine, and this is the first time I've been pulled over in Maine. And again, it wasn't for speeding, but just the fact that there was that many police. The tune of people driving Wednesday was completely different than it was than I've seen previously. Don, I think you've got a question. I can't hear you though.
Not a question, I have a comment, and the comment is, I think that Frank's idea to put together some kind of a panel to look at the policing needs of the town is probably long overdue. You have the second busiest roadway in the state of Maine. You got a population of around 5,000 people year-round, swelling to 12,000-15,000, so 12 to 15,000 people rather, in the summer. And so, I get the idea of being this fiscally conservative town, but you also have to look at the priorities of the community, and I think public safety ranks up there. I think this fatality accident, probably wouldn't have been any different if you had, a sheriff's deputy or a municipal police department. But visibility is the name of the game. Seeing the cars around town. So maybe it isn't a sheriff's deputy if they are pulled away and have to service other towns on a regular basis. I think they try to avoid that as the town is, paying the freight for that particular deputy. But I would agree that if there's an emergency or a greater need, then obviously they would go. So maybe the answer is a municipal department. I mean, when you look at some of the neighboring towns that are much smaller, much poorer, much less developed, they have police departments. So there's a reason for that. You get into the suburban communities, down in the Portland area, and they have significant police departments. So it's really a decision point the town needs to make. I know it was studied, I think, decades ago. I worked for the town for, over 20 years, and it was before my time. And so maybe it's time to take a look at that again. And I guess having come from a tiny little town of 2,300 that I started working for 40 years ago that had a, 4-man police department, and then, Rockport with 9 or 10 people in the police department, and when I left, I think, and a much smaller town, but with Route 1 coming through it. So I think it makes sense to look at the options, and maybe it makes, sense to get some more feedback from the public, sure, but in my mind, it's overdue, that's all.
So I'd like to make a motion to ask the selectmen to do a traffic study for the town of Raymond.
What do you mean by a traffic study?
Would it be a traffic study, or would it be a study of policing in Raymond?
Committee?
A committee to look at what are the needs of the town of Raymond for policing, whether it's hiring a sheriff or doing traffic, or whether it's, developing our own police force. But I think we need to have a committee set up by the selectmen to do that study and get input from the public and look at what's happening in surrounding towns. We're not isolated.
Okay, so do you want to recommend to the select board to set up a committee?
I would like to.
Because we make recommendations to the select board.
Okay, so I would like to make a recommendation to the select board to create a committee to study the traffic in the town of Raymond. Don, your thoughts on that? Is that?
No, change that to
I'm in agreement, I think.
Police enforcement in Raymond or something like that. Don't tie it to traffic. Because what you want the committee to do is to look at the total picture.
Yes.
You agree?
What are the needs of the town of Raymond for policing?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I'm in total agreement. A traffic study, will be part of that, but it's a law enforcement needs analysis and then a recommendation from a committee, an independent committee, that would be impaneled by the Board of Selectmen and hopefully would incorporate people who have some particular interest and facility with this topic. And I'm sure there are many folks, active and retirees in the community, that would have the background knowledge and interest to help. That's how most towns start this process. But as I said, most towns Raymond size already have police departments.
Okay, so would your motion be to recommend to the select board to set up a committee to study police enforcement in the town of Raymond?
I like it. Cliff?
Yeah, that kind of matches up pretty well to law enforcement requirement. Well, yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll work.
Second?
All right, seconded by Frank. Is there any further discussion? Okay. All in favor? The motion passes unanimously.
Thanks, Don. I'm working on my recommendations / motions, so thanks for always kind of helping me out with it.
Well, I had a convoluted one myself last time, I think. It's not an exact science, you know.
Yeah.
Local government's messy.
We all care. It's all from the heart.
Right.
All right. So next on the agenda is discussion of a December Budget Finance Committee meeting date. Our standing date is the third Wednesday of the month. So my understanding that would be on Wednesday, the 18th.
No guarantees for me from that one, but other than that, I'm good for that.
Okay. And the select board meeting, was it scheduled for December 10th?
Yes, I believe.
Yes, it was.
Thank you. And so, at this time, do we still want to go forward with December 18th?
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay? All right. Then we will plan to meet again on Wednesday, December 18th. And now, is there any public comment? Nobody here? Anybody on Zoom with a public comment? Okay, and does the committee have a comment?
Yeah, I've got one. So Peter Levitt said that we comprehensive plan handed out 1,000 flyers for the comprehensive plan. Anybody out there watching, if you go to our website and give us feedback on the comprehensive plan, we're getting ready to wrap that up, but we appreciate all of your input. And you can find that right on our website.
Also, the comprehensive plan is having a public meeting for comment on the 4th of December, and I think that's going to be at the school at 6:30, I believe. It's on the town website, so it's a chance for people to come and talk about what they see in the plan, what they like, or what they might like to see changed.
Okay.
So you're all invited. Come on out.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Frank. Anyone else from the Budget Finance Committee have any comments? Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Frank moves.
Second.
Okay. Sean second. All in favor? Okay. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening. Welcome to December 18th Budget Finance Committee, last meeting of 2024. I'd like to recognize that we do have a quorum tonight. First order is approval of the minutes, October 16th.
Move the minutes on October 16th.
Frank, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. Conversation? Seeing none? Okay. All in favor? November 8th. Can I get a motion to approve November 8th?
Move to approve the November 8th.
Frank? And a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Unanimous, all right. Moving on, discussion of the expense revenue summary report through November 30th. So, we got an email today. Karen unfortunately cannot join us tonight, but I received an email from Karen at 4:30 today. The email she received was also from today. Did anybody have a chance to look over the expense summary report? And if you did not, feel free to say so. I wouldn't expect you to.
Very brief.
Just quickly, that's all.
Quickly. Any comments on that? I'd like to hear from you guys.
It doesn't have much value when it comes in 2 hours before the meeting.
Is our finance director here tonight? Oh. Okay, I would just like to say it's highly unusual that our staff is not here tonight. I understand it's the holiday, but this committee needs to be supported the way that we've been asked. And I understand that holiday, and I understand that auditors and corrections, and if I could just say that I think that this committee is not being supported the way it should be.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I think it's highly unusual, if not outright disrespectful, to tell you the truth.
Thoughts, comments, or should we move on?
Fully agree with it.
Yeah, and I think that just for me, and I know there's a lot going on, it was just one of those that I know that I brought up stuff the last time, and I totally respect the fact that it was things that I should have brought up ahead of time, but this just showed I was prepared to look things through, put out questions, and we didn't have the opportunity to do it. I'm hoping that in the future that we will have ample time to review.
Brenda, you on Zoom?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I don't know how much you heard. So we received the report, your email. We received it from Karen today, 2 hours before our meeting, and I understand that she received it from you a little bit earlier today. Yeah. I think we kind of already said, I don't know how much of the conversation you heard, but I would like to move on to the next point since you are here. Discussion on the progress of the bank statements, reconciliation, July, August, September, October, and November. Note from Karen Lockwood. Town manager informed our chair that additional temporary staff member was hired to help bring the bank statements current due to the volume of work that needs to be accomplished.
What would you like to know? What would you like for a response at this point?
I would like to know why you're not able to do them.
Well, my task is to get your general ledger in order at this point, and I answer to the town manager as far as how I conduct myself in my work. Currently, I have approximately 500 journal entries that I still have to complete per request by the auditor, because that's the volume of errors that I have to fix. And that was given to me as of today at 10 o'clock this morning. These are from last year, by the way.
Is that when you hired this additional staff person?
Pardon me?
Is that when this additional staff person was hired?
No, this staff person was hired, and she's no longer here either. It's not going to work.
How long was she with us
for? Excuse me?
How long was she with us for?
8 hours.
Oh.
A day, I don't know.
Committee discussion? I would like to make a suggestion that instead of us trying to go through this tonight, I mean, I know we've got budget season coming up, but I'm not interested in going through this right now. We have your thoughts. You guys agree? We'll move on.
Yeah, I don't think we have enough information.
No. Yeah. I agree.
To me, to receive the information this late is, to say that you haven't got it. I mean, you have no time to analyze, to study it, I just don't understand what's happening here with the staff, but that's me.
All right, then let's move on to the update on the town audit. Can you give us an idea?
John, excuse me, if you don't mind, I would like to speak to you folks just for a moment, please.
You got the floor?
I feel as though I'm asked a question, but yet then I'm dismissed rather abruptly. If you'll recall, I've only been on board with you folks for about 3 months. And to be perfectly frank, I've inherited quite a tangle. And if you would like to, at some point, I would like to actually request, if I could, to the town manager at this point, if we could please hold an executive session to discuss this in more depth.
Discuss what in more depth?
It should be an executive session with the select board, not the budget finance.
Okay, I apologize.
No, Brenda, you're fine. And actually, I'd like to speak to this because Brenda has mentioned and Sue has mentioned what has been going on, that she is back to June and July and the books are a mess because of the previous person, and we don't want to go into that, and all of a sudden you guys want those reports now, and she's not even up to that and dealing with the audit.
We'd also like just communication.
Teresa?
Just communication.
Yeah, Brenda is our finance director. If you wouldn't mind.
Sean, you guys are degrading her, and it's really disrespectful to her. And you know what? We've told you guys this, and for Dawn to sit there and say, frankly, it's disrespectful to turn around and not have them here tonight. This is probably one of the reasons why they're not there tonight. And as far as reports
Teresa,
go, they have told you, and they've told
Brenda
Karen.
wasn't here when we start the meeting. We didn't see her out in the audience. We start the meeting. That's when Don made the comments. I'm not interested in getting it with you, Teresa.
Of course.
No, we don't want to fight. And I feel like there's always something going on that gets brought up every single time it seems like it's a fight. And I think our big thing is just to communicate. Yeah, I understand that there's journal entries, there's things like that. I mean, I think it's one of those, hey, you know what? A week ahead, I'm not going to be able to get these reports to you in time for the meeting. That's all I wanted to hear. Okay, versus me checking every day to see if they're up to date. I
did apologize.
Oh yeah. No, and that's fine, Brenda. That's and that's good. I was almost going to go by today just to say, hey, do you guys have that? Just so I could be look ahead. I know you're taking on a tremendous amount of work, and we respect that. And I know you're just it's overwhelming. You just started. You didn't realize you're going to be taking on everything from last year. I think it's just that we just want to be part of it. And I feel like we are sometimes not part of it. And a lot of it is executive sessions, things like that. That doesn't include us. And finance is what we're dealing with in the budget. And it seems like we're just here to discuss stuff, but we don't really have an impact on anything. I don't know how you feel, but that's sort of how I feel.
I think it's a fair statement. And that's why I'm saying, Teresa, if you don't mind for this one, let us have a discussion with our finance director.
Yeah.
And not open it to the public.
So
go ahead, Brenda, you've got the floor.
Can I just make one comment?
Okay.
Let me hear Brenda.
Okay.
So
Brenda, go ahead.
what I wanted to talk about is, can I speak?
Oh,
or
yeah.
Is someone else speaking? I don't want to over-talk.
No one's speaking. You've got the floor, Brenda.
Okay. So the expense and revenue summary report that I did send, I do apologize. I apologized in an email today that it was late, and that was not a good thing to do, and I probably should have communicated better. For that, I do apologize, because you did ask for it way in advance. But I guess my mindset was I'd rather put as much accurate information in the report and have you get an accurate one than to give you one that I'm going to update the very next day. So that was the way I was thinking. It wasn't meant to slight you or to deliberately try to be secretive. I'm not a secretive type person. I'm pretty much very open about my thoughts and opinions. So what you see in front of you now is all the information that I have currently. Now, I'm going to tell you this. There's a big tangle when it comes to the number that you're going to see on the tax, where it says property tax revenues. Mm-hmm. There was some incorrect steps performed at the beginning of your year. And this is not pointing fingers, it's just, I'm going to just tell you the facts. And what it did is it created basically incorrect information on that line. I've worked with an expert in Trio this morning, Brenda. She's part of your audit team. She's tremendously good at this program. And we have a way to work forward in this solution. I'm going to get assistance from the audit firm so that everything is correct and accurate. My goal is not to hurry up and provide you things and try to look like a superstar, because that's not what I'm all about. My job here is to make sure that your data is correct, and I don't want to give you junk. So that's where I am with regards to the revenue. The very first revenue line is wrong. And I inherited that, and I couldn't make sense of a lot of things. So it does take me a while, and I don't like to respond and say, I don't know, because that sounds like, stupid, especially if I've been in finance this many years. But in the case of your general ledger, there are some things I'm just going to be frank with you. If you ask me a question about it, I'll tell you what I know about it, as much as I know about it. So right now, the property tax, I'm looking to have that corrected probably after the first of the year, because she's still working on, I have 500 journal entries that I'm going to be working on over the next few days to correct another issue that occurred at the beginning of the year. Misinformation was given and the wrong entries were made. It was before I was hired, so I don't know really what happened or why. But I know I have to fix it. There was items that were posted to an expense holder control instead of, a revenue control instead of expense control. So what that does is it throws off the look of your reports. And they're all numbers that are in the backside, because municipal accounting there's 4 entries for everything that happens. You have your debit, your credit, your liability, and your asset. So all those accounts need to be hit every time you do a movement. And what happened is, inadvertently, the backside of those accounts were hit in the opposite direction. So I literally have to go in and manually create new journal entries just for the backside, because the front side was correct. What that means is that if you look at the expense and revenues on the front side of this, it may look okay, but if you get to the bottom of this report, you're going to be like, if you sat down and did some calculations, you'd be like, this just doesn't add up. Mm-hmm. And that's what I've been going through. So it's just been kind of like a process, and I didn't want to get online and be bashing people and putting anyone down. I just want to get to the bottom of it, fix it with people that are knowledgeable, and move on, and so that you have, good reporting. That's all I'm trying to do. So if you look through down on auto excise and boat excise, those 3 top lines probably are going to be impacted by the backside of those entries.
Impacted for the positive, or
happened at the beginning of the year?
Would you say impacted for the positive or the negative?
So what happened is, when you start out your year, usually what you're supposed to do is you leave that 0, okay, at the beginning of the year, your property, until you have your commitment. There shouldn't be any numbers in there. So Kurt did his commitment on September 10th for you folks, once everything was in agreement. So when he went to load that, he loaded the correct property tax that you are anticipating receiving. But what happened is, someone had already put a number in there at the beginning of the year. Got it. So, and the way, the girl that I'm working with, her name is Brenda as well, so it might get confusing when I'm talking, but in speaking with Brenda, and I thought this myself, what happens is, if you've already got something in a placeholder that it's waiting for a number, it collides. So basically, it causes an error. And that's why I can't those numbers are not true right now. They're close, but not true. And until I get through this after the first of the year, those numbers, I don't trust them until we fix it. Mm-hmm. That's all I can say. Now, all the other items through here, so as you look at this at your leisure, the rest of the revenues and the expenses should be fairly accurate. I've tried to go through everything. I created a new account actually, it's a new fund for the Recreation Department. It is now Fund 15, and that took some time. I moved the remaining balances out of the 41, 42, and 43 accounts that were being used for recreation, and the remaining balances only were moved over in November to begin Fund 15. They now have their own bank account. It's separate from the general fund, which is, it really should have been this way years ago when you took on Tasseltop. So now it's in a true separated fund. Tasseltop still has its own account. All the numbers beyond the 15 are the same as they were in the other accounts. But what I'm going to try to do, and I spoke to Sue about this earlier today, I know it will be confusing during budget season to try to just look at 15 and imagine what happened. So I'm going to make a report that will show you all of the activity from the prior location of those monies. And then you'll see the new Fund 15, which is where the new budget would go into, all those placeholders. But I didn't want to leave out data because you're going to need to see the activity in order to know whether something should have been increased or decreased or what have you. Let me see what else. There were some points I wanted to make sure you were aware of. Those were important for you to know. The other thing I wanted to make sure you knew is that when you look at this, okay, if you're go home and you're looking at it, and I know you're angry you didn't get it earlier, but you have it now. If you have questions and you want me to answer you, you can email me. I'm telling you right now, if you want to know something, if you look at something on here and you're like, what the heck, just email me. I'm happy to respond. I'm not trying to live in a silo or work in a silo. So if you want, I'd rather answer your questions so you're not getting frustrated waiting till the next meeting. So I'm telling you now to please do that. If you really want to know something, just ask me. Because I am here for you. I'm working for you, and I'm trying to make things as best I can, as fast as I can. When I first jumped in here, I had to right away start working with this audit team, and I didn't even learn your ledger yet. And now I know your ledger, and that's what led to all these uncovering of different things, because as I learned the ledger, I found where things were not quite right.
So
that's pretty much, I appreciate you listening, and if you...
No. Yeah, thank you.
Sue, excuse me, I have one quick question. I look at the current month, and as I go down through it, it's the same as year to date. Is that because you're playing catch up? Shouldn't the current month show the expenditures for that calendar month?
That's part of where Brenda is saying that we have some problems in the accounts with the way it was set up initially.
Okay, that's fine.
That's why it's showing that way and why it's taken so long to get the reports.
Oh, okay, and that,
Yeah.
I understand
We're
errors.
trying to get them right for you.
Yeah, okay. And my,
The best way to look at the activity, like if you want to go, is to look across down into where it says balance.
Yep.
If you look at the balance column and go through that piece by piece.
Right.
But the unfortunate problem is what I had mentioned in the very beginning, because the revenue is what was credited and it shouldn't have been.
Okay.
So that's why it's throwing those bottom numbers off. And I need to do all those journal entries to make this look right. And it was one of those things where it's like something is just not right. And I sat with Sue. I've been working on this for hours. I bring it home. I have nightmares about it on the weekend. But at least now I feel like I have an ally, and that the audit firm that you folks are using, they're doing a fabulous job of trying to support me and get me through this. And they realize that there's a lot here to fix.
And
so Brenda is reaching out to the gal that, I guess they have a person on their team. All they do is bank reconciliations, and they're experts in Trio. So with that being said, it didn't make any sense to try to teach somebody else she was a contractor, by the way, not really an employee of ours. The girl that we hired was through a contracted agency, not an employee. And it wasn't going to work because it was a little bit overstated what she was going to understand. And I figured it out rather quickly, and I didn't want to waste any more time. So Brenda with the audit firm is going to connect me after the first of the year with someone who is going to assist with the reconciliation process of the bank accounts while I'm trying to fix the ledger. So that's kind of why everything is the way it is right now.
And what's the projected, remember I said projected date of the audit being done? Any idea, best guess?
Well, probably, if I was going to guess, I'd say the faster I can move my behind and get all of these adjustments made.
Well, and I understand, that's a huge load.
So probably, don't hold my feet to the fire on this, but I'm thinking, maybe January, towards the end of January.
Okay, well, I
A
say
rough draft, maybe.
it gives us something to look at anyway, say, okay,
Yeah.
we're a projection we can look at.
And what I also can do, what I can tell you is, once I work through this issue with the tax, because Brenda, with the audit firm, has downloaded, she sat with Sue and I, we had a Zoom today, and we literally went over all these errors. So she has all these reports, and she's personally working with us on this, and she's going to get back to me after the first of the year to tackle the tax piece. And I'm hoping by the time I get back with her, I'll have this other piece done. So I'm guessing it's around 400 journals, something along those lines, and they have to be each one individually keyed in. So it's not like I can even just reverse them, because we do have an option in the Trio program where you can hit reverse and it just backs it out. Well, I can't do that because, and I don't know if I'm saying too much and it makes it confusing, but the first part of the entry, remember I said everything has 4 sides. The first part is okay, which is the actual amounts that are hitting the accounts. It's just the backside, it's the assets and liability pieces that are kind of damaged right now. So when I go in and do the journals, I'm basically fixing the back of it, the backside. And that's why when you look down this column and you made a very good point by saying, why is it current month and the year the same? Well, these are all the things I've been saying to myself too since I came on board. Why are things not lining up? And this is why. So now I can at least tell you why, and not just say I don't know.
That's a start.
Right, exactly. And now I know, I have my marching orders, so I know now what needs to be done to correct it. It's just the time. And my timing coming on board with you, unfortunately, was I came on board right when audit started, and right from there, we're into budget season. So it's just an unfortunate timing issue. But I'm doing the best I can. I am also working on weekends. So when I'm not there, I'm still logged in, trying to get things fixed.
Well, it'll only look easier in the future for you, which is good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh
And,
my gosh.
I do apologize. I just, I'm saying I'm sorry, but I'm sorry that you have this condition too. It would have been a heck of a lot easier to come in and at least have the ledger work. But we'll get it. We'll get it fixed. I'm determined to help you and to get it done. So I'm not going to give up on it.
Well, I appreciate the in-depth analysis. I do believe that you're on our team, and I want you to start thinking of that way. I think the reason why we started the comments the way we did was because this is not the first time we have asked for stuff and not received it. And we didn't see you on the Zoom until after those comments were made. So I do believe that we'll be leaning on you heavily this budget season, and I hope that you realize that we're really one and the same, and we're putting our trust in you.
I want to do a good job for you, and I'd like to see the budget season work out well for everybody. I mean, I've been talking, we had a meeting with all the, department heads. We've talked about the budget process, and And I offered my assistance to each of them. I said they could reach out to me and make an appointment, and we could sit together one-on-one if they want help with putting records together or putting the book together. The goal is that each person involved, and that includes the budget committee and the select board, you'll each have a binder that's orderly and easy to go through. And then on the other piece of that, the directors, I've spoken with them, and what I'm used to seeing where I've been is that each director will have their information behind what it is they want to purchase, if it's something new. In other words, backup for whatever it is that they want to buy, or proof or some sort of data to go along with their requests. You know, because you just can't say, I want something and not say why, or to show a reason. Sometimes it's self-explanatory, but sometimes it's not. And not everybody understands everything that you buy. So I understanding. And Sue's been communicating with everyone, trying to make sure that even though I have this going on with the general ledger, I'm still trying to focus it. I had shared a spreadsheet with Sue that I've used in the past, and what it will do is it will enable her to get each of those departments on one workbook so that everything can roll to the front. And I don't know how familiar you folks are with Excel. I'm assuming most of you are very familiar. So it's one spreadsheet with several workbooks, and each department has a page. And she's the one that's been backfilling that because I've been working on the ledger. So hopefully that will be another good tool going forward, working through the budget process.
Discussion on that, or while we have Brenda, do you want to move on to a question about the town audit?
Just thank you for the in-depth, that really shed a lot of light on it, Brenda.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad.
Good. Thoughts?
I guess we've gone a ways beyond my concern.
Okay.
But, you know, maybe I'll say something in, you know, budget committee comment, but.
Brenda, why don't you update us on the town audit? I know you touched on it a little bit, but any
The
other
town
insight on
what?
that?
Excuse me?
Town audit, do you have any updates? I know you touched on it a little bit, but do you have any updates on that for us? How's the town audit go?
The primary update was in the very beginning when we were talking about those entries. Those entries were discovered by the auditor from last year's end of year. So that's why I have to do all this back work. They can't complete it until I finish.
She did a good job explaining it.
Awesome.
Excellent
Good.
job.
Thank you, Brenda.
Oh,
Appreciate
you're very welcome.
Appreciate you very much. And then any other committee comments on update to the town audit, or should we move on to the next item?
Move on.
Good, let's move on. Number 6, discussion of the rec department facilities proposed rental at the Raymond Village Church and expenditure of CIP funds. Did this committee happen to watch the last week's selectmen meeting?
Yes.
Yes.
Thoughts? Now, I just want to remind everybody that that was already voted on. We're not talking about anything that happened with the vote, but if I would like to hear your thoughts on the $15,000 that was allocated. It was going to be 35, if my number is correct. Is that right?
To me, it's another example of something that's come on very, very quickly without any input from the budget committee. And, you know, I think that's what we're here to do, is to provide some, hopefully, support and insight into these sorts of projects. You know, I don't understand the urgency for this church. And when you look at the manifold issues involved there, I know it's only a temporary lease. There are other options within the town that make more sense to me. And so I was really surprised by it. And I'm glad that Selectman Morse, who's here this evening, was able to, you know, I guess to put some gate posts on it so that we, you know, can at least understand possibly what we're doing before we do it. And I just don't understand where it came from and how it came on this fast without anybody being aware of it.
Yeah, I had spoken in my, I used the wrong word, I had used nonprofit, but it's a house of worship. I'm on the Budget Finance Committee of my own church, board member, and, we'll lose our tax exemption status if it's not being used as a house of worship. So that was my question, if that was taken into consideration. Kurt, the tax collector, was there, and he had mentioned that they don't really like to kick the church down, while they're already down, but and there's still that possibility. So that's why my questions were about, will the church still be used? If it's still being used as a house of worship, that's one thing, but my church doesn't allow the Boy Scouts to come in due to insurance purposes. The question about insurance had to do with exactly that. I was told that the town would be providing the insurance. But I was just a little confused because it sounded like the church wasn't going to be used at all. It sounded like that congregation was going to be condensing to another location. But then later on in the conversation, it sounded like it will be still used as a church.
It sounded like the second thing to me watching it, and it makes sense, I guess, from the church standpoint, even if they consolidate with the other church and have their worship there, to have 1 foot in the religious, door enables them to make a case for, I guess, that it still should be a tax-exempt property. And I think Kurt said that he tries to work with, situations like this. But, it sounded more like it was a tax concern than they needed the space for church activities. It seems like they need to get out of the building on account of their declining membership, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And so I understand that, and I've seen that happen many times over my career, and you never want to see that happen, but you always want to try to help with that. But I don't know that the town is the right entity to take over that church significantly, and then I guess they're still going to call it a church and try to keep it as a tax-exempt property. So it's very confusing to me, and I think, like a lot of things that seem to be happening lately, they come fast and there's no real explanation. There's no needs assessment. There's no planning that we can see. So you should make a case, I think, for these financial expenditures, whether they're short-term or long-term, and I don't see that on an ongoing basis, and that troubles me.
Well, your thoughts on it coming out of CIP? Anyone have an issue with that particularly?
Yeah, I don't think it belongs coming on a CIP.
It's inappropriate for CIP.
That's not what CIP is for. It's not to buy furniture, unless it was spelled out that way in the CIP, and I know it was.
I think there was a compromise that had taken place. It went from 35 or whatever that number was down to 15. It's already been voted on, but I think the 15 is much more appropriate. But still, I kind of agree with you, Cliff. Coming out of CIP, that's not what those funds are for.
And the other thing
15's high. You're going to run it 4 months, 5 months. No issue with, in my mind, paying for the heat, that the utilities. They came up with a number on that. That was around 10, I thought he said, and he said he could have absorbed it right out of his own budget. That's what I heard. Maybe I misconstrued.
I heard that too, and to me, that's a concern. If the budget has that much float in it, that's a super concern. I mean, that's something that just comes out of the sky and has that level of expense, and I can just absorb it in my budget. I don't understand that, and the idea of the capital improvement money. Those monies were, voted for specific purposes that were outlined during the budget process, and so to me that doesn't make sense, and it, is to me not proper administration. So I don't know what to really make about that. And it's not that we don't, or I don't want them to have what the space they need. I was a big advocate when I was here for the recreation department, and I think Joe's done a good job in what he's done with it, and there are additional things that can and should be done. But I think there needs to be planning, and there needs to be some level of understanding and buy-in from the town before you run off in these directions. I mean, the school's coming. We have the Boy Scout Messer Center. I mean, if you're going to rent space, I guess if it's urgent, then I'd probably look at those two facilities, one against the other, and they're both facilities I wouldn't want to own. But But I would guess that the Messer Center, might be less expensive to lease if that's what we need to do. But anyway, the whole thing is just that it came, and it seemed like we certainly had no idea about it, but the selectmen before the meeting started all seemed to know about it.
Well, I'm all for a rec having what they need, but like you said, there was no needs assessment. So because of that, this question may come off incorrect or wrong, but have we looked at the school the way it currently is? Is there space in the school? Can you rent space out there?
Well, that's a good question, and I think that question should be asked of the superintendent and the principal. This is closer, this use would be closer to their mission, and it's also a way for the town to baby step into the building, which we're going to eventually have. My understanding, when I was here, was that they have a vacant wing, and now maybe that's not true anymore, but there was talk at the time of trying to move some of the town's operations in there, and there were concerns, of course, as there would be about safety and security, although many towns have done that, and there are ways to mitigate that. But they had that concern, which we respected, and so I don't know why you wouldn't have first outreach to the school, and they, in my view, they probably have a significant amount of space available. Whether it could work out, I don't know. That's a discussion, that's a planning, that's a process, that's the due diligence that I don't see in this one.
It almost seems like if the school was an option, and we put money into the school, which we're getting anyway, we're
Right.
now a step ahead. And I'll make a comment. I mean, I kind of feel that somebody is, a certain somebody's on a deacon of that church. Isn't that a conflict of interest? A little bit? If a select member is a deacon of the church, and all this is going through, and does anybody have an issue with that?
Did they recluse themselves?
He said nothing.
Right, but
He didn't formally recuse himself, but he said absolutely nothing through.
Right. I think to answer your question, it is a concern and it is an issue, yeah, if that's the case.
This committee asks a lot of questions, and a lot of times we might not get everything right, but I think we're always barking up the right tree, it seems. So, yeah, my thoughts on this are exactly what we talked about. I think that I want to see rec get out District 1, get off of Main Street, but let's set them up for success and not modify a building that's not ours to begin with on a short-term rental when there are other options. So, I'll end it with that. If anybody has any other comments, I'll listen to it. But Frank?
I think the problem we're looking into is this committee has begun doing things that the past committees have not done. We've looked at what our job is. We pretty well understand the job. I think we're all in agreement with the job. And we're trying to begin to do that. And part of the problem is we always have this conflict because it hasn't been done before. And I think select people look at it as we're trying to do their job, and we look at it as we're trying to do our job. And I think both committees need to have an understanding of what each committee does and what our responsibilities are. And maybe if we could do that, it would eliminate some of the problems we continually run into as we have our meetings. This item is probably an item that could have been discussed through this committee if the selectmen had sent it to us and said, hey, what do you think? I think we could have come up with a solution. But
I think a better
we're just
solution.
not talking to each other. There's just not
Well, I think
enough
it's
communication.
squarely within the charge of the committee, to tell you the truth.
This one?
Yes. It's a significant financial undertaking. I mean, it was truncated at the meeting, but the original proposal was very significant, and the utilization of funds that were previously appropriated for other purposes, the fact that there's money available within the budget enough to do it, these are things that are all issues for discussion, concern. I agree with Frank 100%. I don't want to fight with anybody, either. That's the last thing in the world I want. And, but these meetings seem like they're much more adversarial than they need to be. And I'd like to see the staff members attend the meetings, as is the custom in every town that I'm aware of, and answer the questions of the committee, and the committee should be respectful and of the staff. And I don't see where we've been disrespectful, but maybe we could look at that and say, are there things that are of concern to them that make them fearful to come to the meetings? That's what I'm hearing. But I don't think there should be. We need to work together as a team. And I guess I'm going to call out our selectman who comes to all these meetings, and as an individual, I don't know if she speaks on behalf of the Board of Selectmen or she acts alone, but the staff really needs to answer the questions and stand for, the decisions that are made by the town. I don't think that having somebody who is, to me, sort of an adversarial advocate speaking on behalf of and in place of the staff is in any way appropriate or helpful to us or to the town.
So what I'll do is we can discuss that more in public comment, Budget Finance Committee comment. We'll stay on track for right now. I want to ask Sue, but I think Sue is no longer here. My question was going to be how. Oh, hi, Sue. There you are. You're the Raymond Town office. You're on mute there.
Yeah.
Do we know the lease? How far into lease has the lease been signed for that building, or is it still being worked on? Do we know how?
It's still being worked on. There are no capital improvements that are going to go into a building we're leasing. We need the space, and it came up suddenly, literally this week. So we are working on it. Or last week, I guess, actually, before the select board meeting. So it's very new, and we wanted direction from the select board to see if we could go in this direction for a short period of time. The capital expenditures are only for furniture potentially that we would keep and would be a useful capital expense that was discussed in budget season because it was a part of redoing the District 1 potentially so that Joe would have space. This is another option for him to have space.
Well, I understand the 15,000.
And there is staff sitting here in your meeting. You've got the town clerk, the finance director, and the town manager.
We will keep those.
So you do have staff attending your meeting.
Yes, thank you for that. We'll discuss that more in public comment. But no, Sue, I understand about the $15,000, but originally the $30,000, it was $30,000 or $35,000. That wasn't going to be for furniture. That was going to be for renovation. That was.
Yes, and we're not spending that.
Right.
We're only going to use capital to get capital type items that he would need anyway for his space.
Yeah, and I feel that the furniture, I understand everything, but the point about the money that wasn't going to be used for furniture, I was glad that got reined in a bit.
And to me, this is sort of a revisionist view of what was being proposed. I mean, that's what ended up happening, which I think is much more appropriate. But that was not the plan.
I know.
That was not the plan at all.
That's my point.
No, and I will disagree with that. What Joe presented was the full, this is what it would cost if we were going whole hog. The church hasn't even gotten there to say they want to sell the building or they want to give it to us or whatever they want to do. This was pie in the sky dreaming. If we were doing all of this is what it would cost. It wasn't. He didn't intend it to be, though it did. I know it did come across that way, but he did not intend it to be this is what I want right now. That wasn't Joe's intent.
Okay, thank you. Further comments, questions? Seeing none, let's move on. Thank you, Sue.
You're welcome.
Number 7, discussion on traffic calming. So selectmen did hear various comments. Couple of items were proposed. It seems to me the best use of our money is not those big trailers that you kind of look around. According to Nathan, you can't deploy them during the wintertime, which makes total sense. They're going to hit by plows and everything. You've heard Peter Levitt talk many times about what he thinks could be a good solution would be the up high on the poles. Have you ever drove through Yarmouth? They have them up there. A couple solutions were kind of presented, but I would like to look more into those as an option. I know we talked about this a little bit. Any other discussion that you guys want to have about traffic calming?
The only thing I would say, there's place for both the trailer mounts and the pole mounts. And the pole mounts aren't simply take it off this pole and set it on another pole. It is not that simple. And I'm a believer if you're gonna put up a sign that flashes speed, you ought to be getting some data on it too. And that's more money. Just blinking because you're going over 25 miles an hour doesn't do a whole bunch of good. Because it doesn't support when you want to make a change.
Yeah. I think it was last Tuesday. I forget what day it was. Last Tuesday or Monday, I was on a Zoom call, about an hour. I live on Main Street, and I think 3 people in that hour got pulled over right in front of my house on Main Street. So I don't know how the police got involved as far as, you know.
I noticed that as well in various areas of town. There was a very heavy police presence, state police presence, which you don't see. So I'm thinking that one of two things happened. Either there was a request of the town, or the state police somehow, you know, got a wind of the discussion and the concern in the community and did this organically on their own. So either way, I think it was a good thing, but there was a heavy police presence, state police presence there for at least one day, for sure.
Yeah, yeah. So I did appreciate seeing that. Not because the Zoom call was boring, but just to see that. Frank?
Well, I just hope we don't drop it.
Yeah.
The idea that we're going to put up a few signs, because I think the signs aren't really going to solve the problem. I noticed today there was another accident in the state where 2 cars did head-on a road very similar to Egypt Road, and 2 people were killed in that accident. And that's just going to continue until people know that they're being watched, and it isn't going to be being watched by a sign. I think it's a problem that we really need to spend some time and some effort and some money to solve.
Yeah, I agree. It's like we talked about. It's a combination of things, and not just one thing. But any other comments on that? All right, number 8. Review the tentative FY 2025-2026 budget schedule along with budget meeting calendar. Did you all receive the schedule?
Yes.
I didn't get the schedule.
You didn't get it
I think I
yet?
got it emailed, right?
Yeah.
We can share.
If you would just take a look at that and let us know if you have any conflicts. You have any conflicts?
Not
We
at
can
this
always
point.
Zoom. We can always Zoom, right?
You can always Zoom, but yeah, not at this point, I don't know.
I might have one.
By having this ahead of time, we can put them on the calendar, which will make it a lot easier
Yeah.
to
Right.
work around.
Yeah, I may have one, but that's it.
Will you be able to attend by Zoom, or do you?
I think
Yeah,
I'm
this is the one.
going to be in Baxter, so probably not.
With history as our guide, this is, what the staff does is take the previous year's schedule and just modify it to keep it as close as what they can to what it was the previous years,
Yeah.
taking into account the selectmen's schedules and maybe staff schedules possibly, but, and then it comes here and we get to say what works for us, and then all the best laid plans get put into the schedule, and then it gets changed anyhow somewhat
Right.
as you move through it, because that's inevitable.
I don't personally have any issues with the schedule. How are you looking on that? Pretty good for you?
No, I haven't.
No issues? Okay. I don't think we need to vote on it, but just to let Sue know that the Karen Lockwood said that she is good with the way it is now, and it sounds like the rest of the committee is good. Good. All right.
That's good. We'll get it posted and sent out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, my only date is one that we're not included, so that works
There you go.
perfectly. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yay.
Perfect.
Okay, I am going to open it to public comment. I am going to ask that you remain respectful. I will shut you down if you're not. Go ahead and speak your piece. Teresa.
I want to apologize, Sean. I shouldn't have lost my temper, and I do apologize for that. As a comment that was just made, I am not here speaking as a select board member. I am speaking as a citizen that does go to both meetings and does watch both of these. And I do agree with Frank McDermott that we do need to have those meetings, and that's one of the reasons why I suggested to Rolf that we do get together. And I mentioned at one of our other meetings, the selectmen meetings, that I was disappointed that you guys had to cancel out, but I know that things come up. I think that what happens is when we have a meeting, excuse me, I don't want to speak on a selectman. As the selectmen have a meeting and as the budget finance has a meeting, there's a lot of, I guess, I want to see you guys talk through things, and it's something that if you guys have questions, I think it would be good to send it to the chair of the select board or through Karen, so we can get the answers on both sides. And I was upset about the fact that the comments that were being made at the beginning of the meeting about it being disrespectful of staff were not appropriate. So I apologize for losing my cool on you, and that's all I want to say.
Well, Brenda held her own, as you can see. So, but as far as us canceling, I don't remember us canceling.
No, I don't recall cancel.
So, if you would like to have, we
We'd love to.
repeatedly talked about we want to have the meeting. If you can continue to suggest that, I know that after election, new year and stuff like that was mentioned. If you can bring it up to your select men that we're still interested in having it, I think that would benefit us. And it sounds like you would like to have it, so let's make it happen.
I think it would be really good. Sue had to cancel it because several of your board members couldn't make it. And
Yeah,
she got that email from
Karen did ask me to cancel it at one point. So I think that it was only at one time that it did get canceled, that it was scheduled. It was scheduled for a select board meeting. No, it was a standalone meeting. That's right.
Yeah, we originally were going to do it as a joint, and then we realized it was going to take up too much time. I think that was
Yeah.
good. So. Other public comment?
Oh, I'm just going to say one thing in closing. It's Brenda again.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure that you guys are aware that I am working on completing this. If I do get a report, because I know you said you like to know things sooner than later. If I do get an updated report and I manage to complete these things, when I do that, I'll send you, I will just send it whether you're going to have a meeting or not. I can, to Karen or to whoever would like to see it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's wonderful.
Dennis.
Dennis Morse, 340 Cape Road. Couple things. One, I want to thank the Budget Committee for asking the questions, studying the data. You raise issues that I don't think about, and I'm sure other people don't think about, which I think was the purpose back in '78 when they started this. I think your perspective is quite different, or at least coming from different perspectives. I'd also like to say that with all the negativity we've seen over the last few months, I'd like to wish you a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and hopefully a healthy New Year. I'll let it go at that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Budget Finance Committee comments.
I have one comment out of the selectmen's meeting the other night. I feel very strongly that we should go back to an open town meeting, and I listened to all the discussion. Back when we did it on Saturday, and the Girl Scouts or somebody else provided babysitting, and even though there aren't the auxiliaries around today, you can always get a food truck to come up. I think your turnout would get much bigger than it is now. When they moved it into 6 o'clock on a weeknight, absolutely stinks. Did a good job that time, Frank. For the guy who's working in Portland or any place else and is trying to get home. So Saturday mornings, that was tradition. There was a reason it was tradition. It was mud season. It was always during mud season in March when people couldn't do much else, and they got people to come to the meetings.
Thank you. Yeah.
I think if you make it a festive occasion, people would turn out.
It used to be.
Especially if you had a place for your kids. When we did that, and the scouts took care of the children during the meeting, we had big turnouts back then. And I think we could do it again, and if we could do it with a couple of food trucks and maybe some entertainment or whatever through the course of the day, I think we might turn out a big crowd. I think people want to become involved. And the way you become involved is you get together and you have a discussion.
I guess I just want to reiterate my concern, and my concern is that, this committee, other elected and appointed committees of the town give their time on a voluntary basis. I would like to see the staff come to the meetings in person. That is how it's done. I understand you can do it via Zoom. It's sort of like the debate, about the town meeting, and I mean, everybody's going to have an opinion about that, but, I think, you can do things in alternate ways, but I, for one, would like to see people come, and I think it's going to promote a much more harmonious atmosphere and discussion if the department heads come and explain what's going on and stand up and answer questions, and don't, don't end up in this adversarial, as I call it, or apologist sort of attitude. And Frank, pointed out the fact that this is different. I get it, it's different. I understand it's inconvenient to come to a night meeting, but if we're volunteering our time and other town committees are doing that, I think the Board of Selectmen has an obligation to see that the town staff supports the committees. And so I'm going to stand by that. And, it's highly unusual, we'll say that. And, maybe disrespectful is a bridge too far, but it's certainly highly unusual and not typical, and not what I'd like to see from our town, from my town.
And I'm willing to even see if a time difference would be a little bit better. Maybe not 6:30, maybe 6. Maybe just finding out from the town if there's anything that could be helpful to make it a little bit better.
Again, if you're coming from outside of town.
It's hard.
6:30 is about as early as you're gonna be here in that time to do anything.
Yeah. And the thing is that if our expectation is these people who work very hard doing their job have to come to extra meetings, they should be compensated for it. Their salary should be such that they're being paid for their time. I don't expect these people to come and sit through these meetings at night after working all day long and not be compensated for it. They need to be compensated for it. We want the best possible people doing that job, and we need to pay them the salary they need to be doing it.
I agree 100% with the idea of paying people for the jobs they do and paying competitively. I've always advocated for that. And so, but that's a separate question, and that's an advisory, I think, thing that you could convey to the selectmen, and I think it would be appropriate. But that said, the job descriptions as they are, the jobs as they are contingent upon providing the direct support that I'm asking for.
If 6:30 is not a good time, let's start with our budget finance. If there's another time you would like to recommend to Karen, go ahead and do that. Personally, I think 6:30, like you said, 6 is, I'd like to see 6, but it's just too close to 5 o'clock, So if anybody has a suggestion, feel free to reach out to Karen and say, hey, I would to look at changing the time. If you go with 6:30, don't do that. I've just got one comment going back again, and this is not to keep digging up the past week, but there's a vision committee being formed in January for the school. I had made some comments on a question, really just a question about hey, why do you need a soft committee? Why don't you go into the full thing? What I would have appreciated is the reason why we're not doing that is because X, Y, and Z, but instead got shot down pretty hard as far as any explanation of why you can't do that. So I just want to bring that up as, if you have thoughts on that, if you think that a soft committee is fine, then, I'm good with that. I never received an explanation about why that was. Sometimes I feel that, I'll just say half of the selectmen don't like to be criticized, and that wasn't a criticism, it was a question. So that's my thoughts. Any other budget finance committee thoughts, questions, anything? Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor? Merry Christmas, everyone, thank you.
Yeah, Mary.
Good evening and welcome to the October 2nd, 2024 meeting of the Comprehensive Plan Committee. I would note that we do have a quorum here tonight. First order of business would be to approve the minutes of the September 4, 2024 meeting. Do I have a motion to any changes or additions, deletions? If there aren't any, I'll accept a motion. It's moved.
Second.
And seconded. All in favor of accepting? Unanimous. Thank you. Okay, number 3, under old business, we're going to review the draft plan and make any final edits to the draft plan. And hopefully everybody get a chance to review those. I'd turn it over to Kate and Sam to walk us through it.
All right, so hopefully everyone had a chance to look through the drafts we sent. I guess we should sort of start by just talking about what the process is and what we need to accomplish tonight. So the goal tonight is to review. We did get some comments online. They're all anonymous, so I'm not sure who wrote them, but we can look at those. I will share my screen in a minute. And any other comments you all have, any changes, anything you want to see before this goes to the public is what we need to get through tonight. And then hopefully everyone will be happy that we're in a place tonight that we can move forward with starting the public comment period. I think we'll probably, North Star and Sue will probably have some conversation after this meeting about exactly when the public comment period is going to be, just in terms of noticing and stuff like that. But it has to be at least 30 days. We'll make the plan available online. Hopefully the town can also have a printed copy available at the town office. And during that period, we need to hold a public hearing. So we could potentially do that at the November committee meeting or even December, depending on what we want to do. So that's the kind of...
Is that a committee public hearing or is that the town public hearing?
So this is just a public hearing for the public comment period. This is not the public hearing to get the plan on the warrant. That will all happen later. So basically, to submit it to the state, we need to let them know that we're having a public comment period, which includes a public hearing. And there will also be a form that the chairs of this committee need to sign, as well as the chair of the select board needs to sign to authorize us to share the draft with the state. Once we get it back from the state in a couple months, we will probably review it again as a committee, see what state edits we want to make on, like we want to take or do any other edits, and then basically North Star will release the plan to you all to take to the select board to get the process onto the warrant. Does that make sense? There's like a lot of moving pieces here, and there is some flexibility about how we do it. So technically you can do the public comment period and submit to the state at the same time. But because of Raymond's town meeting schedule, I don't think we need to rush, since it doesn't need to be sent to the warrant until, is it March, Sue? Yeah, so we have until March of next year to get something back from the state and ready to submit for the warrant. So we don't need to do it simultaneously unless there's a strong desire to do so.
And Kate, just to be clear, so tonight what we're working to do is for this committee to make any final edits to the draft plan.
Mm-hmm.
And but that's not the end all. I would assume that during the public comment, if we were, let's say, to hear a large amount of the public commenting on a certain part of the plan where they believe it doesn't reflect really what the community wants, then we could make edits then.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this is not the last time we'll be making edits. There will also be, after we get all the public comment, we'll decide what we want to edit, and then we'll get feedback from the state, and we could potentially edit more things there if anything is changed. Or
couple different swipes at it.
Yeah. So basically, if this is like one of three. So
So the public hearing happens at the end of that 30-day public comment?
Anytime during the public comment period.
Okay. I'm just thinking if we have a meeting next month at the beginning of November, there's also the election. At that point, people probably won't be focused on, I don't know, maybe they won't come out for a public hearing if it's in conjunction or close to the election, maybe a December.
Because our
Timeline.
meeting would be the day after Election Day, I believe, right?
Yeah.
So Tuesday is voting, and then we would have the day after, so, yeah, I kind of agree, maybe December. It's probably the better.
Two.
One thing I think might help the committee understand a bit with the process is we're talking in a way about two things going on at the same time. One are hearings where the public hears the book. The other is a statutory public hearing. So one of the times when we talk to people about the plan, if I'm getting this right, has to be a plans public hearing, which requires 10 days public notice, and in at least two different newspapers, et cetera. There are statutory rules around that particular one. So that's what she's referring to as a public hearing. I don't know if that helps, but.
So it's not a physical meeting where they have an opportunity to come and speak?
Well, they still do.
Okay.
Yeah, but you might have several meetings where you talk to the public, but there has to be one that we have to schedule out and do all this notice in papers and things, so.
Right, so I think what I had asked Kate was whether just to differentiate between the public hearing while or just after we do basically get the feedback from the citizens, but then there's a formal public hearing that usually takes place for almost any major issue in town or whatever.
And there will be two public hearings. There's the one that's necessary now. There'll also be one that's necessary for any ordinance type documents that are going on the warrant.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think potentially if you didn't want to hold it in November, I think we could do the public hearing, since your meetings are that first week of the month, we could do the public hearing then. I think our goal is to submit this in December by kind of early December, because in theory the state has 90 days to return it. In practice, it is often more than 90 days. So we just want to make sure we're getting it well in advance of when we need it approved in March. So the other option too is is that we could submit it to the state before the public hearing and before all the public comment has been incorporated. So
Is there advantage to doing that?
I guess for us it means we only have to do the edits once. But in terms of the town, I think the only caution would be is if you're worried that there might be a lot of changes coming, like especially to goals and recommendations coming out of the public comment period.
It would have to go back to the state a second time.
Only if there's substantive changes. So if it's like minor things, tweaks, they'll take a look at what we did and just say, okay, that's fine. But, you know, if we had a lot of people coming out and say, I don't think this goal is right at all, then there would be a little bit more, they'd have to look a little harder at it.
I believe that the history of the 2004 plan was that it was submitted to the state, and the state found that we did not adequately address affordable housing. And I believe the process was the state sent it back to the committee to rework it, and then they inserted verbiage that they resubmitted to the state, and then they accepted it. So that was the history in 2004.
The other thing too is if this is why we need to coordinate with Sue, but if the day after Election Day doesn't sound like a good day for a meeting, we could look at just finding a different date. Although with Thanksgiving in November, that is a short window.
Why wouldn't December 4 be a good?
That would be fine. I think that would be
Give us a
fine.
little room. and that would be the public hearing.
Yep.
And in all fairness, we did have the state reviewer give us a little seminar. I could think it was maybe the second or third meeting we had before North Star was online. He was being realistic. He said, yeah, I recall he said it could take up to 90 days. So that's what they have for a time frame. He was saying that it really depends on what's on his desk.
It does.
It's him and an assistant, and I guess that's it. It's not a planning office like we used to have.
Yes, it's just 2 people.
Yeah.
His assistant actually lives in Raymond.
Oh.
So I don't know if that gives us.
So anyway, but he was saying it really depends on what's on his desk at the time. He was talking more like used like 60 days, so a couple of months would be what you would expect normally.
Yeah, we've had varying experiences. So I think December 4th we can move ahead with that, and then maybe we have the public hearing at the start of the meeting, and then that would give the committee time to discuss what edits we think we need to make.
And then we discuss edits, we approve edits, or you'll make the edits, and then you'll ship it right off to the state, basically?
Yep.
Okay.
Can we have a longer than a 30-day comment
You can have
period?
as long of a comment period as you want. Yep.
Okay, so we could have it from the time that edits are made after tonight's meeting until...
Until December 4th,
Okay.
say, when the public hearing is.
That gives plenty of time,
like that.
I think, for people to give us their input. And I think it would also give us a sense if there were some major issues. Yeah.
So I think we have an agenda item later to talk a little bit more about outreach during that period. So, but okay, just to tentatively kind of see where we're at, I think that makes sense if everyone feels comfortable with it. All right, so looking at the edits we got, it looks like we have some edits to, I know this is going to be hard for you all to see because I don't think I can zoom in on the goals. So someone has suggested here that instead of saying to collect data on speeding, we should say collect data on excessive speed and traffic volume as well as traffic calming devices on Raymond roadways.
So I'm Peter Anonymous, and so what I'd say is that what I was just trying to get at this is that especially where it's listed right at the beginning under priority goals and actions, that we try and emphasize a little bit more what we're trying to do with these radar speed displays. So a little bit more descriptive would be to say which collect data on vehicular speed and traffic volumes, as well as to act as a traffic calming device.
Okay, that's fine with me if it works for everyone else.
No objections?
All right. Okay, and then that's just a small edit, citizen opinion polling. I can change that.
Yeah, I guess I just was a little uncomfortable with the word vote. I mean, it was more of an opinion poll, so not to split hairs.
Yeah, so some of these are just kind of minor wording edits, I think, from Peter Anonymous, which...
Well, actually, I saw a couple of others.
Oh, they're not all
Yeah,
here.
they're not all Peter Anonymous.
I'll own up to guest 6
okay.
on there.
I would say on page 1.5, population, I'm being a little bit of a stickler on this one, but it's I'm still having trouble seeing the justification in the data to say to be saying that there's an increase in young families in the town. So if we just were to insert the aging population and potential for increasing numbers of young families, because unless you can tell me, I'd love to be able to say. Yeah, we have data that supports that there are young families moving to Raymond. I just don't see it in any of the chapters on population or whatever. There's a suggestion, and the suggestion was in that age group between 27 and 35 that there was an increase in that population, and that's great. But is it? Do they have children? Do they plan on having children? I mean, we don't know that. So, if there's no objection, I'd just insert potential in front of for increasing numbers of young families.
No problem with that.
Okay, no objections to that. Then I don't know if there's an edit under economy.
Yep, hide, worry that
So
value.
that says that summer camp owners and farm and woodlot owners worry that the high value of their property may make it difficult to keep the property. I'd just like to include after high, just to hammer it home, it's the high development value of the camps that is probably what's going to look enticing to developers along the lakefront. So I'd just insert that development, high development. If there's no objections. Under transportation, I think it's page 16. Just to insert the fact, because I think it was mentioned by several people on the committee, that there is currently no park and ride option in Raymond. So we make the statement that, the majority of people in Raymond, when they commute, they travel alone. So I thought it would be the perfect place to insert, and I don't know if you want to say there is currently no park or ride option in Raymond, or just say there is no, however somebody wants to wordsmith, that's fine with me. But just to make that point.
It's fine with me.
No objections?
All right.
Under water, natural and water resources, I think it was page 18.
Yeah, hold on, Peter. Before we move there,
did I
I see
skip
some
over?
other comments. So this is where someone suggested where we say creating more housing options from duplexes and triplexes and condos and apartments, that we should add in a thoughtful and sustainable way.
I was just trying to provide context to what the goal is there. Yeah.
I agree with that.
Let's see. That's just a small wording thing. That's fine.
I didn't make a comment here,
sure.
but can I just insert, under this comment too that we just discussed on just above the economy section, we make reference here and in the point about the population that we were just talking about, saying it'll make it easier for younger people and families to make a home in Raymond. I'm just, as a realtor, they really talk about fair housing and protected classes of people, and familial status is one of those protected classes. And I just wonder if we want to try and not necessarily talk about families or families with children, I know that we obviously want to make it a friendly place for all. I just want to make sure we're not targeting one type of a person, or families with children versus single people versus,
Yeah, we could change it to something more along the lines of make it easier for younger people just starting out, something like that. I think we're just trying to hit on
First-time home buyers.
For first-time home buyers, or new home buyers, or
new home buyers,
something like that.
Yeah, that.
Rather than even talking about age, because first-time home buyers don't have to be young people. They can be older people who have rented for, years and years and
So are we good with first time or new home buyers? What do you like?
I think we can say.
Maybe first time. I think first time is a.
Yeah, I think that's a good
Yeah.
one. Yeah, I want to also keep, some of the housing options we suggest there could potentially be rentals. So we could keep younger people in there. I know that's something that a lot of towns, most people graduating high school in Maine are not going to be able to move back to the town they grew up in. So that sort of trying to capture that, as well as first-time home buyers and older adults.
Or maybe we could even say, make it easier for people of all ages and
income
and status, or something.
Yeah, we can also just say
to make a home in Raymond.
Yeah. Can you think of something more general? Yeah.
Yeah, just more general.
So yeah, we can just say people of all ages and income levels, or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So, I think next we have, under natural and water resources, that's just a typo kind of thing. We'll fix that.
I think under that, was it page 1.8, under natural and water resources, Raymond must explore additional sources of revenue and work strategically. Could we insert explore additional sources of revenue?
I don't have a problem with it.
I think
So
it's
this
just,
is, so to get everyone situated, this is where we say, as a small town where most town revenue is generated through property taxes, and then Peter's suggesting we change this to say Raymond must explore additional sources of revenue and work strategically, instead of just saying work strategically.
I think in the plan, what we're talking about is looking at grants, looking at impact fees in general, and looking for wherever we can, other than landing everything on real estate tax. I mean, we know that it's going to be real estate tax for the next 20 years, probably the life of this plan. That's going to be provide the bulk of the revenue. But it would just seem that in the plan, what we're saying is to look for other sources.
Sure.
Other than taxes.
Absolutely.
Okay, good.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Also, thanks to everyone who submitted pictures, especially Jackie.
Good job, Jackie.
You're all over this comp plan.
I know. I'm like, oh, look at that.
Okay, vision statement. I don't see any comments here. Also, just interrupt me if you have something as we're going through it.
Kate, I did have some more on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so maybe they didn't make it on there as far as edits. But as far as, I think we had discussed this before, as far as on page 110.
Yep, we're not there yet.
Oh, okay.
So vision statement, I don't have any comments there. Future land use plan. Let's see. Yep, that's a typo. Okay, that's just a small wording edit. We can do that. So Peter, what did you have on 110?
Well, that was the typo.
Oh, okay. Sure.
116, critical rural areas.
Yep, let's go there. Okay.
So it would just be, I think we discussed it, was the fact that, unless I'm mistaken, there's more than just Loon Echo. And so should we say something in other similar not-for-profit accredited conservation agencies?
Yeah, we could just say, or other conservation organizations too.
Good with everyone?
Yep.
Good.
Mhm.
All right.
Great.
I've got one on strengthen sense and community, 122.
All right, let's see if we have anything in between. And again, please interrupt me, everyone else, if you have something. Where's this one? So I think, yeah, that's the next comment, Peter.
Yeah, so under strengthen sense of community, where it says town support, provide, I guess I just insert the word increased in deference to the town manager, who mentioned just a few meetings ago that, it's not like we're not doing any of this stuff. That they have been doing stuff. And so it just seemed to me that we would use terminology that would reflect that.
That's a credit.
So that'd be increased town support. And I have one under plan implementation, page 124.
There's another typo.
Yeah.
Got that.
And then on page 130, future land use workshop. This is one I wrestled with.
Sorry, Peter, before
Oops.
you go
Okay.
there, it looks like there's some other edits about the Comprehensive Plan Implementation Committee and changing these shoulds to
Yep.
wills.
Yep. So in other words, just change all of those, should to will and may to must. The idea came to me here in reading this, was I was struck by the member of the planning board who came up after our workshop meeting and said that what was going to be really essential for this committee was to set up the implementation committee with as specific a direction as possible as where we're going. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but that verbiage basically is just, to me, doesn't direct the implementation in as positive. In other words, they shouldn't have an option.
An option, it's
onto
shall.
that.
Yeah.
I mean, as a matter of fact, the state requires the first one, right?
Basically, you're required to say that you're going to do it in the comp plan. The state doesn't really have an enforcement technique for what actually happens.
Well, I'd ask the committee.
yes.
What would you think?
I think that stronger language is good. We've spent a lot of time and resources and a lot of North Star's time in making a plan that ought to have some traction.
All right, those seem fine. So let's see. This May with Will. Yes. Okay, so. Okay, so this is from Peter about the future land use workshop. Route 302 is already a designated growth area. How do we better describe the participant responses related to this? So
As we all experienced at the future land use workshop, and that way it was happening at the same time as there was a warrant article suggesting there should be a zoning change on 302. And my sense was that the group that showed up were representative of the town, but there was a disproportionate number of individuals there that were very concerned about the zoning change on 302. And so my sense is that as far as how do we get across the fact that rather than to say reacted negatively to the 302 growth area, well, they can react negatively to it, but I don't believe we can change it. I mean, I guess we could change it, but it wouldn't make any sense to do that. It's been designated as a growth area in Raymond for 3 decades. And we've invested a water line in there. It's the major route to Portland and to the White Mountains. So I don't know how we could do that, but maybe we could do that. But I was just thinking the discussion we had here as a committee regarding, I think it was Jackie that brought it up first, mentioning the fact that growth area doesn't necessarily mean development. It could mean investment. It could mean improvement. It could mean improving the quality of life for people that choose to use that as a residential area. So how do we get more of a positive spin on it?
we could say something like, and desired to manage growth in the 302 area, something like that. So we're not saying it's not a growth area, we're just saying that people want sort of more investment or more management in how the area is growing.
Maybe we could say something like they reacted negatively to Route 302 growth area in regards to adding new development in the area. I think that's what they don't want to see, is that it's going to keep
Adding new development and
bringing in
traffic, I
more-
think, was probably part of the
yeah.
message, right?
Well, and I think the disconnect was the idea that new development did not equal new investment, and every person that didn't want the new development also wanted additional investment to ensure that the water quality remained or didn't deteriorate more and improved if possible, and so that would require us designating it as a growth area in order to invest. So
What if we said and desired managed growth and additional investment in the Route 302 area?
rather than more development, or I don't know.
Yeah, I think to me, it's a little more clear if we just say that people wanted growth management and investment, rather than saying, I think this is a little oversimplified, and I say that because I'm probably the person who wrote it.
There was a strong response, certainly, and a strong turnout. And
Yeah, I think
It's not wrong to say that.
It's not
that
wrong to
was
say
the
it
fact.
negatively, yeah.
Yeah, I think it.
But I think we could frame it slightly different.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with any of the comments here as far as, it was very clear to me at that workshop that there was a significant segment that just did not want to see any more development near the residential part of 302, which is our one of the designated growth areas. I don't want to necessarily dilute that sense,
Right.
or ignore that opinion. I just think that it's got to be taken into consideration with the reality of the situation, which it is a growth area in Raymond, and there is going to be investment, there is going to be improvements, and my guess would be, unless I'm really off base, there's going to be some development. I don't know how there won't be. Hopefully it's sustainable and it's reasonable investment, development. And I think that the planning board and the town can certainly speak to that issue. I don't know that we have to, draw a map for that. But how do we say it in such a way that it doesn't appear that there's, that what this plan is saying is that the town does not want to acknowledge that area as a growth area, because it is.
Yeah. I like the idea of saying managed growth, because we're acknowledging that. I think that acknowledges both that it's a growth area and that there are people who do want more limits or regulations on how the area is growing. But then we can also add something about the desire for investment in the second half of that.
No, that sounds great. And I don't think I thought at first maybe there might be a way to word it that, any development will be subject to the input of the people in the town and the residents. But you know what? Then I rethought it and I said, well, there was. Because that warrant article did not pass.
All right, let's see. Okay, so I think now we're getting into the goals and policies. So sort of for the committee's knowledge too. So we put these all into tables in the plan. This is something that when we get to a final deliverable, we can also give to you in an Excel spreadsheet, which if any of you are planning to volunteer to be on the implementation committee, that might be something. So just throwing it out there, this is sort of the version for public, but there will probably, we'd usually give you a spreadsheet so you can work with it on the implementation side. So, okay, yes, there's a duplicate there. Thank you. This is the same clarification Peter made when we talked about this strategy about the portable radar speed displays earlier. So we'll just make sure that those changes are consistent on that first page and in this table. Yes, so Economic Development Task Force no longer exists. I do believe we have a goal to reestablish it, but perhaps we should change the responsible party for this. We could say retask economic development. Yeah, I think we could. So in the absence of the Economic Development Task Force, who would an economic development related proposal go to in the town?
The planner would probably be the person.
I would say planning board or selectmen, but they had a hard time with the solar, who was responsible for that, so one of those two.
Economic Development Task Force.
Well, this
I think we need one.
Or a
Well, yes, and I think we're
consultant.
suggesting that we should have one. It's just that it says that that's who's going to be responsible, and they don't exist yet.
Yeah.
Not since, I think, 2014.
I think, yeah, we could say planning board because this is a reference to plans, to making plans. So I think right now, if someone was going to include Raymond in an economic development plan, probably the planning board would.
That's where I put my money right now.
Okay, we'll add that. Can you write that?
But it does point out the gap, because the planning board's really, Sean, you'd be much better versed in the mission there, but does it meet the ordinance? You know, does the proposal meet the ordinance? It's not, planning board's not so much visionary.
They're implementary.
Implementing the ordinance and
You
seeing
know,
if applicants
I see a
comply
lot.
with it.
I see a lot of these, and just as my 2 cents worth is I don't know where in the plan we actually recommend committees, but it seems to me there's a bunch of committees that need to be formed. Everything from a committee to look at what Jordan Small is going to be repurposed for, to a committee to look at affordable housing in the town, to a committee to look at economic stimulus in the town, and setting up some sort of connection with the Sebago Region Chamber of Commerce and that sort of stuff. A traffic committee because the traffic study group no longer exists. They ended in 2012, I believe. So I guess my question with a lot of these is that there's going to be ad hoc committees. They're either going to be committees set up by standing committees and boards. They're going to be subcommittees, or they're going to be ad hoc committees established by the town to study some of these issues. And my guess would be that that's going to be the role of the implementation committee, to see that there are those resources and those committees available. But I just guess, where should we be putting the recommendation like we did for the economic committee?
So this plan calls for the establishment of a comprehensive plan implementation committee. And then we have a local goal, which I was trying to find really quickly. But
I saw that, yeah.
there is a local goal in here somewhere to reestablish the Economic Development Task Force. Yes, there it is. Bring back the Economic Development Task Force.
Yeah.
So those are the 2 committees that we're specifically calling for, the Implementation Committee and Economic Development. For Jordan Small Middle School, we do not say form a committee, we just say have a public process. I think it's kind of a bigger to be determined what form that will take. I just don't think we know right now. And then we don't specifically call for any other committees, but I would guess that, it might be something where the implementation committee might have a working group or something like that if they need to do some focused. Sometimes implementation committees do that, right, where they have a couple people go and do some research on one topic. And then it might have to sort of be, as these things come up, the implementation committee could make a recommendation to the select board, we need another committee. But we're not recommending more than just the implementation committee and economic development specifically.
I think anything we have a question about falls upon the select board, because ultimately it is their decision in the end. So whether a committee is formed is their decision in the end. If a committee decides we should do something, it is still the select board's decision in the end. So if we're not sure, I think it should fall to the select board, because ultimately they're the ones that are going to appoint the board or committee or whatever it is.
Well, yeah, but Kelly, you're talking about a town appointed committee. I'm talking about a subcommittee of a standing committee. I don't believe that I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe we could call for a subcommittee of this committee to study traffic if we so desired. I don't think we would need the approval of the select board to do that. Am I incorrect there?
You're not incorrect, but depending on what you wanted the subcommittee to study, it may or may not be part of your charge.
Well, so I use the example of traffic.
Yeah.
I think anybody with any amount of neurons and functioning neurons would read this plan and say the traffic is an issue in the town. Therefore, my question is simply, if this committee wanted to form a subcommittee to study traffic safety.
To study that specifically?
Yeah.
I don't know if it would be called into question or not. to be truthful with you. I can't
I'm
imagine
not
it.
suggesting that
Yeah.
we try it and see.
Yeah.
What I'm basically just saying is I believe that in
But you
the
certainly have
distinction between Kayla's question was there are committees that can establish subcommittees. And then there are town committees that are approved by the select board. I believe I'm on pretty solid ground there, but we could research it.
Yes, but most committees are given a charge of some sort, is all I'm getting
Correct.
at. So if you wanted to decide to study whether or not we should plow the roads differently or put something different on the roads, that would be outside your charge potentially.
Unless it involved road safety.
Yes.
Thank you.
In this case, I think for this particular goal, I think select board makes sense because reading it again, this is talking about local and regional economic development plans. And I assume if anyone was going to include Raymond in a regional economic development plan, that would probably go through the select board.
And I guess my effort wasn't really to get into that as the weeds there as much as it was to say, once again, I was impressed with the conversation after the workshop by the member of the planning board. And it was basically the fact that please do as much as you can in the plan to give this implementation committee the tools necessary for them to do an efficient and effective job. And that was my goal as far as committees are concerned. I'm not trying to tell the implementation committee what to do. I couldn't anyway because they don't exist. So, but what I was impressed with was the comment from that individual at the workshop.
I don't want to drag this out, but I think I keep hearing us try to do things on committees, which is certainly good in the Raymond way. But case in point, North Star Planning, I mean, if we attempted to do this comp plan without professional help, we'd be in a very different place. And having excellent or even good professional planning support, economic development planners, I think we should incorporate that somehow in our charge to how the implementation committee ought to go at it. They don't just have to make an ad hoc committee to solve complex traffic problems in Raymond. I mean, you need pros on that stuff to do it right. We're in a new age, the age of doing it the Raymond way, all ourselves is in the rearview mirror, I think. There's certainly stuff that we can do, and this committee's done an excellent job, but couldn't have done it without professionals.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, John. I think that we are at that stage of the game where consultants and people with specific expertise need to be involved in helping guide us in developing this. So I guess that's just my sense. Edit was that the Economic Advisory Committee or whatever they were are defunct. So that was my point.
Okay, so we've got a few more edits to responsibility here. This one, and these are all now in the state goals and strategies. So these are all goals that are required to be included in here. They are written by the state of Maine. They are not written by us. So that's why a lot of these, if you read through them, seem like they don't always fit Raymond because they're intended for every single town in the state. Anyway, so this one is about public investments and mechanisms to finance them, and the suggestion is that we add select board and town manager to the responsible parties. I think that makes sense. Let's see. So this is, so again, these are state housing goals we're looking at. Someone is suggesting that this goal that says maintain, enact, or amend growth area land use regulations to increase density, decrease lot size, setbacks, and road widths, or provide incentives such as density bonuses to encourage the development of affordable workforce housing be medium term instead of long term. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, that's my edit. I just figured, once again, kind of give a little better guidance and time frame for whoever's going to try and implement this. 5 to 10 years is a long time. 10 years is way too long.
I think it makes sense to shorten it as well,
Yeah.
especially when the state has a goal of creating so many
Yeah, and I think
homes.
I think the goals specific, we have some more Raymond specific zoning and lot size and those kinds of goals, and those I think we gave a shorter time frame. I can double check on that though.
I had a comment on 2A that didn't make it onto this. Did the state write the actual context, or was of that specific goal? I was looking in particular at density bonuses, and the conversation that we had at the last meeting was to explore these types of incentives, and not, I just don't want to come across as recommending them if that's not something that we're required to do by the state.
This is the state's
This is the state, okay, all right.
And we do actually have in our ordinances density bonuses for cluster developments and the like. So those have already been implemented as far as, but not everywhere.
Right, I think I'm thinking specifically of the conversation around Gorham and what they do, and not knowing if it's something that's right for the town, and maybe it is and maybe it's not, but we'll have a conversation rather than a recommendation.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think I'm looking back at the local policies, and so we had exploring additional programs or ordinances like we talked about in Gorham. We gave that a long-term goal. I guess the idea of exploring additional programs seems like something that might happen a little bit at a time, but then we have some other goals. Strengthening open space subdivision and clustered subdivision standards is medium term. And we have some other land use goals in here. I'd have to scroll through. I think we have some about the village character. I think those are all, most of these are flagged as medium term, which is 2 to 4 years. That might seem like a long time, but when you're talking about ordinances in a town meeting town, it's probably going to take, a year or two to get that process through. Okay, then we have, so this is another state goal. It says seek to achieve a level of at least 10% of new residential development built in the next decade be affordable as defined in Maine Title 30A. So this suggestion is to change this from medium term to short term.
And I guess that's my edit, and what I'd just say is that my understanding is that was one of the priority goals of the 2004 plan. They made it clear to the implementation committee. The implementation committee came out in 2010 with its final findings, and we weren't any closer to it than we were in 2004. It was a state requirement in 2004. Obviously, the town didn't go to jail because we didn't achieve it, because I don't know many communities in the state that actually were able to achieve that. However, it remains a requirement of the state. So I guess I just shortened the time frame to say, well, let's just find out. Are we going to have a task force to look at affordable housing in the town? And maybe that'll be a subcommittee of the implementation committee that will look at that, and we'll have some solid data as to whether we can achieve that or not.
Any committee members' thoughts on making that? It's a little bit of the way the goal is written by the state is a little seek to achieve. I'm not totally
to achieve. I mean,
yeah,
we can seek to achieve in 1 to 2 years.
Yeah.
I just think
I don't have a problem
anything,
with it 'cause we're seeking.
anything that was on the implementation committee's charge, of which less than half of it was, and less than half of their priorities were ever achieved in the town. It just seems to me that we want to give the implementation committee as many tools as possible, but hopefully someone's going to hold their feet to the fire, and we'll find out. Can we get these things done, or can't we?
I think, yeah, if you're fine with that, I think you can seek to achieve.
Achieve.
Yeah.
It's not, unfortunately, it's not my wording.
It's their language.
Yeah. Okay, this is a suggestion to include Budget Finance Committee. I think that's fine for now. All right, and we're back to, so another, this is suggested to be short-term, is the goal, explore the possibilities of registering short-term, sorry, this is written twice, but explore the possibilities of registering and regulating short-term rentals.
Yeah, per the discussions that we've had before, and plus the discussion I had with several people at the workshop. And I don't know, did anybody receive anything in the mail?
I did.
Yes,
Oh,
that
oh.
caused quite a little chatter on my
So all I'll
little
tell you
mom
is that
feed.
it was shared to me at the end of the workshop. And by the way, there'll be something coming in the mail. So if you didn't get a chance to see it, or maybe it went out because it was just one of those cards, informational cards, and there is a survey online, not a town line, about the question of short-term rentals. So it just seemed to me that there is some segment of the community that's actually organizing. And therefore, it behooves us to state it in the plan that it's something that we would want to see and probably explore it sooner than later. I don't know, maybe a subcommittee that would look at it.
I think that's fair. I think I also might have accidentally put a couple of these goals in two places, so I will make sure the timeline is right and that they're in the right place. Okay, so this is right. That's a great edit where it says provide the code enforcement officer with tools, training, and support. We should include the code enforcement officer. And then, yeah, so that's all I have here. And I didn't get any comments on the inventory chapters.
Those were just interesting and fun to read.
Yeah, so you did all review those way back in the beginning.
Well, North Star was perfect, and we did a good job of editing ahead of time.
You
So
all
I
did
read
a
them.
great job of editing,
I just enjoyed
and-
it as
Yeah,
well. I thought it was a great job.
Yeah. So do we have any other comments on these?
I guess I just have a question.
Yeah.
Where did the CIP document come from?
Town manager.
Oh. So, Sue, could I ask you a question?
You can.
Okay.
You want an answer? I best go back to the podium.
Nah, well, that's fine. And we know who you are.
Yes.
So, in that CIP document, I think for 2027, because I think it's out over 5 years, there's like $181,000 for improvements to the gym at Jordan Small.
That's what Rec put in, I believe.
So that was my question. Who actually put that in the CIP?
Some sets of those are from Public Works, some are from Public Safety, some are from Rec. I'm not sure if Public Safety actually made it in before tonight.
We're gonna double, yeah, if we didn't
'cause I
make
sent
any
it to you-
edits, so.
I sent
we'll-
it to you late.
We'll make sure it's in.
So Public Safety wasn't there.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so that was basically put in by the rec department. Okay.
Just as an estimate, because he uses a gym now and has some ideas of what he'll need to start off with renovations.
Great.
Or fixing things that are there.
That was just my question. Thank you.
I don't want page 3 in there because it'll be outdated by the time the plan comes out.
Let me see, what's page?
It just goes to fiscal year 2024 to 25.
Okay.
I don't really see the point in that one.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
Oh, I see there's a comment in there. Thank you. I did not see that before. Yep, okay. So, any other comments, thoughts, concerns?
The only comment I would make is this, and that's that, and I heard it mentioned earlier, I think the pictures are fabulous. It's really terrific, very, very nice.
Good graphic, excellent.
I'd move there.
Yeah, you all, this town, like, I have so many sunset pictures of Raymond. Like, I was like, man, I'm missing out by not seeing the sunset in Raymond, apparently, because
Well, we do own, I think, the highest elevation in the county.
there you go.
Yeah, with the views over, with the on the edge of the mountains and
Yes.
the lakes and just even sometimes the clouds around here. I don't know what it is. The sunsets really are something to look at.
Sam, thank you for the pictures you provided as well. That was nice. I liked the ducks.
Yeah. Good. Well, so I will stop sharing my screen. So how do you all want to move forward? I think in terms of the exact days for the public comment period, I think Sue would appreciate it if we can determine that offline after this meeting. But I don't know if the committee wants to, if you want to vote or if you just want to tell us to make these edits and go to public comment.
Yeah, I don't know that it requires a vote. What do people think in general?
I'm ready.
Start it now, that's
Now, probably meaning like,
in the next couple days, or week.
yeah, we need some time to make the edits
Make
and
the
then
edits
we'll
and then
coordinate
put it
with
forward.
Sue on the public
Absolutely.
noticing.
Yeah, let's
so.
get it out there.
Okay. Great.
Most of the month of November, our videographer is gone to play with volcanoes. So, and that's for like 3 weeks. So you might know, if you look at the town calendar in November, all 5 days of the first week of November have meetings, and then he goes away and doesn't come back until almost Thanksgiving. So November is going to be hard if any of these meetings want to be televised.
I was actually going to ask about that. If we're collecting public comment,
Mhm.
but we're not, and we're going to have a public hearing December,
Yes, we don't need to.
why do we
Do
need
you
to meet
need-
November?
Yeah,
What do we have to discuss?
Yeah. And do you need any public meetings to be here and televised is really my question too.
I think we're gonna have the public hearing in December, so that's set, and I think I would say to the committee, I don't know if you need to meet in November.
I say we take the month off, collect public comment.
All those in
Are
favor?
we doing anything at the election?
So that was gonna be,
No.
I was
No.
gonna suggest that maybe instead of having a meeting in November, that might give committee members some time to help publicize this through other channels.
Yeah, we can focus our efforts for
I mean,
November.
We can
It-
display a poster
Spreading the
that
word.
says, check out your comp plan, now's the time to make comments.
Public comment is open
Yeah,
until December 4th.
we can do that
With a
at the
QR
election
code.
that doesn't even
Yeah.
have a person there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
It could be a.
And we can discuss, I don't know if we need to discuss it just now, but as far as the November election, that's been our format in the past of kind of getting the word out for a workshop or something like that. So we can discuss some strategy as far as the election is concerned to inform the public that this comment period is out there. This is how to access it. And
It's
that's-
open now, it closes December 4th. And
Maybe we could have a flyer with a
So here's.
QR code, whatever on it.
Yeah.
You've got business cards right there involved.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yep.
I think we've moved on to the next agenda items.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I know we're going to discuss it. I would make this suggestion just real quickly to move public comment up. So I don't know if there's anyone here that's here for public comment, but rather than have to sit through all of this, if they would like to make a comment now, without objection, we'll just move public comment to this point.
agreed.
Any public comment? Anybody on Zoom?
But I probably should introduce our code officer, Jason Williamson.
Oh,
Excellent.
terrific.
All right, Jason, good to have you.
So he's kind to the public.
All right. Well, good to meet you. With that being said, I'll close public comment and go to the discussion on the public comment period. I think we've already kind of gotten into it, but let's continue it.
So I think what our plans are would be, we will be updating the website to have links to review this. We will send out an email to the email list we have. We can make you flyers and social media graphics to share. If you want something poster size for election day, I can, make something bigger.
You can make a regular flyer, and if we want, we can have the town
Yep.
print it bigger.
Yep.
And we can affix that in our
Perfect.
usual fashion.
With a
But
QR
that's
code,
That's
yeah.
a choice we can make closer to election between Peter and I, or I think, yes, so we're not having an illegal meeting.
Yeah.
If you could just provide a few things for us.
That sounds good.
To just have available for people on election day.
Yep. Another question I want to ask you before we make this public. So we have, like how you've all been commenting using the Adobe comment. You can just place comments in the plan. When we put this up for the public, we can just do it like that and have people comment in the document. I also usually have like a comment form online in case people have trouble with the Adobe interface. Or we can not allow people to comment directly in the plan. There are two ways of looking at it. Sometimes people worry about what if someone writes something potentially inflammatory in the comments. I've never had a big problem with this. But if
then it's posted. I mean, it's live to whoever.
Yeah, I have administrative ability to
clean
delete
things up if you need to.
Yes.
You'd have to catch it.
Yes,
You have to be
exactly.
monitored.
I'm not going to be checking it every day.
And
to be
it
honest.
does allow a back and forth.
It does. So
I don't want that.
No, I don't think we want that.
I don't think it's a good idea to have them be able to comment on the document itself, but I would like to do all other available options so that we're accessible to everybody who has varying technological skills. So I'd like to make it known they can email at so-and-so to let us know their comments.
Sure.
That they can comment using your comment form, as you suggested.
But I would agree, and it avoids other individuals going in and looking and seeing other comments, and then them feeling that they need to respond back with a different idea or a different comment. I think
this is not the Press Herald comment section.
There you go. This isn't a public opinion poll.
Okay, so we will not have live comments in the document. We'll have a comment form. We'll have an email. We'll have it sent to us, I think, just because we'll be compiling everything.
Sure.
And then I'll connect with Sue, but we'll have a printed copy in the town office. We'll have an email, and we can also, I don't know, Sue, if you can have like just index cards or something in case people want to write a comment, something like that.
Or maybe the same comment form, just print it out.
Exactly.
And we fax it to you or email it to you
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
That sounds great.
Is there like an easy way to like distinguish for people reading it, like what was determined by us and what's required by the state? Like, is there a way that we can make it sort of clear so people understand, like, these are kind of non-negotiables and these are the things that we have a little bit more?
Yeah, I think what we usually do is like we'll have some narrative on the web page that this is going to go on where we say like I usually post it in sections, so like here's the comprehensive plan, this is the forward-looking part of the plan, this, and then we can explain that there's local goals determined by the town and the committee, and then there's also state goals in here. And then when with the inventory chapters, we explain that these inventory chapters are, a collection of data that is required by the state. The content in here is what
Required by the state.
we have to do.
Yeah. And I believe you described that in describing what a comprehensive plan is.
Yeah.
But once again, whether someone's going to read all of that or not, and it was kind of like to my point about labeling the growth area map as this is not a zoning. As many ways as possible, since those are the common misinterpretations that I've heard of, that growth plan map is a zoning map, and it's not.
Yeah, so we'll have kind of description, the what is this plan kind of language with it online and in the email.
Okay.
And some of the tasks in the tasks section, just the headings, the state required
Yeah.
economic policies, those types of things.
Is there anything else we need to think about for going to public comment, Sam, that I'm forgetting about? It's pretty easy. We'll just post it online and start sending it out. And then, since we're giving ourselves a nice long chunk of time, that takes the pressure off a little bit too.
And I guess what I'd say is the approach would be similar to what we've had before, which is Kayla and I can post a sign-up sheet for whatever time someone would, from the committee would be willing to dedicate an hour or two at the election just to hand out the flyers and provide any question and answers to anybody that has them. And that seemed to have been as effective as anything else in getting the message out.
Is there a, go ahead.
Or is that, and that's where we'll identify December 4th as public hearing, informal hearing, comment time.
We could get all of that out in just one informational sheet.
Yeah.
What the comment period is, how to
Yeah.
access the website to make a comment or to pick up a form at the town office, and then what the date of the public hearing would be. I think we could put all of that together in a flyer.
Will we do the informal public hearing as well as the formal public hearing
Great
date
question.
too?
So this public hearing is the one required by the state as part of your public comment period.
Right.
We're calling that formal.
No, we're calling that informal.
We're calling that informal.
I'm not sure.
The
The first one.
The public comment public hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
There will be
And then
another
there's the
public
second.
hearing next year to get it on the warrant.
Right.
But
So-
the first one, though, this first hearing, though, does it have to be noticed?
Yes.
It does. So we
Yes.
need a date, and it has to be noticed.
Yeah.
Okay. And does it make sense to plan ahead for the second public hearing, since this is really our last opportunity to be in front of the town residents, unless we go do another basketball session Saturday?
I guess with that hearing, though, wouldn't we?
We don't know when it will.
We'd have.
We don't
We don't know what the edits would
Okay.
be from the public comment or from the state, right?
Yeah, we don't know what it'll be yet.
So those.
So it would have to, it's not as though we can put it far enough out, it has to be in
Well, I
between
guess we
two
could put it
separate.
far.
scheduled anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. The select board's got to do it.
Okay.
Just whisper it to Sam and
That is going to be at a select board meeting
Oh, I see. Okay.
when the warrant's ready.
Got it.
There'll be a time to go over all of the ordinances and everything like that, so,
right.
and all of the warrant articles.
Okay.
So that hasn't been determined yet. That'll be
Typically
determined probably in December.
February, March, or not
No,
that late?
that one's,
January?
that one's more like end of March, April.
Maybe
in
we
that
can
time
put a
period.
teaser on the flyer that says, and stay tuned
yeah.
for our final meeting.
That's a good idea. Absolutely.
Yeah, so I know you're talking about Election Day. Anything else? In our original, once upon a time, we talked about doing a video for this stage of the project. Any other events, anything else we want to talk about doing? If people from the committee want to, record themselves talking about it, I think that would be more engaging than me talking about it, because no one in Raymond knows who I am. But, if there's any interest in making a video, we can put something together. But I kind of want to leave it to the committee for what you think would be most impactful at this point. Whether it is flyers, signs, videos, attending other events. I want you to put your focus on whatever you think will be most valuable.
Well, is this the time period that we want the most engagement? Or is it at the warrant meeting? It might be now.
I would think so.
I'd love to lay low until December.
One in
But-
April is going to be, we're one of many.
Right, we've talked about reserving funds for that last final push to make sure everyone's aware. Are we at that point?
I think you probably have, this is so this is the big one. This is the public comment period. This is really the public's last time to put edits into this document. I think a little bit of the extra budget that the committee talked about with the select board might be for some kind of public engagement or signage or something when you get closer to town meeting to encourage people to vote for it. But this is really this is like last chance to get your thoughts in.
Sure, I think during the budget discussions of the committee, we did talk about lawn signs. And we actually, I think John and I, we priced out what it would cost to do it, and we did build that in the budget. It's not 100 signs, but it would be signs just, I think what we were talking about is publicizing the vote on the warrant. But just as they could, if the group thinks it would be more productive to have those signs, since we budgeted for them, go out for the comment period, or the at least the public hearing on the comment period, would that be more advantageous than getting the word out on the vote on the warrant? Or
Objectively, signs would have a lot of competition right now.
Yeah.
Might not be super effective at this stage.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we have the compilation of all of the emails and contact information that we've collected from people so far. We have pretty much a 2-month window to put word out on social media, on the website and everything. And then we have the biggest election that we're gonna see during our entire time that we're a committee here. So I feel like there's plenty of opportunity to connect with the public and people and make sure that they understand what's happening without necessarily having to go above and beyond, or, you know, I mean, those opportunities are.
I think the flyer handout, on November voting day is going to be key, and then come on December 4th if you've got anything else to say, and bring it to us, because then that's it. That it closes.
Yes. So
And
I'm
then-
not
then
hearing
streets-
anyone volunteer to be in a video.
Correct.
Kate, I think you'd be fine in a video, and I think you undersell yourself as far as being known in Raymond. I mean, these are televised. I know at least 5 people that know who you are.
Good. All right, well, we will work on getting some materials to go on the website, social media, the flyer. I think our priority is going to be giving you all the materials to get it out in social media and at Election Day, and any other, you know, sports games, Halloween, anything else you can. We have tons of business cards, I hear, so I think if people can be handing those out, it'll be on the website. I will email you all when it's posted on the website, so you know you can start promoting it. Probably don't start tomorrow because it's not going to be up for at least a week or so.
We wouldn't go as far as having draft compiled documents, hard copy documents at the November voting day to pass out.
I think that
Not
would be
gonna
a
go that
lot
far.
of printing.
Yeah.
Well, if there's a flyer, if there's something that people can take and
Point their
point
browser
phone
at.
and, yeah.
Could we get a printed copy in the library too, Sue?
I don't see why not.
Okay.
And the town office?
Yeah, town office
I
and
mean,
library.
getting some print copy around would be good, because not everyone's savvy with QR codes.
Right.
Yeah. So we'll write on that flyer too that there's printed copies available at the town office and the library.
Well, good.
Okay. Well, sounds good.
Great.
Okay.
Alrighty then, if we're through the discussion about the public comment period, I guess next on the agenda would be, John's going to give us a little overview of community partnership resiliency funding that's become available or is going to be extended. Or
Yeah, and I think that it's probably less applicable to our comp plan mission than I was hoping. But this is the third or fourth round of state and federal money, and unfortunately Greg's not here to counter the grant initiatives that come down from various channels. But the web link, oh, look, you got it. Yeah, good for you. Here I am at 5 of 6 sending you
I was already here.
a link, and there it was. So the entity, this has been going for several years now. They've got federal and state money to help towns plan for the future. It is certainly a climate and energy focused initiative, and there's language in this website for an option that allows for planning and planning resources, but again, that's mostly around climate related stuff, and I was hoping there was an ability to include stuff that would be attractive to, say, Public Works and doing related to big storm events and culvert replacement and things like that. And there's a line in there that says specifically that's not eligible for these funds. So I in that our comp plan isn't so much focused on making an energy efficient Raymond with plans for getting a lot of PV out on roofs, or say nothing about getting them out on the land. It's probably not the best fit, but it's one piece that was interesting was a map of all the towns in the state that had enrolled in the Community Resilience Partnership, and we're sitting in a zone surrounded by towns that have enrolled in this partnership. And the grant funds that come are between $5 and $75K for, again, largely energy retrofits or planning.
Can I tell them?
Yeah, you can tell us.
So there is, as part of this program, the state offers something called a service provider grant, which is where a government organization or, say, planning consultant can apply for $10,000 from the state to help a town enroll in the partnership.
Yeah.
And we've been discussing with Sue about if we could apply for that money for Raymond.
Are you guys that
So we
entity?
Yes. So you're looking at.
We're looking at it.
So we are planning to. We have a letter of support from Sue. We're planning to apply for this in the next round. It's not due until November. They won't announce funding until next year, but hopefully we will get $10,000, and then we can help Raymond enroll in the partnership and help you apply for your first grants through it. And I will add, John, that you can't get culvert money through this program, but Maine DOT now has a special program for things like culvert replacement where you have to be enrolled in the partnership in order to apply for it. So there is DOT money for the sort of culvert, big DOT money for big culverts kind of things available.
That's excellent.
Do we
Is
know?
there DOT money for sidewalks?
Yes, but not through this.
Do we know how some of the communities around us are using the funds, or
you can see it's on. There's like
Probably
a map on the website. I don't know where. If you scroll up, Melanie.
like if Casco or something?
Yeah.
Casco, Naples, Bridgeton, they're all in, and some of them I think are just recent.
There's the information's on the website. I'm not exactly sure where, but the other thing that I would point out is that you're eligible for more than double the money if you partner with another town. So like if Raymond and Casco wanted to do something together, then all of a sudden you can get $175,000.
Raymond gets it, or Raymond and
Casco
together get 100
for a joint
as opposed
project.
to 150 total between the two of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So fingers crossed that we will get the funding, and
This
you'll
is
see us again.
excellent. That's so good. So good. Glad I was reading through and I was delighted. The sun was going down and I was thinking this isn't going to fit. So I'm so glad that you guys have already been on it. And
Thank you.
thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. I think that's it. I mean, I don't think it would be a separate committee, unrelated to comp plan, probably to drive a bunch of energy efficiencies in the town of Raymond. But glad to know we'll have some tools and some expert help to guide us.
No guarantees, but hopefully.
Great.
Great. As far as efficiencies and energy efficiencies, I think a lot of that is coming out of ordinances, building codes, planning boards, code enforcement. So there's all those type of activities and resources to be pulled as well to try and develop some of those, whether they be energy conserving or environmental impact, weather, flooding, and all of that good stuff. Okay. And also, Sean's going to talk a little bit about a presentation he made at the Budget Finance Committee involving traffic.
Yeah.
Good.
So last Budget Finance meeting, I brought this committee's comments on the traffic safety issues, in which we opened up for public comment as well. Thanks, Jackie, for the information. Through that, I was able to have some direction on what to discuss. From the direction, the conversation really took off. The committee really wants to collect data, though, before anything is official. My understanding is that we have a radar speed sign, but it doesn't work, and it's not that it doesn't work, it only can do one speed. I forget what that speed is set at.
55, I believe.
Yes, and that's not what we want on
Can we
these
trade
roads.
that in for another model?
Right. However, though, our public works director, Nathan White, says that he can borrow a sign that should help us be able to collect some data. So big thank you to Nathan. So that's kind of where the stages we are, beginning stages, but we have a little bit of direction. But Budget Finance Committee does want to collect data before we start to dive kind of further deeper into how, if we were to spend money, how that money would look and how we would budget for that. So especially thank you to your insider information there. Just your knowledge helped me bring some direction to that committee as far as this is kind of what the vision is. So thank you for that. That's all I got.
That's great.
Okay, so I did happen to watch that meeting. I was unable to attend it. And I think it was an excellent discussion. A couple of things that struck me was, number one, the reason we actually, I think, was DOT gave us one, and the county has one that they can let us borrow. But I guess what I don't want to see is the goal, and it's a priority goal that's in this plan, that's looking at traffic calming in general. So a number of different ways. The feedback, the radar speed feedback signs, as we had in this discussion, are effective. The research I've done is it's effective to a point. I mean, a lot of the data is saying as soon as you remove it, the speeds go back up. There's other data that's suggesting that, yeah, there is an average of 5 to 10 miles reduction in speed, but that they need to be strategically placed, which means usually you're going to put them in a place like, let's say, the Village, where it's going from 302 and a speed of 45 or 50 miles an hour down to 25 or 30, that you would strategically place it there. Just placing them randomly, the data I saw was it's not all that effective. When the discussion also said that the one that we have, I believe that came from Maine DOT, I think so, that there's a computer part that doesn't allow it to adjust the speed. And I got the sense, although it wasn't discussed in any detail, that computer part is broken, and they have not been able to locate a replacement part for it. But we actually have one here. Had I been at the meeting, I would ask the question, did we deploy it? Or did Maine DOT give it to us broken? Which, thanks a lot, all we're doing is paying to store it. If they can't find a part, is it because it's 100 years old? Because otherwise, why can't you find a part? So I didn't get to ask those questions. But also, in doing my research on these things, what I found is and I've seen examples of them, we're used to seeing the trailer with the solar panel and the big flashing screen. But more and more, what's happening is those are being replaced by individual portable signs that go up on a post that you can take down and put on another post. I priced the trailers. When I heard the comment that these are $15,000 for a standard one, and up to $30,000 if you want to get one that collects data, which I believe is what the goal here was, to collect data, and also provide some traffic calming, that almost $6,000 on what I saw is the trailer. Of the $15,000 price for the thing. So the signs run more like, that will collect data, run more like $4,000 or $5,000. And what's recommended as a strategy is that since you can take them off their bracket and put them on another site, they are portable, so you can target places for it. I've seen them permanent, I'm sure we've all seen them. What they do is they post the speed limit, 40 miles an hour, and then below it is the display. And so, but that's just one way of traffic calming. And what's come through loud and clear to me on this committee is that's one of the #1 priorities for the people in this town. It's the speed on the roads, both the primary roads and the back roads, and that there's got to be a way to calm it. We've talked about maybe, like some other communities have done, contracting with the sheriff's department for additional hours just for traffic control. That's expensive, and it seems that's kind of putting the cart before the horse, because once again, we need to get DOT involved in this. That's why the plan says that we're going to have a master plan with MDOT on traffic in general and the roads. But I mean, it's much less drastic to make the investment in getting that data and posting these strategically, these less expensive signs that collect data, than it is these big behemoths. You got to have a pickup truck to move around, and that they have a third of the cost is in the trailer. So I guess what I was just concerned about in listening to the discussion was that I hope it doesn't get lost on what this plan is trying to achieve with addressing the community's issue with speeding. It would allow us to calm the traffic, hopefully, not absolutely, because there is no one cure for it. It would also, more importantly, I think, collect data for MDOT, so that then we could say at the very least, I believe you need that, to then go to them and say, we want a traffic study. But at least it's getting the ball rolling. Yeah. If we don't have the data, then MDOT is going to say, how do we know there's a problem? And we're not going to do a traffic study because they're costly. But that then puts us in a position for everything from roadway changes to potentially decrease in traffic speeds, to hopefully decreasing accidents and all those other good things.
Much safer town.
Yeah. So that was my sense of the research. I mean, and quite honestly, what communities bigger than us have done is they've gone through that evolution, right? Right up to the point of what we don't want to do is have to, because we can do this without MDOT. If we want to put speed bumps on one of our roads, we can do it.
But like
it's a little extreme.
We have a fair amount of state roads that go through, like Egypt Road and 85.
But we've also got a number of country roads where it's not. So whether you want to build an island, if you want to narrow the road, I mean, there's a number of things you can do to slow people down. What I'm saying is that those probably aren't that well received by the community or our visitors. So before we have to get to that extent, I would think that what we need to do is collect the data and to get MDOT with a master plan so that we can address these things. But I did hear that Nathan did plan on deploying, the asking for the county to loan us the one that they have that's working and deploying that, hopefully strategically, I'm sure with some thought as to where the hot spots are. And he made an excellent point, which is always kind of lost in the whole discussion, which is it's really not even talking about the initial capital expense. It's the hours to maintain.
To run it.
It's the hours to download the data. I mean, they're Bluetooth now, so you can basically, you buy the program and you download the data. You don't have to take the thing down. You just point something at it, and I don't know how the things work. But anyway, so all of that is available for less than $15,000 to $30,000 each. And so I'm saying I'm gratified to hear that we're going to attempt to do that. But I just didn't want it to get lost in the plan that is a priority for us because, and when I say us, I mean the community made it loud and clear that they want to see some action. They want to see something done.
Yeah, that conversation will continue, especially the people who have been talking to me. I know they're not going to let it up, so.
That's great.
Yeah, well, I probably connect with Nathan if that's fair, and just see, number one, if he's got it, and then see if there's a plan on where to deploy, because Raymond's a big area, and try get as much information as possible across the whole town, but it's a big area. Where do you put them? How long do you put them there for?
Yeah, I believe one of Nathan's comments after when he was answering questions was the fact that, well, you know, a lot of these roads are where speeding occurs and everything. I believe this is what I heard him say. You know, it's not the people from away. It's the people that are commuting back and forth to work.
Through town, yeah.
It's either they're coming through
They're
town.
familiar with the roads. And
Exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we could see if we could make some impact on 302 or on 121 or something like that, but I'd love to see some impact on Egypt Road and Raymond Hill Road and the Cape 85 and that sort of stuff as well. So anyway, that was an excellent discussion. I hope you guys continue with it, and hopefully loud and clear that this priority is really, and that's why I was stressing getting the data collection component in there. You know, we don't have these, you know, pie in the sky thoughts that a couple of radar speed display signs are going to solve all the problems. That's really not the primary intent, I believe. Okay. So we did public comment. How about comprehensive plan committee comments?
I'm just waiting patiently for yours.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. One comment, a little research that I did just to kind of inform us a little bit more in costs of things. And I think it was 2012 or 13, we got the state approval for the sidewalk project in the Raymond Village. And at that time, of course, we had to submit all of the grant requirements and everything. And at that time, 2013-14 sticks in my head. What came out was that the state said that it would cost around $180,000 for the project, and that Raymond was responsible for coming up with 20% of that. And but that it would be a year or two before it would be dig ready, shovel ready. By 2016 or 17, I believe, it was dig ready. The price had risen to $470,000. So the state had to come up with MDOT had to come up with additional funds, but Raymond's share also increased with that because it was a percentage of the total. So just that was for me just to get a sense of what does it cost to put a curb and a sidewalk in. And so in 17 or 18, it cost close to $500,000 to do the sidewalk and the curbs in the village. So when we start talking about, you know, where, you know, we want to make sidewalks to interconnect, let's say, the village with the commercial area along Mill Road or whatever, we're talking about substantial dollars. And so that just has to be, that's what I was looking at to just get a sense myself, since we talk a lot about sidewalks. Can we do that as a community without grants or state aid? My guess would be that there'd be probably a taxpayer's revolt at the amount that costs. By the same token, you know, when we talk in terms of a few $1 million, now you're talking real money, right? When you compare that to some of the other plans in the town for spending money, you know, a couple $1 million doesn't seem to me to be a lot in order to make reinforce the sense of community in this town and to encourage, let's say, reasonable development in the areas of growth and the like. So I thought I'd just share that with people.
But
That was
any improvement of that scale, Peter, would almost certainly be a partnership with DOT, would it not? And we'd be cruising in a 10 to 20% contribution level.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt.
For, let's say, sidewalks or some other.
Sure.
Or I'm thinking about the bike lanes or the, and just, yeah, making it more pedestrian friendly. So it's, yeah, and then that's more than doubled in 3 years. That's, yeah. And
what's the cost now?
Now, the last 3 years, we've seen, yeah, price increases that have made past years pale.
Well, I think these might be things that, you know, we can try to encourage the town to take into consideration when they're reviewing site plans, development plans from, you know, some of these cluster developments or, you know, like that apartment development that's down near the end of Webb's Mills,
Yep.
you know? Yeah, I mean, you know, having some incentive for them to invest in creating a sidewalk or participating in that somehow, you know, or having open space or recreational trails as part of developments like that. I think, you know, maybe that should be on the mind of our code enforcement and planners and planning board as they review any sort of subdivision type plans or development plans or any commercial buildings that come in, you know, how can we work together with these developments to help achieve some of these goals that we have for the town? You know, can we work together to share in that cost?
And I think in line with that, Jackie, I think the presentation that Chris Hansen made on impact fees, you know, although, you know, there's the pros and cons of that, but we're going to leave that up to others to decide when and if that's going to be a revenue stream that we would look at. But my contention was with new development, impact fees that would help pay for infrastructure like sidewalks and trails and the like. So, you know, like I said, my approach with impact fees would be more with a scalpel than a meat cleaver, because I know it leaves a bad taste in people's mouths lots of times. And the fact that the argument, and I think it's well taken, Greg makes that argument, he would be making that argument if he was here tonight, is that it's, you know, the developer just passes that cost on to the consumer. So in the long run, it just drives up the cost of housing, and so that's a concern. You know, obviously the developer decided on Honey Hill, the development you're describing, they thought it was reasonable for them to get a return on their investment to not only put sidewalks up there, but to bring public water there, because it was right down on 302.
But the sidewalk doesn't even extend down to Webb's Mills.
It doesn't. Isn't that a shame?
Yeah.
It stops.
Yeah.
It stops. But the sidewalk down to 85, they've got a sidewalk. you know, and they've got it all the way around their community, and that was on the developer's dime. So, you know, impact fees, something that hopefully are gonna be explored in the future. I don't believe it was received well by selectmen when Chris first, well, I think it was accepted. It was pretty well accepted when Chris first brought it to the select board. But then, for some reason, then they kind of soured on it and said, no, we don't want to do it right now. It might have been being educated to the fact that it is going to drive the cost of houses, and that's a reasonable concern. But I believe we also had the gentleman from the Lakes Association, who also mentioned, spoke to us, that also mentioned impact fees on the lakes and ways that they could have money to do their mitigations, to prevent erosion, to educate lakeshore people to what controls they can establish in their own lakeside properties. So, you know, he mentioned that as well. So, you know, there's got to be the positive and the negatives, and like I say, that's going to be up to someone other than us to decide. But that is another revenue stream other than taxes that could be considered. And I guess lastly, in just a public comment, I'd say that in looking at overall the actions of this committee with the assistance of North Star is such that once again, I just think sometimes we tend to underestimate ourselves in the expertise that is represented on this committee. And the fact that, you know, I'm encouraging that certainly, you know, I think each and every one of you could be essential and helpful with an implementation committee. I will go on record right now as saying is that I'm not doing it. That being said, I would recruit each and every one of you to be on that implementation team to see that it happens. And I'm also gratified to hear that the town manager is talking with North Star about grants. Yeah. I think that's excellent. And so some of the things, like the discussion on the road signs, it's stuff that we haven't even put out in general in this plan, and it's already the ball's already started rolling. You know, no guarantees, but the ball is rolling. And I will give a lot of the credit to that ball's rolling to this committee, because I think you've done an excellent job. And that's all I have for committee comment. Anyone else? No one? Look at that. The gift of time.
I got one quick question. I was just
sure.
It'll be short. I was hoping our code enforcement officer could just give us a little history on where he came from and.
Well, I'm a Raymond resident.
Would you? Yeah. Just introduce yourself and where you live.
Jason Williamson, 154 Valley Road. Built my house 3 years ago. I moved to Maine 20 years ago. Lived in Casca for a while. I was a builder, carpenter, and I decided to make I guess you could call it midlife crisis change, but there was no midlife crisis. I just wanted to save my body, and when the job opened up in Raymond, I thought it a great opportunity. I knew Chris, and it's been I've been on the job for 3 months, and it's been enjoyable, not without its challenges, and I've learned a lot along the way. But I'm excited to be here, and you know, I know I haven't been around to work with you guys, so I reserve any comments or opinions because I'd like to let it all soak in before I say anything. But you know, I plan on obviously working with everything that's going on here, and looking forward to it.
That's excellent. Appreciate it. Yeah, we look forward to it as well.
Can I ask you, I thought I heard Chris said, I think he was talking at the Budget Finance Committee meeting, but anyway, he was talking about the plan is that within the next 6 months to the year, you're going to kind of swap roles. Is that the plan?
Yeah, once I have all the certifications and I'm up to speed, that's the plan, and so Chris can kind of sunset and take
he can try and retire.
He can try and retire. Talks about.
That'll be 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And could I ask you, it sounds like most of your experience is in building.
Yeah.
So as far as code enforcement is concerned, this is your first experience in code enforcement office?
First go around, yep.
Yeah, and you got a good mentor.
I like to think so.
Yeah.
I couldn't. I've worked with a few code enforcement officers, and most of them have always been reasonable, and I've liked working with them. I've never had a problem with code enforcement, but Chris, I've worked with him a few times, and yeah, we hit it off, and I think hoping he's putting me on a good footing. I like to feel like he is, so.
Absolutely. Well, I can appreciate the role of code enforcement officer. I was on zoning board of appeals for 25 years, so I kind of have a sense of just a little bit of what a code enforcement officer
Yeah, it's a lot more complex. You know, you're a psychologist, you're a consultant, you name it, we pretty much have to do it. A referee, yes.
Absolutely.
A police officer happens sometimes. It's.
Well, we wish you the best of luck.
Oh, thank you.
Great to have you on board.
Thanks.
If there's no other comment, I'd look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
There's a motion. Second?
Second.
There's a second. All in favor? We are adjourned.
Good evening. Tonight is December 4th of 2024, and welcome to the Comprehensive Plan Committee meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order and note that we do have a quorum present. Our first agenda item is going to be a public hearing. We're going to start with a short presentation that will be provided by North Star Planning. This will help provide context. And then with the committee's permission, I'm actually looking at our agenda, and I'd like to move public comment up to item B, if possible, and then we review all the comments together that we've received between online and then what we get tonight, if that's okay with the committee?
Yes.
Okay, I'll take that as a yes.
Yes.
Sean, I think you're joining us remotely, is that correct? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So try to keep an eye out for you.
Madam Chair, I'd move that we open the public hearing.
Okay, yeah, do I have a
Second?
second?
Second. All in favor?
Okay, all in favor? All right, Ben, I'll hand it over to you for a presentation.
Great, thank you. I'll keep this pretty brief and targeted, and I'll see if I can figure out how to share this successfully again. So, my name is Ben Smith, and I'm from North Star Planning. And we've been working with the Comprehensive Plan Committee for almost a year and a half on the process to develop a comprehensive plan. And our role in this process was really to help facilitate the committee's work. We'll get into the specifics here a little bit of the research and the public process that went into this. But first, I think I'd like to just take a moment to talk about what is a comprehensive plan. If you've been involved in this process or had a chance to attend a prior meeting, it is a long-range guiding document. It is, outside of a charter, probably the most important public document that the community has. It's important to have a comprehensive plan because it is there's a requirement in the Growth Management Act for how to do a plan, what the plan needs to include, but it's really the basis for a community's zoning ordinance, land use ordinances like impact fees or TIF districts. There are a number of state grant programs that give additional points for having a comprehensive plan that's consistent with the Growth Management Act. So that's really kind of the bigger underpinning reasons for going through this process. But I also think it's a good thing to do on a regular basis, to have those community conversations about things that you don't always get to talk about on a year-to-year kind of basis. So the current comprehensive plan is written and went through this process back in 2004. And the basic ingredients of a comprehensive plan, those building blocks of the plan, are the inventory chapters, which is the big research project that we talk about that deals with a number of topics, from the economy to land use to natural resources, population and housing. But it also has some forward-looking components to this plan as well. So those are the vision statement, the future land use plan, and the goals and strategies and policies that'll help the community move toward making the progress toward that vision statement. And it's all built, as I said, on public participation and community involvement. So, as I mentioned, we started working on this in the second half of 2023 with the committee, with the goal of completing those inventory chapters that are kind of the baseline foundation for where are we today, what do we have for assets, kind of the state of things in the town. And it really provides the foundation for what do we need to plan for. Is the community growing or is it shrinking? Are there a lot of jobs or a little jobs? And trying to get a sense of where Raymond is today and also make some projections on the things that we need to be planning for. So that led to work around that vision statement, which is kind of the goalposts in the future, like it's basically that aspirational statement about the kind of town people want to live in and they want to see Raymond become in the future. And there's parts of that that involve some change, and there's parts of that that involve making sure certain things stay the way they are into the future as well. That has a direct connection to the future land use plan. And there was a public workshop over at the fire station for that. And that is really the vision statement on a map. So when we talk about walkability and we talk about new housing and places to preserve, thinking about where those things are geographically is what that future land use map is really the job of that portion of the plan. And then the goals and policies and strategies are some of the more recent work that this committee's been involved with. And over the last couple months, we've been putting it all together into a plan document that is available on the website. It's been submitted to the state, so it's being reviewed there, as well as going through the review process in the community. And the public hearing tonight is a pretty formal part of that review process. So, getting into a little more detail around the public participation, it involved conversations with town staff and department heads. It involved conversations with landowners, employers, people who represent lake associations, trying to get as broad a perspective as possible. It also was highlighted, I think, by a pretty well-circulated visioning survey that was available last summer. There was a data highlights workshop at the middle school that coincided with a pretty active day of basketball, as I recall, and folks were popping in and out throughout the day to provide some feedback around those visioning components. As I mentioned, the future land use workshop was over at the fire station. That was very well attended. I think if people may recall, there were some zoning issues that kind of maybe highlighted the importance for some of these conversations and planning for the future. And there was some good work at the polls. And I think that was characterized by the pom-pom voting that people were doing on their way out of the polling place. So when we put all of these things together, we came up with a number of high priority goals. These are on page 2 of the plan, and they involve some statements that are based in the vision statement, but essentially these high priority goals are to build a resilient Raymond protect Raymond's natural and water resources, invest in road and traffic improvements, and related to that, prioritize safe walking and biking around the town, and to strengthen Raymond's sense of community. So each one of those high priority goals has a relatively large number, I don't have that number in front of me, but a large number of action items that take up a large spreadsheet in the back of the plan. But part of our work involved pulling out the most important ones that relate to these goals, and they had to do with adding capacity for the town to do its work, and that could take place through the form of adding staff or working through some kind of grant writing capacity that would bring in funds that would not be directly on the backs of taxpayers to do some of these recommendations that have costs associated with them. To develop a process to rank sites in Raymond that are most appropriate for solar development and to incorporate that criteria into a solar ordinance. To create a 302 master plan in partnership with the DOT based on the vision for Route 302 and the future land use plan, which we will talk about momentarily. And a desire to better understand speeds in towns, vehicle speeds in town. That came up a number of times through the public input process and in the surveys about specific locations in town, and trying to quantify that issue and deal with interventions from there. Building a trail or sidewalk, multi-use path perhaps that runs the length of Raymond Cape Road was a priority action item associated with those goals. Recognizing that that's a busy road and there's a lot of people who use that to walk and bike, and think about how to accommodate all of those users safely. And finally, to develop a master plan for the reuse of the Jordan Small Middle School. That's where we had our visioning workshop, and that will be turned over to the town. So this recommendation is about the reuse of that building as well as the future use of other town-owned buildings, including the library and town office. So those are the highest priority action items. There's a number of strategies and policies throughout the document, and like I said, there's a big long list, but these are the highlights associated with those highest priority goals. So one of the main portions of the plan, at its heart, it's a land use plan. The comprehensive plan covers a lot of ground, covers a lot of topics. But one of the main purposes of the plan, as I mentioned earlier, is to provide guidance for zoning and future town policy, as well as investments, capital improvement planning. So the map you see on the screen, which is in the front portion of the planning document, the following maps that we'll show that zoom in on different portions of this map, it's not zoning. It is guidance for zoning. What these places do, they describe the character and relative amounts of change or relative amounts of protection from change in the future for different parts of the community. And those are indicated through growth areas, which are places for investment and targeted small-scale changes. They are transition areas where you might not focus investment the way you would in a growth area, but there is activity and business in those places today. And then rural areas are places to protect from the impacts of development. And in Raymond, not every community has these kinds of places, but we also indicated critical rural areas, which should be receiving the highest level of protection from development. Those are the darkest green areas on the planet. We'll zoom in so you can see some of these things better. But the idea here is that within rural and especially critical rural, those are the places where you may focus conservation efforts, think about zoning to minimize the impact of development on natural systems and resources. And the flip side of that is growth areas where generally there's already development today, but what kind of improvements and investments can you make to improve the quality of life and facilitate economic development where that's appropriate? So zooming in on this map, hopefully you can see some of these things a little better. There's a few types of growth areas indicated on the map. And the first one here is the Route 302 growth area. This is generally impacting, showing over the parcels that front on Route 302 from the town line with Wyndham north to about Main Street. And it is not very deep. You'll see there's a rural area between this growth area and the lake, and a critical rural area on the lakeshore itself. So talking about this growth area, this is what a lot of people think of when they think of commercial activity in Raymond today. It's where a number of businesses and restaurants are, and this is the place that the community input and conversations we've had have really said this should be a place that could be improved with traffic safety improvements in particular, but also bike lanes, sidewalks, and some streetscaping, landscaping improvements that would make this a more pleasant place to pass through, but also to spend time, to stop and have the ability to get around, park your car, and move around the area without driving from development to development. Those sidewalk connections and off-road trails would connect to the parks, to the beach, and to Raymond Village, which is the more traditional downtown. It's mostly residential today, but thinking about how to make those connections and being able to move between these areas without getting on 302 for every single trip is an important consideration in the plan. This is an area that's also envisioned for continued commercial development. And the feedback we heard was that it's not necessarily going to be envisioned or incentivized for national chains or larger box stores, but this is the place where there should be some opportunity for smaller, more local businesses, smaller chains, regional chains. And finally, adding in some housing to this area will help the business community, but it's also a place to think about where future Raymond residents would live without impacting natural resources and traffic in other parts of town. So during the public hearing, I would be happy to come back to any of these slides, but skipping through to some of these other areas and just kind of working our way through. The second area that we've identified is village growth. So 302 growth is more on the 302 road again. And there's two village areas that are shown as growth areas in the plan. And it's the area of and around Raymond Village today, maybe what a lot of you think of as the village plus some of the surrounding parcels, as well as East Raymond Village, which is the area where we are now. So it's kind of the civic core, where the town office and the school, the fire station, garage, or the garage, I should say, are in East Raymond Village on the hill. And the idea here is to preserve that village character, to enhance that village character with safe walking and biking, as well as places to gather, places to have community events. The school fills that role today, but when we were having conversations, it was thinking about where will the summer concerts be, or where will the fireworks be, where will the tree lighting be, those kinds of things. These are places that would also serve local businesses, and I think the distinction here is that on Route 302, there's a lot of seasonal traffic, there's a lot of pass-by traffic, there's some comparison shopping, so things that people would come from other places to do, Whereas these villages would be focused more on meeting the day-to-day needs of Raymond residents and people who are here for the lakes and more in the community. And finally, additional housing in this area should be characterized as single-family homes and small multifamily. 3, 4, 6 units. Generally, I believe the comp plan talks about 2-story buildings. It's not multifamily the way it's described on Route 302, which could be larger buildings. There is a transition area, the telecommunications transition area. This is existing industrial land. There is a, it's on Route 121, which is Meadow Road. It says here there's a TIF district, which is tax increment financing, so that it's been subject to commercial development. And the idea here is that it should continue to be used for commercial development, as opposed to office space, or in addition to potentially office space or light manufacturing in the future. As a transition area, it would not be envisioned to have the same level of investment or infrastructure that you would expect to see in a growth area, but it's really a recognition that this is not a rural area. There is development. It's used for commercial purposes, and it should continue to be used that way in the future. There was some discussion around, if there's new development in the future, it should be buffered with landscaping or setbacks so that it doesn't impact or minimizes the impact to residents in the vicinity. So most of the land, and I can skip back to the big townwide view for comparison at the end if you want to see that, but most of the land in Raymond, the areas outside of 302 growth area, the 2 village growth areas, and that transition area are mostly rural, and they're envisioned to be rural in the future. The plan talks about supporting working lands like farms and forests. These are the places to target additional conservation, as I mentioned earlier, prioritizing natural resources and visual buffers. Development in this area will continue to be, as envisioned in this plan, characterized by single-family homes, maybe some duplexes and small multifamily, but this development, if subdivisions continue to happen here, they should be open space subdivisions to protect rural functions and rural character in this area. And then there's a couple places marked on the map called rural crossroads, and there's one in North Raymond, and there's one down by Raymond Neck, and we can flip back to the map. I'll show you where those are, but the idea here is that these should be places where if small businesses, office space, sandwich shops, convenience stores should be allowed as part of a rural character, rural economy. These would be smaller, focused on the intersection. And there are Raymond Cape Road, Hawthorne Road, and North Raymond Road in Ledge Hill. Traditional crossroad developments. And finally, critical rural. These are the places that need the most protection from development, and really they are the areas along all lake shores and the Tenney River, and large blocks of undeveloped land in North Raymond. There is conservation areas, conservation land in those places today. But the idea here is that those provide great opportunities to enhance existing protections around the lakes and think about additional habitat connectivity for those larger blocks of land where, as I mentioned, those rural functions, not just rural character, but aquifer recharge, wildlife habitat, riparian areas around the streams and lakes should be preserved and protected. So in order to start making progress and help make these things happen, to see some change where you want change to happen and where you minimize change where you don't want that to happen. There's a number of actions and recommendations in the plan. And each one of those has a timeline and a responsible party. One of them is to establish a comprehensive plan implementation committee that could take on the work of not only the work to implement, but kind of shepherd implementation, because it's not up to one group in town to make this happen. There are recommendations that our town staff, there's recommendations that involve working with the land trust and the lake associations. Elected officials need to make certain actions. The planning board has to make certain actions. So this group felt, and it's very common to see in other communities, some kind of implementation committee kind of herding all of those efforts and making sure everyone's pulling in the same direction. And experience shows you won't make even progress year after year on all of the goals, but if you make progress here, the next year you make progress in a different place, you can kind of eventually, over the longer term, see good progress across the board, hopefully. So the implementation plan also includes kind of this toolkit of grant and funding opportunities to kind of give the town a head start on places to look for appropriate resources that would kind of sync up with some of the things that are in the plan recommendations. And there's a recommendation for some annual reporting to kind of give the community at large a sense of how we're doing. We said all of these things were important in the plan, and we have a bunch of homework to do and recommendations to carry out. How are we doing? And kind of keeping an eye on that over time. So finally here, in the last few months, what we've done is submit a revised draft to the committee. There's been a public comment period, and I know a number of people have submitted comments already through the website. We've submitted the plan to the state for them to begin their review process. That was last month. Tonight is the public hearing. And looking forward, what we expect is to hear back from the state regarding consistency with the statutory elements of what is in a comp plan next month. And we'll be making a final round of edits and updates to the plan based on that review, as well as the review locally. So the comments we heard through the website, hopefully today we'll hear some good comments, constructive comments that we can incorporate and update the final plan document that would go to the select board to put on a spring town meeting warrant. So that work through the select board we anticipate would happen in March or so, in order to make it on for a June town meeting, where the whole town would have an opportunity to vote on the plan as a whole. So I am happy to leave the slides up, or we can refer to them as we go. But I think this is an opportunity for the committee, and certainly for us to hear from the public, kind of review some of the public comments we've already had. And this is a public hearing, so we're looking forward to hearing comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Ben. I would, before we completely start with this, I would like to ask just a clarification. So it's clear for me, we do not then have to make final decisions on changes tonight. Is that what you're saying? Like, the main goal is to take public input and gather all of that. And then that doesn't mean tonight as a committee we need to make those.
Correct.
Okay. Does that mean that we need to schedule a follow-up meeting to do that?
The committee's next regularly scheduled meeting in January would be a holiday. And so I think what we were hoping to do is either get some direction from the committee tonight that we could make these changes over January and February timeframe, and submit that updated plan to the town in February. If this committee, it's certainly at your discretion if you want to meet again to review an updated plan before it goes to the select board.
I just wanted to be clear. Peter and I had sort of discussed this earlier when we were looking at our timeline, that we thought that tonight was the night where we had to sort of make our final suggestions to you to make changes.
Yeah, we'll be looking for some good direction from this committee, but it's up to you if this is the very last, chance to go through this before it goes to the select board.
Right.
So there's certainly, I think what I'm trying to show on this slide is that there's more process at the select board level and through the town meeting vote is the current plan to have this before it becomes an official policy document.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That's very helpful.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make just a housekeeping recommendation, and that's that as with all public hearings, the expectation would be that all questions or comments would be directed to the chair, and that there be no back and forth. Otherwise, the chair certainly has the right to call upon North Star or any of the committee members to fill in, just to be able to expedite things and move things along.
Yes, and along those same lines, I would please ask that you introduce yourself and state your address or at least neighborhood. Yes, stand at the podium, and then also please try maybe to be 3 minutes in your comments. I know that's often difficult, and I would like to switch between those who are in person tonight and those who are online. And Sue, I was wondering if you could help with that by telling me sort of who's in line. So with that, whoever would like to go first here, please feel free to step up to the podium. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm afraid I've lost my voice a little bit today, so bear with me. My name is Steve Crane. I own a camp on Raymond Pond, and I'm also a member of the board of the Raymond Waterways Protective Association. In fact, I'm the environmental officer of RWPA, and I want to focus on the sections of the draft plan that address Raymond's water resources. I feel that the final plan needs to do more to acknowledge and support the critical work that's being done by local volunteers, especially through their lake associations, to monitor the health of our lakes. This work includes our invasive plant patrols, who search for invasive species in our lakes and ponds that are currently free of such infestations. And this past year, 39 Raymond residents participated in this program. They spent over 150 hours out on the water looking for plants that might be suspicious. Fortunately, they didn't find anything that was a new invasive. That is a big effort. Similarly, many volunteers are involved in monitoring the quality of our waters. They periodically measure such parameters of lake health as water clarity and temperature, dissolved oxygen, phosphorus, and algae. Volunteers and paid staff also inspect the boats that are being launched into Raymond ponds. This past year, over 3,000 inspections were carried out on the 4 Raymond public boat launches to prevent the spread of invasive plants and animals that may be coming in from other parts of the state or other states or other countries. So I think this plan's coverage of these issues could be greatly strengthened with only a few brief additions. I'm not going to read them, nobody can follow it, but I'm going to submit the written document. They're just pages 7, 19, and the table on page 40 and 41. And they're mostly just a few words here, a few words there. So I would like to have those considered for inclusion in the final draft. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Sue, is there anybody online with their hands raised?
There isn't yet, but for those online, if you do want to speak, you can go under reactions and choose raised hand. That way I'll know you want to say something.
All right, go ahead.
Hi, Brian Walker, Raymond, Raymond's obvious, Rolfe Road. First of all, I want to thank the committee. It's a phenomenal document, and I think it's phenomenally well thought out. I had one comment, suggestion. Actually, I guess they're all, nothing has to be answered tonight. One thing that when looking through it, I did not see, but I thought might be valuable is to say that if this plan was fully implemented, how many people could it serve in Raymond? We know we're on that point where we're now getting pushed out of the more populated areas. So it seems to me that any comprehensive plan has to incorporate the increase in the number of people. It'd be interesting to say, if we were to do these things, create these growth areas and the like, it could take an incremental amount of population for the town, and I think that would be helpful in terms of also getting it through the organization. Recognizing that prioritization is going to be really important on this. I mean, it's a little bit like kids in candy stores when you see all these things. We want to do them all because they're all great ideas. One suggestion I have would be to think about the bike paths that you're talking about and how you link those village growth areas to each other and to the Route 302. And Madam Chair, is it possible to put the first map that Ben showed back up for a moment?
Yes.
Ben, is that possible to do?
Yep.
It's the big picture one.
Just
And the reason I bring it up is that as much as I think the idea of having a bike path on Cape Road is a great idea, I have nothing against it, is that should it be the first priority? And if we get that map up, I think what I want to do is just make the visual that I'm thinking about. Yeah. Sorry, if you go back to the big one, yeah. So if you look at where the Cape is, the Cape isn't really central to the town, and that's nothing against the Cape. I have nothing against the Cape whatsoever. I love it. But if you think about where where the village growth areas are, they're much more central to the town, and I would suggest that, and it may be just very difficult to do it on state roads, but that idea of a Route 85 connector between the two village growth areas, especially with hopefully the anticipated greater utilization by the town of Jordan Small, I think makes a heck of a lot of sense. And then selfishly, I'd love for it to go right around Panther Pond, which would create a loop between all of those areas. But then again, that gets into my wish list. But I think the idea of making sure that the village growth areas are connected and easy to get to by more than just cars is a really valuable thing. And the last thought was just a part of what, and I don't know how this fits into how the town, where does this committee stop and the town begin? But the question about funding of some of these initiatives, and of course this is over a long-term period, may become one of the challenges to having some of this implemented. And one thought that comes to mind is the thinking about a one-time bond that would fund some of the larger capital improvement projects. I think that in that way it both spreads out the cost of the effort and also fits into that long-term idea of we're planning for something that at least has a 10-year or more life cycle. And I do think that might be an important and a way that the town's people would be open to that kind of investment for the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Sue, are you able to see if?
We don't have anyone just yet with their hand raised.
Okay.
Peter.
Yes.
Just a couple of comments on what was said. First of all, as far as if you look at that map and you were to look at East Raymond Village, which is the orange area, not the 302 indicated area, you'll see that it's almost absolutely in the center of the town. So, I would just reinforce that point. as far as a central location. And secondly, as far as comments from Ben, he's right, but I can give you the actual number. The action items that come from those 4 or 5 priority goals are 121. And just to give you some background, in the 2004 comprehensive plan, there were 131 action items, so equivalent to what we have today. What I will tell you is that to date, less than half of those action items from 2004 have actually been implemented. So when we talk about the implementation committee and the real work that lies ahead of us, it really goes to the implementation of those 121 actions that are associated with 5 goals. Thank you.
I'd like to invite anybody else up to the podium.
Good evening, Mike Richmond, Cedar Lane, and also a member of a local group called the Raymond Short-Term Rental Initiative. And I'll be brief. We've read through the document and really want to thank all of you for your time and effort. It's really well put together. Specifically, of course, for us.
Just disappeared.
On page 118, one of the recommendations to explore a tracking or registration program for short-term rentals in Raymond. Just wanted to thank you for putting that in there, and also to let the town know in general that we ourselves have put tremendous effort into a draft, feel very good about it, and hope that we can work with the town on helping implement that. That is my plug. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I'm still not seeing any hands raised. Is there anybody else from the audience that would like to speak tonight?
Oh, we do have one hand raised online. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
Randy, go ahead.
Yes, hello. Randy Robinson, off Fair Road, up in the North Raymond section, in what you guys are calling the critical rural lands. So I'm curious what that's going to do for potential zoning for those properties. I tend to comment online, and I never heard back from it. It was about 2.5 weeks or so ago. So I didn't know if that had been reviewed at all through the internet.
Randy, we've received all comments, but we have not responded to them individually.
Okay, so I had written a lot of stuff in there, basically pertaining to, as a landowner, and what potential uses that we could have as landowners. I understand critical rural versus rural. I just curious as to why or how far expanded it got in certain areas of the North Raymond area. So there's basically 4 or 5 major landowners, and I'm one of those that's been put into this critical rural area. So I'm wondering what my future is reading through it. I'm also one of the 2 maple producers in the town of Raymond that the comprehensive plan actually talks about. So I just wanted to bring that up and how that's going to be, as a landowner, what the potential uses we'll be able to utilize. Because what I read through there is basically to get with a potential nonprofit organization to give tax breaks to allow for walking areas. Now, I don't understand that, and I guess the control of private land. Anyways, that's my comment.
Thank you, Randy.
Jennifer Danzig, Pulpit Rock Road. So just, Peter and I have talked about this a couple times at a bunch of different meetings, select board, planning board, but I think it would be helpful, just because we have a group and there are people watching, if we can talk about how the comprehensive plan affects our ordinances in town and going forward. Obviously, this came up with the solar ordinance, and it was not in line with the 2004 comprehensive plan, and it cost a significant amount of money for myself and my neighbors to hire an attorney in order to fight that. And we got ping-ponged back and forth a lot, and then we had a citizens initiative and we changed the law. And in a week, the planning board is going to try and change the solar ordinance again. So where it's being addressed in the upcoming comprehensive plan, I guess I just want, I think it would be good clarification for planning board, select board, citizens to understand how the comprehensive plan works sort of in conjunction with the ordinances that are in play, and how the ordinances have to be in compliance with the spirit of the comprehensive plan. And I guess what are the remedies when they're not? Because it shouldn't be up to individual citizens to pay thousands of dollars to a lawyer in order to manage that. So I guess I'm just wondering if we can explain how the accountability works if, as a community, we've set out our vision statement, we've said what we want for our town, what we hope our town looks like in the future, what's important to us. Citizens have spoke up through doing their own initiatives and voting, and et cetera, to ensure that that the new comprehensive plan as well, and the old one, until the new one's fully in effect, are being followed by the people that we're entrusting to write the ordinances. So, Peter, would you speak to that, if you don't mind?
I absolutely don't mind.
Okay, that would be great.
Sure. I guess what I'd say is that number one, the 2004 comprehensive plan, or the old plan, is still in effect, and it's in effect until this plan gets adopted by the town in June, or doesn't, gets rejected. And in that 2004 plan, as you can well imagine, there was really no mention of solar farms, because there were no solar farms in 2004. But what it did speak to was that development should be excluded on the 302 corridor when it was abutting a residential property. And I think that was the issue, and certainly the commercial solar farm that fit into that category. What I've said, unless I've been totally misinformed by the state, and as Ben basically mentioned at the beginning, the comprehensive plan of a municipality has no statutory force. Legally, we can't pass ordinances. And this map, as Ben pointed out, is not a zoning map. So to speak to the other caller just a moment ago, as far as critical rural areas, we're not the ones here, and this plan is not the plan that's going to be changing the zoning in the town. The zoning in the town is basically changed by the people in the town. Well, that's their influence on planning board, select board, and the like, and their influence is what changes ordinances. But as far as the effect, as was alluded to, my understanding is that as far as the courts are concerned in the state of Maine, the comprehensive plan that is approved by the state for a municipality forms the legal underpinnings for all of the zoning ordinances and development in the town. And therefore, if you have a comprehensive plan that says X, then the planning board and the selectmen cannot propose ordinances that are Y. In other words, they cannot be in conflict. If they are, what does it mean? It simply means that legally the municipality is in a poor position. And so anyone that challenges what the planning board, select board does will be in a bit of a problem when it comes to Superior Court, because Superior Court's going to go to the document and say the people of the town of Raymond voted in X. Why are you proposing Y? And so that's my understanding of how it works. But getting back to the issue with solar, I believe what you'll find is in the action plans, there is very clear that the suggestion of the comprehensive plan is that the planning board put together a criteria for the location of any of these solar farms in the future, commercial. So that there be a criteria built into the ordinance. So as one landowner told me or asked me, he said, well, and I think this is true in the state, if I've got a 40-acre farm, and the only way I can keep that 40-acre farm functioning appropriately is to put 5 acres in solar farm that I lease out to someone, ultimately, what's the greater good? Well, the greater good is, probably going to be to keep that agricultural land in production. And therefore, understanding that if it meets the criteria, if it has the appropriate buffers, the appropriate considerations as far as how it abuts up against residential areas, that's what this plan was outlining. And hopefully that's going to be a discussion at the planning board going forward. Maybe not this round, but eventually.
Thank you. I appreciate that being in the plan. So I guess what I'm hearing is that there is no recourse other than legal in order to hold the town accountable to the comprehensive plan, the spirit of the comprehensive plan of the people of Raymond, right? So is that my understanding? Is that correct? That legal action is the only thing that can hold our townspeople to...
I can tell you that I served for 25 years on the Zoning Board of Appeals in this municipality, and I learned very early on that that's the position you want if you have absolutely no political aspirations, is once a month getting together and telling your neighbors what they can or can't do with their own property. But ultimately, yes, it gets decided in the courts, and so literally it's got to be the courts that will eventually grapple with those issues. If no one challenges it, it happens.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I'm not seeing any hands on the Zoom. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to come up to the podium? Okay, going once, going twice. Don't be shy. You're here for a reason, I'm sure. Okay. I'm not seeing any other hands up, or nobody is standing up to get to the podium. I guess we can close the public hearing, or we can just go on to our review of the comments.
I think Ben was going to walk us through the online comments.
Okay.
I can do that. So there were a number of comments that were submitted through the website during this open public comment period. One of the folks who spoke this evening referenced sending in some comments. We have those here. Generally, I can read them all if you like, but I think characterizing them, a lot of them had to do with the specifics of where to start. There were a few comments that I would say were critical of the effort or the plan in general. By and large, most of the comments were supportive with some specific direction to say this, for example, this is a great plan, but we need to pay more attention to Raymond's water resources. Or this is a great plan, but I don't think we need a path or trail down Cape Road, for example. I'm not sure. I'm happy to continue as the chair wishes. We can read them or summarize them or have them submitted for the record.
I would like to ask, first of all, has the committee generally had a chance to review the comments, including the ones that we got later this afternoon, so up until I think 2:30? And I'd also like to propose that we do have these available for public viewing, if possible somehow, so that they can be reviewed and put into a record, I suppose, or added to our minutes. Is that?
I can put a note in the minutes for Mel to add them, yeah.
Yes, that way they're in the record. Peter?
Madam Chair, I guess what I'd recommend is that what we can do is certainly discuss generalities. In other words, when I did the review, I saw some trends similar to the things that Ben was mentioning. So if other individuals on the committee would like to discuss maybe some of the trends rather than the outliers, then that might be helpful. And certainly at the next meeting, and quite possibly it will be the last meeting, but it would be a meeting where we would be more specific in breaking down all of the online questions or comments and putting them in some sort of category. I mean, there were 3 comments on the mission statement. The 3 comments on the mission statement were suggesting things like our mission statement is too long. It's a tome. I found that interesting. Mission statements are supposed to be succinct. That's my understanding. We were a third less wordy than the 2004 mission statement. I don't know if that's progress over a decade, but I can tell you we managed to cut it down by 33%. One of the things, understanding is that there were literally 5 events, I believe, that we had over the almost 3 years. And I'm not taking anything away from North Star. June 2023, absolutely. This committee started in August of 22. So it's been a long time. But what I would tell you is that as far as the mission statement was concerned, there were 3 comments. Another one was concerned about the phrase that everybody wants to, to paraphrase it, everybody that wants to live in Raymond should have a reasonable opportunity to live here. And yeah, I mean, I don't know how else the committee could have worded that, and I wasn't on the subcommittee that actually drafted that, so there are others here that could speak to that as well. But just from my perspective, I'll go back to some legal perspective. What does a judge generally say? What would a reasonable person do? And I know that's hard these days to really determine, what's a reasonable person. But I would tell you that that's the language that the committee came up with. A reasonable opportunity to live here. And so that's, to me, it encompasses a lot. Like, is there a house that I can afford here? Is there some sort of transportation that can allow me to get to my work and back? Are the roads safe? It goes on and on and on. You can read whatever you want into it. At the moment, it's escaped me what the 3rd comment was on the mission. But I guess what I tell you is this committee really made every effort to get input from the community on that mission. And once again, as Ben mentioned at the beginning, that mission really is what begins to form the whole basis for the plan. And that was through survey and you. And by you, I mean those individuals, and I'm preaching to the choir here, and those on Zoom that are willing to become involved. Ideally, I'd love to see the entire community involved, but that's not going to happen. So it's really those people that care enough to get involved. that give us the feedback. But anyway, that'd be my recommendation, Madam Chair, would be to ask if anyone else observed any other trends on comments. I think the other one that I'd throw out that Ben mentioned was there seemed to be multiple comments about it would be great to have a path running the full length of Raymond Cape, but it should that be the first priority for paths in town? So I'll leave it there.
So Peter, I thought that was actually a little bit of a mixed bag, a 50-50 split on whether Cape Road bike path was a good idea or not.
Yes, true. Yeah.
Yes, would any of the committee members like to talk about trends they noticed?
I would echo the sentiment about the bike path / walking trail on Cape Road. I think also what we've kind of heard tonight, maybe it is something that everybody wants, but maybe the priorities are different within town. And, I would say it's not central to town, right? So the odds that someone in North Raymond is gonna, drive their car down there, park, and then take that are probably, less than if there was something more central. And I think maybe a reasonable thing would be, I struggle with developing too many committees and subcommittees, but, if there's a master plan of paths in town, maybe that's a way to better solve this, to get the amount of community input that we need to kind of prioritize that. Because I do think a Panther Pond loop would be pretty nice. Connecting the new village areas together would also be pretty nice. And I think that obviously there's a lot of privately owned land in town, and, none of this works without kind of working in mutual cooperation with landowners that would allow that. So I think it might be a great idea, but, we have to think about the implementation committee, and they're going to have to implement it. So there's practical considerations. So I guess that would be my comment.
I would agree with that, because I think we were hesitant to talk too much about along 85 because that's not our road, and would be a significant undertaking. So I know that we'd all would appreciate a sidewalk or easier biking on those main roads, but I mean the reality is that might be very difficult to accomplish. And I think possibly our view was that Cape Road might be more within our reach.
I think if I recall the conversation, there is a contingent of residents who are willing to take that on, who live on Cape Road. There are a lot of safety concerns, especially in the summer down by the ferry, and that's where a lot of that was generated. So I agree that there are more critical areas of town that could use that focus, but I think practically that was part of the discussion. Is it something that we can do because it is one of our roads and there may actually be some resources to do it with?
It's a very dangerous road. There's already been a death on that road. I don't want to let this speak. I just wanted to throw that out there for you guys to realize that it's a safety issue.
Sorry, if you are going to continue, I do have to ask that you go up to the podium. Thank you.
I think too we should, kind of think about like how many people can be benefited by certain projects as well, so that, if we're looking at connecting villages areas, or if we're talking about 302 and having walkability around there and connecting it to a village area that we're talking about, how many more people might that benefit than, the residents on Raymond Cape Road? But
I guess I would also add, I think to Danelle's comment, if people are volunteering, their services to get these things built, there's no reason we can't double up. And I think, we talk a few times in the comp plan about increasing capacity, and I think that's not necessarily hiring people, that's finding people within town to volunteer. And this would be a really good example of increasing town capacity to take something that's on. If we have a dedicated group of volunteers, that could work in conjunction with the departments in town to make this happen.
I'll just add that this
committee's work would have been so much greater, and I believe nowhere near the level of completeness had we not had North Star planning. I think it's an incredibly complex task to pursue a comprehensive plan for a town with so many different inputs and resources and desires and opinions. And I think we'd have been struggling long and hard and many late nights had we not had North Star planning here to guide us on this excellent document.
Peter?
Madam Chair, I guess my sense as far as reading the comments online as far as the trail or path along Raymond Cape, and certainly I appreciate the comments on the safety, and that's a whole other issue, road safety in general in the town. But I guess my sense from a couple of the comments indirectly was the fact that where the priority should be for walking paths and bike paths and the like kind of goes in line with the idea of the village concept. My understanding has always been that you want to build a road, what you want is a destination. And so you ask yourself, is there a destination at the end of this path or trail? And I guess, if you're not thinking of a concept of some sort of a small village on the corner of Hawthorne and 302, then there is no destination. So not to say that it's not a worthwhile endeavor, but the sense I get in reading the majority of the comments online anyway, it was that it would not be the highest priority. And I believe we made it a high priority in the plan. That might be something to revisit based on what other feedback we get from the town as far as exactly assigning where sidewalks, bike paths, and the like go. It's also interesting to note that the village concept and where we're sitting right now on East Raymond historically was a village in Raymond. It's not that we're reinventing that. It was a village here. Actually, I believe there was a small village down where 302 and Hawthorne is. And I believe that the whole idea of those concepts of the village, as it was mentioned, is to try and not necessarily. We can be a little selfish. It's not to serve necessarily the people from away or people driving through. It's to serve the residents of the town, so that maybe we can avoid a little bit of that crazy summer traffic on the major thoroughfares. And if we want a loaf of bread or a gallon of gas or something like that, we don't have to drive into Wyndham to get them. So those are my comments.
I would like us to make sure, there are a couple comments about places maybe we had some inaccuracies, so I do want to make sure we investigate those. I just scrolled away from it. I don't know why I did that. For example, Maine Lakes Environmental Association only supports Sebago Lake, not Crescent Lake, etc. So things like that, I would like to at least make sure we investigate and make sure that we're being as accurate as possible. And also that we are spelling out all acronyms first.
And I would also, I'm more of a numbers person, so if we do have things that look a little out of whack on a percentage basis, maybe including what the objective increase is or decrease is would be good. And I know we did do it in some places. I think the median home price in Raymond, we did that. It was a really big percentage, and then we showed, what it increased from to what it is now. And I think, that would be helpful and clarifying for everybody.
Go ahead, Peter.
I believe also I read a comment or two from online that were talking simply about the way that we organize the actions. And there was a suggestion that maybe those be organized by priority. In other words, we have ongoing, and then we have high priority. Then we have medium term, if you will, and then low term or low priority. There was a suggestion on one of the online comments that we organize it that way so it's a little more readable rather than having it bounce all around a high priority, a low priority, immediate, that sort of a thing, that we organize it in some more readable format.
I did want to circle back a little bit to touch on the point that Randy Robinson had talked about with the land, the large lots of land, and that we had some good discussions in our meetings about how can we protect some of those large plots of land, especially some of the summer camps that we have, and how can we kind of protect them from turning into subdivisions or, from becoming so expensive that people can't hold on to them anymore. And so, kind of talking about what are possibilities that we could give as options, type something like creating recreational space opportunities for trails and whatnot, but it's not saying that somebody who has a land, and works it can't continue to do that. And there's no, it's not like we're recommending ordinances or zoning rules about how people can use their land, but trying to explore and recognize options of how can we help protect those large lots? How can we help protect the resources and the natural resources that are there? How can we make sure that they're being forested and farmed in a way that preserves the land in sustainable ways? And wanting to make efforts to help protect those resources.
I think there was also some discussion about ensuring that people who do rely on their land are able to utilize that land, just like Peter was speaking about, in terms of keeping their farms or keeping their maple production business. So I don't think the intent there is to exclude those uses at all. And if there are concerns, we'd certainly want to hear what those particularly are.
Yeah, I would echo that. I would say that there was discussion here, although I didn't see anything online about it. But as far as ordinances and development and commercial development and everything else, and I think there was a pretty deep discussion about when the word came up about preserving our farms. There aren't a whole lot of farms in the town of Raymond anymore. There's some, but there aren't a lot. But not tying your hands to the point where if someone has a farm and they want to keep it going, what can we do to keep that land, agricultural land, even if it were to the point of saying, well, are there ordinances that would allow in the rural areas agritourism, a petting farm, farm stands with farmers markets, all of those type of things would seem to be something that at first thought when you say, no, we don't want any commercial in our rural. Well, think about it sometimes as far as what you can and can't do. If the ordinance is designed appropriately, you can have both.
Do we make a mention, Ben, you had mentioned in your presentation, the concept of these open space developments. If one of these landowners that owns a large lot decides to sell it and a developer buys it and decides they want to make a subdivision in there, I want to make sure that the plan kind of mentions that in these type of rural and critical rural areas that, open space type plans would be what we would want to see so that it clusters the housing and the development into a smaller portion of the lot and could maintain and protect a larger portion of the lot, and rather than having 5-acre lots throughout a subdivision where you're really spacing things out and not making it so that it can be utilized efficiently and protected sufficiently.
Yes, the plan calls for that kind of organization of development. There's a couple questions. One is how much development, and then the next question is how does it happen? And I think that certainly, and it has been said in these committee meetings in the past, and I'll say it here, is that a rural or critical rural designation in the future land use plan doesn't mean there would be no development of any of those properties in the future. It just means when development happens, how much and how will it occur. Same thing with the growth area. I don't think anyone sitting at the table, no one at North Star certainly is envisioning skyscrapers and all of these growth areas. I think that the idea of, to an earlier public comment about, how many people could these growth areas accommodate, what is a build-out analysis of these growth areas, it really depends, number one, what kind of time scale you're talking about. The life of this plan is really thinking about the next 10 to 20 years. And secondly, I think the plan has done a good job of, through maps and through narrative in the plan, kind of describing, trying to paint that picture of the character and what these places would look like. Not too far in the future, but again, maybe 20 years in the future, so that you're providing good guidance for policies and zoning ordinances, so that when we say growth area, we're not talking about 40 homes per acre. We're really just talking about something much more modest, much more Raymond scale, and that's described in the plan. And how that actually gets implemented and what that means and how fast it gets implemented is going to be up to the town to go through that prioritization process.
I do have one kind of add-on to that. I think that those growth areas are mandated by the state that we have to include. The committee didn't sit up here and say, we want these necessarily. I mean, I'm not saying we said the latter, but we had to include at least one in our plan. And I think the state has implications for those growth areas, and I think we should just all consider that. I think LD 2003 is a good example. They specifically call out growth areas that are in town's comp plans for, basically added density bonuses and things like that. So I think it would be prudent, for us as a town to realize that there's likely future zoning, incentives from the state that are going to come due to the housing crisis in the state. And I think LD 2003 is a good present example of what they're probably going to look to do. And I think that, designating those growth areas in a way that, the state ultimately can push down zoning changes, on a 10 to 20 year timeline, that it could happen. And it just did happen. So I also think that, consolidating development ultimately preserves the natural resources. And I think that's been shown, and I think that is also represented pretty well in our open space plan. And so clustering, housing and subdivisions to preserve bigger blocks of uninterrupted nature, I'm hopeful people can get behind, and I think that is something that works well with municipalities and also works well with developers. And I think everybody can win in that kind of situation.
I would agree with that, John, and I'd just say that as far as referring back once again to the 2004 plan and the 131 action plans, one of the things that was clear in 2010 when the implementation committee for the 2004 plan came out with its overall review, one of the high priority actions for the 2004 was to direct growth or direct housing development into the growth areas. And we failed to do that. We continue to fail to do that. And it's, once again, high priority on this plan. But I can just tell you, from 2004 to date, we have failed to do that. the vast majority of development in the town of Raymond as far as housing are single-family homes on large lots. And it's exactly what John is saying. What does that do? Well, it breaks up basically large tracts of land that could be used for open space or conservation. And so the whole idea of pushing, trying to direct that building growth in the growth areas preserves overall the rural nature of the town. We just haven't been successful in doing it.
To follow that, Pete, I believe the '04 plan recommended that in order to identify priority conservation areas, that an open space plan be created, which it was, and that identified parcels, and the Raymond Community Forest was identified in that plan. Yep. as a big parcel. It wasn't necessarily high priority. It was an opportunity that came along when Hancock Land Company was looking to change some of the ownership there, and worked with Raymond to help make that project happen. So, correct me, Ben. In this current version of the comp plan, updating the open space plan, perhaps that needs some more oomph, because conservation doesn't happen from a state down unless it's a vast resource like Morgan Meadow that was a state scale project. But it usually involves a large parcel landowner, perhaps like the maple syrup producer here in town. And so that an update of the open space plan is appropriate.
Yeah, I'd echo John as far as, it may sound like I'm a gloomy Gus as far as the 2004 plan. I think that given what the tools they had at the time, and that I thought they did an outstanding job, and that the open space plan that came out of that was a huge success of the 2004 comprehensive plan. It just doesn't seem to have achieved the impact it was designed for. And so it's up to the people in the town to decide if that's what they want. Do they want to have this building continue to be single-family homes on large tracts of land, or do they want to try and look at the regulations as far as density is concerned for housing and concentrate that density in areas that are both a growth area, meaning they have investment, that they have connectivity, that they have facilities, that they're a destination.
To just loop it all around to something Brian said at the initial comment, we are on the edge of North Windham, and from the beginning as a committee we've talked about, the development's coming. We may not want it, but we want to control it when it gets here. And so what's our best way to do that? And so all of these conversations have really been around that, including all the development of housing to allow our kids to be able to afford houses here, if that's what they want to do too.
Okay, any other comments from audience or committee members regarding this?
Madam Chair, I just ask, is there going to be a provision through North Star or through this committee? I know that the quote-unquote public comment period ends today. It started in October, it goes through to tonight. But if there are individuals that something occurs to them, they have an epiphany, they have a thought that's going to solve everything, we'd be doing our due diligence by keeping it open so that we can continue to collect those comments. I know that there's got to be an end point. When we get to the point of basically saying this is our plan, we're endorsing it and we're going to go forward with it. And certainly, there's always the onus of the state, which looms large for me, which is, they could come in and say, no, we don't like this, you didn't do that, and that can cause this committee a lot more work. I don't believe that's going to happen. I think we have a heck of a good plan. So I know that there's got to be an endpoint, but would we consider as a committee to keep comments open to a certain date for more feedback from the public?
I don't think that's a bad idea. I concur that there needs to be some cutoff to get the next version of the plan to the council. As I noted in the PowerPoint, we are expecting to get comments back from the state in January sometime. And that could range from a good job, everything looks good, to here's some optional comments that you might want to consider integrating, to here's, a handful of things that you really need to beef up or add to the plan. So I don't think it's going to be a wholesale, major update. Usually, if that's going to happen, they would have given some indication of that already and saying your plan's not complete. They would do that within the first few weeks of the submission. They haven't done that. So I think that they're really more focused on, does this plan address the state requirements? And we have built the plan so that it hopefully would, and we'll see if we can get it right on the very first try. But in January and February, we would be taking any state comments plus the comments we've heard this evening and that we've gotten online so far, and kind of working with the committee to integrate those into the document that is online right now. And if the committee wanted to leave the website open, it's scheduled to close, but if they wanted to leave it open until the point in January when we get state comments, that might be a more natural time to kind of put a pin in things while we integrate those comments into the plan. And I will say it's not done until it's done. And what that means is there could still be changes coming out of a select board review. They go through their own public hearing process before putting anything on the warrant. But once it's on the warrant, it's kind of locked in that form. But I think until between now and that point in March, there's room to make adjustments and reprioritize and calibrate things. So long way around, I don't think it would be a problem to leave the online comments open until probably mid-January. I don't know exactly when we'll get those state comments. If you want to tie it to that, or if you want to pick a date in mid-January, I think either approach would still allow us to stay on that time schedule.
I'm fine with that if the committee believes that that's a good course to go down. But I'm also just thinking logically, we're about to approach Christmas and New Year's and everyone's on vacation, and I can just say that probably this is not on their agenda. I even think it would be fair of us even to go to, say, the 20th of this month, because I just think realistically, what would we expect to get back? And then that makes more of a rush for us and for North Star to put it all together. So I'm just trying to be, I don't know, I just trying to be a little bit realistic, I guess. We have given a lot of time, and I'm not saying that more time would be better, obviously, but I just also want to not put undue burden on anybody, and also just think about what we're working with as far as the time frame.
Sure. Well, I get, my comment would be that simply I think that's a great idea, and since we can't take any actions in a public hearing, that after this public hearing is over and we go to our regular meeting, that we make a motion.
Sounds good.
Okay.
There is a hand raised online now, Madam Chair.
Okay, I do not have glasses on. I think that says Marilyn.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Marilyn.
Oh, I just wanted to make a comment that a lot of this is ideal thinking, but pragmatically, what Brian Walker suggested was finding a way to implement some things is probably going to take financial input. And if we want to maintain some large tracts of openness and rural land, it seems that we have enough left that right now, if in the implementation we could focus on augmenting the tracts of land that are already preserved, such as near the community forest or along the Tenney River where the land trust has put in perpetuity. Cannot these areas be looked at for augmentation to add to them so that they're not broken up before it does get developed? And it takes money and fundraising for the land trust to affect some of these preserved tracts. And if we could set up some kind of a bond financially to have it at our disposal to help augment when we're working with some of these groups to be able to offer some assistance, because if we don't do it in the next 10 years, it's going to be hard to control the development unless you put ordinances in for people who have large development capability lands that they set up a community of so many condo type residences into the point where either the ordinance would say a certain percentage of your development lands have to be preserved, such as I saw them doing in California. That can be implemented, but there are some areas in North Raymond and elsewhere that we could take a look at and see where we might try to keep a corridor of uninterrupted lands and preserve the feeling of openness available to everybody. Where I lived before, I saw that people went out on their lunch hours into the salt marsh, one little road to have their lunch, where they looked off into the distance over the marsh. They didn't see any residences. People congregated there. They sought them out. And you see it in England, you see it all over, the uninterrupted lands that can be maintained for people to enjoy in the future. And we've already grown from when we first came to Raymond, from like 1,500 to 4,500 residents, and it's going to keep happening. So this is the chance to try to augment the places that we already are working on. Thank you. Oh, I live at 172 AI Road.
Thank you, Marilyn. I would like just to somewhat respond to that in a way, talking about financials and what happens next in bonds. Something that maybe we as a committee, since we've been at this for so long, are going to kind of find some enjoyment in, is that we, after this is done, get to pass off this work to the other functioning parts of our local government here, from the select board to the finance committee to the planning board. It becomes the work of those town pieces. So unfortunately, our hands are a bit tied in what we can do on a financial perspective. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't know, Peter, you'd like to?
Sure, I'd echo that as far as, once again, what the limitations are that this committee can do. what I would say is that in the plan, in numerous places, it makes the case for conserving land. It makes the case for either hiring a consulting firm to look at grant applications because there is money out there, whether it's to make our roads safer. There's money out there for that. As a matter of fact, in our surrounding community, it was in the paper last week that there are monies out there. We just weren't included in it. But maybe we need to have our ear to the ground a little bit more, have a little bit more professional guidance, have a little more assistance in pursuing those, as well as conservation land. And we have had with Loon Echo, we have already established a relationship with them, and I agree wholeheartedly with the individual on Zoom now that there needs to be more in the way of conservation dollars put aside. Once again, it's in the plan. We're asking for it. We've recommended it. Now it will be up to the implementation committee, the select board, budget, finance, and ultimately the people in the town to make that a reality. I believe what surprised me is when we had a discussion earlier on this, I think $35,000 that's in conservation fund. That's money.
Still in the open space fund.
In the open space fund. So that money is there. And I believe that the comment from the individual from Luneka was saying, well, that's a nice start. That's a chunk of change. But we need to improve on that in order to be able to fulfill the objective of preserving more property. By the same token, everything that we've talked about as far as ordinances are concerned are really geared towards focusing on where building takes place and where it's appropriate and where it's not, whether it be commercial or residential or environmental.
And to that end, too, the manpower behind it, if there are individual residents who feel very strongly about one initiative, even if it's not a priority item, if there is somebody willing and able to head that committee, there are multiple committees besides the implementation committee, and I'm sure it would be low-hanging fruit for them just to hand it over. So I'm sure there's not going to be any objection if, because I know in our discussions with Loon Echo and other conservation, even when Steve came in earlier, then there's opportunities, or there's opportunities there to tap into some of the resources that we have available.
Okay, I'm still not seeing anybody else get up to the podium, and I'm not seeing any hands raised. In the interest of time and moving us further along, I'd like to ask if anybody would like to propose a motion to close our public hearing tonight.
So moved.
Second.
And all those in favor? And Sean, I see your hand raised. Excellent, thank you. So now we will conclude with our regular meeting.
You said at first it was mid-January, now you're saying December 20th to close public comment?
We'll decide that.
We're going to decide that now.
Yes, we'll decide that very shortly. Yeah, that's okay.
Thanks, folks, for coming out.
Thank you.
Yes,
everybody.
thank you.
Thanks for your work.
Got it.
Okay, so, thank you.
You need it.
I think we should start with
Thank you.
when should we close public comment? I think that's a good place to start. And then let's sort of give Ben some direction.
I make a motion that we close public comment on December 20th.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion?
I would hope that we could do it at the end of the month, just people get through Christmas. They have some downtime between Christmas and New Year's. To me, that would be let's just do the 31st.
Okay, so
That's
we.
a friendly amendment.
Yeah, would we like to call that an amendment to the motion? Okay.
So first you vote on the
So,
amendment.
right, so,
second the amendment.
Second the, all right. All those in favor of the amendment?
That
For the
passes.
31st, Sean, if you're following.
Instead of the 20th.
Okay, instead of the 20th. And then we will vote on the amended motion. So, and I've already had a second on that. So all those in favor of the amended motion?
Done?
And Sean, I see your hand up. Okay, so January 31st, do we still, no?
December 3rd?
December
Sorry,
31st.
December 31st.
Close the public comment.
Close public comment.
And this
Madam
applies
Chair.
to the person who presented, it's one at the 11th hour at 59
A
minutes.
prize. Okay, you get a donut.
Yeah, right.
I missed who seconded the
No,
amendment.
that's the way to do it.
Jackie.
Oh, I thought she made the emotion. Okay.
No, John.
No, John made the
made
amendment. Jackie seconded it.
John as in Clark, correct?
John
Yep.
as in Clark.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect. I was trying to type and lost track.
Okay, so now I think we should give direction to North Star Planning on the comments that we've received tonight, and public comment. So, but he can take that. And I guess I will open it up, and if there's anything left to say, I'll finish it.
Well, I guess I have, like, I know I've heard from several people who were so excited to see that Raymond Cape was on there as far as a pathway, walkability, focusing on that. But I wonder if we have to pick one area to focus on for walkability and sidewalks, or if the top priority could be
Both?
generally speaking in town. You know, I don't know, do we have to pick one area? Could we pick two areas? I don't know.
Could we suggest that a committee be formed to study that issue and have the committee make recommendations as to what the priority should be?
You mean like a feasibility study in a way? Like
Yes.
what?
But my question would be to Ben, Ben, I don't know that it was the committee, the sense I have, that it was the committee that assigned the Cape walking path and bike path as a high priority, as it's mentioned as of the priority in the plan. Did you see data in any of the surveys that was suggesting that of all the areas we talked about that we'd like to see sidewalks and connectivity and trails, that what rose to the top was the Cape?
That was an important place to build bike and pedestrian safety, but so was that section of road that would connect the two village growth areas. So to your point, Jackie, they're both priorities. There are multiple priorities, and it's good to name those. But it could be up to a committee, it could be up to the select board or to the public works folks as they build their capital improvement plan to do that prioritization. I think another thing that just kind of like identifying the priorities generally can do is leave it open for opportunities that come along. So if DOT is going to be doing a bunch of work in 302, for example, or there's a road project scheduled 4 or 5 years from now for Route 85. Naming those priorities in the plan will make that part of the conversation in those efforts, so that it's not necessarily going to be the kind of thing where we have to do this and we can't do the others. It's more like, let's list where we have priorities and where we have visions for improvements, and we'll make progress as a community with outside agencies like DOT as they move their plans forward as well. I think there could be things that kind of fall into your lap if you list them in the plan. Like if there's a major commercial development on 302, it would give the planning board the ability to say, hey, this is an area where there's supposed to be enhanced landscaping and sidewalks. and that becomes part of the planning.
So as an example, when we, in 2015, 2016, when we got the state money to go half and half with the sidewalks in the village, even if we had not identified the village as, which at that point, as a priority to have sidewalks, the state was going to go halves with us if we put the sidewalks there. But so with any type of grants or funding and things like that, a lot of it's going to be dictated by the grant giver. So are we gonna say no? We can't take a 50-50 split on this bicycle path or this sidewalk because it's not one of our high priorities. I think so. I just don't know about handcuffing ourselves to anyone rather than state what we've stated in the plan very clearly, which is
Both
a
are options.
a high priority for the town is connectivity, bike paths, walking paths, and improvements that reduce traffic safety issues. And I understand, but naming the priority would be another way to go. And you could, but I would say that based on at least the feedback that we've gotten from the online comments, that what a few of the comments came back and said, I don't know why you're making Raymond Cape a priority. And I'm always sensitive to the fact that since our sample size is always so small, it can be 5 people that live on the Raymond Cape that say, I would like to see it. And I understand there's a woman saying that there was a fatality on that road. Well, yeah, so I guess I could say, well, I guess we need walking paths and sidewalks on Egypt Road.
Okay, so maybe, I guess my thought would be if we could make it more comprehensive as a priority list item to not just cover Raymond Cape, but list that as one of the options that we would want to pursue. So Raymond Cape, connection of the villages, or a loop around Panther, something, along those lines where it might list a couple options.
Do we have the actual language we could just pull up and then maybe we could just look at it real quick? Is that okay?
Well, I was going to say, because what I'm hearing is we don't want to tie ourselves, but we want to sort of in some way be a little bit specific, right? Because we want to give direction. So saying we would like to create more bike pathways and connectivity, with the focus in mind of connecting the village areas and Cape Road, calling those two out specifically.
Consider that.
Well, so we're giving detail, but we're also keeping it open.
Yeah, I think that's good.
I like that.
Yeah.
Do you get
Yep.
that then?
Yep. I can bring up that section of the plan if that's helpful as I'm doing it. If it's not helpful, tell me real quick.
I liked Kayla's language. I was fine with that.
Yeah, I think we're
good.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're good with finding a way just to include those two areas, highlight them, but also state clearly that we're open to all areas. Because quite frankly, all roads would be improved with sidewalks and bike paths. So, there isn't one in Raymond that would not probably benefit from that. I think we should hit the major things, the themes maybe, and that might be helpful. So vision statement was mentioned a few times. I mean, personally, I feel like we really went over this many times. Many opportunities for public comment. I kind of feel like continuing to grind over it really is probably not, in my opinion, the best use and utilization of our time. But that was mentioned a few times with the comments, online anyway. Is there any feeling that we wish to address that in any way?
I'd say that we've had similar comments before already, and we had many discussions about them, and the vision statement that we have is a result of all the comments, both critical and positive, and we've already hit on those things, and we don't need to discuss it any further.
Agreed. Agreed.
agreed.
Agreed. Okay. I think, let's see. How about comments about organizing goals based on priorities? Now, I think actually as a committee, if I remember correctly, we had sort of talked about that ourselves anyway, about how we organize it just for even our own sanity. But anybody who's reviewing this, so I don't know how much of an ask that is. Or I don't, I know the state mandates a lot of that giant list. So without creating too much work, is there a way that, it sounds like that was comment received, do we have any desire to be asking?
Yeah, to format the actions according to their priorities, starting with the highest priority down to the lowest priority.
Yeah, I think in general, what we've tried to do is format the list so it lines up with how the state's going to look at it. So the goals are arranged by topic, and I think that was the comment. Is instead of looking at these by topic, let's just prioritize these things. So to that end, I think prioritization is good. That's kind of behind the effort to call just a handful of these things up as highest priorities and tie them in with those priority goals. If you want, I think we could do another version of it, or just have like here's the hard copy version sorted by topic with the high priority ones listed and first for each topic. But I think electronically, if we can provide the actual copy of the spreadsheet, you could sort it however you wanted to. It just wouldn't be part of that document. I don't know if that's like going to get to where you're talking about, or if I'm missing the mark.
Could we maybe have one more exhibit that is only the high priority items, and it is specifically addressed to the implementation committee?
Yep. I think that's
And get rid of all the non-high priority items, right? We've got the master list. They can always refer to that plan. They're going to work through the whole plan, but exhibit 3 or something is implementation committee high priority items, and it's just the top 10 or something.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I mean, with the time we have into this thing, to not give the IMP committee that kind of guidance would be giving them a free rein to pick and choose from the list that we might well have spent a lot of time on thinking that's a good one, but it's not a priority.
Does that sound like a reasonable compromise between state expectations, ease of their review, and
It
sort
does.
of picking and highlighting, even though I feel like in a way we sort of already do that with our list of goals, but if that seems fair enough, it sounds like it's a good compromise.
Yeah, and I think we've done that. We've taken the first step at calling out the very highest, I guess we can say.
Yeah.
But there should be like all of those high priorities, right? The next tier. If that's not enough, when you've implemented all of these things, there's a bunch of other things to do.
More.
I think that's really consistent with the philosophy we've had kind of from the get-go, is that it can be a little overwhelming.
Yes.
To look at a list of 130 things that you need to do in the next 10 years and kind of wonder where you get started. So we really went to a lot of effort to kind of make sure we're calling out the most important, but I think like there is no problem at all in putting together a little bit longer of a list that would give some discretion to the implementation group to say, look, if we've got 25 high priority actions, what are the 3 we're going to do once we get through the list on page 2? I think that's very doable.
Okay. Any other major themes we would like to discuss?
I have one. I think this is a newer idea, and it's hopefully not too big of a curveball, but in the in kind of the village areas, we describe certain types of development, and I did do a little research in some other comp plans. I thought what might be helpful is maybe like some precedent imagery of what it means in the context of the current streetscape. And I think an example would be like Main Street in town. We're saying, like what does a 3-unit multifamily look like on that current road? can we have a simple sketch showing how big this house could be, and things like that, so when we start having, conversations and people are like, well, your comp plan has labeled this the growth area and we can build any multifamily we want. People can be like, actually, like, we have this image of kind of what we were doing that fits the character of the street. It's not overwhelming to look at, and I know that, that is done in other comp plans. I think Casco did one with one of their areas, and basically, they've got, a bunch of single-family homes with maybe empty lots, and so like those lots would eventually get filled in with different types of housing and buildings, but having some sort of like, some sort of imagery that basically describes the narrative that we've already provided.
It sounds great. So it's like a photoshopped
I think
graphic.
the way, Ben, feel free to chime in, but I think, the way I've seen it is, it can be a hand sketch that's more professional than me doing it. And that would be it. You could take like an existing photo and you could literally hand sketch in just like how a building would look like in multiple spots.
In the plan, do we speak, I thought we did, but do we speak to recommending that to the planning board that they relook at their design standards? I know that there was discussion at the meeting with the select board and the department heads that I think Jackie may have mentioned, but to make it clear that what we were doing as far as when we call it a village, that we're talking about some sort of standard construction that would give it the flavor of a New England village versus the big box or the 3-story concrete condo.
Yeah.
But we do mention that, I thought, in the goals or the actions.
Yeah, and I think that to your point, we've tried to provide enough narrative to describe these places, and I think what I'm hearing you say is like, let's put some pictures to illustrate this. So when we talk about 2-story buildings with single family homes and a few 4-unit buildings, like what does that look like in a rural crossroads context or a village context? Those places are out there. They exist today in many places around Maine, and we've done projects where we've said, what we're talking about is something like, or what we're not talking about. Like, hey, when we talk about your village, we're not talking about downtown Westbrook or Rockland. We're talking about something that looks more like Denmark or Naples. Or we're talking about, when we talk about conservation subdivisions, here's a couple plans or photographs from good examples of conservation subdivisions that have been built in Maine.
My concern would be having an actual picture in the plan, no matter how much we label and stamp it as this is a concept.
Yeah.
Some people are going to look at it and say, oh, these are new design standards?
Yeah.
And, maybe even the planning board might have a little problem with that. You're sending out messages